What's up, everybody? Happy Monday. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. In Richmond, you can listen to us on 910 The Fan or 105.1 FM. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber, just visit cropmetcalf.com. And you can join their team today. We thank you for tuning in this Monday morning, December 1st, 2025. I'm John Paul Flame, joined by Eric Bickle.
Good morning. Horrible sleep.
Johnny
Horrible
Cakes Allville.
What's up? Hello.
And look who's back.
Horrible sleep is right.
Jason Bishop.
You had
What's up?
big Sunday scaries after a long time off. That had to be.
Well,
How could you not?
that and my daughter works for the Commanders.
Yeah.
So she was at the stadium until 3
And you were monitoring her.
3 a.m. I mean, I'm up, just kind of wonder where she is.
Mhm.
Is she on the Beltway yet?
Right.
Finally, she got home at 3:30. But
That's a long
Yeah,
evening.
but
Early morning.
yeah, it just sucked. You know how it is coming off vacation. You hate sleeping you can't sleep that Sunday night. You
I'm
can't
totally
do it.
with you. I'm right
It's
there with you,
hard.
my friend.
So
Hard.
we actually heard from you a couple times during vacation. Stunned that you're going to be doing that speech at Salisbury in the spring. But what were the highlights? My guess just North Carolina,
Sleeping.
just chilling.
Sleeping in, not worrying about getting up at 4.
Mhm.
I mean,
First and foremost,
you know the highlights. You just chill and you just don't worry about coming in and doing the Junkie Sports page. I mean,
You don't really worry about doing the Junkie Sports page.
you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, just being at work.
I mean, getting up at 4 now, it's 32 degrees when you
Mhm.
wake up. I mean, it sucks, but it is what it is. Went to Carolina for 4 days. It was good. It's nice.
Right.
Hung out at Carolina Beach.
When you go to the
Sounds-
beach, so you don't go in the water, right? It's too cold.
in the
course
water.
it's cold.
What are you, an alien?
I don't know, just go to the beach. It's like
When it's late November,
Oh,
it's
no,
No,
but
but
Thanksgiving.
people,
water.
you might not get it, but people do. Like, I know you're from Puerto Rico, where you always go to the beach. But like for the rest of humanity, sometimes you go to the beach and just to hang out, just to smell the water, just to go
Yeah, you
for a
just
walk on the beach,
wall. Yeah, you walk on
Just
the
to
beach.
be
Just be in there.
ponder,
Yeah.
Yeah.
ponder life.
just to watch the waves is
Yeah.
kind of therapeutic. You know,
There were some kids in the water.
well, that's
some
insane. That's
crazies,
borderline insane.
They were when it was 73 degrees outside. I don't know what the water temperature was, but
Oh.
I mean, there were kids in the water.
very, very cold.
I wasn't going in the water.
Yeah.
It was just good to be away.
No, it's just nice to be around the water. The water's just always pleasing. It doesn't really matter what time of year it is. But in my opinion.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit nicer when it's warm.
I mean, you
you
just
can
get
go
to
in
hear
it.
this. You just walk up and down, and
It's
just the waves keep crashing.
It's
great.
It's just an incredible medication. It's just a stress reliever.
So therapeutic.
It's very therapeutic.
It's just good to get away.
nice. Well, you had a nice 2-week vacation, and I don't know the Christmas schedule just yet, but you're probably off in a couple weeks again.
Sure. Got to use those
I don't know what the-
days.
It's nice.
We can carry over days, right?
I don't think anybody cares. Yeah.
No
I
one
don't
cares,
know.
right?
Do what you got.
I think
Valdez
it's-
spent a lot of time organizing a schedule. I'm going to actually push one of my weeks into January at some point,
Who
so we don't have to just do two-man show.
who works next week? Who
I don't
was
even
supposed
know.
to do the
To be
2-man show
honest,
next
I don't
week?
know.
You know what? I gotta pull up the schedule.
Yeah, Valdez can do it.
Because I was thinking about coming in for a few days, even if I'm off, and just pushing the days to next year.
Yeah, because you've just been off. Might
Yeah, I
as well
mean, unless you tell me I can't work,
Right.
then I think I might
Yeah.
just push a few days.
Somehow you'll stay away.
Well, Jason, you are returning on another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. We'll be talking about the Commanders' latest loss throughout the show. This one, an overtime loss to the Broncos, 27-26. John Keim will join us at 8 o'clock, Commanders reporter, and our pal Chris Russell at 9 o'clock. I want to go back to Thanksgiving real quick. Thanksgiving's awesome. The games were actually awesome. And a lot of times the games stink on Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
The games were really good.
on Thanksgiving Day.
Yes.
Yeah, and conversely,
Well, the Bengals Ravens game wasn't
most
good.
of yesterday's slate kind of stunk because a lot of the premier teams were featured, as
Yeah.
you would expect, on Thanksgiving and Black Friday. So you had a lot of Dunnaroony games leading up to Commanders and Broncos in prime time. But yeah, the Thanksgiving Day games, that slate was really good.
I mean, I think you can say, yes, the Ravens Bengals game sucked. but you
first two
did get
were-
to see Joe Burrow come back.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
now
yeah,
all of
yeah.
a sudden, a team that is 4-8, they actually have a shot in that division because with the Steelers losing and obviously them beating the Ravens, they're just a couple games back. And you start thinking, well, Burrow's back.
Yeah,
They've got a shot. But the Packers-Lions game,
I haven't looked at their schedule.
you got Jordan Love had 4 touchdown passes in that game.
Yeah, of course.
And the Lions, they're now in major trouble at 7-5.
And they lose Amon-Ra
Well,
St.
St. Brown goes down
possibly
early.
for a while with an ankle injury.
I know.
That's bad news for them.
Yeah.
Cowboys all of a sudden look like they've got a shot, and they're playing as good as anybody in the NFC. They've beaten in the last 2 weeks the Super Bowl champion in the Eagles and the Super Bowl runner-up in the Chiefs.
I couldn't believe how bad the Eagles looked. They looked horrible offensively.
Hmm.
Horrible.
Well, you're now jumping to Friday.
I was Friday, yeah, but I mean Thanksgiving break. But yeah, they just look so bad. Look, it's such a long season. You just you can't really predict how these teams are going to look. 1 through 17. You just can't.
They're going nuts in Philadelphia too. When I was driving back from New Jersey on Saturday morning, I listened to a little of WIP on the way back.
Oh, I'm sure they were going nuts.
They all want to fire the offensive coordinator. Is it his fault? Like they showed a couple times, guys streaking right down the middle of the field, wide open,
And Hurts
and
doesn't see
Jalen
'em.
Hurts doesn't see
Well,
him.
man.
Then he's got a slant that he can hit.
Slant to Devontae
misses.
Smith, probably the same one you're talking about.
Right.
He's wide open. Just put it a yard out in front of him. He throws it 2 yards behind him. Like,
Yeah.
But
Basic
everybody wants to
throws.
fire their offense coordinator. I think it's Kevin Petula.
yeah.
Was it this
Absolutely, yeah.
week or was it last week that they allegedly had a players only meeting without Jalen Hurts? Was that last week?
Probably because I don't remember even hearing about that.
Yeah, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they invite Hurts to a players only meeting?
Don't like
They're-
him?
they're out.
They're
They're-
upset with him. I
they're
don't know.
out on
I had
him.
heard that rumor. I'm sure it was
I mean,
from a not a great source.
There's cause for concern for their offense. In their last 4,
Mhm.
2 of these are wins. They won 10-7 and 16-9. And then they scored 36 in the last 2 losses.
Yeah.
That offense is limping to the finish line, and Barkley has clearly not been the same player as he was last year. And I know that every time you see a broadcast, they're like, Barkley's the same. He's fine.
He's not.
It's the offensive line that's the issue.
He just doesn't
Well-
look as quick.
Well,
He's not. He doesn't have that burst he
when
had
you have the
last year.
usage he had last year, all the touches and carries and receptions,
Yeah, it
and
doesn't
how
look
much
good at
he
all.
carried that offense, it's going to take its toll the next year. And
Yeah.
you're seeing it.
But that's how hard it is to win consistently in this league.
It's tough. It's brutal.
The Eagles next. Let's see, the next 4. They got to go to the Chargers. All right, then they get the Raiders at home. Then they come here. Then they got to go to the Bills.
Now
So
they
got-
may get the Chargers without Justin Herbert. He broke a bone in his left
I
hand
saw that. I
yesterday.
thought he said he probably wouldn't miss time, but who knows? He might.
I mean, he's getting surgery on it today. Like,
Yeah.
Wrap
maybe
it
you
up, Cakes.
Maybe
Left
you can-
hand.
Maybe you can play with a broken left hand if you're a maybe.
Wrap it up.
Yep.
Take a painkiller.
I mean, you can play, but you might end up playing like Aaron Rodgers, which is ass.
Possible.
Yeah.
Very possible that happens.
I don't know. I thought it was awesome. I'm chilling at my brother's place and just watching football all day while eating, which everybody does.
Yeah.
But this time, the games for the most part were really good.
Yeah. First 2 were really good. Of course, I lost the bet with the Lions. I had the Lions just to win. I certainly lost the Ravens bet. I had the Ravens to win.
Oh, also,
And-
after you're done, I'll recap the Junkies parlay.
Oh, really?
I forgot to place it because
Did it hit?
Valdez. No, of course
Oh,
it didn't
okay,
hit.
okay.
But Valdez is like, you gotta wait to place it so you can get the profit boost. And I said, I'm gonna forget to place it.
I knew you were going to
100%
forget.
gonna forget because it's Thanksgiving. You're doing a million things. You're running around like last minute. I'm sitting there during like the early window. And I'm like, oh, I definitely forgot to place the parlay. Hope it doesn't hit. Didn't hit.
I think
thankfully.
the first leg was a whiff.
Yeah, I can't.
I can't even remember what the first leg
turkey leg
was.
was a whiff.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't even remember.
Right.
I was just terrified that it was actually going to come through.
No, it hit.
Oh, the
Well-
first one hit.
Yeah, Christian Watson scored. That was a big plus money.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
I know. I
It
was going
I-
back and forth on CD Lamb and who was the other guy that ended up
Pickens.
Yeah, Pickens.
Pickens had a bomb day.
And I don't think it hit. I think CD Lamb hit and Pickens didn't. Right. And
Lamb definitely scored.
right. But I
Did you have Pickens to score?
Yes,
Yeah.
because the odds are crazy.
All I know is I
yeah.
dodged bullets, baby.
Well, I don't think Jamar
Not
Chase
coming through.
got in the end zone.
No,
No.
we were good.
He had a good day,
Jameer
but-
Gibbs didn't get in the end
Oh
zone.
yeah.
I skated through somehow.
Yeah,
Oh, it was all a touchdown parlay.
except
much.
for one leg.
Mostly tutties.
It was
Wasn't on
mostly
purpose.
touchdowns.
We should just pick games. I think we'd be better at that. Than
I don't know what we're good. I don't know what we're good at, to be honest with you.
I just think we'd be better at picking the games.
Just
But-
do a money line parlay where $10 wins you $16. At least you can just say we won.
Mm.
That's true. It's a very good point. Maybe just pick all massive
That won't be
favorites.
too much fun.
$10 to win 4,712.
Maybe next
Ain't gonna
week-
win.
Maybe next week I'll just put Devontae Adams anytime touchdown because
Yeah.
he scores every week.
He does.
He scores every single week. You don't even
Yeah.
have to sweat it.
But
He
yeah,
has like 14 touchdowns.
but I would agree that the games on Thanksgiving were pretty fun to watch.
Did you do Thanksgiving at your house?
No, we did a pre-Thanksgiving on the Saturday before Thanksgiving, and it was kind of a nightmare because there was 12 kids under the age of 10.
Oh, They made
because
such a
all of my
mess.
cousins who have kids,
Yeah.
who have 2 and 3 kids, they all came,
right.
and that was a nightmare. Because
last time that ever happens.
no, I did it. Well, probably,
Yeah.
but I've done it the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
and I love my cousins, but their
Mhm.
kids are out of control,
Right.
and they're taking brownies and cookies
Oh.
and whatever else they're eating, and they're running all over the house, and they're running downstairs, breaking things.
You're running after him with the dustbuster.
Yes, of course I had the dustbuster out. I just wanted to be able to chill and watch some games and have a glass of
You
wine.
can't chill if there's a
I can't do
dozen
it.
kids running around your
Can't do it.
domain.
It's hard to chill when you're hosting.
It is. Can't do it. But Thanksgiving, I went to my cousin's who lives in Percival, which is like 20 minutes west of me. But
Nice.
there wasn't that many kids there. There was only 4.
Yeah.
And it was fun. It wasn't my house, so I didn't care.
You got to enjoy some vino.
I didn't have much on Thanksgiving.
Mm.
I think I had 1 glass of wine with dinner, but that's the only thing I had.
Nice.
I was just tired.
Jersey Thanksgiving good, EB?
Oh, it was great. Great food. It was a long wait at the hotel though. We the drive was fine. It was kind of shockingly fine. You drove up the same day, right? Didn't you do it?
I drove on Wednesday.
So you were,
I had probably a half an hour of extra traffic because we didn't get to leave. My wife was working. We didn't get to leave till 4:15.
yeah.
Mm.
But
We,
by the time I got to Summit, I mean, we had a 40-minute stop. We stopped for a pretty long time. Like by the way, they're slow at all the Wendy's and different spots at the rest stops. They're slow.
You think
They're
you're
not
getting
great.
paid by the customer?
they're not great.
So our stop was like really long, but I got up there by about 9:15.
Our trip was surprisingly great. The hotel though, and we've stayed at this hotel in the Basking Ridge area of Jersey, not far from where JP is, maybe 20 minutes or so.
Mhm.
Stayed there for years. They severely understaffed on Thanksgiving, which I guess makes sense. It's Thanksgiving,
Mhm.
but we've stayed there at Thanksgiving for maybe 10 years, and we couldn't check into our room for hours. So we're just sitting in the lobby area
Mm.
where there's a couple TVs and a
Mhm.
fireplace and whatever.
Dranks.
Actually
maybe.
didn't
Probably
imbibe.
not.
Just kind of hung out with family and
Mm.
just sat there, but couldn't really focus on the game because it was it was kind of away another part of the lobby.
Right.
That just kind of sucked.
Mm-hmm.
Just sitting in the
Doesn't sound
hotel
ideal.
lobby waiting for about 2.5 hours to get in. And so by the time we got over to the family and enjoyed it was great
Mm-hmm.
food. Again, it's my favorite holiday.
Did you go up Thursday morning like
Yeah.
you usually do?
That Thursday morning, came back Friday.
Came back Friday. Right?
Favorite Friday. And then we did a Thanksgiving with my family on Saturday at the house, which is always nice. But again, even though my wife does 99% of everything, you
Mhm.
can't really relax when you're hosting.
Right.
So
No, you want to make sure everybody
You
else
can't.
has a good time.
I
So
mean,
you
believe me,
did-
I do a pretty good job of it.
I'm sure.
But you can't
Right.
really relax.
I know, I
I'm not
hear
walking
you.
around with a dustbuster.
Right.
But
So you did Thursday, Friday. I was there Wednesday, came back Saturday. Like I said, listened to some Philly sports talk radio, had about an hour of extra traffic on the way back.
On
And it
Saturday.
sucks when you
Mhm.
start and it said when we left, Waze said 1:50 arrival
Mhm.
time. And then it just kept going up and up and up. And
yeah,
I think we ended up getting home around 3:00
yeah, that's brutal.
Saturday. So
So
it is what it is.
this weekend's a big. This week's a big week for us because Cornell Big Red basketball team's in town, right? So they play Mason
Mhm.
on Tuesday, and I got to kind of navigate like Fairfax traffic, pick up a friend
Hmm.
in Tyson's,
Oh, You're hitting all the
take
fun
my mother.
traffic hot spots.
Then I got to go to Towson
Mhm.
and navigate that. And these are 7 p.m. starts.
Mhm.
So I got to figure it all out. Like, what time do I have to leave the house, pick up a friend in Tyson's, get my
To
mom
get-
situated, like, I don't know. I think I got to leave at like 5.
Probably.
I don't really know.
Probably earlier.
Yeah. If I
Game's
pick
at
someone
7.
up at Tyson's at 5:45,
They open
My kid-
express lanes.
well,
Yeah, you'll
I'll
be
use
fine. I
that.
mean, you'll get to the game, but if you just want to chill, and I would leave
Well, I'd
a
like
little
to
bit
get
earlier.
to the game like 15 minutes early.
Yeah.
Situated 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe 30 minutes. Yeah, you'd probably leave a little bit earlier. Well, just check.
And then, but then
traffic.
Towson, I don't know. What's that? How long
I
is
mean,
it
that's
going
going
to
to
get
take you
Towson?
forever. That's
Oh.
going to take you.
It's going to take a long
Hour
time.
and a half.
I mean, you're dealing with 2 beltways.
Yeah.
I mean, have fun with that.
Usually, though, if you use the ICC from 95 all the way to, what is it,
Mhm.
695,
Yeah.
it shouldn't be that bad. It'll be slower, but it usually flows. Because I've
It's
gone
not close.
I've gone
I'll
a
tell you
million
that.
times to the airport
Hmm.
during traffic time,
Well, you're
during rush hour.
You're
Going to
going way
BWI, I
past
do
the
that all the
airport.
time now
Yeah.
to pick up my
Oh,
kids.
I understand that.
Going to BWI,
But I'm saying it
sucks.
usually flows. It's not going to go like you're not going to be driving 55, but
Mhm.
probably like average 35, 40.
It takes me an average of an hour basically to get in the evening to get from my house to the airport, and it's not that far.
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
BWI,
Right.
because I pick up my kids at the train station there a lot, and that sucks.
Well, not just that, but Tuesday tomorrow the weather's supposed to suck.
Is
It's
it?
supposed to be snow and sleet early, turn into rain. Now maybe it'll be done by the time you hit the Beltway, but it's not going to be good.
Did you have
Yep.
movement in your pants yesterday when there was a wintry mix early?
No.
Did that excite you?
No. I hate wintry
You
mixes.
love weather. You love weather events. That was an event.
Not that. No.
All right. Well, all
I like
four of us,
thunderstorms in August.
Okay, got it.
all four
Got
of us back in studio for another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. As I mentioned, we got John Keim. He'll join us at 8 o'clock to give us some insight into whether Jaden Daniels will be back in the next game and more. Chris Russell, our colleague, joins us at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, Jason's back, so he'll open up the Junkies Sports page,
Yeah.
and we'll get into the NFL playoff picture and more right here on the Junkies. We got some great prizes to give away on the show today. And you know what? We're going to hook up our early listeners now. Caller number 10 at 1-800-636-1067. Hook you up with a pair of tickets to see the Capitals.
Ooh.
Thursday, December 11th at Capital One Arena versus Carolina. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/contest. So caller 10 at 1-800-636-1067 and get tickets. You know, during the break, we were just talking about Eric went out on Wednesday night
Yeah.
and he got to stay in the fancy schmancy vault suites.
Very nice.
I got to tell you.
Yeah.
And I always have this
For the
feeling.
Caps game?
Yeah. Thank you, Jeff, or Jim Van Zone. I keep calling him Jeff lately. I don't know why. Jim Van
Van
Zone
Zone.
is great
JVS, yeah. He's awesome.
for setting us up, and all you guys can go, I'm sure, to any game you want and use those vault suites. I always have the same feeling is that, man, I got to tell you, I didn't really want to go to the game. I don't really, because it just requires going.
Right. It
And it's just-
requires effort.
It's just effort and again, traffic
right.
and all
Now, you
that.
originally got the tickets for your daughter and then she couldn't go, right?
No, I got it for my daughter and for her friends, but I knew I was going to take her because she's 16. I wasn't
Right.
going to just let her go.
Oh,
by
I thought
herself.
you got them for Meg,
No, I got
and,
it
then,
for my youngest.
and then she
She was
bailed.
going to bring a friend. She brought a friend, and she was going to bring a couple. And when Dina was like, "I'll sacrifice," and then she felt guilty, and she was like, "No, we'll just go together," right? Because it was just the four of us at that time. Meg was out with her friends because Wednesday's the biggest party night in the history of the world,
Yep.
apparently,
Yeah.
for young people,
Yes, it is.
right? So the young people.
I
are
think it's
out.
bigger than New Year's Eve.
It's a big night. But as I'm driving there and everything, I'm like, ugh, I hate going to games because it's just a hassle. But I gotta tell you, these vault suite experiences are unreal. There's a guy, I don't know, he's some Commanders fan or something. Some people know him. Somehow I ended up in that for a split second in a cameo in his little Instagram reel. He did a very funny job of kind of summarizing the experience. It is so high end. As soon as you get in there,
Look like a lot of marble.
it's just marble.
fancy.
It's just you're greeted by people all dressed up,
Yeah.
and there's booze everywhere. And then you go in from room to room to room, just booze everywhere, bars everywhere,
Mhm.
free food everywhere, lamb chops, everything you can think of, just shoving great food, great drink at you at every moment.
And then your seats look like they were very close
Your
to the
seats are
glass.
You're right. You're right behind the penalty box.
Yeah.
I mean, you're right there. I mean, they're the best seats in the house, other than being on the bench. They're unbelievable seats. We were 2 rows. We were in the third row. We were 2 rows right behind Ovi's wife and family. So you saw her and the kids milling around the whole time. It's just an elite experience.
I haven't been yet, but who hipped you to the vault suites and how silly they were going to be?
No, yeah, you did for
This
sure.
guy,
And
right?
so I
Was it
said,
you?
Hey,
Yeah.
Of course.
and Jim said you want to try
Yeah.
the vault suites.
Sure.
And I heard Cakes talk about it. Cakes had turned him down because then it makes sense. He was with a group of people.
Yeah.
And you don't want to sit separately from the other 8 people you're with or whatever.
Yeah.
So if you ever have an opportunity, somebody said, EB, you would never pay for those. Yeah, you're right. I never would. But I have a feeling most of those people wouldn't pay for them. That's like something like a company buys
Yeah, like
and you give your
corporate.
clients.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's a client experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just look
So-
at those different levels.
Yeah.
Well, I
it's
saw
just-
your picture.
we're not
of
on that
Ovi, I was
level.
like, I didn't realize the seats were that close.
No, the
I was
seats-
like, those are
I've
baller
always-
seats.
for all the years we've gone to Caps games.
Yeah.
Jim's always given us great, whether
Amazing
if they're not
setup.
sweet, traditional sweet
Yeah.
seats, or those suites that are out like in the middle of the arena, which
Yeah.
are nice. The seats are always like halfway up, but this perfect view, whatever.
Yeah.
And I always thought can't get better.
Those are really good.
No,
yeah.
it turns out can get
Yeah,
better.
they can,
About
yeah,
3
somehow.
rows
Right.
behind the glass.
Yeah.
They're literally the perfect seats in
Yeah,
the house.
that's-
And I
Right.
assume
I
that
feel like
was,
you're in the ice.
I've already forgotten. I assume that was a win because they've won 7 of their
Of course
last
it was
8.
a win.
Yeah, it was.
It was a big dub.
Yeah, it was a great win. It was a great game.
I
It
can't
was-
remember Wednesday night's win.
Winnipeg, I believe
I
they beat.
think it was a high scoring game, wasn't it? Was it a high scoring? I think it
7-4 or something? Was it?
Maybe
I'd have to go back and look.
5-4 or 4-5. I don't know. 4-3, whatever the hell it was. Great win.
4-3 over the Jets,
But-
7 goals.
Yeah, Ovi had one. Just awesome experience. Can't recommend it enough. And I do follow my Twitter, EB Junkies. At some point over the weekend, I retweeted this dude, funny kid, who recapped sort of the whole experience. And I guess he's a Skins fan, never been to a hockey game before, and he was kind of blown
That's
He
away.
quite
probably
the first
loved it.
hockey game experience.
It was a pretty good one.
Yeah.
Pretty good one. So I highly recommend it if you get an opportunity to sit in those vault suites and somebody's got
That kid
them.
can never
No,
go to
yeah.
a game and sit in the regular seats.
You're spoiled forever.
Yeah.
You have to.
After
yeah,
going to
you're-
the vault?
you're jaded.
Yeah.
You're just
Right?
jaded at that
Yeah,
point.
You can't. You actually can't.
You can't.
In fact, I don't even think. Do they have the Caesars Lounge thing anymore? Because they don't need it.
I'm
I
not
don't
sure of.
I
'Cause
don't know.
even know
I'm
why
not
you would
sure.
do it.
The last
I
time I,
don't
went to
know.
a Caps game, I was directed towards a different lounge.
Yeah.
It's
it was
hard for
it
me
was
to
it was
They
a different
redid
level,
some
like
of
up
those.
higher.
Oh, it's all redone. So
Yeah.
it's they took space that used to be used by like Bed Bath and Beyond.
That's what
or
Ted
something.
did with the 500 million.
It's part
Sure,
of it's
that's
part of what they did. Yeah, in the renovation.
Mhm.
But let me just try to explain it a little bit. So, like section 114, when you get into the arena, like if you come in that side by after you get to Clyde's or whatever,
Mhm.
you know that little
Yeah, yeah,
alleyway,
yeah.
and you come in where everybody comes in. Right in there's like this gold entrance. You go in there, boom, the doors open. You're
Mhm.
greeted. They walk you through, and then there's like all these different vaults, and they're basically private rooms.
Mhm.
And you go into your private room that you share with, I don't know, 15 other, ticket holders
Yeah,
that day.
yeah.
Sounds
Right?
like
Maybe
eyes wide shut.
Yeah.
What's going on?
People wearing masks.
And then you go in there and they have the unbelievable spread, more drinks, whatever
Yeah.
you want. And then you experience that however you want. And then you go and they escort you to your seats. If you want, there's also another like sort of larger area for
Mhm.
other people where you could grab more food. And after every period, they bring out new food,
Mhm.
a whole new, just like elite
Sounds
food.
Brazilian. I like to go
I'm
like
soon.
talking
prime
about
rib.
like lamb
There's not
chops,
hot
tuna
dogs.
tartare. Yeah, I mean, crazy chicken that actually looks delicious. Like it's unbelievable.
It's not like nachos.
No. It's not like nachos.
Let's not sully nachos. They have their
Now
place.
they did have some elite chicken
Chicken fingers.
I guess you would say wings, but they were huge,
Mm.
right? So they're huge, and then they did have some chicken like tenders for kids,
Right.
that, which is great for my
Right.
16-year-old who doesn't have great.
That's what my son would have.
Yeah, yeah. But it is. I mean, if you want to go there, I mean, the guy that did the video said it looked like he was doing lemon drop shots the whole game.
Nice.
You could do that. I mean, it's a great experience.
I'm sure it
How
is.
many tickets did they give you?
Well,
Did
four.
they give- That's
Four.
sweet. That's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah, no, I highly recommend it.
JBS is the man, though. He
If
is.
you have access to
give
it.
me a food ranking. Like I need to know.
I
like-
think if the food is as good as you could get
No,
at
no, I
any
mean-
stadium.
I mean like
like
what?
the items.
Yeah, the items
I mean, I thought the
that
lamb
blew your
chops-
socks off. So the
little
lamb
lamb
chops like
chops,
blew your socks off.
I mean, I think that's kind of. I don't really order lamb chops that often. Do you guys order lamb chops? That's usually
No.
a little off
Like
my.
lamb
I never-
lollipops. Is
They're
that
just massive lamb
Yeah.
chops.
Like the rack of lamb.
I mean,
Mhm.
just massive chops, like French.
I don't think
Flintstone
I've
would
ever
eat or something.
ordered lamb chops off a menu, ever.
I've done it maybe once or twice, but I mean, it's just
But if
like
they're going to be given to me, I'm going to crush them.
yeah, it's delicious.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, tuna tartare, delicious.
best drink you had?
I really only had 2 drinks. I
Mm.
just had again trying to keep it together.
You
It's a
wasn't
jagged
feeling it.
diet. No,
Okay.
it wasn't that I wasn't feeling it. I'm just trying to not drink it.
Understood.
Yeah.
Hey, did some woman get hit in the eye with a puck?
Right behind me.
Mm.
Yeah, you got to see the video.
Yeah, I
It
saw
is-
the video.
Oh yeah.
I saw how miserable you looked in it.
No, I was enjoying. I was actually enjoying. How could you
I-
not enjoy the experience?
That's his
Well, it's
resting
not my
face.
enjoy it. But that happened in the third period.
By the way, center ice a weird spot to get hit with a puck. I guess it can
Well,
deflect over the glass.
if it comes from, let's say, the blue line,
Yeah.
kind of over the middle. I mean, you could see how it,
it could happen.
happen.
Yeah.
And so
Did you have to dodge it?
you know what's funny? It's kind of hard to track the puck. So I actually didn't really track it. That's why I was just like focused on the ice. When that guy did a good job of actually tracking it. And of course, I looked when everyone else looked. I saw the little lady and she got hit. I
Did
felt
she
bad
get
for
taken
her.
away or did she stay in the seat?
She looked like she was fine, but she
All
got
right.
hit in the eye
Hmm.
with the puck. But she was probably 10 rows up. I don't know. She was like 5 rows behind me or so.
Mhm.
But yeah, it is kind of hard to track. So I didn't track it going over the thing. It could have hit me in the face and I wouldn't have moved. You know what I mean?
Your
'Cause
dentist would have been salty. Another visit.
I didn't track it.
Well, anyway, I'm sure all of us are going to follow up. When Kelsey comes back for Christmas, I'm gonna go to probably a Wizards game for the vault seats.
It might be better. It might be better than Hennessy Lump. I don't know. It's a tough call. It's probably better.
Right.
All right, let's get into the Junkie Sports page brought to you by Open Road.
It's brought to you by the great people at Open Road. Of course, Open Road's owned by Metropolitan Hospitality, and they've got some great restaurants. Open Road, of course, is one right there in Reston. They got the distillery there, but check out Circa. There's one right down here in Navy Yard. There's one in Foggy Bottom. There's one in Tyson's. El Bebe is a great Mexican spot. also in Tyson's and down here in Navy Row. Have you guys ever been to Trio? We got to go to
I
Trio.
think once.
What is it?
It's in Falls Church. Just it's money. It's just one of their restaurants, a little bit more upscale than some of the other spots, but just really good. But check out any of those restaurants because they're all
Well, if you get me
spectacular.
a $150 gift card a day, happy to go.
All right, maybe. Well, you're always in Virginia. I figured you can hang out at Trio.
It's true.
Just stop by Falls Church and go. All right, so you kind of mentioned the playoff picture. Of course, one more game to go this week for Week 13, and that'll be tonight. Patriots hosting the Giants. Just talking about the MVP race. I think Matt Stafford certainly, depending on where you look, he certainly was the leader in the clubhouse going into yesterday, but he threw a couple picks. I think that doubled his pick number for the year. I think he came in with 2, and he now has 4.
I wasn't tracking that
But-
game because they were hyping him up. 100 passes without interception. Then the next thing I
And
know,
he
they
won 10
lose,
straight
and he threw-
games.
and he threw 2
He
picks.
threw 2.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but he
they
also
take-
had 2
And
touchdowns.
they take an L.
And they
More
lose.
importantly, they take an L to the Panthers.
Right, and they lose. But Stafford and Drake May are clearly the leaders right now for that award. If Drake May plays really well tonight and they win and he puts up a good number, I got to think he's now the leader for the MVP because I don't think there's
Who
anybody
do they
else.
have tonight?
Giants.
The
Giants.
Giants.
Jackson Dart returns.
Jackson Dart
That'll
does
be
return.
fun.
But we'll see what happens there. So playoff picture going into tonight. AFC, we'll get into the Broncos Commanders game. Certainly, I guess next segment. But Broncos right now, the 1 seed. Patriots, the 2 seed. The Jags are the 3.
That is mind-boggling to me.
They're
Just,
the 3 seed.
I think they stink. I think Trevor Lawrence stinks, but they're getting wins.
He was good yesterday. They were good
Yeah,
yesterday.
he was fine
They
yesterday.
played the
But they
Titans.
played the
yesterday.
Titans.
Yeah, I mean,
That-
they-
That's still shocking to me that they're 8-4.
Yeah,
Shocking.
I'm telling you, it's bad
I
overall.
know. Yeah, there's ways and they don't have a tough schedule. Ravens are 4, so I guess they have the tiebreaker right now over the Steelers.
Mhm.
When do they play
They
Pittsburgh?
play next week.
Is it next week? Where is that game? Matt, do you know
It's in
where that-
Baltimore.
It's in Baltimore. All right, big one. The Chargers, after that win yesterday over the Raiders, they are the 5, but Justin Herbert did break a bone in his hand, in his left hand,
So who's
non-throwing
his
hand.
backup?
Ooh,
Trey Lance.
Chance Lance. Yeah,
I was
right.
looking at the box scores yesterday.
Ooh.
I saw Trey Lance like rushing, throwing. I was like, what happened to Justin Herbert? How's Trey Lance in the game? Must be injured. There's
Yeah.
only one reason that Trey Lance is
Right.
in an NFL game
was
this
hurt.
late in the season.
But they won that game handily. Pun
Well, they played the
intended.
terrible Raiders.
I know.
I mean, they're so bad.
Now, and Herbert said that he doesn't think he'll miss time. We'll see. I think they've got who did I say they play next week? They play someone pretty good next week.
I'll have to look it up.
And then Colts are 6.
They're sliding.
They're sliding.
Daniel Jones isn't playing as well. He's playing with a broken leg.
He's got a broken bone in his leg, no doubt.
I mean, it's probably a hairline fracture.
I mean, Houston's defense is really good. They get after you, especially on the ends. But
I mean, he made some good passes. It wasn't like he was terrible.
they bottled up. They did a good job bottling up JT. But they're the 6.
The
and-
Chargers host Philly next week
That's right. It's
on
Philly.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah. And then the Bills are 7. NFC.
But the crazy thing about that is right now, Chiefs are the 10 seed. So the Chiefs, they're going to have to win out and they're going to need some help.
They are, and which is surprising because I thought when they went on that little run that they were going to kind of run away with it. Maybe not win the division, but certainly make the playoffs. But right now, they're the 10 seed. They're outside looking in. All right, so NFC number 1, the Bears.
That
How
is
crazy-
another
that is shocking.
stunner.
How crazy is it that last year, and we've talked about this,
Mhm.
but last year, Hail Mary, the Bears just go in the toilet and lose 7 in a row, I think, maybe 8. Coach gets fired.
It's called a Commanders this year.
Right.
It's basically, they're following the same
This
blueprint.
year, they play the Bears. The Commanders play the Bears.
Yeah.
Jaden fumbles.
Mhm.
They lose the game. The Bears go on this run, and the Commanders have lost,
I know.
what, 7 in a row?
7 in a row.
I
It's
give credit.
nuts.
I know.
I give credit to the Bears for this win. It's a quality win. And they are the 1 seed. Caleb was under 50% passing the ball.
Yeah, he
His
wasn't great.
accuracy, it's got issues.
It needs a lot of work.
Now, it was very windy in
Mhm.
Philadelphia for that game,
Yeah,
but I think he's been under 60% in 8 or 9 straight games.
yeah. He wasn't great.
He's at 58% on the season.
But they are finding ways to win, and they beat Philly in Philly, and they're 9-3, and right now they have the 1 seed. Rams after that loss, the 2, so they slipped to the 2. Eagles 3, Bucks 4 after that win yesterday. Seahawks 5. I mean, that was impressive. I mean, I know you're going against Brosner,
Tell me going against third string
who
quarterback.
throws 4 picks, but
Right.
to shut out a team is still impressive. And then the Packers 6, Niners 7 after beating the Browns. So,
And the Lions
It's-
would be on the outside looking in right now.
Lions are 8.
Crazy.
So, and the Cowboys are 9, but the Cowboys are kind of surging a little bit.
That's Thursday night game this week. That's a massive game.
So there's only 5 games to go, but man, there's some playoff implications.
Coming up
for
next,
each
we will
game.
get into the Commanders' latest loss. As Jason mentioned, ever since the Bears game, they haven't won a game, but it was an overtime loss. Are you encouraged by anything you saw in the Washington Commanders' overtime loss to the Broncos? We'll tackle that next. 1-800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Welcome back on a Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. It's Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP. All right, let's get into it. Commanders lose their 7th straight, lose in overtime 27-26 to the Denver Broncos. They had a chance to win the game on the last play. They go for 2 in overtime, and then Marcus Mariota's pass gets deflected. They lose, but I actually thought there were a lot of things to be encouraged about. I'm going to put that up as our Junkies poll today. I'm not calling it a moral victory because I don't think there are moral victories when you expected to make the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
And you're 3-9. But based on how they have played the last couple of months, this was an encouraging performance.
Here are the 2 things that I drew from it. The DQ clearly has made a difference in the defense. They've clearly been better.
Mm-hmm.
And it makes you wish kind of that he had done it sooner, but he's a loyal guy. I understand that dynamic. But I wish he would have done it sooner to maybe plug some leaks. They're not great on defense, but they're better. They're somewhat competent. You watch the game without throwing up. And then Terry makes a huge difference.
Yeah.
He just makes a massive difference. So obviously, your quarterback is your most important player on the football field. But Terry McLaurin's right there. He's 1B. And it makes you imagine what we could have been if it had been there. And I think it's also a good reminder for fans, especially fans that have turned on him. This is why they did give him all that money, because when he is available, normally he is. It's an outlier that he hasn't been available. When he's available, he's a game changer.
And credit the offensive
And they
line.
still lost.
Like that
They still
offensive line held up really well against
a defense that gets after
the
you.
best sacking team in the league.
Yep.
Mariota only sacked twice. I didn't love the last play, the 2-point conversion where he just took 100 baby steps backwards and kept going backwards, and then the ball was deflected.
Yeah.
But I didn't expect them.
open.
I didn't expect them to win that game. Like, just for them to be there was kind of a
Super
I guess, de
entertaining
facto
game.
moral victory.
Well, even
Super
even in
entertaining game.
regulation, when they get down there and they've got an opportunity to go and score, take the lead, and
Right.
win the game. Give credit to Denver; they did a good job, but they had opportunities throwing the ball in the end zone. He threw the ball away at least once, maybe twice, before they kicked the game time field goal. But I would agree with you. Defensively, they held up. They forced
They gave him a chance.
Yeah,
They gave him a chance.
they forced Denver to some field goals instead of allowing touchdowns, whereas 3-4 weeks ago they probably would have been scored on,
They just
and
couldn't
they're
make a stop.
and they're not getting blown out. But I mean, that's the number 1 seed in the AFC playoffs, and you lose by 1 in overtime.
They've won 9 straight games. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
No, it
a
was a-
legit team.
I was proud of the boys. Fought hard. Loved the idea. Go for 2. You have to go for 2 there. We got nothing.
But like
going
you
on.
said, that's 7 straight losses. They're 3-9. I don't know where their draft slot is right now.
6.
It's probably 6,
Number
7.
6.
Sure, all the
and-
tankers are happy.
and
I mean,
maybe-
I wanted to win, but
Maybe Jaden comes back next week against Minnesota, but look, he's played 6 games, and in 2 of those 6, he's been hurt. So roughly 4 games. Mariota's played 8.
Put up the Junkies poll of the day, sponsored by Surfside. Use the code JUNKS, JUNKS, at store.statesidevodka.com. You get 25% off select merchandise perfect for this holiday season. You can get a Surfside hoodie like I use all the time, tees, hats, and more. Use that code JUNKS at store.statesidevodka.com. And the poll of the day is, are you encouraged by they lost, but were there things that you're encouraged by? I agree with EB. Terry makes a huge difference. The defense is better.
Yeah.
There's no doubt it's been better. It's a little hard to say when you give up 400 yards of offense. Now, some of that includes overtime.
Mhm.
So it wasn't like they were great, but it was better. Jerron
were
Payne was better. And hey,
got a
look,
couple stops. and held
Treylon
them to a few
Burks
field
looks
goals.
like a keeper. That was an amazing catch.
Yeah.
There were 3 amazing catches yesterday in the NFL. Treylon Burks may have been the best. I mean, Bowers had an amazing one. Puka had an amazing one. But that was
One-handed
reminiscent of
coaches are
Odell Beckham Jr.
Yeah.
Great catch. And, the offense kind of came to life with Terry there. And the running backs, we
They're
thought at the
confident.
beginning of the year it was going to be Bill. And it looks like it's more Chris Rodriguez and Jerry McNichols than Bill. But the running game, we've said it. This team wins when this team can run.
It's a solid
And they finished
room.
with 143 yards rushing. Mariota had 55.
Yeah, he
That's
was
what
good.
they have to establish.
Yeah, he was good.
They're gonna add a piece to the running game next year. They're not coming in with those
100%.
3 guys.
And
So it was fine
I
last
don't
night.
think it's a priority though. They can,
Well,
but I don't think
maybe
it's
it's not a
priority.
priority number one, but they're going to add to it.
And I know I've been clamoring for more Debo rushes. No more clamoring. 2 carries for -3 yards.
He doesn't have that
I just-
burst.
He does.
I don't know if he's hurt.
He doesn't have that Niners burst
He
that
doesn't have that
early in his
burst.
career.
But it's fine. I
just
still
does
like him.
not.
He's still a tank. He just doesn't have that elite burst right
Had
now.
some nice catches.
Yeah,
He was fine.
He was good in the
He had a-
receiving game.
He had a
He's
big
fine.
catch there,
Zach
40
Ertz, I
yarder.
did not have on my bingo card having 10 catches in the game last night, but good for him.
Yeah.
Like he was an underneath
He
option
irritated
for.
me when he dropped that one, but whatever. It didn't matter.
But I don't know if Commanders fans are they're probably happy that they played well against a really good team.
It's hard to
had
be
a chance
like
to win, one pass away.
rah about it.
But there are also fans that say, you know what, a loss is fine because it'll improve our draft stock. So
And maybe I'm sure we will carry this into the next segment. The elephant in the room is the new pronunciation of Marcus Mariota's name.
Yeah,
Mariota.
That was going on throughout the
Yes.
broadcast.
That's the
Marcus
least of my
Mariota.
worries,
Last night.
but I don't know why they were doing
It was
that.
massively.
Because he introduced himself that way.
Mariota.
It was massively.
He
tilting
introduced himself that way in the pregame introductions.
Yeah.
So then they mostly went with it, although at times they went with the traditional Mariota.
me. Right.
But then they would wiggle in Mariota.
It's just easier to say Mariota.
It's
I mean, it just
definitely-
flows.
Well, it's just weird when you've been in the league 10 years and now all of a sudden you're doing
all
a
of a
different
sudden
thing.
you're changing.
And it is hard to come up with a scheme that's going to protect the quarterback against all of that.
Joe pass, Mariota intercepted down the sideline. Greenlaw's got it.
That was a bad one.
Greenlaw to the 34-yard line.
It didn't tilt me like it tilted the
Down there
audience.
well.
I mean, because my Twitter timeline, it was just going crazy with it. I was more worried about the game. But, I mean, it was definitely weird.
So much emphasis on the ta.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's so
just
weird.
So much of it. And then, like in the second half, Collinsworth would slip out of it.
Yeah.
Trico would do it. Then they'd go back in and out. It
Yeah.
was weird.
I thought
So
the problem
Marcus
was.
Mariota is one of the
I thought
I'd
the
love to
problem
hear
was.
Chris Collinsworth pronouncing his name, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago.
Right,
Whenever,
I thought
whenever
the
the last
problem
time we
was
did a game.
Mariota versus Mariota. I didn't know the issue was the ta.
Mario.
I thought that it was Mariota. At first, I thought it was Mariota. Then a few years
Right.
ago, that people were like, no, it's Mariota. I'm like, okay, I'll go with that. Now I have to change course again. Third time.
Yeah, you do.
I
For a
thought
backup quarterback.
Well,
I
Like
thought
cannot-
overall he's played well, but I saw EB tweet that he hates him.
Well, I mean, these dumb throws he makes. mean,
He
they're
had one brain
infuriating.
fart.
Yeah, I mean, but you're a 10-year vet. Like, you got to be better.
Well, he's
Yeah.
showing why
You
he's
know.
a career back.
You just
he's a
don't want
backup at this
Marcus
point.
throwing the ball 50 times.
I think he was trying. I think this is my analysis is that I think he was trying to throw it like basically out of bounds,
I
thought
agree
so
with you.
too.
and
I agree
then
with you.
he just kind of got
a little short.
thumped in the chest
Yeah,
as he was
sure.
throwing.
I
It
agree.
was-
I understand.
But to his credit-
he got rid of that one ball that drew the pass interference that gave us a chance at the end.
And he
Which
led
is-
them on a game tying drive, which was 18 plays, 71 yards. They kicked the field
Look,
goal.
he
Moody
has-
delivered.
he-
And then he ties the game again, or could have tied the game with the 11 play, 65-yard drive in overtime. And he had to throw like back to back touchdown passes,
He's-
essentially.
He's
Yeah.
fine. That he's guaranteed to infuriate you. He's fine. He has good qualities, but there is a reason why he is who he is, which is Marcus Mariota, very mediocre.
When we come back, we'll take some of your calls. Are you encouraged by the loss? EB outlined some great points. The defense has been better
How
with
can you
Dan
be
Quinn.
encouraged? I mean, it's
Well, because
there
the
were
defense is
positive
playing
things, but
better.
It's hard to
You
say,
just-
"Oh, I'm encouraged."
you just didn't- you didn't-
We lost
by
7
now.
in a row.
The only reason you'd be encouraged is because you didn't have to turn it off at halftime.
They're at the bottom of the abyss. How
Yeah.
can you be
I would
encouraged
just- I would
by
kinda
that?
Because there
rephrase
were
it.
some things to be
There were
encouraged
some
about.
positive things in
Yeah.
the game, but I mean, on the whole, you just go, another loss. But I mean, yeah, at least it was, it was entertaining. I thought it was a super entertaining game.
We'll touch the people next. 1-800-636-1067. We'll take your calls here on the Junkies.
Turn on the news. There's a new headline every single day. Inflation climbing, interest rates shifting, new tax laws being proposed. It's enough to make anybody nervous about their money. But here's the thing. You don't need to chase every headline. At Trajan Wealth, that's spelled TRAJAN wealth.com, their fiduciary advisors help you tune out the noise and focus on the big picture. They'll work with you to build a long-term financial strategy based on your goals, your risk tolerance, and your time horizon as well. Peace of mind starts by calling Trajan Wealth. Instead of constantly reacting to market swings, you'll have a plan designed to keep you on track no matter what the economy throws your way. Check them out right now, TRAJAN wealth.com. Just like in sports, it's not about one play, it's about the entire season. Don't let uncertainty dictate your future. Call Trajan Wealth today. The number is 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Nick Bonito batted away Marcus Mariota's pass in overtime to deny Washington a winning 2-point conversion, and the Broncos held on for a 27-26 thriller Sunday night win. Making his sixth start this season in place of an injured Jaden Daniels, Mariota threw for 294 yards with 2 touchdowns and 1 pick. One of those touchdown passes was just an incredible catch by Treylon Burks, who leaped in the corner of the end zone and made a falling one-handed grab over cornerback Riley Moss. Also in action yesterday was the Washington Capitals. Tom Wilson had 2 goals and 1 assist, and the Caps beat the Islanders 4-1. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV. 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by friends at Crop Metcalf. They are the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies, looking to be their next 5-star HVAC technician or plumber. Just visit cropmetcalf.com to join their team. Got the full crew. Bish, Cakes, EB, and JP talking about the Commanders' latest loss. Yes, it is another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. But were there some positives where you walk away a little bit encouraged? Terry McLaurin comes back, 7 catches, has a touchdown. He was impactful.
14 targets.
He had another touchdown, right, that they took away by penalty.
Yeah.
I thought Mariota played well besides the one kind of brain fart, the interception. The running game got going once again. So I thought the signs of the offense were encouraging, and the defense, I think, is playing better. You know, like if you include overtime, the numbers aren't great. But in regulation, they had only allowed 328 yards and 20 points. And I know the Broncos don't have this overwhelming offense, but if you look back at the previous games before the last 2 when Dan Quinn took over, they gave up 546 yards to the Detroit Lions. They gave up 432 yards to the Chiefs. They got smashed by Seattle.
Well, look, the fact
defense is playing better.
They forced 4 punts, 4 punts, and the couple of long drives they held the field goals, which, as far as I'm concerned, with this defense is incredible. So they were like
That's
6
a win.
stops.
That's a win.
That defense yesterday was borderline great for this team.
Right.
It's the average for the NFL, but for this team, a huge turnaround.
What was Bo Nix looking at when he threw that pick to Wagner?
I just didn't see him.
I think he just had a
didn't see him.
predetermined
Yeah.
spot. And maybe,
I mean, he literally threw it right to him.
Maybe he thought he was going to throw it over Wagner, which I'm just giving him the benefit of the doubt. I just don't think he saw it. It was probably one of those predetermined things
He
where
clearly didn't see him. I mean, I don't think he would have thrown right to him.
I thought the
I just don't know how
glazing
he's-
of Bo Nix was excessive. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Collinsworth was slobbering
Just
all over Bo
him.
Nix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was nonstop.
Didn't have
I
to
mean,
worry
Bo-
about pronouncing his last
But
name.
he is kind of
Pretty
fun to
easy.
watch. He's a
No,
gamer.
he's good.
He's a
Mariota,
gamer.
I mean, his touchdown throw to like when he's basically down on a
That was
knee
a nice throw.
That was a great
that was
throw.
impressive.
Yeah.
No, he had
But he
some
also
nice throws.
misses guys who are wide open. I mean,
But it
I
was incessant glazing.
they're 10-2. I mean, he's playing. I mean, the defense is really good, but he's playing well enough to lead them to 10 wins.
Well, one thing they talked about defensively is, I guess, Quinn's big adjustment is they just don't play man anymore. They just
stay away
zone it
from
up.
it. Yeah.
Bend but don't break.
Yeah. And I think offensively, the difference is, I mean, obviously Mariota's good with his runs. He's a tough physical runner. You don't cringe when he gets hit. Although 1 or 2 times I did think maybe he might have gotten a little bit hurt. But
He got up slow on the sideline once where I was like,
Mhm.
oh, it might be
Yeah.
Josh Johnson time.
Yeah, I agree.
Mm.
But I thought the difference offensively clearly was Terry. I mean, Terry makes a massive difference. And it just makes me think, man, what could have been possibly this year if we didn't have our top 2 guys out?
It's true.
So this is what it is. Other teams have
Well,
injuries,
and then
but
also the
been bad.
injuries on the defense too.
injuries on the defense. But imagine, I mean, it's a lot of ifs, whatever. Lost season, terrible, forgettable. But if DQ had been, he can't. I mean, obviously, Joe Witch Jr.'s like future as a D coordinator. He's going to take. It's
Well,
not
this
gonna be
team
here.
is not going to be
It's
here.
not going to be here. They'll have to find a new
Might
spot.
be elsewhere, not here.
I know DQ doesn't want to be D coordinator, but he's clearly good at it. Imagine if he had done it for the last 6 weeks,
Mhm.
and then again, you know,
I think he should stay doing it next year. No,
Me
Cakes thinks that they should hire somebody else and Dan Quinn stays as head coach. Jason, you didn't get to chime
It's
in. We
great
had kind of debate about it.
About what? About
Well, like a
DQ?
lot of offensive coaches,
Like-
whether it's Ben
Yeah,
Johnson,
they call plays. and
they
they're-
call the
Kyle
plays and they're the
Shanahan.
head coach, right?
Yeah.
There's you can probably name 10 to 15 of them. And there's a few defensive coaches who call plays. Dan Quinn clearly didn't want to do that at first. Joe Witt, defensive coordinator, is calling plays, but in the last 2 weeks they've taken over, they've been better. Do you think that Quinn should continue to do that moving forward?
Well, I think they got to get better players overall
All
on
of
the
us believe
defensive.
that,
of
So
course.
I think if you can get another guy who's got a really good reputation,
Got to be proven.
it's got to be a proven guy and that can fit with a better staff or better roster on the defensive side. I don't have a problem with him hiring somebody else, but is he the best guy on the staff to call plays on
Right
the
now,
He's the
defensive
best
side?
appears
guy
to
right
be.
now. No
Right
doubt.
now, he appears
Yeah.
to be.
But they just got to get better players.
If they need better players, that's a given.
I mean, I think Joe Witt would have been fine with better players.
Possibly. But he can't give it to an unproven guy. It's got to be a Spagnola or somebody just with a a proven resume, a 15-year D coordinator guy, as far as I'm concerned. Anyway,
We'll see what direction they go.
whatever. It's lost season, sucks, but at least that game was entertaining. Because I'll tell you what, I had a very hard time getting motivated for it leading up to it. I was just hitting golf balls,
3 and 9.
pondering life.
3-9 is almost it's incomprehensible from where they were at this point last year.
It's unbelievable.
I can't believe with the situation that they're in.
Yeah.
But their starting
Seven in a
quarterback
row.
has barely played.
Yeah.
I
True,
know,
that's-
but like
it's not
If
great.
we told you before the season that Jaden, to use his kind of math, basically he's only played 4 games
Yeah.
and a couple of half games,
Yeah.
what would you think their record
Well,
would be? Maybe it'd be a little bit better than 3 and 9, but you wouldn't have them as a winning record.
but I thought the days of 3, 4, and 5 win seasons were over because Jaden was here.
Well, you can't predict injuries. That's the thing.
I know that, but I was tricked into thinking that it was
See, now-
impossible to get back here.
Now, every season that we talk about this team and we try and predict the schedule, we always
Right.
got to say if he stays healthy.
Mhm.
oh, you know
As
what?
before,
But
we
also,
did
if Terry stays healthy,
Terry has
because
to
We get to
he's
pick
so big.
At least 2 different sets of outcomes: a with Jaden set of outcomes
Without.
and a without Jaden set of outcomes.
All right, let's go to the phones. Lines are locked and loaded. Are you encouraged by anything, or are you still frustrated? How are you feeling about this Commanders team? They lose 27-26 in overtime. By the way, here's your defensive numbers. The 4 weeks prior to Quinn taking over as the defensive play caller and defensive coordinator, they gave up an average of 430 yards per game. Yesterday was 402, so not that much different, but that includes overtime. Those were just regulation. Regulation, they had only given up 328 yards.
The way I look at it,
Significantly better.
6 stops. They
Yeah.
had 6 times they either punted or had to settle for a field goal, and that's huge. Huge.
Weren't
They
used
did
to that.
enough to win. You're good enough to win.
Eyeball test. They've been a better defense
Yep.
under Dan Quinn.
Let's go to Joseph. Calling from, is it Pointer Ridge? Pointer Ridge.
Yeah.
Love it. What's up, buddy? What street?
Pointer Ridge, South Bowie raised, and a long-time listener,
What
long-time
street?
fans. Palisades Court.
Okay, know exactly where
You
that
know
is.
where
I
that
kind of
is?
sleep
Yep.
on that spot. I sleep a little bit on where that is.
Go ahead. What's up?
Well, you were commenting about were we encouraged or not, and after the encouragement, I'd like to ask a question with you guys. The encouragement part, yes, I am. Personnel changes, we all have seen it. We've all been a part of it. But the scheme was a lot better, and I was very encouraged of the personnel and their performance. They did everything they could to actually get a W put up. That part I'm encouraged about. My question is, was it my imagination or 3 or 4 of the huge penalties in the late game scenario went against the Commanders, and the one where it was a 30-yard swing between getting a first down and 15 yards, and
I
then
think they ended up getting a first down out of it anyway, but
The
the
tripping.
missed the
Yes.
tripping. They had the motion call on Terry that was crazy,
Yeah.
and then the
But when they
grounding.
went to review, guys,
Yeah.
when they went to review, didn't they review the whole totality? If
They
they're
don't.
only
Can't.
going
I guess they
through-
can't.
They don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just
They don't
can't.
review all of them.
Yeah, it's infuriating. It's
Yeah.
something
The
they have
illegal
to
shift.
fix.
I don't know if they call it a motion or illegal shift on McLaurin.
That seemed bogus.
I mean, he was set. I mean, he
and then
was,
they flat out said that the grounding wasn't a grounding. I mean, the guy from the NFL, or whatever,
McLaurin slipped or whatever. He tripped, right?
yeah, he just threw it over his head. He was
Yeah,
there, he threw it
yeah,
over his head.
That was a bad call.
You know,
I agree.
whatever. I'm not blaming them for us losing, but Yeah, I think Jay Gruden tweeted during the game, NFL refs are bad.
No, the NFL has a ref problem where a lot of the calls are inconsistent. A lot of the calls are subjective, and it changes from referee group to referee group.
Yeah.
The calls they swing the game so much in terms of a team's favor that they can determine the outcome of a game.
Yep.
And it's different from week to week, and all you can do is just hope you're on the right side of it.
Yep. I totally agree with that. Let's go to David in Upper Marlboro. David, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey,
Good
David.
show, good show.
What's
Thanks,
up?
bud.
I don't have nothing I've seen encouraged me last night.
Okay.
And only thing I did was stayed up a little after halftime, man. We got to get better as a team, man. I'm talking about getting these ball players and up in their game, because getting mediocre players over and over, I'm sick of it, man.
Fair.
So,
That's fair. But they were better defensively. They did have a chance to win that game.
I think they were a little better with Dan Quinn calling the plays, man.
Yeah.
But why these players don't step up, man, when they have a chance?
They're not that good.
Other than that receiver catching that ball, that touchdown, man.
Yeah.
Our receivers is terrible, and the linebackers is terrible. I'm not encouraged, man. Not at all.
You just hate the fact that they lost the game.
Yeah.
Right?
They do need a massive talent upgrade all across the roster.
They really
That's
do.
pretty apparent.
They got to get younger, more athletic.
Yeah, but
quicker.
it's not going to happen overnight. There's
No,
going
it's
to
not.
probably be a couple old guys that you're just going to want to throw up when you see them on the roster next year, but they're not going to be able to replace like 30 old guys all at once. And free agents that leave.
Does that game make you want to keep Ertz? Because we've all assumed Ertz is bye-bye.
Not really, no.
Okay.
I'd rather see development from the younger tight ends on the roster. I won't mention any names, but people know who I'm talking
Well,
about.
Yankoff has almost as many catches as your guy Ben Sinnott.
That's not the guy that I was talking
I
about
know.
developing.
But Yankoff has one less catch.
I'm well aware.
Yeah. Let's go to Marcus in College Park. Marcus, what's up, man? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, Marcus.
Hey, guy. Yeah, good morning. Thank you. I would be encouraged, and last night's game reminds me of the old idiom. When you're in a deep hole, the first thing you stop doing is digging. And last night could be emblematic of them stopping the digging, especially on defense. So let's be optimistic with the holidays. Maybe last night was the start of them digging out of a hole instead of digging deeper into a hole, so that we have some optimism as we move forward with the rest of the season. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Marcus.
All right, thank you,
Here's
buddy.
something that's optimistic. They'll get to face either Max Brosmer or J.J. McCarthy next week in Minnesota.
They actually have a
That's
stretch.
encouraging.
Not bad. Like Vikings and Giants coming up in the next two, and who knows what's going on with the Eagles? I mean, Eagles are better, but who knows? They seem to be in a state of disarray right now.
Yeah. So you're okay with them, and I know the answer, but you're okay with them winning games even though they're out of the playoffs.
Me,
but they're
I want to
winning
win.
games.
I want to win every week.
Yeah.
Maybe you could convince me in week 17 that we can move up a spot or two. But I don't want to go in here and just like last night have a great game and then lose at the end. I know some
you
people
want to
think
see
that's ideal.
You want to see Jaden back.
Yeah, I want to see Jaden balling.
Yeah.
And I want to remind everybody of how special he is, just like Terry did last night. Terry reminded everybody why we love them.
Yep.
I need that from Jaden.
And he's going up against Surtain. Now, I think he only had 3 catches against Surtain one-on-one, but
hey, Surtain's good.
I mean, he was Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Yeah.
He's a super stud.
Let's go to Cole. Chesapeake. Cole, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junkies.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Cole.
I'm very encouraged about last night. The defense, like we were talking about with Dan Quinn calling the plays, it seems like they've turned it around. I would like to see Bobby Wagner come back next year, but as the defensive coordinator. I think he'd be better than Joe Witt. And then let's get a top 6 pick, get the wide receiver from Ohio State, and then in the second round, go get a young stud linebacker from the SEC or something like that. That's what I don't think Maggie's the answer.
people
But yeah,
beat
very
up on
encouraged.
Wagner.
Thank
He
you, buddy.
was
Thank
the leading
you.
tackler again. He had an interception. He had a pass defense.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be stunned if they bring him back.
I kind of would be.
I think I would be. I just don't
They
think
they
can
got to
handle
get
it. I don't
younger.
think
At some
he can
point, you
handle it
gotta
from
turn the
a PR
page.
standpoint.
Yeah, they got to
Yeah.
get younger there.
Just because he's the best of your bad lot doesn't mean you bring him back.
I mean, they could bring him back, but he's not going to be playing 100% of the plays.
No.
They might like him a lot more than you guys do.
Well,
Clearly, they
weren't-
never took him off the field.
They weren't expecting him to play 100% of the plays
This
this
year,
year, but
true.
that's kind of where,
That's
where
what
they are.
that's what it's turned into.
All right, let's go to Lap. DC, Lap, what's up, buddy? Y'all with the Junks.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
What's up?
Lurch, man?
Hey, bud, what's up, man?
Hey, man. Yep. Hey, I'm encouraged a little bit. I was happy to see Trey Burke because, I was big on Zacchaeus and Diami stand. So
Mm-hmm.
it would be nice to see Trey Burke stick around with the team. He's still young. He was a stud when he first came in the league with Tennessee. So I would like to see him build some chemistry with Jaden. Terry looked good for sure. Dan Quinn a little bit too late with the defensive change because I've been said like his defenses used to force turnovers, and I was really surprised we didn't really do that since he's been coaching really here. The defense played it much better last year, but this year just bad. Mariota, man, I like Mariota, but I'm kind of sick of him, man. He could
You
probably
like
go
him, but
over
you're kind of
Bobby
sick of him.
Wagner.
You like him, but you're sick of him.
Dude, I feel the same way.
By the way, I don't know if I trust your wideout scouting bona fides. You love Zacchaeus, Diami Brown, and Traylon Burks.
Right.
I don't
saying.
know.
I mean, Burks had one catch.
need role
It was a great catch, but he had one catch.
Yeah. But you need role players.
Let's go easy
Well,
here.
Well, yeah, what I'm saying is I thought we should have kept some of our players last year, but I'm hoping that Trey Burks could be one of those guys they keep, what I'm saying, going forward.
I'm with
Maybe
you.
he'll have
Don't
some
let
production.
Cakes take you down.
Hey, you know what? I bet
I'm
if
with you.
I bet if you
No,
went
no.
if you went behind closed doors with the Jacksonville GM and asked him, was it worth paying Diami Brown $12 million?
Yeah.
He'd say probably not.
Yeah.
Probably a bit of an overpay.
He's not putting up
Look,
huge
his
numbers.
rookie season, he had over 50 catches. Now, that was only his second career touchdown. I'm talking about
Who,
Traylon
Traylon
Burks.
Yeah.
I don't think Diami Brown's ever had 50
I thought he had
catches.
44. He had over 50.
Oh, you know what? I was going to target.
You're looking
I
at
hate
the
that.
target.
Damn
Yeah,
it.
yeah. What-
He always
you
does
know
that.
what? Why don't you check your numbers? Why don't you check your eyeballs while you're at it?
Oh, I got to put that stupid column there.
All right, last one.
All right,
Kevin.
33 catches.
You sure that's right?
Kevin, what's up?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, Kevin.
I was encouraged last night. It's just that sometimes when pressure comes, I was at the game. Marcus Mariota panicked, man. He panicked like a big dog. It's just injuries, man. Because if you look across the league, like if we stuck with the Broncos, they 10-2. Like a lot of teams, it's not nothing really separating a lot of the teams, man. But injuries right now, really.
Yeah, I mean, there are teams that are injured, though, that have been playing okay. We just haven't handled the injuries
Cliff,
well.
Cliff had me so heated yesterday. We look.
Can't hear you.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sorry, buddy.
That's the thing, is there are other teams that are thriving that have been able to overcome injuries. Now, I don't know that they've all had their starting quarterback miss as many games as Washington has missed.
Yeah. Well, I mean, San Francisco missed Purdy for a while. Mac
Yeah.
Jones filled in pretty admirably. They
He
won some
did.
games.
He did. But, when you have McCaffrey, you just give the ball to McCaffrey 35 times a game.
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's
Pretty
just a
good game
fact.
plan.
And that in the next 2-3 years, if they lose Jaden and they lose Terry for significant time, we're doomed. That's just
Yeah.
a proven fact. I don't care who we have.
When we come back, though, I want to hear your take on one of the things we talked about yesterday or last week when you were gone, which is the running back situation and what they should do in the offseason to address that. Because yesterday, the running backs, by committee performed very well. They had a good game running. Mariota gave them 55 yards rushing, but that has been a formula for their success. When they run the football well, they have a chance to win games. And the only games that they've won is because they've run successfully. What do you do about that moving forward? 1-800-636-1067. Welcome back on a Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mios, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. Been talking about whether you're encouraged by anything you saw last night, even though the Commanders lost their 7th straight game, 27-26. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. I wanted to get specifically into their running game. So as a team, they had 143 yards rushing on 33 carries. Mariota was a big part of it. He had 10 scrambles for 55 yards.
Well, he was their leading rusher.
Right.
So he was
But
definitely a big part of it.
you had C-Rod, Chris Rodriguez, score a touchdown, 11 carries for 41 yards. Jeremy McNichols, 6 carries for 30 yards, averaged 5 yards a pop. And Bill, who was their lead back early in the year, 4 carries for 20 yards, also 5 yards per carry.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of were kicking around what they do in the offseason next year and kind of bigger picture. I'll tell you what I said. I said I would draft a wide receiver, young wide receiver, and then sign a running back, because I think signing a running back is cheaper than signing a wide receiver. So sign a running back, draft a wide receiver. What would Jason Bishop do
In terms of their
offense?
Oh, they definitely need receivers. I don't know where it depends on where they're drafting, but I think they have to get younger and athletic a receiver. And then, I think they need another running back, 100%.
So here are your free agent running backs.
I'm not saying you
Let me just
draft.
say this. Yeah.
I'm not saying you draft Jeremiah Love in the first round, although I think he's going to be a stud. But I think you have to add to that room.
Here are your free agent running backs according to Spot Rack. This is by their AAV. Okay, so what they're making this year.
Mm-hmm.
Najee Harris, would you be interested? Give me the buzz or the dinger.
No.
Jason Bishop, GM. Not interested in Najee.
No, not really interested in him.
All right, Austin Eckler.
Like him, but I mean, he's coming off an Achilles tear. He's 30 years old. I think you have to get younger.
Travis Etienne.
Kind of encouraged, kind of intrigued by him.
He's making 3.2 this year. He's 26.
I like him, but he's had a lot of carries.
He's had a lot of carries, but he's still only 26.8 years old, as you mentioned. Like, if you get him on a 1 or 2 year deal, he's better than anybody in this room presently.
I think that we would all give a ding to this one. I think Javonte Williams. I think he shows some signs. The Cowboys,
ding, but he's been good. He's been good for the Cowboys.
He's been really good.
4.8 yards per carry, almost 1,000 yards.
Yeah.
Rico Dowdle.
Kind of intrigued by him.
Dowdle's
he's a little older.
Like, if he had a bigger, how old is he?
27.8.
All right, so he's 28.
He's had a good year.
If he has a bigger role, and I'm not saying you give him 25 carries, not like Derrick Henry in his prime, but if you gave Rico Dowdle the featured role, like 15 to 17 carries,
he's good.
He's better than anybody in
And,
this
and,
room
what
right now.
and what Carolina has is they've got 2 guys that they can go to, but they're both pretty damn good.
Right.
The other guy
You saw that yesterday.
down the list that jumps out at me is Breece Hall.
I think.
Yes.
He's intriguing too. Now he's a guy coming off a major injury, but he's being
I don't know
he's
who-
effective on a bad offense.
I don't know who you go out and get, but you have to get somebody. I just don't think you can come back and rely on Rodriguez Jr., on Bill, and on McNichols.
So here's the thing.
You got to get another guy.
The running game is inextricably linked to the quarterback position with this football team.
Correct.
And I think the way it's currently constructed, I actually think it's serviceable. If you want to add somebody, fine. I don't think you're going to necessarily add anybody markedly better than those guys, because the quarterback is such a key ingredient to this running game. If these guys are serviceable, I think it's not a priority.
It might not be a priority, but they need better than serviceable. I feel like they also need a younger version of Eckler who could be explosive out of the
That'd be great,
backfield.
but they're hard to find. But I mean, if you could find a Derrick Henry in his prime or a Jahmyr Gibbs, but you're not going to get anything.
No,
like that.
I gave
you're
you
gonna
the guys.
get
You're not gonna
guys
win this.
that are similar
You gotta
to who
draft-
you already have.
you have to-
honestly,
you have to draft
Give us
those guys
sexier
in
names.
top 12.
Maybe Javonte Williams.
I mean, I think they're better.
Oh, but you could get
They're better than what you have.
Marginally better,
you could
maybe.
get someone in the mid rounds, maybe 3rd round, 4th round, that could be better than any of the guys you got.
They just
I
don't
just
have many
don't think
picks.
it's a priority, Jason.
Okay, you have to add picks, no doubt. You
We
have
need
to add picks.
receivers. We need linebackers. We need corners. We need pass rushers.
Yeah.
Like running back is like 7 or 8 on the list for me.
I'm not saying it's the top priority. I'm just saying they have to add somebody.
I think it's one of the bottom priorities.
They actually have on Spot Rack market value. This is what I think. Like, they've got Javonte Williams next year at $6.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to break the bank to get a better running
That's
back.
more than what they gave Eckler.
They've got
Yeah.
Etienne similar at 6.4 million. They've got Dowdle at 7.7. They got Brees Hall at 10.4.
That's fine. You bring them in, but they just need other positions more. I mean, still, with
I
these
I would
bums,
agree with that.
They're still in the top 10 in rushing
Yeah.
with these bums.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like you said, I mean, the leading rusher was a quarterback.
But I
Well,
want to
it's
see,
always going to be that way with this
Yeah.
offense.
because of the injuries, I want to see, and I think it's always got to be part of his game, but I want to see Jaden's running come down a little bit.
I like to see
Like
come
a
down
tick,
little
kind
bit.
of like what's happened over time with Lamar Jackson in Baltimore.
Yeah, I agree.
No issue with that. If
I
you want to
agree.
protect him, that's fine.
I
And
also
so
like
that's
it
where-
when Rodriguez carries it. I like it when McNichols carries it. Those guys are a load.
McNichols, he's got a knack for getting first downs on 3rd and 12s.
I know. It's hard for me to say we got to upgrade. Like they're not great, but I kind of like them. Unless
I
you
just
have
look
a
at-
markedly
I
better
just
guy
look at
coming in.
the good teams, especially the good running teams at the top of the league. They all have that guy.
Yeah, we don't have that.
Buffalo has their guy.
We don't have
Chicago has their guy, although Monange is good too. But I mean, Swift is having a good year.
It seems that now it's just like every team outside
Detroit
of like,
has their guy.
outside of the Ravens, they split it 2 or 3 ways. Like there's no
No, true.
longer pretty much the guy who's going to carry the ball 25 to 28 times per game.
No,
You're going to
you're
have
right.
2 or 3 guys divvying up that pie. And you just need to have guys who are good in whatever role you need them, whether it's a goal line hammer, pass catching back. A name down that list that kind of intrigues me. He's not that great at running the ball, but he's good at catching passes out of the backfield, which I think this team needs. Rashad White from Tampa Bay.
Mhm.
Now he's kind of been usurped by Bucky Irving and Sean Tucker.
How old is he?
He is, I think, 20. He's
25?
26. He'll be
So
27 next
GM
year.
Cakes, would you make a move at running back?
Yes.
Yeah.
You would.
Yeah, I would.
I'm not saying you have to clean house and get rid of all the guys, but I would add a more explosive piece. Because I just don't think that they have they don't have a home run hitter in that running back room.
They
in
don't
my
have
opinion.
one.
And
But I don't know
you need
you
one
can
of those
bring one in.
guys.
Isn't it amazing how Bill fell from basically the top guy to the 3rd guy now?
He just, I don't know, just not working great.
It's just rookie struggles.
Yeah. There must be
Yeah.
something he's doing on film that we're not seeing that they're not happy.
Well, he's a little
Maybe-
slower to the hole. He's a little more.
There was some times last night where he was slow to get.
He dances around a little bit. The other guy
but
just hit
he
it.
was getting 15 carries. Now he's
Mhm.
getting 5.
Hit
Well,
4.
he
4 for
also
20.
had a couple fumbles.
True.
You know, and I don't know that he's great in pass protection and those other issues too.
He's got some things to work on during the off season.
I think he has talent.
I don't mind him being my number 2 guy.
Right.
I just don't want him being my number 1.
Yeah, he shouldn't be your premier running back.
I just think it's hard to say to McNichols and Rodriguez, "Hey, you guys, you gave us everything you got, but we just need better, and we're going to move on." I just think they
I don't
deserve-
think it's that hard to say it. This is the
don't think it is
this is the
either.
NFL.
Yeah.
Like you
I just think
can't
they
be like,
deserve a
oh, you
little
guys are
better.
really giving a great effort, man. We're just going to keep you around
I just
because
think
of
they
that.
deserve it though. Beyond their effort, their production. Like when they've been given the opportunity, they've produced pretty well. I don't know. I think it's decent.
Let's go to the phones. 1-800-636-1067. You want to chime in on this Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mayos, the 2025 top workplace.
Found
Visit
another
careers
guy.
with MIOS.com.
Found another guy further down the list.
Who's this, a
And
free agent to be?
Free agent to be, and he would be relatively cheap. Tyler Algier.
Yeah,
Runs in
Algier's-
tandem with Bijan Robinson in Atlanta. He's effective around the goal line. He's a good player.
he's a more of a load back.
And he's not a break the bank type of player. And again, in my opinion, superior to every running back that you have.
And
presently.
he's perfect for them, although that team sucks.
Right.
But he's perfect for them because they have their guy.
Yes.
And he's a good, especially in the red zone.
He can spell Bijan when he
him,
needs it. Yeah.
And if you need to give him the ball inside the 10, he's a good back. to
There's
give
some
it
intriguing names in the RB market this offseason.
Don't you agree though? Linebacker, a higher priority. Pass rusher, higher priority. Secondary help, higher priority. Receiver, higher priority.
That may be the case, but for me,
Probably even tight end.
scoring and being dynamic on offense is always a higher priority than all of those defensive things you just mentioned.
I agree with that. I think we could score with these guys, though. The
I
reason why we
think-
haven't scored is because our quarterback receiver's been out.
I'm going to
think
guess
you can-
one of those pieces that you keep mentioning is not going to be on this team next year. I don't know which one it is. I don't know if it's McNichols. I don't know if
might
it's,
not be Bill. It might be Bill.
It could be Bill. I mean,
I would actually have less of an issue if it was Bill. We
one
moved
of
on
those
from.
pieces is not going to be in that room next year. And I don't know
Okay.
which one it is.
Cakes, you would really say your asset allocation. You would really take that money to spend on running back more so than
No,
the,
no, I'm
the
not saying-
abortion of linebacker
I'm not
play.
saying break the bank on a running back, but they do need to, in my opinion, need to upgrade at running back.
Right, but it's just like the 19th priority. Like their priorities are to stop somebody. They gotta
Yeah,
stop
I'm not
somebody.
saying it's their number one
Yeah.
priority, but they got to get somebody else.
Cakes, you would on your checklist you have running back higher than defensive back depth or pass rush or
I don't know
or
how he could.
linebacker.
He says he doesn't, but
I'm pondering over here.
Well, he just said he'd rather
currently
I
right
always,
now.
I always stress offense over defense.
I know you.
this.
I know you do.
Currently,
I'd
right
be a
now, we're
flawed
third in
GM.
the NFL with these bums in rushing because it's inextricably linked with the quarterback, and we have mobile quarterbacks. I don't know how much better you want to be. I mean, we don't have a home run hitter. You're right. We don't have a Gibbs. We don't have a Derrick Henry. We don't have a Bijan. There's no doubt we don't. But they're decent. They're decent.
They're decent.
Way worse in other positions.
Take out the quarterback rushing, and where do those?
But their
where do those guys
quarterbacks,
rank? I
their
wanna see that
quarterbacks,
number.
their quarterbacks
Well, but
combined
that's-
are their number one running back.
Right.
Yes.
They are.
But that's how I think it's going to be with this offense.
Okay. Well,
I think you might want to
not
get
be great.
Jaden to run a little bit less. Like Mariota, they'll run him 10 times. They don't care.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let him run.
Sure.
I think next year you want Jaden in the 6 to 8 rushes versus the 10 rushes.
I agree with that.
I wouldn't even say running back is a priority over tight end.
I agree with it. That's what I said. I think middle linebacker, pass rusher, secondary, wide receiver, tight end, all greater.
If
In
you're-
no particular
I would,
order.
I would
You
even
guys
say
are
I
good
would even
with-
say backup. I would even say backup defensive line is probably at this point
You guys are
higher a priority
You
than
guys
running
are
back.
okay with mediocre running backs.
I'm
filling up
okay
your room.
with third in the league in rushing. That's
Okay,
right.
But how much of that is quarterback driven?
A lot of it, but that's how it's going to
Yeah.
be. But that's how it's going to be.
Kicks, you're
But
the
it-
first.
but
You're the
it
first
can-
one to say.
But it can be better. You don't want better? I want better.
I would want better.
No, I know, but it's not a
It's-
priority. But I want to be better than everything. I want a bigger Johnson. I mean, not everything's possible.
All right, it might not be a priority if you're listing them 1 to 10. It might not be top 5, but it's something they're going to
Yeah, it's something.
address.
Dude, their
They are,
leading
maybe.
running back has 518 yards. You can do a lot better than that to have a workhorse, and it might help your quarterback.
If you can get one, if you can find one, just make sure you
they're not
address
gonna-
all the other things.
They're not going to wave a
before you
magic
do it.
wand and Devon Achane shows up. I understand that. I'm living in the real world. But you can do better than a combo of Bill, McNichols, and
C-Rod.
As you
Chris
say-
Rodriguez,
as you
who's
say-
been cut and elevated numerous times by this team.
As you say, most teams go with a committee.
Right. I
And
think
we're
this committee
in that
can be better.
We're in that. This committee's third.
I think this committee it could be better.
I'm not sure it could be.
The committee.
I mean, if Barry Sanders fell out of the
they're third
ceiling.
with the run, the quarterback
quarterbacks.
rush.
I know, but Kicks, you're the first person to say you can't take away a quarterback's rushing.
I'm not saying to take it away.
Yeah, you are
I'm just
in the
saying you
argument.
could be a better room.
These
if your
running backs are just
better.
average at best. They just are. I'm sorry. They're just,
I think
and
I'm
none of
with
them
you.
are really good at receiving them. You got to get a better receiving running back. You got to get. And don't tell me McNichols is your guy. Look at McNichols barely touches the ball.
Right. If
Yeah, I
he was
think they should play
that
him
much
more,
better, he'd
probably.
be more featured.
I mean,
I
McNichols.
think-
Let's look at McNichols' game
He's got
log.
17 catches.
They've played freaking 12 games.
They just don't
He
play
gets
him
one
that
a
much.
game.
Yeah.
I'm
They should
sorry,
play him more.
McNichols is nice
You
guy.
guys are okay with the status
He
quo.
ain't
We
that
want
good.
better.
I
We
just
just
think there
want
are other
better.
needs that
What
are
do you mean?
way
I said I
I'm
would
not
sign
disagreeing
somebody.
with you there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I think they need to
I just
address
think
the
it's like
room.
the seventh need.
Okay, that might be true.
All right, when we come back, we'll go around the NFL with the Junkies Blitz. It's a Monday. We'll do overreaction or reality. That's next here on The Fan.
Hey, Commanders fans, want to make every drive a winning one? With the AAA Commanders MVP membership, you'll get trusted AAA roadside assistance. Score Commanders gear with 15% off the online pro shop, ticket giveaways, and exclusive team experiences. Whether it's game day or a weekend getaway, AAA keeps Commanders fans covered at home or on the road. Upgrade your current membership or join the team today at AAA.com/Commanders and drive like an MVP every day.
Welcome back. Junkies come to you live on 106.7 The Fan. Time now for the Junkies Blitz. Brought to you by Offenbachers. Football season's here and cooler nights are calling. Score big with a hot tub and fire pit, warmth, comfort, and the perfect game day vibe. Let Offenbachers help you upgrade your backyard today. And don't forget, Offenbachers now offers indoor and outdoor saunas. All right. It's a Monday. Let's do a little overreaction or reality based on what we saw over the weekend, really starting on Thanksgiving. And I'll start with this: overreaction or reality. The team which is playing the best football in the NFC right now is the Dallas Cowboys.
No, I'd still say there's a couple other teams that I'd put up there. I mean, I know the Rams lost a tough one yesterday on the road, going coast to coast, but I mean, they're still 9-3. Dallas has won 3 straight, though. They certainly have stepped it up, and they're getting a little bit better defensively too.
Obviously, the Rams have a better record. The Bears have a better record. You've got the Packers. I mean, everybody's got better records, really.
Seahawks are playing really good.
Maybe they're better. Maybe they're playing
Yeah, I
better
think it's
right
an
now.
overreaction.
I mean, the Niners are playing well.
I don't think you want to play Dallas if Dallas gets into the playoffs.
I don't want to play them at home at Dallas. No.
You look at their last 3 wins. All right, toss out the Raiders, but you just beat the Eagles and the Chiefs.
Yeah. Those are good wins.
And their defense, we're talking about Washington's defense being better. Their defense is clearly better since they made the trade for Quentin Williams.
Yeah, they're getting
They
better.
got some guys back.
The Niners have won 3 in a row.
Yeah, Niners.
I think there's probably 3 or 4 other teams that are playing at least as well, if not better, right now. Forget about record.
And if Dallas can get past a big hurdle at the Lions this Thursday night, then they get to host the Vikings and the Chargers in back-to-back weeks. Like their schedule's set up pretty nicely, but the Lions going to be a
But
huge
Dallas
test.
is making the NFC East quite interesting.
Yes.
All right, so you're saying that's an overreaction. Overreaction to reality. Bryce Young's the long-term answer in Carolina.
I think that's an overreaction.
Yeah, I think it's an overreaction.
He's not consistent enough. He's had a few spike games where he looks decent.
It's coming on.
And then he'll have just a mind-numbing game where he throws for like 105 yards and 2 picks.
I mean,
he's too tiny. He can't be my guy going forward. If I'm Dave Canales and I want to win there, I'm going to start looking for other options at quarterback. And I know that sucks because he was the number 1 overall pick, but Canales didn't pick him 1 overall, so I don't know if he's sold on him. Overreaction.
18 touchdowns, 9 picks.
Yeah, but he was terrible a couple of weeks ago against the Niners. I can't remember what other game he was bad against.
Yeah, but around that, he had 2 good games.
New Orleans, bad. They lose 17-7 to New Orleans.
Yeah, but against Atlanta, he threw for 448 yards with the 3 touchdowns.
Yeah.
He had the dud against San Francisco. And then yesterday, only 206 yards, but another 3 touchdowns with no picks.
Yesterday was his best game.
If you can hide him with a really strong
Considering
running
who they
game,
beat.
you might be able to be like a 500 team, in my opinion.
2 of his last 3 games have been pretty good. All right, overreaction or reality. In the AFC South, the Texans are the team to beat. Right now, the Jags atop the division by tiebreaker with the Colts. They're both 8-4. Texans are 7-5, but they've won 4 in a row.
Yeah. Stroud, I mean, he was out with the concussion, so he was out for 3 weeks. Nico Collins starting to put up some numbers. Their defense is they get
Their
after
defense
you.
is nasty.
Yeah. Their defense is good. I'm going to say that's reality.
I'm going to say it's a little bit of an overreaction. For some reason, I still think the Jags are the better team of those 2 teams. Colts have been slipping a bit of late. That defense is tough. I'm going to say slight overreaction.
They have the better defense of those teams.
All right, overreaction to reality. Treylon Burks had the best catch in the NFL yesterday. Competition is Puka's catch, where he went up. I think he went up with his right hand. I might be wrong, but one-hander in traffic. And then you had Brock Bowers had an absurd one-handed left.
I mean, they were all great. I mean,
I think it's hard to be better.
I mean,
than
yeah,
what Burks
it
had.
was a great catch. Yeah. But Puka's was ridiculous. Guy all over him.
Yeah.
And he pivoted his arm, like he twisted his arm to get it. It was, but Burks's was crazy too.
And Puka was still able to get up and get like 3 or 4 more yards.
Right.
What's your best 1-2 wide receiver punch in the NFL right now? Would it be Devontae and Puka, CeeDee Lamb and Pickens? I guess you could go Jamar Chase with Higgins.
You'd have to tell me the stats.
Maybe the Rams and the Cowboys.
I would say Puka.
Devontae Adams.
When Puka's healthy, he's unstoppable.
Plus, Devontae Adams is the premier red zone threat in the league right now.
But CD and Pickens are ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean that's a great tandem as well.
Is Pickens in his contract year?
Yes, he's gonna make so much coin this offseason.
Yeah, he is.
Another guy that's lower down the list, Alec Pierce from the Colts, who
He's gonna
JP
get
loves to
paid.
root for. He's going to get paid too. He's become a big part of their passing game.
Overreaction or reality, the Steelers should move on from Mike Tomlin. There were fire Tomlin chants.
I'll tell you what, I know a lot of Steelers fans, and they all believe that.
Do you know? It's shocking. You guys know this, I'm sure. But how long has he been there? 18 years.
Yeah.
I think he's got 4 playoff wins.
That's it.
I think I saw that number. 4 playoff wins.
Well, look, they're just in another.
He has to have more than that, right?
No,
They-
I see 8 and 11.
Yeah.
He's
Okay,
8 and 11.
I saw that.
Because they've won the Super Bowl under him. That would be
That's at least
3 or
3.
4 right there. Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
That might be. It's a mediocre, but still has 19 playoff appearances.
Maybe
it's pretty solid.
Maybe it's 4 in the last 7 years
Yeah.
or something. I don't know.
So do you think that's overreaction or reality?
I think it's reality.
He's a good coach.
I'll tell you what, they're going to be in a group of teams, call it 7, 8, 10, that are going to be looking for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Because Aaron Rodgers isn't going to be their guy next year.
Yeah, they need. That's a team that needs to get younger at quarterback. Duh. I mean, he's 42. He's going to turn 42, I think, this week.
But there's a lot of, I know a lot of, well, not a lot of, a handful of Steelers fans, they all believe that they should move on.
Right.
Well, because when's the last time they won a playoff game
I'd
with
have to
Mike
go-
Tomlin?
I'd
See,
have to go
that's
back and look.
he's got 8 playoff wins. He has a Super Bowl.
You got it
and
right in front of you.
he doesn't have a losing record, but it's been a while. It all comes down to quarterback. They haven't been able to replace Big Ben. They haven't been able to replace Ben Roethlisberger, and that's been a while now.
2016 was his last playoff win.
There you go.
Yeah.
I mean, it's coming up on 10 years.
It might be reality. Just
It's a
change
long
the scenery.
drought. Yeah.
The problem is you might not find better than Mike Tomlin.
You probably
whoever's
won't.
going to replace him.
And there'll probably be a dozen teams lining up to hire him if he gets let go.
Remember, coming up at 9 o'clock, Chris Russell will join us for a colleague check-in. But next, we'll hear from ESPN.com's Commanders insider John Keim here on the Junkies. What's up, dogs? I've been telling you about Metropolitan Moving and Storage for a long time. I've used them on multiple moves. They are the official, unofficial moving and storage company of 106.7 The Fan. They moved almost everybody here, from me to Grant Paulson to CK, many more. Why? Because they're an industry leader and the preferred moving company for savvy real estate agents, DC's prominent move management companies, and residential and commercial clients looking for the best service and results. They've been doing it for 3 decades in this area. Whether you're moving locally or long distance, Metropolitan Moving and Storage, that should be your choice. Hit up my guy Justin at Metropolitan Moving and Storage. You call 301-279-0090. All right? They can help you stage your home, pack your boxes. They'll build custom crates if you need it for a chandelier or something. They'll even send a moving consultant to your home or office to discuss your move, to provide a free on-site estimate. So take it from me. Hit up my guy Justin, 301-279-0090. That's 301-279-0090. Or check him out online at dcmetropolitanmoving.com. That's dcmetropolitanmoving.com.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Despite an impressive effort from Washington, Sunday Night Football ended with a last-gasp defensive stand by Nick Bonitto and the Broncos taking a victory 27-26 in overtime. Bo Nix had a fourth quarter to forget, breaking a trend of late-game magic until, of course, he rediscovered that crunch time flair in overtime. Marcus Mariota matched or maybe even exceeded Nix's playmaking with his own finish, driving Washington all the way into the end zone in the final minutes of the extra frame, only to have Bonitto deflect his pass to a wide-open Jeremy McNichols on what would have been a game-winning two-point attempt. Capitals also in action yesterday thanks to Tom Wilson and his 2 goals and an assist. Caps beat the Islanders 4-1. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Welcome back. Chucky's coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV, 910 The Fan, 105.1 FM in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're brought to you by Crop Metcalf. They're the official heating and cooling company of the Junkies. Still a lot to get into on the show. We'll touch on the Lane Kiffin situation a little bit later.
Oh, it's riveting.
We
I'm
got
a
to play
Lane Kiffin fan for the record.
We got to play
You must not be an Ole Miss fan.
Got to play some audio of Rodney Harrison embarrassing himself on national television
last night.
Yeah, it was
maybe he was drunk. I don't know. We'll play the audio and you can make your
Some
determination.
people were suggesting it was like a stroke.
I watched a little bit of that. I didn't see that though.
So we'll get into that. But join us right now to talk some more Commanders is John Keim, ESPN.com's Commanders Insider. Hey, John.
What up, guys?
So
Hey, JK.
should fans be encouraged by what they saw last night?
I think we saw the team that we expected more likely to see this season. You know, like that Denver's a good team. It's a very good defense, and yet that offense was able to move the ball consistently all night, and they were able to make plays in the pass game all night. And so I think like that's more what you expected. Now the defense, they're still missing things, obviously, but I think it's more. So I think you. It's funny because like I think we're now at the point of the season. Like, oh my gosh, they almost won. You know, that's such a change. But you know, after those 4 weeks of just brutal losses, I think you can be encouraged by at least again a reminder that hey, when your best receiver is out there, things might look a little different, right?
Yeah,
and when you have a more healthier complement of receivers, it looks different. And I think you know you can't ignore that. And so I think that's the thing you can look at. Okay, the offense is there.
It's a game changer having Terry back, right? You're competitive. You have a chance to win the game. And it's a good reminder for folks, especially in this area, man. I mean, fact is, look, 50% of the fans, you know, by the polls that we've done, or whatever, they kind of turned on him a little bit through the whole holdout and injury thing. And it's a good reminder, hey, at the end of the day, this is why they did give him what they gave him at his age. And that, you know, this is kind of an outlier, him being hurt like this, because when he's out there, he gives you a great chance to win. And not having him and Jaden, you know, it's just been catastrophic to go with all the other injuries that have been, you know, hugely
one of those years.
negative. It's just been one of those terrible, terrible years. But that's why kind of, John, we need Jaden when he gets healthy to come back and remind us of why we miss him too.
I agree. And, you know, to your point, like teams that miss their starting quarterback and top receiver might struggle a little bit.
Yeah, right.
I mean, it's just, you can't, again, it's not an excuse. It's a reality. Like go look at that. But I agree with you. I think it's among the reasons why I think Jaden Daniels he will come back when he's cleared, right? But I think it's important why he should come back. And it's part of it is okay, get back out there. First of all, for him, you know, you don't want to go like 10 months without him taking a snap in the game.
Right.
You know, like that's just a lot, especially if he's healthy. How that would sit in the locker room if he was healthy and didn't play. Like, you know, what I mean? Like things like that. But from an on-field perspective, yes, you want to see what it looks like. You want to remind people what it looks like and get that going. At least say like, okay, this part is fine. There's other holes on this team that everybody knows needs to get addressed. They need some more athleticism up front on D, that kind of stuff. We all know that. But like, at least you can say like, there's still some parts that you'd want on offense, but it's more tinkering and maybe adding, a key piece here or there, but like not as much as what you need on D. But it's just to get that rhythm going again, see what it would have looked like, and then get to the off season.
John, did Cliff Kingsbury show the rest of the league a blueprint on how to slow down the Broncos pass rush last night? I thought they did a really good job of keeping that pressure off of Mariota throughout the game.
They did, and they did it in a variety. First of all, they stuck with the run. So I think any success that you have against that team has to begin with being able to run the ball, because you can at least keep them off balance a little bit. And when the score remains close, you can stick with the run game. And that was the key. But, there's some moving in the pocket. There's just, the tempo that they use. Like, all of it was a good. Now, whether or not like other teams can go do that, we'll see. And I think Marcus, did when at times when, and it wasn't even like, it's funny because when he had to scramble, it seemed like, and that, this is just, without rewatching it, but like it seemed like when he had to scramble, it was usually came after he had a few seconds to throw. It wasn't like it was instant pressure, outside of that last one. But so yeah, I mean, you possibly could have, but the question is like, I mean, listen, other teams have really good offensive talent that they'll face, so there's no reason not to. But I always say this too, like when I watched Kansas City before this game, part of what my thought was, okay, like what they showed in that game, and it wasn't like they're moving up and down the field in the game, but it was get the 4 yards, stay ahead of the sticks, get 4 yards on a quick throw. Just, you know what I mean? Like things like that, like be content with that profit, and then you can attack later, which is what they did.
What do you expect, or when do you expect the announcement on Jayden this week?
Well, we'll hear today that there'll be an update on Wednesday, and then we'll know more on Friday. So that's, but until he's cleared for contact, like if we find out today he's cleared for contact, there you go. Right. I don't know that we'll find that out today. I think, then we'll know more on Wednesday, because we'll know, is he limited or full in practice? And it's not like quarterbacks are contacted in practice, but you're not going to have him go full until he is.
Right.
So like, I think we'll know more at that point, for sure. And it's certainly, there's a definite chance that he plays this weekend. I know that this was the game that I initially heard, like a week or two ago, but you don't know yet. So for sure. And again, until he's cleared for contact, we won't know, but that'll be the key.
John, this is the second week in a row where the defense has played better. I mean, it's certainly not a world beater, but, they're competent. They give you a chance to win. As far as I'm concerned, they made 6 stops, right? 4 punts and 2 field goals. That's pretty good. Gave you a chance to win the game. What are you seeing differently beyond the obvious, like more zone coverages, that kind of thing? People just seem more comfortable in their roles.
They do. And there's a couple things. Miami and Denver aren't as good an offense as some of these other teams. So like, and I not to like take anything away, but I think that's a legit thing, right? But having said that, even in their assignments, they're just more sound and disciplined. Yeah. So, and some of that I do believe comes from, whether it's paring down more, eliminating certain, maybe certain rules from a defense, right? Like certain rules from a coverage, like instead of like, okay, on this play, if you get this look, it's either this or this, it's like on this look, it's this. So, maybe it leads to a play, but not a busted play with a huge gain. Do you know what I mean? So I think there's like eliminating some of that, I think has helped more. I know against Miami, a lot more zone, and last night looked like more zone. Of course, some of that could be you lost 2 corners that you like to play press man with Amos and Lattimore. But the bottom line is they've been more sound. And then the hard part is they still aren't able to generate a lot of pressure up front. And that's just, I don't think that's going to change a whole lot, because you need, the dudes who can really bring it. And they've had, Dorrance Armstrong still leads them in sacks. So, but you can, like, there were a couple of times where they were able to create some pressure with a lot more movement up front, with, Frankie going around the end one time and cutting back and getting a sack and, things like that. So But I do think in the back end, I think like eliminating some of that has helped the communication because it's just, I don't know, simplified it, but pared down. It seems to be the word. But and I know, like in talking to Quinn before the Dolphins game, his big thing was like, hey, they would go over all these plays, right, and go over it and over and over until they got it right. And if they weren't getting it right, it's like then that's out of the playbook. So you know what I mean? Take some out that they're not comfortable with or it's not working.
John Kime from ESPN joins us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We were debating the running game and the running backs and whether they need to go out and get a number one guy via the draft or in the offseason. But I wanted to ask you about Bill specifically. At one point in the season, it seemed like he was the number one back, right? He runs for over 100 yards against the Chargers. They give him 17 carries against the Chicago Bears. And since then, he's dropped off precipitously, and yesterday had just 4 carries. What has been the reason why he's not getting the carries anymore?
That's a good question. I think part of it too is the emergence of Rodriguez, or at least like going to him more and him being very productive. So I think that's a definite part of it, and he's been consistent with it too, right? And usually when you're not, usually with running backs, like if you're are you hitting your tracks? Are you running the way you're hitting your path, right? Like things like that always add up. And whether that's his case or not, I can't necessarily say that, but I do know Rodriguez has been very consistent and he's getting yards and, he's getting, good yards after contact as well. And I know like with Bill, like early in the year, I think there was a little bit more concern about like maybe durability. But that doesn't explain it all because you can still play him a little bit more and give him a little bit more work. But and then the pass game always plays a factor in that. But he's improving there. I know you watch him do a lot of stuff with him on the side throughout the year, just kind of working on that aspect of it. And this is a guy, like I said, like before, like he didn't play last year, and he didn't play at a high level before. So I think there is a definite adjustment. I think there's obviously still something there with him because he does provide some energy and, he's got, like, you see the good vision, patience and all that. But I do, like I said, I think with Rodriguez though, I was wondering earlier, like, why isn't Rodriguez getting a little bit more? Because when he would go in, like he had a really good summer and, then nothing. And, then he'd go in there and do fine, like in a few carries and then not much. So like that to me was a surprise as well.
So what were the guys like afterwards, like sort of the mood of them all? Because they did play better, but they lost. They've now cemented a guaranteed losing season. Now really playing for pride, really, at this point. It's been that way for a while, but I mean, it's kind of cemented yesterday. Did you, I felt like DQ was kind of resigned the last few weeks. I personally didn't hear him yesterday. What was he like?
I think resigned is a good word. And I think after a while you become numb to certain things. I think there was definitely an element of, and maybe it's part of the questions being asked too, like, because again, like we were talking, hey, the bar has been set low over the last 6 weeks or so. So when you come close to going over it, it's like, oh my gosh, what was better? And I think there was at least, like with McLaurin back, a lot of the questions were like how he felt coming back and the impact of him coming back to others, right? And so, Trey Burks, like his catch, like it was a little bit of a different feeling after a 7 straight loss, where I think there was still, for at least on the offensive side, an element of, hey, this is what could have been, So it was a little bit different than after like the Dolphins loss, which was a real gut punch. I mean, both were, but I think that one especially is just like, I think that one stung them quite a bit. So yeah, it wasn't, I mean, nobody's ever upbeat and thrilled after a loss. But like, there were things that you could say like, okay, that looked good. That looked like the team that they expected to be this year.
JK, was Tavita Pritchard there last night?
Yes. That was his last game.
Oh, it's his last game. Okay.
Yeah, headed off to Stanford. He'll be. I believe there's a press conference there today. So
I was going to say, the early signing periods this week. He's got to get over there.
Yeah.
Who takes over as QB coach?
David Blau is the natural choice.
Oh, Blau, okay.
He's been the assistant QB coach, very highly thought of, very good rapport with Jaden. I mean, those two love talking trash to one another, love competing against one another. Like they're, and not that necessarily is like, oh, that means he's going to be a great coach, but it's about the rapport they have. Like, you know what I mean? And that is a good rapport. And I think that's important with any quarterback, that you have that. And so like that exists. And Tavita, he and Cliff and Jaden would do those early morning walkthroughs when he's healthy and playing, do those early morning walkthroughs 3 days a week. But Blau is the one that like does a lot of stuff with him as well.
Right,
he wasn't part of that yet, but would be now. But so that's the natural succession. And he's the guy that, Kingsbury brought him here because he really liked him when he coached him, felt he was really smart and would be a good coach. So I think it's, the natural elevation is that. And the other part too is you don't want to lose him. And I think he's a guy that there were some nibbles last off season. I think if Cliff went somewhere else, I could see him wanting to bring him. I don't know that it would, but you know what I mean? So I think this kind of big, there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense to elevate him.
Hey, if you had to guess, and this is a guess for all of us, will Bobby Wagner be back next year for the Commanders?
If I had to guess, I wouldn't think so. I don't know how much he wants to keep playing. He's graduating from Howard soon with an MBA. So I don't, he's got a lot of designs on post football. I don't know what his desire is. And I think I could, I think from their end, like you have a guy in Jordan McGee that you feel can play that spot. And if they still feel that way, then it just makes sense to go younger there. And you know what I mean? So that's would be my guess, but.
Well, hopefully, even though the season's done, we'll see Jaden on Sunday against the Vikings.
Listen, man, it makes it more fun. It makes the games more fun to watch.
Right.
I mean,
certainly,
if you're seeing this kind of
Terry
offense,
too, though. Terry
too.
too. Man, he makes a difference.
For sure. And then I always bring up and maybe Noah Brown's back, and I know what people like. We've heard that before, and so I agree. But hey, listen, if it's Terry Debo and Trey Burks, Burks is a guy that could factor here next year too. So let's see it.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a great catch.
Totally.
All right, JK.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks,
Appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on. I know. What time did you get home yesterday? About 5?
Well, I stay in a hotel after those games, so I'm I'm somewhere in Tyson's. I would have gotten home about 4:30 or 4:45.
Right.
So.
Oh my God.
Thanks for calling us.
All right. Enjoy, buddy. All right, pal. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's John Keim. He joined us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV.
JK lives west of me.
Yeah. Where does he live? What's the name of his town again?
I think
he always talks about it.
I think he's in Round Hill.
I thought you used to always say I live. You used to make
Berryville.
Berryville. Isn't that where he lives?
I don't think so, but maybe. But
he was in that area.
He's west of me. He's like Western Loudon.
Yeah.
So to get from the stadium to Western Loudon,
right?
Even at when there's no one on the Beltway, still takes a while.
Right.
So it's kind of crazy.
Well, he'll get to rest earlier this season because there's no postseason.
Yeah.
No, definitely no postseason. Guaranteed a losing season. I kept trying to wrap my brain around some way to avoid that. There's no way of avoiding that. We're having a losing record this year.
Yes.
Yeah, it sucks.
That is true.
When we come back, let's get into the effort level. Most people thought they played harder last night. What did you see and why? 1-800-636-1067. We're the Junkies. Be right back. Welcome back. Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan and the Team 980 here in the DMV on another Misery Monday presented by Chinika Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. And this team has been losing for basically 2 months, 7 games in a row, right? But for a solid month, they were getting bludgeoned. Lions, Seattle Seahawks, Cowboys, Chiefs. These games weren't close. The last 2 against the Dolphins, and then last night in overtime, you have closer games. And it does seem like they are playing harder. Do you agree with that? 1-800-636-1067. And why would that be?
I might argue they're not playing teams that are as offensively talented as the Seahawks and the Lions and some of those earlier opponents.
And the way they lost to the Dolphins, I'm sure you guys talked about it ad nauseum, but that was kind of a bad loss because they had so many opportunities.
Kind of a bad loss.
Yeah. I'm just saying.
Bad.
So I don't know
loss.
if you can say they played harder in that game when they made so many dumb mistakes.
I've never really
That was
come
a bad
in
loss
here
against the
and
Dolphins.
thought complete lack of effort. I just thought not good.
Just
and
outclassed.
outcoached, outclassed. And I've never come in here and just thought, man, but just quit.
But I would say last night was different because of they're playing, not playing the Dolphins who aren't going to the playoffs. They're playing the number 1 seed in AFC and had a chance to win the game if they get a completion there in the red zone. So I would say last night I saw it, certainly defensively.
And the games have they've been more palatable to watch. Like the Seahawks game, unless you have like fantasy implications, if you're a Commanders fan, you're ready to turn that game off because you just know that they can't compete with this team. They can't slow down Sam Darnold. That offense is too good against this current iteration of the Commanders defense. Like last night, at least you were able to stick through it and be like, okay, they're competing with one of the better teams.
And also
in
they
the
got
AFC.
some guys back because they got McLaurin back.
Right.
And they got Will Harris back.
Right.
They were off of a 2-week bye. All right. So they didn't play last week. So they were rested. So maybe that had a lot to do with it.
I think they're tackling better.
Okay.
Like how many games? Effort's very hard to quantify. So, you mentioned some of those games. I thought the Chiefs game, they had a good half. And then the second half, the Chiefs ran
Just
over.
outclassed.
The Cowboys, they couldn't stop the Cowboys offense. The Lions I don't think the Lions punted once.
I think,
like you were talking about.
I think it's a combo. It's a talent issue and a scheme issue.
Yeah.
I never thought, man, they just quit. They laid down. I never have thought that. I just thought.
Haven't
we're
really
terrible.
thought that, although defensively in a couple of those games, you kind of wondered about the tackling. And the tackling has been better, but I don't know if it's just bad effort or bad players. I mostly think it's bad players.
I think that's generally what it's been. Lack of talent. And, honestly, just DQ's a better coordinator than Joe Witt.
It's almost unfair, though, because Dan Quinn he took over when they faced subpar offenses.
Hey,
like you wonder
them's the breaks
if Dan Quinn faced the Lions, who rolled up over 500 yards against them,
probably are going to score in the mid-40s, whether Dan Quinn's coordinator or not.
But maybe they make a stop or two.
Whatever tweaks Dan Quinn was going to make, he wasn't going to slow down that Seahawks offense when they came to Northwest Stadium. I'm sorry, he just doesn't have the personnel to match up with guys like JSN, and Darnold was just locked in that day.
I just think he
couldn't miss.
I think DQ's worth a punt or two. Overall, I think he's worth a punt or two.
You might be right.
And that's good. We need it. We're not.
And they're not going to face. And they're not going to face an explosive offense
next week.
No.
Especially if Brosmer's out there.
Has anybody seen Joe Witt? Has he been shown on any of the broadcasts?
They didn't show him last night, unless I missed it.
He might as well be like taking a month-long sabbatical somewhere because I haven't seen the guy.
I don't think about it, though.
He's going to be doing that in a few weeks.
Usually that is like a go-to during a broadcast where they'll show a booth.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Did they show either of the booths yesterday?
Yes.
Can't remember.
For Denver, I thought.
They showed the coaching.
I don't remember because they would show Peyton in his play sheet all the time.
I mean, they showed the owners. I don't know if they showed.
I don't remember them showing Booth at all.
They showed Jaden.
They showed Jaden.
Peyton's play sheet definitely looks like a menu from a restaurant. It's so many words.
Yeah.
And it's both sides. It's laminated. It's fancy.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was a strange question from you, to be honest with you, because I've never particularly questioned the effort. I just thought we're not that good. We've been hurt, and coaching's had an impact on this team too.
Let me ask you a different
if you're
question.
down 28-0 in a game, maybe you kind of step back a little bit and you don't give as much as you would if it was
You might make
tied.
a business decision
But
here and there.
I've
but
really
they
seen
also
a lot of that.
But
Yeah.
also when you're playing much better teams, it's hard to kind of.
I mean, maybe the
Kinda
sense
see
of
it.
penalties, like some of those
Yeah.
games where we were riddled with penalties, you get particularly frustrated, especially like false starts. Those are so annoying. And Zach Ertz has annoyed me with that a couple times.
Zach Ertz just annoys me when he's a half yard from the first down marker. It's hard to criticize him in yesterday's game because he did have 10 catches.
He played well yesterday.
But there was that third down where he finished 1 yard short, and then they had to go for it on
Were they
fourth
under
down.
center more yesterday? It seemed like they were a little bit, huh? I noticed a few times. It's not something that I look for every week, though. And I've just been looking at it now because JP's been harping on it. So I kind of noticed it a few times that they did it.
I know Bo Nix was under center a fair amount.
Yeah.
I didn't notice Marcus being under center that often.
I noticed a few times. I just don't particularly look for it.
1-800-636-1067. Did any of you have a problem with them going for two for the win?
No, they had to.
No.
They had to.
It's a lost
It's a
season.
no-brainer.
Yeah.
Absolute no-brainer. So by far their best chance to win.
And Quinn's a go for it guy by nature. So I
would've
expected
been-
him to do
I
that.
just
It
didn't
would have
like.
been cowardly to not go for it. And I'm not typically in that camp always, but that was just such a no-brainer.
Who was he throwing to? They said he was wide
He was
open.
wide open.
Who was it?
The running back, I think.
Oh, was
He
it?
was wide open.
Well, when you take
And then Benito
20
just
steps back from the line of scrimmage, it's tough to
That's
complete.
a tough completion.
It's tough to
Look, he
complete
was
that
under
pass.
duress, but he could have
Yeah.
done it.
We were talking about whether you're encouraged or not. 1-800-636-1067. Nikki Javala from The Athletic had some stats from Next Gen Stats. Washington held the Broncos to a 17.9% pressure rate, which is the Broncos' lowest since week 3 of 2023. Tunsil allowed just 2 pressures to Nick Benito on 28 matchups. Now, on that last play with Benito deflected the pass, Tunsil had to slide over because there was a linebacker blitzing. So he had a choice to make.
Right.
He took the inside guy. Benito went on the outside. So I don't know how they score that, but 2 pressures on 28 matchups. Connerly, now he had a hold, but 0 pressures to Jonathan Cooper in 26 matchups. And Cosme just 1 pressure on 55 pass blocks.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
offensive
on the
line was
whole,
they were a bright spot.
They did a decent
I
job.
mean, if you hold the Broncos to 2 sacks in a game in 2025, you're doing something right.
Mhm.
And Kingsbury definitely schemed it
And
up
he d- and he
so
d-
that they would be getting that ball out quickly.
Yeah, Marcus is good at that. I'll give him that. Getting rid of the ball. Where he gets in trouble is when there is a little bit of pressure,
Pressure, yeah.
and then
He kinda
you
panics a little
never
bit.
know what he's going to do.
Yeah.
You never know. I'd rather him just tuck it and run because he's darn good at that.
Mhm.
Like he's
Use the wheels, man.
he's
You've
really
got
good.
him.
He's really good at it.
They had a couple design plays for him,
Yeah.
design
Mhm.
runs.
Mhm.
Do you think he'll stick around or go for a starting job? Because there are some teams, like we're talking about the Vikings, who they play next.
Mhm.
There's got to be some teams that could use a Marcus Mariota over the direct that they put out there on the field.
There might be a handful that would be willing to use him as a starter.
Now,
but
there's
I still
They're
think
gonna
he's
be
a
lower
backup.
tier
He's
teams.
a pretty good backup.
I
But I
think
still
he's
think
exposed himself as a backup.
I think he's a backup.
I think
yeah.
he's exposed himself as a guy that can be good in stretches.
I think
but-
teams that need quarterbacks, they're going to go into the draft and try and pluck one
I mean,
versus
is
get
Rattler
Mariota.
still starting?
no, Tyler Shuck.
No,
Is
Shuck.
Rattler hurt?
Shuck's
Is that
looking
why?
decent.
He got hurt, and then they decided to go with Shuck.
Yeah.
I think Mariota's just going to keep playing it like 1 year deal, 1 year deal. Like, why not keep doing that? Keep picking whatever is the best scenario for you. And for him right now, it's here with the Commanders, and maybe it will be again next season. I just don't think there's going to be a big market for him as a starter.
Do you think? Now I understand why they did it, but do you think that Kingsbury was a little bit offended that they took Pritchard? Apparently, he was teammates with Locke at Stanford.
Oh, they're like best friends.
Yeah, over like Cliff. Like it's kind of interesting, right? Your quarterback guy gets the job. You're the OC, and you're the hot, sexy guy. And
I think Cliff
You
has
doubt he's
higher
offended.
aspirations
Yeah, I
than
don't know if
coaching
Cliff-
at Stanford.
Yeah, I don't know if
Pretty
Cliff would
good gig,
take the
though.
Stanford game or
No?
Stanford
I
job.
think so?
mean,
No,
great gig
I-
for Pritchard.
I mean,
No.
it might have been
No?
a great gig 20 years ago. I don't know if it's a great gig in
No.
2025.
not in that
beyond.
conference.
Okay,
I think Cliff's stock has gone down. Like
that's what I'm insinuating.
I think he's going to be back next year.
Yeah, I think so too. for better or worse. I don't know if I want him back. I'm kind of.
You're over him.
I'm kind of
You're
on him.
mad on Cliff?
Yeah, I mean, just don't bring in Chip Kelly. I mean, like, I think there are a lot of guys that are okay.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of bright offensive minds.
Story that I saw was that Chip Kelly was never allowed to run his offense.
Is that true? They handcuffed him?
That he was strapped to
Whose offense is he running?
Pete Carroll's.
Well,
That Pete Carroll wanted a heavy emphasis on running the football, and he wants to win with defense.
How's that working out for Pete Carroll?
I'm just
So
saying.
why do you hire Chip Kelly and give him $6 million a year?
Yeah.
Because you work for the Raiders and they'll
Why would
spend
you
money
want?
on whoever.
Why wouldn't you want to run the ball with Geno Smith back there?
And
He's
you-
been sacked 50
And you
times.
spent the number 6 pick on Ashton Genty.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want Geno Smith dropping back.
Well, they know that that's a disaster.
Yeah, he's not going to be
They're
there
in
next
the
year.
quarterback market this offseason, whether it's drafting
I mean,
somebody
if you
or-
look at how many times he's been sacked over the last 5 or 6 weeks, it's 5 or 6 a game.
Right. He just gets eaten alive back there.
He does.
He's flipping off the fans at Allegiant Stadium. It's just not going well. It's not gonna end well for him there.
Who's the D coordinator that he's going to bring in?
I don't know.
I don't know that he's going to.
I personally think he should do it, but I think he wants to be an overseer.
Yeah, I think he wants to be
I
the
personally
CEO
think
type.
he should be the DC because he's good at it. But I think Cakes is right. I think he's going to bring somebody in.
It's hard to know because probably 4 or 5 teams will fire their head coach, which will mean all of those staffs will be available.
Who's the best D guy? Is Jonathan Gannon a D guy?
He's a defensive guy. He'd make a hell of a defensive coordinator hire if Arizona fires him, which they probably will.
Right? Maybe a guy like him.
Your guy Greg Williams still available.
I love him.
He's coaching at, I believe,
Tennessee
State.
Tennessee State or Tech. One of the two.
It's one of those two.
Yeah.
It's not the Tennessee with the checkerboard in the end zone. I know that.
All right, let's
No,
go.
it's orange and
Not
white.
that Tennessee.
Not
That's a
that
weird
Tennessee.
name. His name is Pulpit. Been on hold for an hour. Pulpit, what's up, buddy? Hey,
Pulp.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey, good.
What's up?
Hey, you remember I told y'all about 4 weeks ago before y'all hung the phone up on me that y'all needed to run the ball more? You remember that conversation?
I mean,
Yeah, you did say that.
All right,
Hey,
so-
you're the first guy to
hold
say
on,
run the
hold
ball
on.
more.
You missed out on a Super Bowl, possibly a Super Bowl last year, because like I told B. Mitch, I said, B. Mitch, you know what? You wasn't Eric Dickerson, but you were efficient. And with that team y'all had last year, it may be even the moves that Adam Peters, because y'all been down on Adam Peters. I've been hearing y'all talk bad about Adam Peters, but Adam Peters went and got you Goldman, he got you Kinlaw to put in the middle of that defense. And so it was up to Cliff Kingsbury to say to himself, you know what? I got to run this football no matter what.
they're
people
third in
gonna
the
say.
league in rushing.
They do.
Well, it don't matter. What you have is an efficient running game. And y'all over here talking about we need to go get, y'all need to go get, because I ain't no Commanders fan. Y'all know what fan I am. I ain't gonna even say.
Oh.
I actually
Thank you,
don't.
Valdez.
I
That
actually
was-
don't know.
I
what-
mean, you know what? 1 week ban.
Yeah.
Valdez doesn't like pulpit. Oh, it's just annoying. Just get to your point.
Who was he a fan of? I can't remember.
I think he probably is a Dallas fan,
Oh,
if
yeah.
my memory
I think
serves
you're
correct.
probably right.
I have no recollection.
Yeah,
I
of
have no
Pulpit.
recollection.
I probably shouldn't know that, but I think I do know that.
All right, coming up next, we got to play the Rodney Harrison audio.
Yeah, I wanna hear
I
that.
felt bad.
Jason hasn't
it might
heard
be
it.
a poor taste. I mean, if we know he didn't have like a stroke, then sure. If
I
he
don't
just-
think he had a stroke, but we can play it.
I think he just got caught with his pants down on national TV. And he was scrambling.
It reminds me of, I remember years ago, Jason talked about Buster Olney. Remember he talked about Buster Olney one time? He was like on MLB Tonight and just froze.
Sometimes
Well,
it
see,
happens.
Was it
Jo-
Buster
The
Olney?
first time Josina Anderson
maybe.
was on live TV on ESPN,
Yeah, she was bad.
she nearly melted into the ground like the
Right.
Wicked Witch in the
That
Wizard
red
of
light
Oz.
can do it to you.
She's
So
like she's
we'll play that audio plus some interesting comments from Aaron Andrews. We'll get into that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, people. From yards to touchdowns to who will win, with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You could get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back. Another Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. We'll get back to the Commanders coming up at 9 o'clock as we do a little colleague check-in with the Rooster, Chris Russell. He'll join us at 9 o'clock. But wanted to play this on-air freeze-up by Rodney Harrison. Valdez is telling me he's convinced it's a stroke. And I feel bad maybe for bringing it up. I haven't.
That's why
I haven't seen that it was a stroke.
I'd have to see it.
I saw online people speculating that he was hammered. Now Valdez points out he did the post game. I think that sometimes people freeze on air. Let's play it, and Jason, you can make your assessment.
Best way to attack against this group tonight?
Well, I don't know about the best way, but Denver has struggled running the ball since J.K. Dobbins has been out. Washington very, very just disorganized in the run defense. I think they get their young running back score tonight and then take shots to your favorite guy, Courtland Sutton.
Yeah, I look at I forgot the club song.
Washington defense from that group. Best way to attack that group tonight, do you believe?
The best way to attack them.
What have you seen from Washington's defense?
I'm sorry. They just don't have. It's a lot of stuff going on. I'm sorry. They don't have a lot of discipline on the defensive side of the ball.
Yep. That's it. They sure don't. I want to get over.
He could have just been distracted. I don't know, not locked in. I'm not sure that was a stroke.
He definitely He's definitely stumbled.
Yeah, he's stumbling. Almost
like his balance is very off.
Could be. I mean, sometimes when people are talking in your ear, you get distracted. I don't know. Could it just be not locked in?
He may have,
I think if you have a
distracted by something that's going on.
I think if you have a stroke, you're down.
It's long. I've seen TIAs. They're quick, but they're a little bit longer than that.
And you would think that if he had a TIA, my dad had those a bunch of times. You would think that they would probably take him to a hospital, just have it checked out.
Right.
If they knew it,
And you said he was on the post game?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't think it was a stroke.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Because that didn't recognize. That wasn't like a stroke that I've seen.
I think he just got caught in a moment. Didn't have anything.
He was
to say,
distracted.
And he just like
a little bit of a
froze.
meltdown.
But it sounded like, we know that on TV it's very pre-planned, right? So it sounded like it was they're going to Tony Dungy, then Tony Dungy is going to set up the softball about Courtland Sutton. To Rodney Harrison, and he just fumbled
literally
the ball.
like all Rodney Harrison needs is one line. He just needs one quick point, and then it goes back to the host. And
I'll say this.
Wasn't ready.
And then
for
the
it,
host tried to bail him out, and he still had nothing.
Yeah,
I'll say
and
this.
if you watch it, he just kind of he did seem just like when I watched it, and I only watched it one time. I didn't like break it down like Zapruder film, right? But he did kind of like he was looking around at the crowd. It seemed like,
yeah, I think he's distracted.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think that was a stroke.
Yeah,
but I'll say this, and I don't follow those guys that much because I don't care. I've never thought Rodney Harrison was that good. Like,
I agree with you.
In all the years, and I don't pay that much attention, but I've never thought he was particularly great at his job.
They have a million
Am I surprised
people.
that Rodney Harrison stumbled? No.
I think on an NBC
not at all.
pregame broadcast, they have about 7 or 8 people.
Yeah.
Actually, when
They
they
got
did
a
the picks, they showed 9 different faces. all
too
from
much.
the Broncos.
The pregames are
Yeah,
too
because
long.
you've got McCourty, you've got Garrett, you've got
They got Collinsworth.
you got Sims, you got Collinsworth, you got what's the hot chick's name? Marie Taylor.
Yeah.
She played volleyball at Georgia. I
She's
believe.
100 feet tall.
Matthew Berry, they slid him in.
Berry.
Got a fantasy angle.
Yeah.
I respect that.
Yeah, they got a ton of guys.
Wasn't even really fantasy angle because fantasy's over. He did a betting angle.
Right.
All right, let's make a couple of these calls. Let's go to Little, our guy Little in Bowie. Little, what's up, man?
Man, thank you for taking my call, Joe. Hey,
Thank
look,
you, buddy.
I'm gonna tell you 2 coaches that take this team to another level, man.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you now, Witt is not a professional defensive coordinator. He just piggyback off what he see in the league. They don't know what the hell he's doing off the bat. Man, go get me Lovie Smith. And I done heard Mike McCarthy on his podcast saying, look, he wasn't mad. Dallas still running his offense. He ain't mad because I guess what? He's probably still getting paid under the table. That's Mike McCarthy offense Dallas running, man. Go get me Mike McCarthy, man, off the bat and bring in Lovie Smith next year, man, and get rid of all these OTs, all these old timers on the team, including Ertz. They shouldn't be coming back.
What about
And
Wagner?
they'll take this team. They'll take Wagner should be coming back.
Right.
They'll take this team to the next level and let Adam cook.
Right.
Under Mike McCarthy and Lovey Smith. Hey,
So
God
Lovey's
bless
been out
y'all.
of the league since 2022, it
He's out.
seems.
He's still a bad man when it comes to defense. Look what he did with Texas till they took the job from him. He's still a Lovey Smith, still a bad man. He still know what to do. Hey, look, my man still say that adult swim contract still on the table for y'all, man.
What is
Just
he talking
imagine
about?
people-
He wants us to be in some like.
just imagine the people
Thank
too.
you,
Just
Little. We
imagine the
appreciate the
people-
time.
Thanks,
We're just
Little. What does he want?
Can you explain it to me?
Adult Swim is like a adult cartoon,
heard of it.
like mature cartoons on like Cartoon Network. I
Yeah.
think.
All right.
And he wants like a cartoon version of the Junks.
Of the Junks? Yeah.
Right.
It's called Adult
He
Swim.
keeps stumping for it. It's something that's never going to happen.
Mm.
There was a cartoon version on Junks TV, the intro.
Yeah, it's 20 seconds long.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's go real quick. Let's go to Deacon. Deacon,
Good
what's
morning.
The calls have been a
Good
C
morning,
minus
guys.
today.
Hey,
Maybe
what's
a
up?
D.
Yeah, you know what? We might have to cut off the calls.
Well, hold
They've been
on.
pretty
Give him a chance.
Thank you, Justice, for now. You don't have to cut it off. Thank you, Justice, for giving me an opportunity. First of all, I just want to say, great game last night. Great exposition of football. However, we lost. Now let's look at the zone. When we're playing zone on defense, you can't have Bobby Wagner playing the zone. Get him a breather. Let a real dog come in there. A
You're
younger
playing
dog.
zone like 86% of the time.
They must not have a real younger dog.
Thank you, Deacon. Oh, your phone is killing me. No, you got to hang up on him.
Hold on, relax. It's okay. Everybody, it's okay.
It's just
Well,
going
they're
to
bad.
mess.
These
Okay,
bad.
we
They're
can hang
bad.
up. I know
They're bad.
it's okay, though.
They're bad.
It's okay. It's okay.
Just take a deep
We
breath.
can hang up on them, but it's okay.
Well, let's stop giving them the runway. Let's like they're
I
bad.
I couldn't predict Deacon was going to be bad.
Oh, I
Yeah.
could about 2
Why?
seconds in because his phone's
That's
like that.
I couldn't predict his phone was going to be bad.
Respect him. He's religious.
Yeah, I'm sure he's religious.
He's a deacon.
I pray to God he doesn't call back for a week.
Coming up
tip in.
next, we're going to check in with our colleague Chris Russell, the Rooster, as we talk more Commanders on a Misery Monday presented by Chinigo Miles, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. After Denver's offense couldn't put the game away in the fourth quarter, but after Washington tied it up in regulation, the Broncos had a quick scoring drive that ended with a touchdown run by rookie R.J. Harvey. The defense, they gave up a touchdown after that, but they stopped a 2-point conversion when Washington went for the win when Nick Bonito knocked down a pass that was likely going to be a score. Denver escaped with a 27-26 overtime win over the Commanders on Sunday night. And the Capitals beat the Islanders 4-1 yesterday. Tom Wilson had 2 goals and an assist. Alex Ovechkin and Alexei Protas both scored empty netters in the win. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Welcome back to a Misery Monday presented by Chinika Miles, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. We head out now to the Rude Guest Hotline. Say good morning to our pal, Chris Russell, for the colleague check-in. Of course, he's the host from 1 till 4 p.m. on the Team 980. What's up, Rooster? Hope you had a great Thanksgiving.
Roosty.
Post-Thanksgiving. How are we?
Doing great.
A little tired. Not much sleep last night.
I hear you. I haven't been getting much sleep for a different reason. I've been hacking and barking like crazy for the last week.
Got a sick rooster. Sick rooster on our hands.
Oh, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But, just trying to get on the mend, fellas. So I didn't go to the game last night. It was the first home game missed of the season. I didn't want to infect anyone else. My luck would be I would go to the locker room after a game, great, epic game like that. And then I would give everybody a cold, cough, flu, whatever I've got. And then I would be blamed for the ship sinking even further.
You would definitely be blamed.
I like the poll that you put up on your Twitter, which is WrestleMania621, but I want your vote. So he put up a poll on his personal page. What was worse, Collinsworth or Tirico pronouncing Mariota or the officials? What would you say?
I mean, I would say Collinsworth constantly.
It was more persistent. Yeah.
Yeah. It was more rubbed in your face, but the officials were worse. They were more incompetent. So I would say a little bit of both. Little from column A, column B, but if I have to choose between one or the other, I would say the officials because that had more of a direct impact
on the game.
On the game. So I would go there. But God, was it right? I haven't been able to hear all you guys show. Like it was so annoying from the start. Like both of them
didn't bother
were like
me as much as it bothered most of the audience. The audience appeared to be very, very bothered by it. I didn't care. I guess Mariota pronounced it that way himself when he did the little intros. Did anyone ask Marcus? Maybe we can find out. Maybe somebody can ask this week why he decided to make a point of suggesting that that's how his name should be said.
And no is the answer from me. I don't know if anybody even knew that because he's been here for 2 years. Not like he got here 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah.
And to my knowledge, he's never made any kind of inference or reference to that. Now, normally I'm at these games or, when they run the intros, I'm not exactly paying attention to that, but it was just something that audibly rang out to me. And I was like, wait a second, is that just Collinsworth and Tirico early on? And it seemed like Tirico kind of went back to Mariota, as the game went along.
Kind of went back and forth.
Yeah. But Collinsworth mostly stayed with the Mariota, whatever. It was annoying. Normally I'm there again. So normally I wouldn't have even heard it. But it just stood out to me a little bit. But guys, the officials were awful. I mean, look, you guys know me. I mean, I've been covering this team in some way, shape, or form for, 16 years, whatever it is. I'm never one of these people, marks, whatever, that come in and go, oh, the officials cost them the game. And I'm not saying that it ultimately cost them the game, but in a couple of key spots right? Especially on those back-to-back plays, one with the false start on Terry and then one on the intentional grounding. Man, it hurt.
Yeah.
It hurt. And a team that's already compromised has a hard time overcoming that against a team, I don't want to say as good as the Broncos, but clearly better and healthier and a better defense as the Denver Broncos. And it hurt. And yet they still went punch for punch and toe to toe. And they came up just short at the end.
Offense looked a lot better with Terry McLaurin there, and Mariota made some nice throws.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I thought they tried to stretch the field a little bit too much for my liking later in the game.
I agree.
I understand what they were trying to do, and that's what Terry allows you to do, right? But I thought they were trying to go for it a little bit too much and trying to attack Riley Moss, the other corner, opposite of Surtain. And I thought Collinsworth, by the way, did a good job of illustrating that throughout the broadcast, right? And Riley Moss did a good job on a couple, and then he got beat on a couple. And let's be honest. I mean, guys, Zach Ertz had. He had two drops, right? He had the one that should have been the touchdown that I think they got the touchdown right after. That goes through his hands, and he kind of high points it, right? And then the one that Alex Singleton, my goodness, what a story that guy is. He breaks away over the middle of the field, right? So, the Commanders could have had even more if they were able to squeeze. Oh, and one early to Jalen Lane that he wasn't able to squeeze against Riley Moss. So they could have had even more production.
Moss made a good play on that because he kind of knocked the ball out.
Yeah, but you got. Jason, here's the thing. You got. Look at Jalen Lane puts a great move on from the line of scrimmage. He gets open. It's in his hands. Yes, he's got to high point it a little bit, but you've got to squeeze that, and that's not the first time I've seen that this year.
No, he's had
specifically from him.
Yeah, I agree.
So their production could have been even better, is the overall point I was trying to blabber and make, if not for a couple of things that went wrong. So I thought overall, you can't really argue with how this team tried to attack both offensively and defensively. And I thought they did a damn good job getting rid of the football, pretty quickly, especially early on. And that allowed them to expand the offensive repertoire as the game went along.
We kind of had this discussion earlier. Would you want DQ? Look, it's a very small sample size, and they haven't played really great offenses since he's, took Joe Witt out. But would you want DQ as the DQ or DC next year, or would you like him to go out and get another one?
Yeah, I'd like a new. It's just a lot.
Yeah.
Could he do it? Absolutely. With help, sure. I obviously I didn't get a chance to talk to him last night, but when we were in Madrid, I did ask him directly. I said, how much of a burden was it to, once again go back to calling plays and being the head coach? And he brought up a story from when they were in Dallas, and I guess McCarthy had COVID or something like that, and he had to do both. And just excuse me, fellas.
You all right?
Yeah, just, trying not to hack up a lung. So and he didn't seem to make it like that big of a deal. Here's my thing. The head coaching position is hard enough at times, clock management, timeout usage, getting everybody on the right page, making sure everything's flowing and whatnot. And he has struggled at times with that this year, right? How many burnt timeouts have we seen? There was early in the year at the end of first halves, there was some really curious time management stuff, right? And I'm not saying that's all DQ, but my point is he can be better at that. And I think he would be better at that if he didn't have to worry about so much defensively and also being the primary play caller. So I think they go outside, find somebody new. Sorry.
You're going to sit out?
Grab a glass of water.
Take a
swig.
Breath.
Yeah,
you're gonna be fine, dude.
I'll be okay. I'll survive.
Okay.
I just feel bad. But I think they go outside and find somebody new and bring them in, and maybe even retain Joe Witt still on the staff to help out if Joe Witt is willing to do so.
Well, I don't care about that. But why new? I need a proven guy at this point. I'm over to the new guys.
No, I'm saying somebody new from the outside, of the organization.
I just need proven.
Yeah.
If it's not going to be DQ, proven.
How about this? How about a guy like Raheem Morris, right? Somebody like that could keep him in mind. Or, again, and I'm just trying to think of like some guys that he might know and have connections with and might be available. Jeff Ulbrich, who is now with Raheem in Atlanta. They are probably getting blown out, that Atlanta staff, right? So those guys from outside of the organization and with a more aggressive mentality, and that's what Ulbrich brings, no doubt about that.
Hey, Rooster, where do you fall in the argument we had earlier? Shocker, we were arguing about this, about the Commanders' running back room in 2026 and beyond. Do you feel like they need to add another piece, whether it's drafting a guy or signing another person via free agency, or do you just run it back with the cast of characters they have now? And right now, the running back 2 on this team is the Commanders' quarterback, whether it's Jaden or Marcus Mariota. Do you feel like they need some extra juice in that room?
Yeah, I think they need a guy that is as much their number one guy as you can get, right? And whether and the guy ideally you would love to be able to find, hard to find, is a Jahmyr Gibbs-esque type. And I know, Casey, that would get you going, right? Because you're talking about fantasy numbers, but more importantly, juice, right? Somebody that you don't have to necessarily give the ball to 20 times a game, but can give you production that would match somebody that's you're giving the ball to 20 times a game. And what I mean by that is not only as a running back, but as a runner, but also as a receiver, somebody that can make somebody miss on some of these short passes around the line of scrimmage and in the box area that they love to run, that almost every offense in the NFL loves to run, but somebody that can turn a 4-yard check down or a 5-yard screen into a 40-yard hit. And they don't have that. For whatever reason, they don't love staying with Chris Rodriguez Jr. I've noticed that going all the way back to last year. I tried to talk about this on the pregame show last night. They'll run him and they'll use him, but there's something about him that for whatever reason, they just don't love. And they even played Brian Robinson, who they definitely did not like down the stretch last year, over Chris Rodriguez. And then remember, at the start of this year, Chris Rodriguez was inactive while Bill obviously got the start the first couple of weeks. And then you go into the Raiders game week 3, needing to pummel somebody, and you bring Chris Rodriguez off the dust or off the shelf, and you pound him down the throat of the Raiders. So their usage of him is kind of weird. Bill has kind of faded in and out of the lineup. We know McNichols, and McNichols had that great run on 3rd and 13 last night or whatever it was for 15, 16 yards. He can do that a little bit. We saw that, a big run against the Raiders. It's like, okay, it's like bullpen by committee. Well, this is running back by committee,
right?
But there's clearly no closer if you want to use the bullpen analogy.
Yeah, they like to give those guys at best 10 or 12 touches each.
Yeah.
And some of them less.
But it's okay to do that if you have somebody that has a little bit of extra juice, a little bit of extra like oomph, and Jahmyr Gibbs is like the one example that I give. I mean, obviously it's hard to find that guy, and they spent a high 1st-round pick on him. So I'm not suggesting that they will do that. But you need to if you can find, like, before the injury, you guys know, like Bucky Irvin just got back after missing 7 games. That's somebody that you can find in the 3rd, 4th round, somewhere in that area. Now, again, they have limited draft picks that might be able to give you a little bit more of that wiggle, a little bit more of that pop explosion juice that I'm looking for, that they don't have.
Do you think we'll see Jaden Sunday?
Mama said apparently yes.
Is that right?
So did Mama say that?
Yeah, apparently somebody got a video of her leaving her seats and saying he'll be back next week. I mean, Mama knows, right?
Yeah, she knows.
She does know.
She definitely knows.
Couldn't tell.
I mean,
all right.
So I'm going to go with Mama until proven otherwise. I was kind of thinking originally, yes, Minnesota. And then some of the stuff I heard throughout the week, I was like, oh, well, maybe they might not bring him back. And maybe that's just a little bit because, we see like guys practice in full all the time. Joe Burrow, this happened to him a couple of weeks ago, right? He practiced in full right for that New England game, and everybody was convinced he was coming back. And Cincinnati was like, So maybe I was thinking maybe the Giants 2 weeks from yesterday, I guess it is.
Yeah.
But if Mama says, and as long as he doesn't have a setback, now he's got to be cleared physically. Again, I have no idea how they make that determination. I assume he would be in a brace. Obviously, it's his non-throwing arm, but he could easily get ragdolled around. The most important thing, whenever he comes back, guys, not whether they win, lose, not whether he runs all over the place. It's that he gets rid of the damn football.
Yeah.
He gets rid of the football with the anticipation and the timing and the rhythm that we saw consistently last year. Not going to be perfect on every snap. Nobody's expecting that. Be better than he has been, even when Terry was in the lineup in weeks 1 and weeks 2, because it was a problem in Green Bay. I'll tell you that much.
But he's still going to get hit. I mean, he's
still going to get hit. Absolutely. Yeah.
Joined by
you can only protect so much.
Joined by Chris Russell on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude's the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Let's have Rooster weigh in on the under center debate. I've been positing that they need to tweak the offense a little bit when Jayden comes back and have him under center a little bit more. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think they do. And I definitely think we saw that at the beginning of the Seattle game, the last time that we saw Jayden. I think they ran under center maybe 4 times on the first 2 series of that Seattle Sunday night game, again, when we last saw Jayden. So I definitely think they are going to do more of that and should do more of that. Now, the question is, should they do it all the time or should they major in it? And for me, the answer is no, because A, that's what Jayden is comfortable and most used to. B, that is what a lot of Cliff Kingsbury's system is. It is more of a college offense, as we've talked about, right? And then the other thing, guys, and I've tried to think about this analytically, or I guess, I'd be interested in, I don't know if you guys have asked Balding or somebody like that, somebody that knows more than I do, is it is harder, I believe, for a young quarterback to match the footwork, the timing, the steps, the drop, and read defenses and anticipate and time everything out when you're dropping from under center, meaning a straight drop, right?
Especially when you never did it in college.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So to me, Jason, just to the point, I think that takes time, right? It's not that you can't do it. It's not that you can't minor in it. I don't think you can major in it. As smart as he is, and especially with the lack of grass time that he's had this year, I just don't think you can major in it. You can minor in it, and you can feed it a little bit to the overall point. And I know this is a big thing for Grant. I think Grant gets mad because they've screwed with Kirk Cousins in Atlanta. Okay, I'm just going to be honest. Like he sees that and he gets mad and he thinks everything should be the way the Shanahans did it, and that's fine. That's what we were rooted in covering this team. It's just not everything is that way.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, where's your boy Jim Haslett these days?
Haz is, I think Haz is in a little retirement.
He's in retirement.
But Chase Haslett, his son, is the tight ends coach in New Orleans.
Oh,
The Saints.
Okay.
Look at that. Family business. Family business.
I keep up, boys. I keep up.
Yeah,
I
you
keep
do.
tabs.
All right, Rooster. Hope you feel better.
There goes
Thank
some
you, guys.
Dayquil.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for
Sorry
calling
about
in.
Dayquil, whatever. Benadryl, NyQuil, whatever makes you feel
I
better.
need some alcohol.
Well, that might help too.
Are you back on the air later today?
I am. I just don't know whether I'm going to come in and infect everybody. So
All right.
I got to make that decision with CK.
Listen to the Rooster, 1 o'clock on the Team 980.
Thanks, Rooster.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, he was.
I thought we were going to just let him go about 8 minutes in.
He was having a Rodney Harrison.
Yeah, it's a rough one. Rough one for the
Felt
Rooster.
bad for him.
He made it through. Good for him. He's a pro. He's a seasoned vet.
Yeah, Grant is a big proponent of the under center. I don't know.
That's fine,
I think we had a debate. You weren't here about it. I think for some reason, it would protect Jayden a little bit more. Just being under center. He's still going to run, but just have
Maybe,
him.
but like Chris said, maybe you do it just a few more times during the game. You're not going to do it the majority of the time.
No.
Yeah. But that would probably be something that you work on in the off season, and then maybe next year
Right.
they'll be under center more.
1-800-636-1067 is the number.
When we come back, can we talk about Lane Kiffin?
Yeah,
I find the Lane
this
the Kiffin deal just
I want to talk about
hilarious.
all these coaches. This is riveting.
Yeah.
This has been one of the craziest coaching carousel years in recent memory.
But front and center, Lane Kiffin finally made his decision. Ole Miss, of course, only one loss this year.
Yeah.
He decides to leave, not for Florida, but for LSU. We'll tackle that next here on the Junkies.
All right, guys, EB here. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. All you have to do, visit FanDuel.com/EB to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/EB. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back on a Misery Monday presented by Chiniga Mios, the 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with MIOS.com. I'm going to move off the Commanders and talk about one of the big sports stories over the weekend and really for the last couple of weeks. Lane Kiffin and his fate at Ole Miss. So they won over the weekend. They just have one loss on the season, and he was being wooed by a couple of programs, Florida, who ended up filling up the job, and LSU. And ultimately, Lane Kiffin decides to go to LSU. And I saw when he was boarding his private jet, he was getting booed, and a lot of people upset at Ole Miss.
Well, hold
He
on,
was
can I just
there
say
for
this
6 years.
For a second, I get it when a school feels jilted. I totally understand. But almost every coach in the country, in the world, would go if they offer you 7 years, $90 million, another $25 million in NIL or whatever.
Of course.
At a school like LSU with that kind of tradition.
Ole Miss can't match up to LSU,
Yeah,
even
who
though
would not take that?
though head to head they can,
Right.
because
That's fine.
Kiffin has beaten LSU, and he did this year.
Right.
But
But to have
LSU
that
platform- it's just a better company to work for.
Yes,
And that's why Kiffin left.
Well, also, Ole Miss feels jilted because they're in the same conference. Like
Yeah,
if,
of course.
if he was
Certainly.
leaving for Southern Cal, like they'd be pissed, but not to this level
Correct.
because it's
You're
basically
going
right
to
in
a
their
rival.
backyard.
It's a
I
next door
understand why
neighbor.
they're upset, but they also have to understand why he did it.
Right.
It's just
basic economics.
And by the way, when he didn't,
And it's a great program.
everyone knew he was leaving. Some people in the media thought, maybe he's not leaving because he hasn't announced it yet. Well, the fact that he didn't come out and say, "I'm not leaving Ole Miss," meant he was leaving.
Right. His
And-
family was flying to Florida and LSU.
and it was either going to be Florida or LSU, and he chose the better spot for him. And it's not just the money, because he's going to get $12 million a year for 7 seasons. Maybe Ole Miss would have matched that, but it's the resources.
Of course.
It's the state of the art facilities.
It's
the
their
fact
tradition.
that tradition. It's the fact that they've won 3 national championships with 3 different coaches. Ole Miss, he's put Ole Miss on the map. I mean, they've done a great job, but it's not LSU. It's not what you can do year in, year out at LSU. But here's what was kind of riveting to me is when he had the conversation with his team. Okay. And he explains to them why he's leaving. Coach, why are you leaving? I just feel like I can get a better roster.
Yeah, that's disrespectful to the guys
Now,
you're speaking to.
I don't know if that's what he said to his team. That's
Yeah.
what he said to the media. I can get a better roster. He said it wasn't about money. It was about the roster.
Right.
That you're basically saying, I can get a better team than you, which has got to be very awkward. But he still wanted to coach them in the playoff, which is 3 weeks away.
Right.
Early signing period starts Wednesday. So he would be recruiting against Ole Miss, but also coaching Ole Miss to try and win playoff games. It's just a huge conflict of interest.
Yeah, I saw somebody online make an analogy. He said he goes, it would be like leaving your wife for a mistress, but then asking, can I stay in the house for another couple of
hit it
weeks?
for a few
Right.
weeks.
Right.
Now, look, some schools don't care about that because John Summerall, who's leaving Tulane to go to Florida, is still going to coach in the conference championship and possibly in the college football playoff. But Florida and Tulane aren't really battling for the same type of prospects, and they're not in the same conference, obviously. But it's just been a riveting saga for the last 2 weeks.
I don't know that they can do it, but I do feel like they need to figure out a way to change like the dates.
Yeah,
And
I thought
maybe it's not
Pitino's
possible.
getting trolled because he leaves jobs all the time.
Right.
But his point is still fair that it's a calendar issue. If they would just wait a few weeks before the signing or whatever
Right.
it is, recruiting, give him a few more weeks to coach it out and then leave.
Right. It sucks that he can't coach these players. He's been coaching for years.
Right.
Into the playoffs
Well,
and
the fact
then take over the job.
The
at
problem
LSU.
with
Like,
that is that some of these kids like to get in early and for the spring semester
Right.
of their
I
schools.
understand.
So it's hard to ask them to wait until January or February or whenever when school's already started.
Maybe
it's just
another
harder
3 weeks.
for them to ask.
Could they wait till I don't know.
Because the playoff goes all the way through January. So I mean, Ole Miss isn't playing for 3 weeks. It's hard. The calendar is tough.
They can I guess.
And then the portal, he's going to convince Ole Miss kids to go to LSU. It's probably a handful of kids that are going to follow him.
Yeah, no, I understand from that perspective why that doesn't work. but you just hold off the official decision till a later date. But
the timing is just very
you just-
weird,
you can't-
especially. And you know what? I saw somebody mention this. There's been some precedents too where a coach leaves and then they don't put him into the playoff or they don't put him into like the postseason because it's like, well,
they were
this
only
team is
there because
great,
that
but this is
coach-
with Lane Kiffin.
Yeah, but that's like a borderline team. That's like
Yeah.
a Tulane type team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well-
It's one of, but Ole Miss will be fine.
Yeah, I mean they
elevated the
the
DC.
defensive coordinator
Mm-hmm.
to be their head coach. But I mean the SEC didn't have any coaching changes last year. 16 teams, none. In the span of 15 minutes yesterday, Arkansas named a new coach, Auburn named Golish from South Florida, and Florida named Summerall from Tulane in 15 minutes. And Stoops from Kentucky is going to get canned. That's 4. Ole Miss obviously elevated their guy. LSU, I mean, that's 6 in the conference that have already made changes.
I also thought it was funny. Yeah, first of all, I get a kick out of Lane Kiffin. I find his press conferences interesting. I know he rubs people the wrong way, and I'm sure he's
charismatic.
Yeah, he's got a lot of charisma, and I just get a kick out of him.
He just has the reputation of being fickle.
Yeah, and I'm sure he is.
He just doesn't.
I'm sure that's all true.
There was a 3-year span where he was at 3 different spots.
Yeah, and like leaving Tennessee, I think he even regrets like being at Tennessee for 1 year.
Yeah,
but like Ole Miss, like if that picture was true of them just leaving his laundry out there, like his clothes, like in the parking lot or whatever,
right?
It's just another level of petty.
Love it.
That I just love. I
Fantastic.
mean, how great
Well,
is
they
that?
hate his guts. They never
They
want to
went
see
from loving him to hating
well,
his
he's
guts.
public enemy number
and
one.
they play at Ole Miss next year.
Well, it's kind of
Okay.
like what happened with Maryland's basketball
For sure
coach.
with Willard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I
Very,
despise
si-
Kevin
very,
Willard.
very similar.
I hate Kevin
The
Willard.
difference is you
And I
never-
don't hate a lot of people.
You
but I
never
hate Kevin
super
Willard.
embraced Kevin Willard. He never really hit it here. Right?
Yeah, but the way his exit was so slimy
Oh, I agree.
and
Yeah.
underhanded
Yeah,
and
I agree.
devious.
Speaking of Maryland,
I'm
I
with
just
you.
I just think it's awkward. It's just awkward for a guy like Kiffin who he feels in his heart, he feels like he's got a better chance of winning a national championship at LSU.
He's right.
Even though they're, I agree, even though they're in the playoff this year.
and could win it this year.
And he wants to stay
To coach it
to
out.
coach it out, but he's also got to be recruiting
Yeah.
for a conference
And you
rival at the
understand
same
why-
time.
You understand why the Ole Miss higher ups, they're like,
No, you're not
you
doing
can't
it.
stay.
Right.
You've already pledged
And
your
he may
allegiance
have
to
just said it
LSU.
No,
for the
I understand.
cameras, but he said he understood too.
Yeah.
You know, he was trying to have his cake and eat it too.
I think he mentioned
Right.
Keith Carter and the chancellor a
Mm-hmm.
little bit too much. He probably should have said, "Look, I understand why they're doing it, and I don't blame him." But he was kind of throwing a little bit of blame.
I
my
just
way.
want to go on the record and say I like Lane Kiffin.
He's a great coach.
I like him.
I have no affection nor hate for
I
him.
think he's interesting to me, and so I get a kick out of it.
I do
He's
think
interesting.
he's interesting.
The whole situation's interesting. But if you were an Ole Miss fan, you would hate him.
But the
Yeah,
hate
I agree.
does remind me of what happened at Maryland last year.
Very
On the
similar.
basketball side. On the football side, we had Coach Locks on Wednesday, and we were hoping that they would end their season with a win. Instead, it was their 8th straight loss. Losing to Michigan State. Michigan State was winless in the Big Ten.
I didn't pay attention
Until they beat Maryland.
Yeah. What was the final score?
38-28. Shouldn't allow
No.
Michigan State to hang 38 on you.
Yeah, just
Well,
kinda
let's just hope
collapsed.
that Coach Locks is right, that these resources that they're increasing. I mean, this is what everyone down in Blacksburg is hoping. By the way, how much did you guys talk about the Franklin hire?
We talked
Not a
about
ton
it.
because
Oh, you
I feel like it happened on the
The rumor
weekend,
was
and then
that
it
he
was
was-
right into like a misery Monday.
Oh, okay.
So it just
The rumor
didn't
was
get
is
that
that
much
he was
time.
strongly considering keeping Brett Pry as the D coordinator. Did you see that?
I saw that.
Did they end up hiring a D coordinator?
He hasn't announced his staff too much
Like,
yet.
he was like crying talking about the Pry family and his
Correct.
dad and everything.
That's his boy. Yeah.
Yeah, it might happen.
It could. It would be very interesting because he was obviously at Penn State with him.
Yeah,
I think it's a
But
great hire.
It's a home run. It's a home run hire.
Yeah,
And you're
And
already
they're
seeing
giving
it.
them all kinds of money too.
That's the thing. So if Locks is right and they're going to increase the resources, you can get better players. But
I saw Franklin was getting like a $3 million travel budget.
they're giving $230 million over the next 4 years. So that's going to go to not just him, but that's going to go to players. It's going to go to staff. It's going to go to facilities.
it's a home run.
It's a home run.
It's a
But
great
you
hire
need
for them.
you just he wouldn't have taken the job if they said no, we're not going to put any extra money.
Right. You would have looked elsewhere.
Correct. And that's
Hey.
what they did with Pry. They didn't give Pry extra money.
Mhm.
They
Real
thought
quick,
they thought our reputation can withstand what these other schools are doing,
Right.
and we can still win. But obviously, that's the old way of thinking.
That was not the case.
That's the old way of thinking.
Let's go to John in McLean. John, what's up, buddy? You're on with the jokes.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
All of you made really good points. I guess the one thing is, I mean, if you've ever been to Baton Rouge in Oxford, Mississippi, Baton Rouge is a nub town. Oxford, Mississippi is really nice. And Kiffin, he's had some personal issues in the past and seems to have them under control. But, I mean, for his family and everything, Oxford seemed a pretty nice place for him. I mean, I get the money at LSU, but how much more money do you need? Guys got
I honestly
millions
don't
of that.
think it was for money per se, because I think they were going to match it.
I don't think it's about
I
the
think
money
it was
in
a
general.
chance to realistically compete for a national title year in and year out is better at LSU.
LSU is going to be able to get better recruits year in, year out, and they're going to put more money into the program than Ole Miss.
CB, one of the things you said is, I mean, Kiffin is a great coach.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be more impressive. Do you think he could have won a national championship at Ole Miss? And
I don't know. He might have been able to sneak one this year. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe. I question the defense a little bit, and they would be playing some really good teams, but it was possible, certainly.
Yeah, and I think that'd be a bigger achievement than doing so at LSU. I mean,
It's just going to get more opportunities.
It was never going to be a clean break. So
no, I mean,
it is what it is.
It was impossible to be a clean break since
Yeah.
they're in the same conference.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
All right. Thanks.
I mean,
All right, thank you, John.
Think
Appreciate
about LSU. Think about the resources they have. They're paying a guy $54 million. Okay,
to not
coach.
Right.
And now they're going to give a guy $90 million to coach
Endless supply of money.
at the same time.
Yeah.
There you go. A lot of schools can't do that.
Yeah.
And they're paying the players.
A lot of schools are going to keep the coach on, even though they say we're going to give you more resources. They're going to keep the
And
coach
somehow
on because they
it's-
can't afford buyouts.
It's one of the poorest states in the entire country.
Might be deep. You're talking about
It's one of the poorest states in the
Louisiana.
country.
Yeah.
Right.
I was going to say, I think Mississippi might be
Yeah,
the
but
poorest.
it got a
It's
ton of
true.
money
The
to
surrounding area, there's nubs.
I've never been to Baton Rouge.
I've heard. I have friends that have been recruited there and that sort of thing, and it's just it's a beautiful campus, but its surrounding ain't great.
Well,
know,
he'll find a spot.
Yeah, he'll find the
Wherever,
nicest spot.
wherever Brian Kelly was living,
He'll
that's where
have
he
a
lived.
castle.
Yeah.
But I mean,
whatever the nicest country club is in
Yeah,
Baton
he'll have all
Rouge,
that,
he'll
yeah.
have a house like on the 18th hole.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the way
I
it
don't
works.
think he cares.
No,
but
he's good.
They,
The crazy
and
thing
they
is-
found a way to do very, very well there.
Those castles, which would be probably 20 million here, he'll probably buy for $3.
It's
Oh, yeah. He'll get a silly deal.
A lot cheaper.
Get hooked.
Lot
He'll
cheaper.
probably have the school pay for it. He probably won't pay any of it. It's part of his deal. AV is built for DC. Here in the nation's capital, AV is creating solutions that protect our troops, our homeland, and our way of life, from autonomous unmanned aircraft and counter-drone technologies to advanced satellite communication systems and next-gen missiles. They're delivering innovation where it matters most. Battle-proven, warfighter trusted, engineered for the future, and proud sponsor of the Washington Commanders, Capitals, and DC United. Visit avinc.com to learn more today.
Hey, real quick, I want to give a shout out. EB, you'll find this interesting. Shout out to my buddy Matt Carlin, who of course owns one of the owners of Metropolitan Hospitality Group, Circa and Open Road. Also owner of Trio and El Bebe with Vince Spinoza, my boy.
It's the first I've heard of Trio, so I need to hit Trio.
You love it. It's in Falls Church.
All right.
But his daughter, Natalie Carlin, plays volleyball at Fairfield. Fairfield won the Metro Atlantic.
So who do they face?
They play Minnesota. They're the 4 seed.
That'd be tough.
Fairfield's the 13. But they play them Friday night up in Minnesota. But the brackets came out last night for volleyball. So Fairfield, that's
Nebraska's the 1 seed. They are unreal.
I'm sure they are.
They are unreal.
Yeah.
They're also undefeated.
Are they?
Yeah.
The 1 seeds are Pitt, Nebraska, Texas, and I can't remember the 4th one.
Have to look.
But Fairfield playing Minnesota in women's volleyball NCAA tournament.
Yes.
Going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067 with 2 tickets to go see OAR 3 Decades Tour. That's Friday, July 24th at Meriwether Post Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, visit thefandc.com/events. That is courtesy of Live Nation. So 1-800-636-1067. All you have to be is caller number 10. A couple things we didn't touch on as we went around the NFL earlier. Shedeur Sanders had a second start.
Thought he was okay.
It's okay.
I watched
his
for half.
QBR.
Couldn't watch in a second.
I mean, the people that do QBR, they hate Shedeur Sanders. They give him a 16.1. The week before, he was 8.5.
Yeah.
I mean,
the week before when he filled in was a 2.2.
He just gets rid of it quick, and he can make some throws. But I mean, they're not very good.
Yeah, I mean, the touchdown throw, his first touchdown of the game against San Francisco. I mean, guy was open by 20 yards.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
no one discredit him. He found him. But he did a whole lot of.
That's another team that will be I would assume, in the market for another quarterback next year.
I would think that would be the case.
Yeah.
Most likely.
Deshaun Watson's still getting paid by them, right?
Yes.
He's kind of mentoring him. It's actually kind of interesting when you see on the sideline. I think it's crazy too. Like Jerry Judy's giving him a hard time. Kid's in his second start, and he's raving out at him. And
Cleveland's just they're a dysfunctional mess.
I mean, it's such a dysfunctional.
Remember what happened the week before with Jerry Judy? He had that awful fumble.
Yeah.
Where he caught it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at his numbers, they're pretty mediocre. I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
It's just disrespectful. Like, help the kid out. Second start ever.
And we mentioned right now the 1 seed in the NFC, it is shocking, is the Chicago Bears. Do we have the audio? Ben Johnson doing his bit again. It's hacky, but the team seems to love it. Is good, better, best.
Yeah, I mean, he is a
He
cheesy
took his
guy.
shirt off.
He was
and-
challenged to take his shirt off.
Well,
right?
I think because I think it might be called Wiener Circle. I might be wrong.
That's a weird thing to name.
I
your
understand
company.
that, but there's
That's
a
weird
there's a
name.
hot dog place in Chicago that said if he took his shirt off doing this, they would give out free hot dogs.
I mean, whatever.
Remember last year?
Did you see though? Did you think he was jacked?
I didn't think he was jacked.
He looks
I
like
thought
he's
he was in shape for a middle-aged
I wish I
guy.
looked like that.
I thought he was in shape for a middle-aged guy. I didn't think he was jacked. He may be slightly more alpha than I give him credit for.
How old is he?
He's very pale. I'll say that.
40s. I assume he's in his
He's in
40s.
Chicago and it's winter.
He's
Of
very
course he's
pale.
Yeah.
You'd be pale too.
Yeah, he's in good shape. So
He's
yeah,
30. He's 39. I'm not considering him middle age.
Okay, I think he's a couple years away from middle age, but okay.
I'm middle age.
Oh, you're gonna live to.
Well, you're almost elder.
You're like 110.
All right, well,
I mean, middle age. I
You're
think like
past
45
middle
middle
age.
What's the definition of middle
I'd
age?
say, well, I mean, 40, because that's middle age.
I know, but I don't think people define it that way as much as you
45.
think.
I'd like to
I think
consider
you-
myself middle aged, but I know I'm not.
No, I think
Like,
you were.
you know.
I think middle age is like 45 to 55.
I'm on the wrong end of it.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost
All right.
just old.
Yeah,
45 to 65.
Yeah.
So
65.
That's what it says.
All right, I'll take that.
We're good.
But
That's another
39.
10 years of middle age.
He's not middle aged
Runway
yet.
than I thought.
Yeah.
So I was right. It's a well-known hot dog stand called the Wiener Circle.
Yeah.
And they said they were giving out free hot dogs if Ben Johnson went shirtless.
Remember, he used to get killed for having zero personality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No Riz.
Yeah. He kind of showed it.
If I'm coming up with a hot dog
Listen.
stand, Wiener Circle is not going to be in my top 50 of names. But hey, good for them.
Must
They're getting a
have
lot of extra
something to be a
pub.
football coach. It's hard to be a total cocked
Dud.
to be a football coach.
Yeah.
So he must have some riz.
Well, you know what he does? He wins games.
They are winning.
I figured they were gonna I still think that they might.
They're leaning into the running game.
I still think they might
Look
be
at
a
what they're
team.
doing.
Yeah, they almost had 300 yards rushing.
They're pounding the ball on the ground.
They've got a good 1-2 punch.
I still feel like they might be a team that slides back because that's maybe I'm stupid. I'm still holding on to Detroit, and right now they're on the outside looking in playoffs, and of course the Packers, who look good on Thanksgiving with the 4 touchdowns from Jordan Love.
Well, that's a huge game
because the Bears' schedule's tough down the stretch.
Yeah, the Bears have to play in Green Bay next weekend.
Right. Look, if the Lions can't
actually,
stop,
they might have a bye. Did they have a bye yet? They might have a bye.
I think you might be right.
Might be the following weekend.
if the Lions can't slow down Jordan Love, what is Dak going to do to that defense? They better tighten some things up since Thanksgiving.
Yeah,
or else Dak's going to come in and carve them up.
The Bears play the Packers 2 more times.
Right.
And then they play the 49ers on the road.
Right.
I don't know
and
when
that could
their
be
bye
a huge
is
game for the Niners.
Maybe they already had their bye because I see at Packers on December 7th. So that's a 425
Okay, all
game.
right.
Then they've got the Browns, all right, cupcake. Then they play the Packers again and
Yeah, I
close
guess all the buys
season.
are done. I guess all the buys
They
are done.
close the
there's
season.
There's more buys this upcoming week.
Oh, there
They
is?
close
Yeah.
the season with
Because the
49ers
Niners are on
and
bye.
Lions.
Yeah, Niners are on bye, right?
Yeah.
Because they've only played 11 games.
That's tough,
Or
tough
13
schedule.
games, I'm sorry. So if you
Down
played
the
the
stretch
13, you haven't had the bye yet. So, yeah, they've got a really tough schedule playing the Packers twice.
Week 14, your buys are Pats, Giants, Niners, Panthers.
Now they're done.
Correct.
Yeah.
Where are we right now if they had the draft right now? But by the way, I don't want to lose. I want to win.
They pick 6.
They pick 6 right now.
Yep.
They're just after the Browns and just ahead of the Jets.
What a horrible neighborhood to be in at this point in the season.
Yeah. Tennessee, they might have a stranglehold on that first pick. We'll see.
They do.
Yeah.
They're so bad.
They look like they're struggling.
I think the Giants are 2 right now. Right?
Yeah. The Giant 2 is actually New Orleans based on strength of schedule.
Oh, okay.
And currently the Commanders have the 6th pick, 72nd pick, 146, 184, 188, 223.
Yeah.
So they don't have a second rounder, do not have a 4th rounder, 2 6th, and a 7th.
I think they'll rectify that. I think they'll
I
trade
think so,
down.
too.
They'll
I think-
accumulate some picks.
Yeah, probably. There are 7 teams with 1, 2, or 3 wins right now, all battling to be the worst in the league. I think it's going to be Tennessee. I don't know who Tennessee plays the rest of the way, but I can't imagine
They're not drafting quarterback.
I would agree.
By the way, Will
maybe they
Levis's numbers
maybe
are
they trade out of it.
comparable to Cam Ward. He's had a bad rookie season.
He's had a really bad season.
Now he has flashes.
Yeah.
He definitely has the tools, but he's been no better than Will Levis.
Surrounded with some talent.
But he was the number 1 overall
He's
pick.
throwing the ball to Alec Iomanner and Chega Conquo.
No, it's a terrible team.
He's just
Yeah.
got to roster with
Ridley.
numbers all over the place.
I think
Ridley's missed like half the
the
season.
first couple of picks aren't going to be teams that need quarterbacks because
Tennessee.
and I think the Giants or the Giants.
Well, the Giants right now have
Yeah,
3.
They're at the 3rd pick.
Can I make
But if
a
the Saints have the 2nd pick, I could see them definitely going after quarterback.
Can I make a bold prediction?
Sure.
I think. I mean, it's not that bold, but I'm going to say it. I'm going to pick them the next 2 weeks. I'm going to pick them against Minnesota
And the
Washington.
Giants?
Yeah, and the Giants.
Well, if Jaden plays.
Yes.
I don't know about the Giants game.
Giants might be tough.
I don't know
but
about
like
any of
Dart.
the games.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's whatever.
They should beat the Vikings.
They should beat the Vikings.
I just
If they
I'm
can't
picking
beat JJ McCarthy and or Max Brosmer, then they've got a lot more problems than I actually think they do at this
Well,
point.
we got a lot of problems.
You know what? I might
They got more
even
than
if Mariota plays, I might still take them.
Mariota.
I might still take him against Minnesota.
By the way, our poll was: are you encouraged by what you saw?
Hard to be encouraged.
75% encouraged.
It's a weird word to be encouraged when you're in the middle of a
There were some
7-game losing
positives.
streak. There were some positives.
Yes.
I'll say that.
You were encouraged.
Yeah, I think there were some positives. All right, we got to get out of here. B. Mitch and Finley up next here on the Fan.
This sports update is brought to you by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Nick Bonito swatted away Marcus Mariota's pass on a 2-point conversion attempt to secure a 27-26 Broncos win in overtime on Sunday night. In a back-and-forth game that Washington tied on the last play of regulation, the Commanders answered the Broncos' touchdown drive to open up overtime with their own 65-yard touchdown drive. As the Commanders lined up for the 2-point conversion, the Broncos looked at the offensive alignment and ended up calling a timeout. It was during that timeout that Coach Sean Payton said the Broncos defensive coordinator tweaked the defensive call in hopes that Nick Bonito would have an opportunity to make a play. Obviously, we know that he did. Commanders lose this one on Sunday night by 1. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Lyrically, I'm Mario and Andretti on the Momo. Let me take you to the Queen side.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley live on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page, live on Monumental Sports Network, and wherever you are listening to the program. Good morning, Brian. How do you do?
I'm good, brother. What's happening with you?
It was a late night, man.
Yeah, I tell you this morning, boy, I woke up and I basically said, working out, we'll have to wait till this afternoon.
Yeah, I had the same thought, man.
That alarm came rather quickly, dog.
I'm on a good streak of jogging, and there was no jogging this morning.
Not this morning, nah. There's a thing is you have to let your body rest.
Yeah.
So I'll get it this afternoon.
We were on the air at 10 a.m. in Navy Yard.
God.
I set my alarm for 8:50 a.m. in Bethesda. Shower, just see you, girls. Girls are home from school today for whatever reason, and I was gone.
It's cold, bro.
Yeah, dude. Last night was cold in Ashburn or in Landover.
Imagine where we sit.
Yeah, you're in that wind
thing's
tunnel.
like a wind
dude.
tunnel, man. I'm telling you, whoo.
Yeah, that's tough.
I was like, and it took DQ forever to get to that damn podium. I was like, can somebody sit?
Could you not take Marcus? Went first. Could you not take Marcus?
We took Marcus.
Okay,
but then we take the quarterback and the coach. So we're waiting for the coach.
Yeah.
And I'm like, can somebody send him a text and say, yo, them dudes waiting for you to talk?
Yo, he always takes forever.
Nah, he don't take that long like he did last night, though.
It was an interesting. Listen, man. I think if you want to be draft pick guy, good for you. You know, last night, not getting the win is good for the draft pick. But I think for that team,
they needed that win
for how they played, for everything that's gone wrong this season. I mean, just the guts. Listen, they didn't play a perfect game.
No.
Marcus was not
Nobody
great,
does.
but they showed serious fight, serious guts. Just thank you.
If you get that effort that they gave last night every game, you'll get more wins than you would losses. And you're playing against a team that had been destroying people, pass rushing and whatever. Brandon told us they could run on them.
Yeah.
Okay. And they were getting a good job of that. I don't know why or what, but Rodriguez should one touch in a fourth. He just like they go away from him. Not that he doesn't do anything, but he stopped getting opportunities in the second half, and that's crazy to me.
I don't understand why McNichols doesn't get more work. McNichols, all he does is make plays for you. He was 6 for 30 last night.
Yeah.
C-Rod, now granted, they're asking him to be the hammer, so like the YPC isn't quite as important. He started better. He finished the game 11 for 41. Mariota ends up your leading rusher in that game.
Mm-hmm.
But I just the play, the drive to tie it up at the end of the game. 18 plays, 86 yards. They had 15 yards in penalties. They lost 20 seconds because of penalties and the runoff. Two different penalties with 10-second runoffs. And just the guts. Here's an old school Kornheiser radio show reference. The chaputzpah, the chutzpah that required to keep going. It was they showed so much heart.
Yeah.
And when a team is 3-8 and coming off a bye and on national TV, it's an easy spot to lay down. And they didn't. Now, I'm not like a moral victory guy. Like when you and I,
you don't have to be a moral victory guy to see that they played better.
When you
and
and
they
I
played tougher.
Totally. Well, when we came on the air after the Miami game, a lot of people wanted to kind of celebrate that was a tight game that went to overtime. I wasn't there for that because that contest with Miami was two bad teams just repeatedly handing the win back and forth. It was just who's gonna mess up last, and unfortunately, it was Washington. Last night was for the night. I'm not saying on the season, but it was two pretty damn evenly matched teams leaving it all on the field, and I was impressed by what they were able to do. I think the return of Terry McLaurin is such an obvious lift for this team.
All those people that have sat here and bashed him, when he's on the field, it's different.
Dude,
the defense come at and attack you differently, and the offense will do a lot more.
Dude, I thought Terry last night shows the vertical threat, presents a vertical threat that the team doesn't otherwise have. And then I think his physicality as a receiver, his ability to just plant that foot, cut inside, get open on those slants. Like, you know what a receiver has to accept when they're going to run those slants?
They're going to get hit.
I'm going to get smoked.
Hell yeah.
And Terry got smoked repeatedly. I thought there was some level of, hell, it's Christmas season now, peace on earth, goodwill towards man, for Terry to have the touchdown in overtime and then get called back on the penalty on Connerly, which of a number of penalties that were completely erroneous, that one was legit. Connerly held the dude. And for that to get called back and then for Terry to score the touchdown, whatever that was, 4 plays later, I just, that felt appropriate. Like the universe was making right there. The 2-point conversion, I not only have zero problem with the call, it's the right call. It's the only call.
Go for it. I mean, you got momentum and you go for it. Because let's be real, if they had we have those that are always going to be right. If they had gone for the extra point and still went and lost later, we should have went for the 2-point conversion. It's going to be somebody that always goes against whatever they do. But I left that game last night saying, okay, cool. I can accept that because they fought. They played hard. You know, they didn't just go out there and get blown the hell out like they were in a lot of games.
Right.
They were right there. They fought the whole way. You know, and they did stuff to like make you think about it. Now, like you said, erroneous calls and calls that were made.
That was some wild.
I think my man Shin was down before he threw the ball. And
it was.
I'm telling you, Jay, Shin is just like the knee. And when
You're talking about the Bo Nix touchdown. That was a hell of a play by Nix.
Yeah, it's a hell of a play to throw it, but when you're down, you're down. You know.
I don't think he was down. I think it was as close as it could be, but I don't think he was down.
I think the chin was down, bro. I'm telling you. When you look at it, you can see when his arm goes back. The knee hadn't touched, but the damn shin was down, and they call the shin. Normally, when your shin is down, you're down. Point blank.
All right. I think it was hella close. I think the calls that I thought were way worse that they ended up overcoming were the grounding call, where
there was a player right there that kind of went over the head.
Dude, on the broadcast, Terry McCauley, you know, every network has their own
referee
rules expert now.
Yeah.
Terry McCauley does it for NBC. He came on and said that is absolutely not grounding. I don't know, like something has happened, and it was the Monday night game. It was the Monday night game last week, I think, where it was
they called one against him in
Buck,
the other game.
and they were like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Unfortunately, these referees now are just so robotic where they don't make calls on the field. They wait for replay or whatever that New York calling in from the sky is. The aliens running things.
Yeah, they just don't show up at the right time.
Or last night, like, quarterback's got to be allowed to just throw the ball away. He wasn't under imminent pressure. Terry McCauley talking about the intentional grounding call last night on the NBC broadcast.
Intentional grounding. Offense, number 8. A 10-yard penalty with the loss of down. Second down.
With the routes up here, this hook, and then when McLaurin went down and it sort of messed up the timing of the route. And I do think Mariota at that point said, I'm just getting rid of it here. Threw it over his head. I guess he just threw it too far.
Terry McCauley?
So this is absolutely not grounding, guys.
Absolutely
he throws
not.
it over the head of number 17, who is outside the numbers. By rule, that is not intentional grounding.
I thought of all the egregious calls last night, that one to me was
See,
by far
but
the worst.
but that's the thing, though, and this is my problem with the league. It has been my problem forever. Everybody gets scrutinized for mistakes made. Players, coaches, everybody, but the damn zebras. They get to make dumbass calls, and they show up the next week and they make some more dumbass calls. And they show up and they keep refereeing, they keep getting paid. Why is it they're not scrutinized? Okay, and when if replay assist is there, you're looking at McCauley, just make that call. Why couldn't they say the same damn thing to the referee and say that is not intentional grounding?
The one that I was shocked that went Washington's way was, and this was still first half, I think, when Biotish got cheap shotted by the Broncos D-line, and then Tunsil came in and just shoved the dude, just cleared him out.
Yeah.
They always get the second guy. And somehow in that one, they got the first guy.
But you saw them, they kept doing it, but eventually, like I've always said, if the referee makes the damn call or something that's obvious, they can stop stuff. So I don't see where it was wrong. This time they got the right guy.
Right.
Because if that guy doesn't do what the hell he's doing, Tunsil doesn't come over to push him.
Right.
So, I mean, listen, it's just the referees got to stop sitting up here waiting for the retaliation and call the damn foul on the initial thing. If you do that, then a lot of times you don't have to worry about no retaliation.
I agree. It was a really hard fought back and forth game, and you love to see Washington showing up like that in a situation where they could easily pack it up. I think it says a lot about, I know that, hell, especially at 3-9, and is this an 8-game losing streak now? I mean, that's not good. But it's easy to be cynical with a 3-9 team and talk about, when DQ talks about brotherhood and the fight in that locker room. But when you see a game like last night, it just proves how real that is. You got to tip your hat to Denver on some level. I didn't think Bo Nix was very good, but when you look at the final stats, he's 29 of 45 for 320 with a touchdown, delivered in overtime when it really mattered. The play by Ingram, the Washington defense was good last night. Mm-hmm. And then the first time just the terrible tackling kind of coverage bust happens is on a tight end seam route in overtime where, Ingram went for 45 or something on that play. As a quick aside, tight ends should not wear number 1. That was throwing me for a loop all night. I know that anybody can wear any number they want. Tight ends do not belong wearing number 1.
If you got a little speed, you wear number 1.
He doesn't have much hands, though. I thought,
you know, shouldn't wear number 1? Big dudes, like D tackles and stuff like that.
0 I can get down with, but
I don't even think they should wear 0. I'm just saying.
Last night was just a really good example of last year everything broke your way, and this year everything is a year later, a year older, and a year different. Like I thought last year, Wagner, Mariota, and Ertz, every time they were on the field, they were excellent.
Yeah.
They were excellent. And last night, Wagner, Mariota, and Ertz all made big plays at crucial moments, but also we saw the flip side of that coin where they also made the wrong play in big moments. Yeah. Wagner, Bo Nix gifted him the touchdown. He threw it right to him.
He ain't saying
that was.
I mean, that's like I said last night on the show. Wagner was like, "I'm invisible. Throw it right here," and he threw it dead to sit in his chest.
It was the way I wrote it out on Twitter during the play. Was Bo Nix complete to Bobby Wagner?
That was 100% complete.
It was like he threw it right to him, dude.
I guess he figured like, oh, he wearing 50 something. He won't catch it.
Right. And then Bobby late in that game, in the overtime, was just in an unfortunate situation that we've seen. Zach Ertz finished the game 10 for 106. Ertz was really good, except on a big third down play, can't come up with the ball. Now the Broncos safety made a hell of a play on it. Late in that game, Terry bailed him out on fourth down, but Ertz had a chance at the touchdown in overtime, wasn't able to bring it in. And then Mariota was good, but that interception early in this game was god awful.
That was bad.
I don't know what the decision-making process is on that play.
Well, it's like it seems when he is in between, I should just run this or no, I can make a play. He never just runs it. And he has the ability to run as well as any running quarterback in this league.
Totally.
And I think sometimes he should just tuck that one and go. Because when he was running, you could see him, he could split the guys, may get 5-6 yards. But you don't throw that one into a crowd, not into a crowd like that.
Dude, it like I got to go back and watch it. I haven't had time, but he had a quick look, didn't take it, hesitated. Then it reminded me of the interception in Miami.
It looks exactly like it.
He just kind of like
when he does
freaks
that
out.
double clutch thing.
Yeah,
he double clutches, but he doesn't pull it back in. He leaves it up there, and then he tries to throw it. He don't get enough velocity on it.
Totally.
Yeah.
And just big trouble, obviously, last night. I think, the one play we haven't talked about was the most remarkable play of the night. The Burks touchdown catch.
Yeah, with the finger that he just had surgery
He just
on.
had surgery on that middle finger, which is what he went up and high pointed that pass.
Yeah.
The box score for Treylon Burks last night, 1 catch, 5 yards, 1 touchdown.
Hey.
That does not tell the story
I'll
on
take
that. The toughest questions, I would say. Now, they played really explosive offenses during that 4-game stretch where everything was terrible, right? And then the last 2 games, they haven't. Miami is just a mess, and Denver is just not an explosive group. It's a good team. It's a well-coached team. They have a good defense. That's not an explosive group. But
Miami is explosive on offense. They got some speed on offense.
Okay.
Because they were cooking yesterday.
But Tua's just not.
Yeah. I mean, Tua's he's had some games.
Right.
He also has some duds. I think when he has to make a decision, when he does stuff in rhythm, he's unbelievable.
Right.
But the moment you make him have to say, "Oh, I gotta,"
or move
he
from
got
the spot.
problems now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my point is, one of the toughest things I think to reconcile as like we start to look at the totality of this year and where things have and haven't gone right. Since DQ has taken over calling the defensive plays, the defense it's running a cleaner operation. Like you're not seeing the massive coverage bust. You're not seeing like they're able to generate more pressure. And you wonder if that change happens earlier or just like, what is the change so significantly that can happen like that? You know what I mean? And some of it, I think, is the opponents. Like, you're not facing Jahmyr Gibbs and Amon-Ra St. Brown. You're facing different players.
But what it is now, and I made this comment when DQ first came in, you have a guy now who understands the flow of it, how to set up stuff. He's done it for multiple times. You normally get like, Jaden came in here last year, was remarkable, but he did make some rookie mistakes. You saw those things. You see Bo Nix in his second year right now. He does some great things, but he does some things that make you scratch your head. Those things happen. But as he goes on, he'll have that flow with it. He'll see a defense and he'll know what they're trying to do to him. With Dan knows how to set up stuff, make you think one thing and something else happens. I watched one of those games, what was it? Earlier yesterday, I think. No. It was a game on Thanksgiving. They were blitzing corners from outside, inside, 15. They'll have a safety coming down like he's coming down, creeping. He'll blitz. And the quarterbacks never saw it. And I'm like, well, damn, that's how you get it done. But it's like when you are the first, and listen, and I'm not trying to make an excuse for Joe. When you get the first time doing something, you want to do so much that you don't do anything right. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know what you're trying to do, but the flow of it is not going right with you.
Well,
and I think that's a lot of it.
And I think the offense has largely been so bad this year and a lot of that I think has been injury driven, that you don't get any of that complimentary football. Last night you got some of that.
Yeah.
Like, we could talk about DQ's decision to punt early in that game from the 39. And on the surface, it looks pretty lame, frankly. But they punt. Tress does his job, pins him at like the 11. Then they get a 3 and
Has
out.
some spin on it.
And so, like, that's playing complimentary football. We're going to rely on our defense because then we'll get the ball back around the 50. They kind of win that little micro battlefield of position,
possession.
Thank you. And I think when you see that, it's like, all right, you see them executing larger plans better, not resulting in wins, but last night looked a lot different. Like
you get that effort.
They forced punts.
You'll get more wins with that effort last night than you would than you would not.
Like the team, they played 2 Sunday night games wearing these Super Bowl era uniforms. 2 of them. The team that played last night would not recognize the team that played Seattle.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm with that.
Just night and day different.
Yeah.
Now, I'd like to take a brief moment. My headphones are in Ashburn, which is unfortunate. There's this backup set that are Jeff's that weren't working. So my man, Heavy Metal Chris, is sitting in for Jeff today, gave me his. Do you see how large these things are?
Hey, Chris got a rather big head. But your ears are reaching it.
I barely, dog. We're hanging on for dear life right here.
Usually I have an ear pulled back.
All right, we're just getting warmed up on B-Mitch and Finley. Want to talk about the decision to go for 2. I don't think it's much of a discussion, but I'm open if others do. Nobody go anywhere. We're going to have Joe Theismann join us, open these phone lines up. It is, unfortunately, a Misery Monday. If you're looking to make a move in the DMV, there's only one person to call. That is John Leahy.
Just like a recent seller, they wanted to sell their home, and they were told that, they were asking $20,000 over the asking price. And then everything went smoothly when they went out there, and they had no stress, they had no setbacks, and the sale closed right on time. The client had been told previously by another agent that, you're not going to be able to make no money off of this thing. But John rolled in, and as I said, they got $20,000 over the asking price. Check out John Leahy's guaranteed offer right there on his website. You can get the ball rolling at johnsellsdmv.com. Talk about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, he will let you out your contract at any time.
Let's be real. Sometimes the reason you got to move is a stressful reason. These are stressful times. You want somebody that will relieve the stress as much as possible, whatever the situation is. Divorce, death in the family, maybe you got a new job, maybe you lost your job. John and the Fine Living Group have the options and strategies you need to take care of things quickly for the most money possible and the least amount of stress possible. That's why I would go with John. That's why B would go with John. Call John today, 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. The Commanders fought the Broncos in a 27-26 overtime thriller that had everything you could ask for in a primetime game. They went toe-to-toe with a top team in the NFL and ended up being a missed 2-point conversion away from a statement win. On the other side of town, Tom Wilson had 2 goals and an assist. Alex Ovechkin and Alexi Protas each scored empty net goals as the Capitals beat the Islanders 4-1 to extend their win streak to 4 games. And the huge news around college football, LSU's courtship of Lane Kiffin has ended. He is leaving Ole Miss to take the job in Baton Rouge, will not coach the Rebels in the college football playoff. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Med Cap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Shout out to Christmas season.
I've been right there in that spot where Lane is right there.
Is that Oxford or Baton Rouge?
No, that's Baton Rouge right there. That's a private section of the airport.
I bet it's nice. All right, so I was down on the field after the game late, and one of the security guys yells over to me, Jay, I thought I was about to get arrested. I'm like, what's up? Why'd they go for 2 at the end? To me, that is a no-brainer.
Mm-hmm.
Above all else, you're 3-8.
Yeah.
Try to win the game.
Yeah, and they were. And you look at the play, McNichols is wide open.
Dude, so when they set out in the empty set and McNichols was all the way on the outside, the end zone closest to us in the press box, so field left, and then they motion him back in, and you see why you do that is it shows the quarterback exactly what the coverage is. And then they loop him around. And then now Denver, one thing I'll give Denver credit for, especially defensively, they are who they are. They're going to come after you.
Yeah.
And they ran 0 blitz right there. And the play is wide open. McNichols walks into the end zone. Could Marcus have put a little more loft on it?
Yeah.
Sure. But Benito's also a stud. Like, that dude's probably an all-pro player.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you tip your cap. That dude made an outrageous play in that moment, and he's probably among the best young outside linebacker. Like, because he does a little bit more than just a straight pass rusher. Going for 2 there, and I liked what DQ said after the game. He explained it as we viewed that as 2 possessions. Because we had the chance to tie it, then we had the chance to win it. And if you look at the clock, when they scored, there was 2:40 left in OT.
Mm-hmm.
The odds of maybe you can force a 3 and out, but it was the best Knicks had played was in overtime. Maybe you can force a 3 and out. Like, I'm not ignoring that possibility. But at that point, it's sudden death. At that point, all Denver needs is a field goal. So if you kick, they get a decent return, which my man Jake Moody was kicking to the 10. Did you notice that, Brian? They bring in this new young guy that isn't a leg either. Like, go find one of these kickers that can go from 60.
Last night, though, I can see the ball traveling less.
Yeah, it was cold.
That wind was blowing, and that it was cold. Like, that's that when you kick that ball, you go, oh,
that's a rock.
I'm not kicking that too hard no more. I'm gonna just smooth that thing down there.
But my point is, so they score. If they do kick the extra point, which one just would have been cowardice. It just would have been like I always joke about the avoid disaster playbook. That's all that would have been. Like, we're just gonna make this look good. We're not trying to win. So then you're kicking off with 2:40 left. Doesn't it feel like the way that game went? Where Washington was throwing haymakers. The Commanders were swinging from their heels, giving it everything they got. But every time they swung, Denver had a response.
Mm-hmm.
If they kick the extra point, do you think it's more likely they get a 3 and out or Denver goes down and kicks a game-winning field goal?
Yeah, I think
I think so.
But listen, I had no problem with what they did. Soon as they scored, I said you got to go for 2. It's momentum here.
Totally.
You know, and the thing of it, you're not playing for a tie. I don't
3
wanna
and
say
8.
that. Yeah, I mean, they went for it, and when you see the play, Cliff drew up one that worked.
Totally.
And the ball, even, I don't know if Mariota could have sidearmed it, could have tried to put a little bit more loft or pump and then let it fly. Because I think he had enough room to do a pump and still zip the ball to him. But in the moment,
Benito was closing fast.
In the moment, you let it go.
Right.
But if he pump fake, Benito's jumping.
Yeah.
He's not gonna keep rushing.
Yeah.
So he's gonna jump, and then boom, when he on his way down, you zip that thing right past him.
DQ on the decision to go for 2. That was the strategy all along. Honestly, it was a play that we liked. We got batted down, but against the man-to-man, that's one that we practice a lot, and we liked it. So, I hate the outcome, but there was no hesitation. I knew before the drive started, hey, we're going to score, and we're going for 2. Then you're in all 4-down territory, so it's more strategy in that way.
Yeah.
Zero. Like, I think I've talked about this a bunch. Like, Dan Quinn is very much enjoying the fruits of last year's labor when it comes to the benefit of the doubt in a lot of coaching decisions. And injuries have played such a significant factor that it's hard to really assess what has happened this year.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have a lot of NFL coaches ride an 8-game losing streak with as cool of a seat as he has.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been, I think it's fair to point that out, and I've pointed it out repeatedly as this losing streak continues to grow and grow and grow. I am not hesitant to question the head coach. I have zero questions about that decision. That was the right decision.
I mean,
1,000%.
As I stated earlier, they go for the extra point. Denver gets it and go and score. I guarantee the same people that would be questioning the fact that they went for 2 will be saying, why didn't they go for 2?
Right.
And at that point, I don't have to hear what people have to say. Because the thing about a coach has to make decisions that he can live with, not that makes us all satisfied and comfortable. And when you see the play was designed and it was one that would work if you just get the ball to him.
I mean,
because I saw the Denver linebacker running like he did something. Dude, you were beat. Shut up.
I mean, they're just celebrating in the moment. There's no other, dude. If they tie it, would be one of the. Is there? Let's be I'm going to ask. But I wish Jeff was here because he's in deep state Twitter, right? Is there a chorus of they should have kicked it last night, Landy? Are people saying that? Because I
haven't heard anybody except for that security guard.
The security guard for sure was saying it. Were you working the phones last night, Chris?
Yeah, it was actually. So I was just telling these guys, we had an interesting call last night from one guy that was like, well,
was he hammered?
No, but he was like, if you go for the kick, he's like, you could be just spoiling for Denver because a tie essentially is a loss to them. So if your defense can hold them preventing a field goal, you could essentially give them a loss by just kicking the one. But that still relies on your defense, which looked terrible in overtime to actually hold.
Yeah, I mean, the defense gave up the one big play.
But if they get a tie, hell, right now a tie is helping Green Bay in many facets. It may help them. It may not hurt them.
Well, I mean, for Denver though, it could mess with Denver's playoff chances or whatever.
But if they're sitting at
Washington's job is not to mess with Denver's playoff.
But if somebody ends up 8-5 and Denver is 8-4-1.
I mean, I hear
8-4-1 is better.
There is still an impact though that could have had maybe down the road.
I think that dude.
That's overstretching.
Yeah,
that's a little bit
whoever
worried
that
about
caller is, has sex with the lights on. That's just the nerdiest. That's the nerdiest take.
What's wrong with that?
I don't know, man.
Something I want to see the facial expression. See what's happening.
That is just such a ridiculous. Actually,
guy's a Chiefs fan, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he could have been.
All right, I'm glad. I think we can officially put to rest the why did they go for 2. It was the right call. DQ.
They were trying to win the game.
Yeah, dude. You know what you try to do when you've lost 7 in a row? Win the freaking game.
I got a text that says FCC online won again.
I don't even think I said anything bad.
You didn't.
Yeah.
I said you want to see a facial expression. What's wrong with that?
You said that.
But I'm saying, what's wrong with that? I said facial expression. Joey, you may not know what you're doing.
Tell Joey I'm never cutting the track here. There is plenty to be critical of. Not the call late. I don't get that.
You know how it is, though, man.
Yeah, I thought
when the piranhas start circling, bro, they can just wait for anything to go for.
Totally. I mean, if you look at this game last night, Washington gained 420 yards of offense. Washington controlled possession throughout.
You're playing against the number 1 rated defense, right?
Midway in the third quarter, they were 6 of 7 on third down. Like they were
against the number 1 ranked defense, right?
Depending on the metric, top 5 in all metrics.
Well, top 5 is damn good in the NFL.
Right.
And you're
That
playing
Houston
against
team
them
won.
and you're working them. Houston is number 1 now because in the last 3 games, they have destroyed
outrageous.
people. But this was the number 1 sack team. They got to him twice.
Yeah.
They had 49 and a half coming into that game.
Mariota showed guts last night because he was getting lit up. And they were running him a lot because they needed it.
It's going to happen like that sometimes.
I mean, he
you don't get to fall on pillows just because you're a quarterback in the NFL, man.
Totally, dude. I thought Marcus's just the human effort involved last night was truly tremendous. The pick was brutal, missed some throws. When Marcus misses, it's high. You notice that? Like his miss is high, man.
Mm-hmm.
Also, dude. All right, I'm going to try to break. I'm going to try to break on time. I did want to talk about Laramie Tunsil and that left leg that starts moving early. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. All right, folks, it's official. It's cold in the DMV. It is that time of year. You better schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star heating experts over at Crop Metcalf. They've been great to me and my family, and they can be great for you. Right now, for just $99 at Crop Metcalf, certified 5-star tech will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smooth, efficient, and ready for the cold weather Mother Nature's about to bring. That means you can boost your system's performance, lower your energy bills, and most importantly, catch those small issues before they turn into potentially major repairs. Take it from me, a quick call to Crop Metcalf now is a small move that can help you save big when the temperatures really flip. Because what if your system goes down in a month? What if it goes down in the middle of February? You are screwed. Don't let it happen. Do yourself a favor. Do what I always do. Call 1-800-GO-CROP or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
Which come true. All I want for Christmas is... I'm killing this song in a bad way. Just want a lot for Christmas.
Speaking of killing it, today is a Misery Monday presented by Chaniga Mayos, a 2025 top workplace. Visit careers with Mayos.com, MIOS.com. A lot of reaction to last night's game, obviously. The biggest thing watching that is Marcus played well. Hold on, let's get this out of the way because I want to see if anybody votes no. B. Mitch Finley, AAA poll question of the day. Do you agree with Dan Quinn's decision to go for 2 in overtime? Now, it's very early in this poll's shelf life, but 94% of people say yes. So I'm proud of everyone. Now, last night, the reaction in the moment, maybe you just want them to win and you're kind of wasted. You feel a little different. But in the light of day, sobriety, that's the right call. And really isn't much of a debate to me.
Yeah. I just did it in this little text thread, and they were like, hell yeah, go for it.
What's the judge say? He's an analytical fella. Is he texting? Yeah.
I haven't heard from Judge yet.
All right. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA, plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. One more quick look here. It is, all right. People are being reasonable. It's about 90-10. Yes, Chris. I thought you wanted to weigh in on that. Now, I need to go back. Did they win the toss to start overtime? I'm not sure I understand the decision to kick there. I recognize now the overtime rules are such that both teams get a possession.
Well, I think when both teams get a possession, they'd also, if the team go down and you stop them, or if they score 3 or 4, you know what you have to do.
I agree with that. I can get down theoretically, but Denver's defense had just given up an 18-play, 86-yard drive.
Mm-hmm.
Like they were on their heels. You know what I'm saying? And you had the momentum of Terry just getting the field goal right before overtime. So that is probably a little nitpicky to me. By far, Brian, the ballsiest call of the night. I was stunned in real time. I want it, dude. 3rd and 3 from the 20. When they called the quarterback draw, where Mariota had to break like 3 tackles to get out of bounds. They were out of timeouts.
Mm-hmm.
That ball wasn't on the left hash. It was in the dead middle of the field. That call to call the quarterback draw where you know you have no timeouts. If he gets tackled in bounds, you're probably dead.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably dead. Maybe he gets the first down. That play.
That's why they call it, Jay. Because
that was bananas.
Because the defense didn't expect it either. I mean,
what was your heart rate watching that play?
It's like,
because he had to get around to the edge and they break like 2 tackles to get all the way outside.
Yeah, I don't know if they expected to have all that, but I can recall it in college. We would call quarterback draw at some of the most inopportune times. But when I dropped back and looked like I was going to throw it, it's just like the Red Sea was just parting. It would open up, and I'm like, damn, they didn't expect this? And you just, boom, you go. Sometimes they went inside, sometimes they went outside.
But
it shows you, Mariota got some ability, dog.
Oh, dude. He
got ability, man.
And I think people sleep on what an athletic specimen he is.
Yeah.
I mean, Marcus is big, strong, fast. Still, though, that play was just crazy. So when Mariota got the first down, and you have 1st and 10 from the 14, they ran 2 more pass plays before they kicked the tying field goal at the end of regulation. Did either of those appear to be real shots to the end zone? To you?
With them down the stretch?
The last 2. So at 1st and 10, 2nd and 10, And Mariota, to me, kind of just threw them away. I'd like to see one real shot to the end
the one of them down the right side, I think, was a throwaway. But you got to get them out your hands quick.
Yeah.
Because you were trying to
You
save
take a
time.
sack, you're cooked.
Yeah, you're trying to save time as well. So that's the thing about it where if they're open, you throw it. If they're not, let it fly. So he had to throw some of them like that.
Yeah. We've heard from the judge. He says, absolutely, you go for 2.
Hell yeah.
He's a judge. There's no further debate.
Yeah.
That's literally what he does for a living is judge things. So there you have it. That game was just so crazy. Like multiple people throughout the night were tweeting this game is drunk, and it kind of just seemed like it. Like the amount of back and forth, crazy stuff happening. There was.
I'd much rather that game being drunk than some of them games we saw that were just overdose, where they just blow them out.
The difference in Sunday Night Football performances from the burgundy and gold this year. It's the 2 times they wore the dope jerseys with the gold face masks. I don't know what the NFL rules allow for how frequently or how much time has to transpire, but the sooner, I think eventually they go to just the Super Bowl era whites anyway, period. Like I think that's just going to be their home uni.
Mm-hmm.
But the sooner they can just go to the gold face mask, please. It looks so much better. So we've seen those twice. I mean, honestly, how different did the 2 performances look in those? The Seattle game versus last night.
The performances look totally different.
They look like different teams.
Yeah, but I'll be honest with you though, when I'm watching the game, I forget what uniform they wear.
The uniforms are relevant.
Yeah.
I'm just saying they had 2 Sunday night games about a month apart.
Oh yeah.
And it's unbelievable.
It's totally different.
I mean, Seattle just worked them. And then last night, it doesn't matter. Like, we can hindsight this thing all we want. And now they're on to Minnesota. What do you think the line is in that?
Don't have a clue. Probably even.
Dead even. Pick them. Do you know who played quarterback for the Vikings yesterday?
No.
Max Brosmer.
No, never heard of him.
He threw 4 picks.
Well, I did hear him. I heard of him last week when you said it. And he threw 4 picks?
Yeah.
We need him to play.
Speaking of quarterbacking, somebody that did it at an incredibly high level, we're lucky to have Joe Theismann join the program next.
This Sports Update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders drop Sunday Night Football 27-26 in overtime. Marcus Mariota matched or maybe even exceeded Bo Nix's playmaking. He drove Washington all the way to the end zone in the final minutes of overtime, only to have Nick Bonito deflect what would have been a game-winning 2-point attempt. That is now a 9-game win streak for Denver, and they have trailed in every single one of those games. And it's official, Lane Kiffin is headed to LSU. Kiffin also announced that after extensive conversations with Ole Miss Athletic Director Keith Carter, he will not be allowed to have his cake and eat it too. I mean, coach the Rebels through the postseason. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today. Or for more information, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley 1067 The Fan. You're watching us on YouTube on the 1067 The Fan page or on the Monumental Sports Network. You're listening to us on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app or maybe where you get your podcasts. Wherever you are, we're there. And we're very excited to get on the Rude Guest Hotline and welcome in the NFL MVP from the 1983 season, Mr. Joe Theismann. Joe T, what's up, dude? How are you?
Good morning, guys. I hope you had a wonderful Thanksgiving and everybody had a safe one and spent a lot of time with their family and food and football. I mean, it was an unbelievable weekend of football.
Or was that?
It was. It was a fun one, and last night was the best we've seen this Washington team play in some time. They did come up short. Joe, what'd you think of the effort? Maybe not the final score, but certainly the effort in this thing.
I just felt like it was unbelievable from the get-go. The defense was incredible. The offense just hung in there and hung in there and hung in there. And, you know, you played a heck of a football team and you played a heck of a football game. And it was a heartbreaker the way it ended. It's almost like it's last year in reverse. You know, you get to this situation, you know, we saw this last week in Miami. You get against Miami in Spain. We see it this week against Denver. It's those games that we won a year ago, just like this, we're not winning this year. But the effort, Marcus played a fantastic football game. I mean, one of those, the escape he made to get those passes off was incredible. I mean, his running, everything he did was so unbelievable last night. And it was just unfortunate. It was a perfect play call at the end. And, guy makes a great defensive play. That's about the only way you can describe it.
That's it. And looking at the defense and how they're playing, Joe, what do you say about that? Because they seem to have gotten a little better over the last 2 weeks.
They have. I think, Dan seems to have a feel for what he wants to do, and we've seen him play better football. We're in every game. It doesn't get away from him, and that's the big thing. And I think, you hang in there for 60 minutes, you're going to give yourself a chance like we have the last couple of weeks. I feel bad for Ertz. I mean, he just – against Miami, he slips over there in Spain, and then he has an opportunity here. I mean, he was a war horse last night, making catches all over the place, key catches everywhere, as he has since he's been a Commander. And it's that one play that just sort of, like I say, it's the difference. Last year, the one plays were made. This year, the one play is not being made.
Yeah, Joe, you're so right. Last year, they seemed to just get all the bounces, and this year, it just seems like everything goes the other way. When you watch Washington run the ball pretty effectively against a really good Denver defense, and then at times it seems to go away, do you get frustrated, or do you understand that they're just trying to accomplish lots of different things offensively and defensively?
I don't think they're trying to accomplish lots of different things. You just can't drop back in this league and think you're going to continue to throw and have good things happen all the time. You're going to get, a holding penalty, put you behind the chains. You're going to throw an incomplete pass. You're going to throw an interception. There's so many things that happen. If you run the ball enough to be able to control the linebackers, And I thought the offensive line held up really well last night. But if you're able to control the linebackers, you're able to control a large amount of your passing game. And that's why the running game is so important. We go back 2-3 years when everybody sort of poo-pooed the running backs and say, well, they're not that important. That's baloney. I'm a testament. I wear a Super Bowl ring because of John Ricketts. I don't pretend to say anything else. John and that offensive line made it happen for us as we continue to go forward, and really great defensive play. But when you look at the ability to, you can't be, 2nd and 10, 2nd and 9. You've got to be able to gain enough yards on 1st and 10 to be able to put pressure on the linebackers to open up some space and some room. And again, having the statement last night that came out of that game to me is how important is Terry McLaurin to this football team. I mean, you can't overstate the fact that with them, with the team, it's a different football team. Without him, you're searching for answers and opportunities. I mean, when the game against Miami, there was one deep pass, the entire day. And I think Cliff opened it up more against Denver, seeking opportunities down the field, and it made a difference. Terry made some unbelievable catches, and he's just a tough guy. And I think the guys feed off of that.
Yeah.
You see him doing what he's doing, and you see other players making plays, and guys feed off that. The defense feeds off what the offense does, and vice versa.
I totally agree with Terry. And the last time we saw them play well was a half in Kansas City when they had Terry back, and he made some unbelievable catches. Joe, when you have a receiver that plays, now obviously he can get vertical, he's got the speed, he can make contested catches. But when you have a receiver that plays with that level of physicality, what does that do for a quarterback?
Oh, it gives you tremendous confidence to know that you can put the ball in the general area. You don't have to make specific, precise throws. You put it in a general area, and you feel like Terry's going to make the play for you, or he's not going to allow an interception to happen. That's the other thing too, is when the great receivers protect the ball, they protect the quarterback. If they can't get it, then they make sure that defenders don't get it. Terry's that kind of a smart football player. But it was good to see him healthy. I think, coming up here, we've got, Minnesota's coming up. We've got a challenge. They're unsettled at the quarterback position. And then you've got, the Giants, the Eagles, and the Cowboys in the remaining, 4 games after that. So I think that this football team has got the confidence now to be able to line up on the football field with any of the remaining 5 football teams and have a positive outcome.
Joe, you're sitting in this position right now with the team. You lost 7 in a row. What would be your message to a team if you're a quarterback leading this team?
I think the first thing is we just have to keep fighting. Basically, this is our job. This is what we do. This what we've been is not who we are. We're starting to become the team we're supposed to be. And the thing is you have to go out, you have to study, you have to work. As the quarterback, all eyes are on you. How do you carry yourself? How do you conduct yourself? How do you communicate with everybody else? What do you say in the media? All those things are taken into consideration because all eyes are on you. I think the important thing is we just need to keep fighting. Now, will they make a decision when Jaden's ready to go? Is he going to be ready next week in Minnesota? I don't know if he's going to be cleared or not. I think that he should get back on the football field at some point in time. But he has to be 150% cleared, and they have to feel comfortable that he's healthy enough to be able to go out there to do it. But to have him take the rest of the year off would be a huge mistake, I think, for him and for the franchise going forward.
Yeah, I think Jaden will play. I think Jaden wants to play. It's a matter of getting cleared by the docs, and maybe that's a little different if we get to Christmas Day and he still hasn't been cleared and there's only 1 or 2 games left. But at this point, you got to have him back out on the field because, unfortunately, a lot of fans at this point are just caught up in draft position. But there's 70 guys in that locker room living and dying with these games. And
JP, they don't care about draft position.
Totally.
None of them.
Right, B. Mitch, you're sitting in that locker room. You hear, the noise. You got to block the noise out. It's not about the noise. It's about the guys in the locker room. It's about the coaches in the meeting rooms. It's about the organization. It's about saying, okay, look, man, we prove we can play toe to toe with anybody, but we have to put this kind of effort forth every week.
True.
you just and you can't take anything for granted. You can't take an extra point for granted. You can't take anything for granted. You saw some of the games this weekend were decided by missed extra points and some officiating calls that weren't very good. So
some of those
I mean, to me, it's like hey, we're getting closer. Let's just keep pushing forward. Let's keep growing. Let's keep getting better.
Talking with our friend Joe Theismann here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. You can give Joe a follow at Theismann7, 2 N's in Theismann. Joe T, I did want to correct one thing you said earlier. You had a little something to do with that Super Bowl ring. So
you're kind. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Just a little.
You've played football at the highest levels. You've watched football. You've done it professionally as an analyst, a commentator, all those things. What did you think of that Traylon Burks touchdown catch last night?
Unbelievable.
I'll throw it back to him again.
Yeah, they tried. They tried again. I mean, first of all, where Marcus, what gets lost in the whole thing is where Marcus put the football. There was no place else to put that football for him to go get it. And then, with the OBJ comparisons, I think the split screens they've been showing, it's just, it was absolutely phenomenal. Great concentration, great ability to protect the ball. Because, Mitch, you know this better than I do. When you go up for a pass and you hit the ground, there's lots of things getting jarred around. Your elbow, your arm, your back, everything else is going to hit the ground. It was something special.
Yes.
I mean, it really was. It was just and then how about Marcus scrambling around, saving a play, not getting sacked. I mean, all the things that everybody kept making play after play after play in this game. And it was, Bobby getting himself an interception.
Yeah.
Just both sides of the ball and the kicking and everything clicked except for that one last moment.
Yep.
Yeah. It was remarkable, man. And I just, going forward here, there's obviously the Jaden question, and they're going to have a long offseason of having to examine some stuff. I think, you need more speed. You do need a dominant edge rusher. There's obviously holes on a roster. You don't get to 3-9 on accident. But I feel like in the last month, they've had 2 Sunday night football games between the Seattle game and last night, and that was 2 different football teams that showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. Night and day.
And I feel like, you're getting healthy. Will Harris being back on the field helps you a lot.
Yep.
But the people that wanted to disparage McLaurin for being hurt, I think last night were just proven so stupid.
Yeah.
Well, how do you disparage somebody for being hurt? I mean,
because they don't understand how tough this game is, Joe.
No, and they don't understand. They don't understand that you're playing this. This is the highest level you can play. And you need every bit of your abilities to be able to do it. I'll tell you a guy who was a warrior yesterday too was Daniel Jones. You watched him in warmups hobble around out there, and then you go out and see him play against that Houston defense. You say to yourself, "Whoa, unbelievable!" But that's what you do. I mean, if the job matters to you, you want to do everything you can to get out there.
Yeah.
And we saw what Terry looked like as a healthy Terry. Now, hopefully, going forward, you build on it.
Yeah.
You make sure that and then Jaden gets back out there. You build on it. Our business isn't a one-year business. We had a great year last year, a Cinderella kind of year last year. It's been a struggle this year, and you're going to go through the ebbs and flows of the way the games work and the way the season works. But you can't just all of a sudden say, "Oh, okay, well, geez, maybe we can get a number 1 draft pick again." No, baloney with that. That's ridiculous. That nobody thinks like that. Not if they're in that locker room.
No.
Yeah, I
Not
think
at all.
a lot of times the disconnect between the people inside the building and the way that people watch the sport are very different. And I think last night was really indicative of that when a team shows up and leaves it all on the field. Marcus had the bad pick. I don't know what that was. But, Joe, as a guy that played the quarterback position, the way he was getting hit in that game and just kept responding to the bell said a lot about who Mariota is and kind of why they value him so much.
That's who he is. And he's a very valued piece. The other thing, too, he's a very valued piece of this. I mean, you look around the league at the people who are struggling with backups and and the poor performances that they put out. Marcus has not been that way. He has been a rock back there. He doesn't get a lot of practice time, doesn't get a lot of work. and yet still goes out and performs at a very high level to give this team a chance to win. The other thing that was impressive to me last night watching that game was, you're 3-8. Your football team hasn't done well. You're coming off of a bye. Everybody celebrated Thanksgiving. That stadium was packed. And I thank the fans for being there for this football team. I thank them tremendously because it's just as easy to turn around when things aren't going well and say, I got something else to do on a Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't. They were there in mass, and it made a difference. You could hear it on the TV, and that's why playing in the city of Washington to me was so important, to be able to spend an entire career in one city with one franchise because of the fans and their support of the organization and the football team and the players. And they notice it, believe me.
I think every fan needs to just look outside of just here. You saw what Joe Burrow did the other day, right? Joe Burrow has proven what he's capable of. He could have probably just rolled off in the sunset. But no, sure. I'm going to play because that's what I'm supposed to do. Be there for my teammates, and he goes and he beats the Ravens.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Bad, broken wrist. Now, Justin Herbert's going to be faced with a similar situation with his injury. I fully guarantee that he'll be able to do it. Now, when you hurt your left hand, as it is, it's harder to hand off going to the right. Mm-hmm. So you have to adjust your offense a little bit, and defenses aren't stupid. You basically aren't going to be able to hand off to anybody going to the right. You're going to have to pitch the ball. So you move your edge rushers out a little bit, you move your ends out a little bit more, knowing full well that the only way they can get there is by pitching the ball. So but I mean, these guys showed up big time, and it's like I say, Terry being healthy makes a world of difference. Zach's Ertz is just, you talk about a warrior. We have older players on this football team. You have to acknowledge that, but I'll tell you, so every one of them is a warrior that lines up and plays hard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree with that. It was just such a tough way for that to finish. You know what I mean? And
broke my heart.
Yeah,
broke my heart.
It was it was one of those where a million things happened in that game. I thought the refs were really pretty bad. The refs don't win or lose games though, and just Joe, one play I got to ask you about. Late in regulation, 3rd and 6, and they call that QB draw for Mariota.
Mm-hmm.
And if he goes down inbounds, the game might be over. What were you screaming at the television in that moment as Marcus tried to get out to that left sideline?
First thing I said to myself was, why? Why?
Right.
Why? Just kick. It's 7 seconds left to go. Just kick the field. Just tie it up. Just kick the field goal there. And basically, as it turned out, there was no way that I thought that, if you're going to take a shot, throw it out of the end zone like you did the play before. But, you scratch your head a little bit and wonder why. But, that worked out okay for us. He did get out of bounds.
Mm-hmm.
And he fought to get out of bounds. So, but that was one of those head scratchers a little bit. And it turned out it wasn't detrimental. Let's put it that way. That's important.
Worked out kind of good.
It was
for a little bit.
It gave us something to talk and think about. I'll tell you that.
It sure did. It sure did. I mean, in the moment, I was just like, oh my God, is he going to? It reminded me of, I'm going a couple years back now, when they ran that QB draw in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
And then they weren't able to spike it in time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Obviously, it worked out better last night.
Yeah. I mean, it's, you get inside 10 seconds. It's like you do have one or two, if you have a timeout, it's a different story. But when you don't have any timeouts and you're in the middle of the football field and you got to get to the sidelines in 6 seconds, and you're not a world-class sprinter, it makes a world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, kind of going forward, if you're Dan Quinn, what's your message for this team? 5 games left, but I'd argue the next 2 are quite winnable, man. At Minnesota, at New York.
Hey, I think Philadelphia's beatable.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys, it remains to be seen exactly where they're going to be and what they're going to look like. Every week it's a different scenario. Every week you're looking at different football teams. The Rams get beat by the Carolina Panthers yesterday. There's no way anybody ever thought that would have happened. No way. The Buffalo Bills go out and they look terrible, and all of a sudden they come back and look great.
Yeah.
Each week it's like it's a game unto itself. The Kansas City Chiefs. they're still a scary football team. They only lost by 3 points on Thanksgiving, and they had a chance to win that or at least tie it if guys don't drop the football. This was Kansas City's problem a couple of years ago. It wasn't that Patrick was playing bad. Patrick's playing unbelievable. But the guys can't catch. Travis Kelce putting the ball on the ground. Rashid Rice putting the ball on the ground in key moments. I think the message, to answer your question, the message is, guys, look, this is who we are. This is who we can be. But we got to bring it every week, just like we did on Sunday night. It's got to be that kind of effort. It's got to be that kind of performance, because anything less than that is not going to give us a chance to be able to win.
Yep. Totally. I agree with you, man. Joe, we appreciate you making time for us, sir. I know it was a
Always
late
love
night
these
watching that thing.
No, God, I'm telling you, I tossed and turned last night in 1,000 different ways. Having played the position, when Marcus threw the ball, all of a sudden it goes through my mind, okay, do you double clutch? No, you can't double clutch, because then it gives the defenders a chance. Do you loft it in the air? Well, you don't want to hang it up down around the goal line down there. So he did exactly what he had to do to try and complete the pass. Sometimes, and you hate to do this, and both Mitch and I were offensive guys, you hate to give the defense credit, but you have to. The kid made a hell of a play.
He did.
I mean, that's all it was.
The question I would ask is, why wasn't he blocked at all?
Well,
he's only leading the league in sacks.
They brought 2 men. That was part of what Marcus was dealing with all night.
Yeah.
Free runners. I mean, you bring more people than are there to block, especially when you got 3 receivers going out to clear. You got a running back coming from the other side. Normally, that would be the running back's guy to pick up.
Last one, Joe. You're Irish getting in, right?
They better, or else there's really something wrong.
I think they're good, man, and I think they could. I don't know. Freeman's a heck of a coach. They could go on a little run. I'll be excited to watch them in the playoff.
They could. The only thing that scares me a little bit is the last 4 opponents haven't really given us much of a.
That Syracuse game you didn't think was one of the 70-7?
Well, the thing is that was. I mean, there's 5 minutes. There's 6 minutes to go in the first quarter, and your offense hasn't been on the field yet. And you got a 21-point lead.
Yeah.
That doesn't happen very often. I think. You're going to be playing a lot better football teams going into the playoffs. Actually, when you look at the teams that are probably going to be in the 12, there's a lot of really good football teams, a lot of really good defenses, Notre Dame being one of them, being able to go forward. And I love the growth of C.J. Carr. I mean, he just watching him grow from the first game against Miami to where he was and where he is now is really a treat for me.
I bet you wouldn't mind seeing Jeremiah Love wearing burgundy and gold, Joe.
First of all, he should win the Heisman. He's the best player in college football, my personal opinion. Secondly, he would look really, really good with the W on his helmet.
He sure would. I mean, that game against Syracuse, I've read the box score to be 8 for 170. Yeah, that's pretty remarkable.
And he's a highlight film every week.
Totally.
I mean, he reminds me of the running back Cook he reminds me of Cook a little
James
bit.
Cook. Yeah, I like that call.
Yeah, up in Buffalo. He's got that kind of explosiveness, that kind of elusiveness, and that kind of power. Plus, he's used to pass blocking as well. So, I mean, he's a real treat to watch.
Thank you for the time, Joe. Hope you had a great
Joe.
Thanksgiving and a great Christmas season.
Thanks, guys. Catch up with you soon. Bye.
Take care, man.
Joe Theismann on the Rude Guest Hotline. Lots of like from last night, even in the loss. It's time. Press a button. Let's open these phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Nick Bonino batted away Marcus Mariota's pass in overtime to deny Washington a winning 2-point conversion. The Broncos held on for a 27-26 thriller victory on Sunday Night Football. Justin Herbert hoping to play in Week 14 despite breaking his left hand yesterday. He is expected to undergo surgery today to repair the issue. And Jackson Dart is ready to make his return. Dart will start tonight against the Patriots after missing the last 2 games due to a concussion, per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Great interview with Joe Theismann. If you missed any of that, get on the Odyssey app, hit rewind, go wherever you get your podcasts. I imagine my guy White Brian's going to have that up on YouTube ASAP. White Brian, how much stuff they make you put up on YouTube per hour? You be churning, dog.
3 to 4 shorts and 1 long video.
So that's 5 videos an hour?
Yep.
How long is a short? A minute?
30 seconds to a minute and a half.
And then will the long one, like, will you just put up the whole Joe T? Like 20 minutes?
Yeah, the segment, and I'll edit out the part where you go to break.
Brian grinding, dog.
Yeah, because the part that you go to break is probably longer than the segment.
I thought.
First of all, you and Joe, if the break time is at 20, you can't start going to break at 20 because you get 3 minutes. Joe gonna add 4 to that.
I wanted to ask him about the Irish, man.
Do it at like 16.
There was a lot to discuss.
16, bro. We gotta maintain this TV thing too now.
Hello.
You got that part when we saw the TV?
To everyone on Monumental, hello. We're trying to keep you on time.
Yeah.
You ready for the phones, B?
Let's go.
My man Scott is in Stafford. What's up, Scott?
What up, Scott?
How you doing, gentlemen?
We're good, man.
Good, dude.
Yeah, if anybody watched the coin flip, it was he comes out, he shows you here's heads, here's tails. He flips the coin, or he tells Washington, "What do you want?" He says, "I want heads." He flips the coin. It was tails. He says, "I want that," because I thought he was assuming they were going to receive. I want that goal. And you could see the ref and Denver looking at, we didn't say anything. Now, did I miss something?
It was weird because he was like, we're going to kick that way.
Yeah, he just said, I'm going to kick that way.
But once they lost it, they asked you where you want to kick, right? Oh.
No, the Commanders won the toss.
Okay.
And then they defer.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Tress was out there doing Jedi mind tricks. That's what was happening.
Okay. All right, so then your theory about letting them score and then you figure out, or not score, then you know where you're going to go when you got the second receiving. So that does make sense. But I just thought out of nowhere he just said, I want to kick that way. And I was like, what? So, okay, so maybe I was wrong.
I appreciate you, Scott.
Scott waited a long time to be wrong.
Let's go to Ed in Rockville. What's up, Ed?
Hey, what's going on, JP? What's going on, B-Man? How was y'all Thanksgiving?
It was good, man.
It was good,
Real
dude.
good.
It was good.
That's good. I had my dad over for Thanksgiving, cooked a few things, some ham, which is easy to cook, mac and cheese, some greens and stuff like that. And we watched football the rest of the day. That's
There
what
you go.
we did.
That's how it's supposed to be.
That's the best thing about Thanksgiving, man. 2 football games and eat food. I mean, he probably had 3 plates before he went home, but that's okay. That's Pops. He cooked those meals for me for 18 years. I owe him 18 more years of meals. So,
all right.
Hey, look, I didn't get a chance to really watch the game because Fubo TV, who I use for streaming right now, has this stupid dispute with NBC going on right now. So they kind of pulled MSNBC, NBC, all those like stations and stuff or channels. But I did watch the repeat, and I was a little shocked, to be honest with you, that it went to overtime. But I can see with Terry back out there, this team is different. I had no idea, and correct me if I'm wrong, I had no idea that Will Harris was even back to playing. I knew he was on his way. I didn't know he was going to be on the field. So you can see with the pieces that are starting to but be what it was supposed to be at the beginning of the season. It's starting to kind of help this team have an identity of what it was supposed to be. And it just kind of sucks that we're getting our players back, some of our players back now, because this probably could have been a little bit better, more of a competitive team during the season if we would have had them. But look, I also need Zach Ertz to catch the ball a little bit more. That's all I'm going to say. One last thing. JP, you still owe me my beer, man. Don't think I forgot. Have a good day.
I'm working on it, Doug. Thanks for the call.
They're fire with that beer, though.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That game last night, that's what I said going into this week coming off the bye was DQ and AP built this team with a vision, with a plan for what they thought it was going to look like.
Mm-hmm.
And on some level, it's important for them to see that plan work.
Yeah, and that's why I mentioned Joe Burrow to Joe. They were asking him the same question, like basically in the sense, well, why you want to play? You're like, because that's what we do.
Right.
I'm paid to play football. I know, yeah, you people think it's just about you paid to win, but when you go to work every day, you're not the best person in the world every day. Sometimes you falter, but you keep fighting to try to be the best you can be. And that's what football players do. So I can see why guys are fighting, but Dan, and like you said, they want to see, okay, dog, were we wrong in thinking this? And once you get people back and you start to see it, now you know how to attack next year a little bit more.
Yeah, as everything starts to pile up and the record is what it is and the losing streak is what it is, it's hard to get away from the injuries as just a massive part in all this. The injuries have been whatever the overall, not specific to last night, whatever the overall blame pie for a lost season is, injuries to me have to be the bulk.
Yeah.
But they've also, for me, the only recurring question is DQ is good to his guys. That's why I think DQ's loyalty and commitment to his team can cut both ways. I think you saw a team show up last night at 3-8 because their head coach keeps them locked in. Mm-hmm. And that's a tremendous, tremendous skill and value.
Totally.
The flip side of that is, what if the defense has played demonstrably better in the 2 games since he took over? What if that happened earlier? What if there was a look around like, all right, this isn't working. Maybe you could do it. You know what they're calling it now, where these quarterbacks get benched? They call it a soft benching. They come up with a fake injury or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like, what if there was a soft changing of D coordinator where it wasn't like, yeah, I'm taking over, Joe's not calling it anymore, where it's more like, I'm going to have more input, and then he's actually calling it, but they don't have to go through the actual demotion, right? Like, those are the kind of things that we'll probably be playing back throughout this offseason as we see what happens to the coaching staff. But, in the immediacy of last night and the last 2 games, it's one of those you can't help but wonder. Phone lines are packed. If you're on hold, stay there. We're taking calls probably for the rest of the show. Are you all right with that?
I'm cool with that.
Yeah. Heavy Metal Chris says thumbs up. So he's into it.
I didn't get much sleep last night.
Nah, dog. Were you able to sleep in?
A little bit.
What is sleep in for you? 7:30? Yeah. How am I supposed to concentrate when you say that in my ear? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talk about the massive difference a new garage door made for my house. Well, if your garage door isn't working, needs some maintenance, or you're ready to upgrade what your home looks like, do what I did. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. These guys do it all. Maintenance, repairs, replacements, new installs, openers, whatever it is you need, they've got the technicians who actually know what they're doing. They're based locally, and Door Pro America has been serving the DMV for over 50 years. With a track record like that, they're doing something right. They're keeping garage doors running smooth for homeowners like me across the region. And look, if you've been putting off the repair or replacement to save some cash, now's the time to act and save big. Schedule your appointment today and get a $0 trip and inspection fee on service calls. Plus, you get a free estimate on a new garage door. While you're at it, ask about the Door Pro Advantage membership. It's the smart move for homeowners who want discounts and annual maintenance to keep everything on track. Trust me, upgrading your garage door doesn't just make life easier. It boosts your curb appeal and adds serious value to your home. So if your garage door is due for a little TLC or you're just ready for an upgrade, level it up and score big with Door Pro America. Call 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO or visit doorproamerica.com. Be sure to tell them JP Finley sent you. Landville, is your plan to play Christmas music all of December? I don't
Yeah,
know if I
man.
could- I don't know if I could take that.
You got to get in the holiday cheer.
You ready for Frosty for a month, B?
Not Frosty.
Dog, Lauren, we drove to and from the beach, so call it 6 hours in the car. Lauren tried to put the Christmas channel on the entire time, and I was just like, I can't, babe, I cannot do this. I like it here and there. Certainly, as we get closer to Christmas, is the tree up? I guess Monica's been in Carolina, so you guys probably aren't decorated yet, are you?
Nope.
Dog, I had before I left for the game yesterday, had to carry up all the boxes from the basement. You know, my house is not large. You know how many Christmas boxes we got?
Too many, like everybody else does.
10. The big, like, plastic. I mean, they're 3 feet, 2 by 3 by 3, like the big ass boxes.
Yeah.
I had to carry all of those upstairs. You know that we have a box of Christmas books? You know how heavy that damn box was?
You got it upstairs though, Jay. You're strong.
Yeah, man. That's what we're working out for. You know what drives me crazy?
What's that?
The bells. Yeah, we do not live in olden times. We do not need bells attached to our horse and buggy. And she puts the bells on the doors. So every time you open the door, jing-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, and I hate it.
Why don't you tell her?
I did.
You just told her, huh?
Oh, I told her yesterday.
And she went and bought some more bells.
Nobody cares. My little one.
She gonna buy more bells, and guess who's gonna open up all the doors?
We're going to call the 11:45 segment JP Finley Hates Christmas.
That's not true.
Yeah, you need to stop hating on Christmas.
I don't.
Your second year doing that.
My house is decorated. Yours isn't.
Hey, I don't hate on Christmas.
We're doing
though.
the tree tonight, B.
Hey, JP, you have little kids. When your kids get 20, I want to see you decorating the tree.
I already told Lauren she could do it without me. That didn't go over well either. I did.
You hate Christmas.
I got a new Christmas ornament. Yesterday we went to Homestead Gardens, in Davidsonville. Shout out to Homestead Gardens. We all got to pick out an ornament that No bought for us as an early Christmas present. Guess what I got, B?
What you get?
A miniature crab hammer. Maryland crabs, Brian.
You may as well go get you a miniature Louisiana crab hammer because your crabs don't come from Maryland.
This time of year, they definitely don't.
I'm just letting you know.
Shout out to Christmas. Merry Christmas to all. Even though it's December 1st and we're already hearing the music and listening to the bells on our doors. All right, folks, been on hold a while. Our guy Toothpick is on the line. What's up, Pick?
What up, Pick?
What up, V Mitch? What up, Grinch? I mean, JP. Look, I just got a couple of things, right? Yesterday's game was absolutely something to be encouraged about. You could see the offense and the defense playing better. You could see Debo being used in a better way now that Terry's on the field. The referees, B, you said it from the beginning, man. They were horrible, and I literally started texting, people that I know. I was like, hey, are we being cheated, or is it just me? And they was like, no, we're absolutely being cheated. And then my last point is a question for both of you. We're looking for another wide receiver. We know we can't count on Noah Brown. He stays on the IR. That's where he lives. Could Burks be that guy that we were looking for with the change of environment for him and still go get somebody younger as well? Just my thoughts, and I want to hear you guys answer.
I think they want to see more about what he got. I can tell you that. And then after that one catch will make people say, what else can he do? And, but I still think receivers and like I keep saying, receivers and defensive backs, they are easier to find than a lot of other positions. So you can go get a younger guy too.
I think you've got to add a receiver in the draft, like spend real draft capital. Not to get too far. If people want to do draft talk at this point, fire away.
No.
Washington has the 6th pick as it stands right now. I know folks are going to scream about trading down, getting more picks. Give me a stud. If there's somebody there you love, take them.
Take them.
You know what football teams need?
Hey.
Studs.
Freaks. We need freaks of nature. That's what we need. We need guys that run 4.4. That's guys that run 4.3, 4.2. That's 6'2". That's what we need. We need people that the cops don't want to chase. I appreciate y'all. Thanks, man.
I like that.
That's a good one right there. Though.
Specific to Burks, I think it'd be crazy to not include him as part of the long term or at least bring him back. Now, there is some interesting contractually because he was released. They have him on a 1 year. Like, I think they get the end of his rookie contract. I believe he is slated for unrestricted free agency. But if you're Burks and you've had the type of start to his career he's had, I feel like if Washington
go to him, grease it a little
like
bit, talk a little bit.
when we
early.
get to January, it's like, yo, we'll give you a fully guaranteed vet minimum or something. Like this dude was on the street. He was available. I think sometimes you see those situations where a little bit of loyalty and a no of a we see you with a role on in our offense.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could matter. So
I agree.
I'm with you. I think Burks from hell, just the catch last night shows you he's got something.
Yeah.
I mean, and you want size and 6'2", 230, big, strong guy, hard worker, over the last.
He feels that Noah Brown role immediately.
Yeah, dude. I think.
And I think he's faster.
I do too. And I mean, we'll see about the durability, right? Like that's plagued him throughout his career. But I don't know who I was talking with this about last night. Maybe it was on All Ears. It was one of the mailbag questions. But like, we'll see. It's a long ways till April. But I have a tough time looking at a top 5, top 10 pick and not thinking about speed, whether that's speed at the edge rusher position, speed at the receiver position. And this kid, Caleb Downs, the safety from Ohio State, if that's the way you go, I'm not mad at that either, because you can argue about positional value, and safety does not have the same value as a corner or an edge rusher. But you know what has value? Studs.
Yep.
Blue
All
chip
over the
players,
place.
man.
Yeah.
Landfill, you ready to be shocked? This is not a Christmas take. We're going to break on time.
What?
It's B. Mitch and Finley. Phone lines are open. Whole next hour. If you're on hold, stay there. I'm starting with JR the Hater when we return.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Downtown DC Holiday Market. In a back-and-forth game that Washington tied on the last play of regulation, the Commanders answered the Broncos' touchdown drive in overtime with a Terry McLaurin touchdown. But as the Commanders lined up for a two-point conversion, the Broncos called a timeout. They adjusted, allowing them to walk away with the victory. The Capitals have now won 4 straight thanks to a huge offensive night from Tom Wilson, 2 goals and an assist from him in the 4-1 win over the Islanders. And Lane Kiffin has inked a 7-year deal worth $91 million. But perhaps the most unique aspect of his contract with LSU is that this new school is going to honor his postseason bonuses at Ole Miss, meaning Kiffin could earn up to $1 million if the Rebels go on to win the national championship without him. It's back, DC. The Downtown Holiday Market runs November 21st through December 23rd, noon to 8 daily. Shop local, grab treats, and feel the holiday magic between 7th and 9th Streets Northwest. DowntownDCHolidayMarket.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Be Mitchell Philly, 1067 The Fan. We are going to continue on with your phone calls. And Leffy, I don't have the call thing up screen with me. So who are we going to next? Let's go to, I don't know. I don't see no names on this thing.
Here, I got you. I never thought I'd say this, but I miss Jeff.
Huh?
Because I'm using my IFB instead, and my earpiece just fell out. But don't worry, I'm on it. All right, we're back.
It was a big one fall.
JR, take it easy. Yo, it was so cold last night and windy. My ears on television at
flopping?
1 a.m. just looked gigantic. I looked like Rudolph, except
You
of
think they
nose
don't look
was
like
red
that
ears.
normally?
They were bright red, Brian.
Okay.
JR, the haters on the line.
What's up, hater?
What's up, JR?
What's up, fellas? How are you? How was your Thanksgiving?
Good.
It was good, man. How was yours?
Good. It was ended. Honestly, I was thrilled with last night. Like the fact that we saw a team that, as Commanders fans, we could be proud of. Because like the previous 6 or 7 weeks, let's be honest, no one was proud to be a Commanders fan after showing of whatever the heck we were watching, especially like Seattle, and the list goes on, Dallas, all that stuff. And I have to say, a defense that not much changed in the offseason. Injury, having all kinds of injuries now. The Dan Quinn stepped up, and in 2 weeks, you could see a huge difference in like defense against one of the best teams in football right now. Like, you got to give mad props to Dan Quinn as a defensive guru because it shone through. But like, I have to go back because like I called you guys last year, and I was like, guys, what's up with this defense? Is it coaching or players? And you guys were like, no, it's players, it's not coaching. Yet last year's defense in the fourth quarter was the worst defense. And then we had a horrible defense. Why did he wait till now? Like, I want to trust Dan Quinn as the head coach. But why does it take over 2 seasons of bad defense for him like, you know what, I should probably step up and do something? They should have been done like week 2, week 3, or the end of last year in the offseason, something along those lines. And so, like, clearly a defensive guru. Clearly he can motivate and push like the right buttons. Sometimes. Where was the pushing the right buttons a few weeks ago? Or was the defense just so bad?
So
pushing
JR,
the buttons didn't matter. Who knows?
I think it's fair, dude. I mean, I've been saying it for a couple weeks now that you can question the timeline of it. I think that's legitimate. I think, though, this is one of those situations you take the good with the bad, because what DQ has made clear is that he considers himself like a developer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he talked about wanting to develop his staff as well as his players. And I think he and Joe Witt have this incredibly close relationship. They've been coaching together multiple years, probably close to a decade if I had to do the math. And I think he saw his role was to develop Joe as a DC and maybe get him a head coaching opportunity down the line. And I think in this situation, it didn't work. But I think that loyalty and that mindset is what makes his players go out last night at 3-8 and scratch and claw for everything. You know what I mean? Like,
in spite of having touchdowns called back on ridiculous calls.
Right.
Like now for me here in Boston, in New England, where I watch friggin' Belichick, the defensive guru, time and time again, step in all the time. Like for me, that's probably why I've been screaming about it, because I saw how a head coach could step in and support like the defensive coaches without throwing them under the bus or calling them out or whatever, but really being involved, you know, with that while developing, you know. So maybe I'm more used to seeing a head coach, obviously, you know, one of the best like ever, step in defensive guru like this, where I'm really expecting Dan Quinn to be like, he should have done this beforehand. There's, in spite of like injuries, this team should have at least 4 or 5 more wins. If he had done this early in the year, we're playing football. Like,
but
meaningful
based
football,
off of what you're
instead of
saying,
being 3-8.
just to buck back a little bit against you, they haven't won a game since he started calling it still, though.
That's true.
So, I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's not a guarantee that they were going to win those 4 or 5 games, what you're saying. And then the coaches,
No, I get what you're saying, but
coaches
no,
don't
Jaden.
just fire people like crazy these days. Normally when a person is fired, it's when management gets involved, to be totally honest with you.
Yep.
I think
No, and I don't think Joe should be fired at all. Like, I like how they handled it. Like, that was credit. I mean, that was integrity. That was character, which is why I like Dan Quinn. But, like, I think you, Finley said this earlier in, like, the show, like, after you guys did a great interview with Eisman. But, like, the entire idea of, like, why wasn't he doing this behind the scenes? Why wasn't he doing this in practice? Like, you even needed to outwardly announce, I'm demoting him, I'm taking over. Hey, we're changing things up, we're doing stuff, Joe, we've got this, you know. You didn't even announce it because Joe's still there. Like, a lot of these things that are happening last 2 weeks could have easily happened without throwing anyone under the bus and whatnot. And so, like, that's where my frustration is, because, like, I mean, I run a company, and then, like Finley, I force my guys to listen to Christmas music starting today until Christmas on the job sites and whatnot, because I don't hate Christmas. However, you know, he's got to run the company.
I don't
He's
hate
gotta run the
Christmas,
team.
dude. It's just a lot of
I
music.
know I'm joking. I'm joking.
Thanks for
I
the
have
call,
a box marked Christmas books too.
I
So-
appreciate it, man. Take care.
God bless.
All right, man.
I don't hate Christmas. We got
It
4
sound like-
hours,
it
we got
sound like
4
to me.
hours a day for 4 weeks before Christmas. You tell me every rejoin is going to be
Just do what you normally
Elvis?
do. Ignore everything around you and
stand
just
in
do
the
what you
hallway
do.
until we're back in the
Yeah.
segment. Let's go to Drew in Forestville. What's up, Drew?
Hey, JP. Hey, B. Mitch. Love both of you guys.
Appreciate you.
I know it's Misery Monday, but, you know, it was a tough game to watch last night. And I just want to say that I'm glad that somebody let Chris Rodriguez out of the witness protection program and let him run the football. We need to do more of that to be successful. Also, I'm proud of Marcus Mariota. He did all he can do. Of course, he's not Jaden, but he's doing what he can do, and I'm proud of the defense. I'm glad of what they did. It was good to see Bobby Wagner get that interception. He read it. He reacted. When I played football, that's what my coaches told me to do, read and react, and he made a play. Also, I just want to say I'm thinking about Mr. Josh Harris, Magic Johnson, and the rest of the ownership group. I hope that they keeping their heads up, you know, because they have to run around and be seen, and people talk about them. So thank you for taking my call.
Thanks,
Love you, B. Mitch. Waiting for you to get the Hall of Fame, B. Mitch. I'm coming to Ohio when you get there.
All right, man.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the call. There's a big part of me that, like, Thanksgiving week in the NFL, it's tough to just be proud of effort in a loss. You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, it's a results-driven business. But I think it was so obvious the impact Terry McLaurin makes offensively. And it just opened so much up in that game. You know who looked a lot better? Debo.
You know, which in turn, that what Terry helps the offense helps defense.
Totally.
Would you say they went on an 18-play drive, right? Who's sitting on the sideline for 18 plays resting?
Oh,
if you look at how things have been, it's been 3 and out, 4 and out, 3 and out, 4 and out. Defense always on the field. When you're tired as hell, you can't really go out there and play and produce.
Their possessions last night, in the first possession of the game, was 10 plays. This is crazy. They had a 10-play drive for 35 yards that ended in a punt. But still, it was a 10-play drive. They had the ball for about 7 minutes. Their first touchdown drive was 11 plays for 68 yards. Even the interception that Marcus threw was a 9-play drive. Then early, to start the second half, they had the 10-play 72-yarder, the 18-play field goal drive at the end of regulation, and then the 11-play 70-yard drive to score in overtime. The complimentary football last night worked in a way it hasn't all year, frankly. Let's go to Jacob is in Davidsville. What's up, Jake?
Hey, B. Mitch, JP,
What's up,
happy
man?
Thanksgiving, Merry Christmas, guys. How you doing?
We're good, dude.
Man, I love the show. I love y'all's passion for this team, and I'm hyped. I'm feeling good. It's been a while since I've been able to put some smiles on the face watching this team. It's a source of joy for me and my family. We've been fans forever, watching B. Mitch play, and Marcus Mariota is the best backup quarterback in the NFL. He gets a contract for next year for what he did last night. Burks, give him another contract for that catch that he did last night. These guys' effort last night, I agree with Joe Theismann. That was a great segment, by the way. You guys, that was really awesome. This team came out and showed up. We needed that. It's like, man, I'm feeling great being around family and Thanksgiving, and then I get to watch my team compete with one of the best teams in the NFL. 3-18 goes up against a 9-2 team. Nobody gave us a chance, but Dan Quinn got the boys ready. They went out there and they played, and it was great to watch. I'm feeling great about this. I mean, it's the best possible outcome. You lost by 1 point, but you went out there and you did your thing. You went for 2 points, and a matter of inches is a win or a loss. And that's what this game comes down to. I love this show. I love this team. I'm feeling great about next week. Let's go in there. Let's punch the Vikings in the mouth, and let's go beat some divisional teams.
All right.
Love this team.
Appreciate that, brother.
Appreciate the call, man. I got to check in with Jim Andrew Mullins real quick. Landy, are you surprised by the level of positivity coming off a loss in a team that's 3-9?
Honestly, not. I was watching the game last night, and I felt pretty good about it. Obviously, I wanted them to win, but they actually looked like a team that I could enjoy watching for the first time in a couple of months. You know, they were just getting their asses kicked with all those blowout wins, and then that game in Spain was I know it was close. I mean, it went to overtime, but it wasn't a good game.
Yeah.
That was a bad game.
No.
Like frankly, like most of the European games are, it was a bad game. But it was fun watching them last night. And, you know, to be totally honest with you, they could have easily kicked the extra point there and extended the game. But they went for the win. It was an aggressive move. It didn't work out, but you know, like they're 3-8. The season's essentially over. I kind of like the fact that they just YOLO'd it, and it was fun to watch.
I honestly think
I was asking for that go for 2.
I think had they kicked and then lost, people would feel way worse about it.
It would be a lot of people destroying.
Put
the
your
day.
chips in the middle of the table and go for it.
Yeah, yeah.
And
I was happy they did.
Me too. Because
I had to sit outside in the cold.
Let's go to Deacon, the one and only Deacon. What's up, man?
Oh man, baby, we had a game last night, baby. So I just want to say, I don't know. We got to do something about that zone, man. I don't know. We got to bring on board some puppies or dogs, really, that are puppies that can take the place of these guys that are on the front line. Like, no disrespect to nobody. I'm a warrior. No disrespect to Bobby Wagner. He's not our own man. He comes in and relieves the guy and you know, adds that spark. But we need a dog out there that can go like, you know, 60 minutes or 40 minutes
covering zone coverages. And, he's not the only weak link in the chain. I also think that Mariota, you just need to go somewhere and learn how to throw the ball over somebody that's jumping. You did a great job last night, man. But don't forget, games are won in inches. You know what I mean? So just a few more inches over the top of that guy jumping. That was home base. That was a touchdown all the way. So, good game though. I ain't mad at nobody. We got a 3-8 record. Let's get some new dogs up in here. Let's get some hungry puppies. Let's go out and get some of them boys that's playing ball, that's throwing their body and learning how to read defenses and offenses so that we can win some games.
All right, brother.
Appreciate you, Deke. Fired up.
Yes, sir.
Puppies,
Folks are fired up, man.
Puppies in here, baby. But you know what, though? I just think that you can be a person where you go into the season with an expectation and then things go wrong, and you can keep expecting what you thought at the beginning of the season, even though you see things have happened that no longer it's no longer there. Or you can start to say, okay, how are they going to fix this thing? Because for me, I'm looking at this year, it ain't finna happen. And next year, I don't want to be thinking about this year. I hope they learn everything they need to learn moving forward to where we don't experience this one again. You know what I mean? And when you start seeing the growth 2 weeks ago, and then now, last night, you expect things to start getting better. You got, 5 more games left?
5
games left, and then we will be discussing the offseason because it's going to be here. It's going to be among us. And then you got to worry about how to take what you have and make sure you get the best of what you have so you can add little pieces to it and move forward. And a lot of those pieces need to be a little bit young.
Yeah. I think there's parallel tracks here with finishing the season strong, showing something.
Yes.
Versus what is probably a far more significant overhaul coming in the offseason than we saw last year. I think last year they kind of tried to chase the success they had, didn't think big picture, and I think that will look a lot different this offseason. I'm going to sneak one more in here. My man Steve's been on hold a while.
What's up, Steve?
What's up, Steven?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's happening?
Thank you for taking my call. See, Mitch, can we call on you for somebody back there, man? We return punts or something, brother? Because if we had one more good guy that can do that more consistent, man. But let me tell you what.
You put me back there, it won't look very good right now. I can tell you that.
Well, we can take what we can get, big brother. I appreciate you. Listen, let me tell you what my beef is. And I see this, and I got some, we can look at this game and the last game with Detroit, that these officials, I don't know, man. It seems like you can't talk bad about them. I mean, they make bad calls. We always say that they can't win or lose a game, but what they can do is change the momentum in a game with a bad call. And I see this in the Detroit game where the dude hit Deron Page right in front of the ref, and the ref didn't throw a flag. This week, we got a guy who tripped up a player with his foot. The referee must be 4 feet from him and don't throw the flag. It boggles my mind that, we hold coaches accountable, we hold players accountable, but we don't hold the officials accountable. And it just get in my call when I see bad calls week after week, play after play, that nothing is being done. We have replay, but hey, it's only limited what they can do with replay. So that's where I'm really feeling this thing that officials seem to be untouchable, or that they seem to be bigger than the game. The game should be bigger than officiating. Nothing is bigger than the game.
Man, you sound just like me, to be honest with you. I look at officials and flight attendants the same way.
Yeah.
There are people that can walk into a situation with an attitude and you're blamed for everything that you say. Everything you can't respond in a
That's
negative
a
way.
remarkable.
I'm being real, bro,
comp, and I love it.
Look, I walk on the airplane, and there's sometimes where you're being nice, and you get that attitude. You like, okay, don't say nothing back. An official can be pissed off, make the wrong call. You question him, and he can throw a flag on you because he think you were disrespectful. You know, they changed the
I
flow
love
of
that
games,
comp.
dog.
I had never thought of that. Yo, thank you, Steve. Good call, man. Appreciate you.
But like he said, no, they don't win a game. They don't lose a game, but they damn sure could change a game.
Sure.
And it's not like I said all the time in basketball, when you watch a referee call stuff early, you change the whole flow of the game. In football, if one guy is doing something and they're not calling him, and you do the same thing and you get called, the rest of the game you're worried, right?
Totally.
So they change the flow of games and they do it. And this is the thing about it. A lot of these referees have been horrible this year. But you don't see them not refereeing the next week. They out there again. You have crews who the personality of this crew is to call a bunch of BS.
It's tracked.
And they
Right.
call it all the time. They still put them out there, though. They don't change up anything about it.
Totally.
So the league has to find a way to, if you want to tell me, like people keep saying, man, the NFL rigged, didn't it? I'm like, the players damn sure not rigging nothing. If it's rigged, it's going to be rigged on another side. And only people can rig a game are the damn officials. So you better make sure that they calling things on a consistent basis or people will start thinking some stuff. Believe me. Because they already thinking it anyway.
Well said, Brian. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. Commanders fall to the Broncos in a 27-26 overtime thriller that had just about everything you could want out of a primetime game. Marcus Mariota matched or maybe even exceeded Bo Nix's playmaking, especially in overtime, and he ended up just being a 2-point conversion away from a statement win. Around the NFL, Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner is considered week to week with the hope that he will return this season. He suffered a calf strain in Sunday's loss. And Lane Kiffin's deal with LSU is 7 years, worth approximately $12 million annually, with the potential for bonuses. One of those bonuses, he'll get $1 million if Ole Miss wins the national championship this year without him. If your office setup is looking like a busted play, call the pros at PVI Office Furniture. They'll come to you to help design a game plan that actually works. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Score big when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVIPVI.com. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Keeping the phones open all day. So if you're there, just chill. We're good. But we did need to talk about something. Now, I was at the game, so I wasn't watching on television, but a ton of people were complaining about one specific thing on television. Landville, tell me when you have the audio ready, because this just seems weird to me. I think Mike Tirico is one of the best to do it. Just a really tremendous announcer. But did you hear about how people were?
I saw you talking last night on it. I saw you text it.
So Marcus Mariota, like, he's been in the NFL. Marcus Mariota's been like a household name for a number of years. I mean, this is a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, number 2 overall pick. He's 32 years old. Like, we've been watching Mariota play football at a really high level for 10, 12 years. Pretty widely established how you say Marcus Mariota. And then my man Chris Collinsworth said this repeatedly.
And I do think Mariota at that point said,
Mariota.
Yeah. Give me one more time, Landville.
And I do think Mariota at that point.
You know what happens, though, with Chris Collinsworth?
What is he doing?
Mariota probably told him the proper way of saying it. So, and I've been in these meetings where people give you little tidbits. And if the guy been in the league for 8-9 years or so, and he been calling Mariota or Mariota, I'm going to keep calling you that. But when you tell me, oh, it's Mariota or whatever, I'm not going to go change it up. And I'm not going to try to one-up nobody. He tries to one-up people now. So I can see them telling him how they pronounce it back in this place. And he decides, okay, well, I'm going to call it this is going to make me different. You're always looking for some angle in the call game.
It kind of reminded me of when the Browns were on Hard Knocks and we found out that everybody was saying Tyrod Taylor's name wrong.
What was it? Tyrod or something?
Tyrod, yeah.
Yeah.
That was before he got stabbed in the lung by the Chargers team doctor. Justin Herbert got an opportunity to start.
The doctor tried to put Tyrod in his lung.
I'm trying to think who it was. There was a Commanders player that had like a unique pronunciation of his name, and he was just like, yeah, I don't care. Say whatever. Like, some people just aren't worried about it.
Marcus Patton name is Marvcus.
Yeah, with a V.
Marvcus. I guarantee you nobody called him Marcus. Most call him Marcus, but he always tells Kenny, he said, man, B. Mitch is the only person saying my name right. Because I'm like, the V is, I'm sure the V is not solid. If his mama put a V there, he wants you to say the damn V. So I call him Marcus or MP. For sure.
Yeah. I have become in situations like that. Like Mark Fratto is the PA announcer at Northwest Stadium. I'm sure you probably met him. And I was talking with him, just kind of joking around pregame, and he was running through all the pronunciations of names, including the Broncos have a linebacker with a Wazarake, something like that. I was like, call him OZ, dude. Sometimes, in the book I reference all the time, The Elements of Style, they say when you have a sentence or a paragraph that you just can't make flow, just write around it. Don't try to fix it. Just come up with a different way of saying it.
Yeah.
And maybe Collinsworth last night should have just gone with Commanders quarterback or number 8.
Well,
just something different, man.
He's heard the name for years, say it a certain way. Say that. Was Tirico doing it too?
I guess he was a little bit, and it seemed
they were both doing it.
No, that is exactly coming out of a damn production meeting.
So apparently Mariota pronounced it that way. You know how the guys say, like Marcus Mariota, University of Oregon? He said Mariota, Oregon. So maybe, 13 years into his career, Mariota's setting the record straight.
Let me hit you something straight, though, Jay. Like, you get people with certain names and they have like the little that little symbol
the
above
accent
it,
mark.
all that. If you write the name, are you putting that symbol above it? No. You don't know when. I don't know if it should go to the left or to the right. Sometime on the E's when you look at French stuff. You don't know which way it's supposed to go, so why try it? You just write it the regular way, and we know what your name is, but they came out of the thing, we're going to do this different. Why? It makes you seem different than everybody else. So I understand why they do it, but I also think sometimes it's just people being pompous.
When I went to college, I tried to go by James.
But that's your name, dog.
It just didn't work. People just called me JP. I swear to God, people I never met just still called me JP.
College-age people are lazy as hell. They don't call you the quickest thing they can call you. I wasn't called Brian Mitchell. My name was called B. Mitch or B. I'm either B. Mitch or B. That's it.
Some people call you Mitch.
Yeah, Mitch. I get Mitch too. But I tell them Mitch is my daddy. My dad was Mitch, and they started calling me B. Mitch. I don't want to be called.
Now you're G. Mitch.
No, I'm Pawpaw. I tried that G. Mitch thing. It doesn't work. Kids call you what the hell they want to call you.
Ike Dog on Twitter just said, it's like the Fogo people when you mispronounce Chow. What? Fogo de Chow.
Fogo de Chão, they said. That's what it is.
De Chão?
Yeah, that's what I've heard. But I'm like, that's C-H-O.
C-H-A-O.
C-H-A-O. That look like Chow to me. Not like Chão.
Well, it's like the first time you see the word acai. People, that's trouble.
It don't look like acai. It look like a cow.
Right. I'll never forget this. I went to high school with this girl, and I remember in high school you do like reading out loud, like everybody would read a chapter or whatever. She pronounced chaos, the word C-H-A-O-S, chaos, as chachos.
Chachos.
I've never forgotten that in my life.
Well, I had this girl call me Brain all the time. So, Brain. She say, and Brain, what do you think? I'm like, who are you talking to? She said, your name? I'm like, no, my name Brian. I mean, not Brain. She said, well, B-R-I-N.
I had a little dyslexia.
No, she spelled it. B-R-I-N. I'm like, not Brain. It's Brian.
I think we should start calling you Brain. I think Brain would work.
I normally throw stuff at people that call me Brain.
All right, I'm gonna get back to these phones. Who's on hold? Eli's in DC. Elijah, what's up, dude?
What's going on, fellas? Thanks for taking my call, man.
What's happening, man?
Man, I'm doing pretty good, B. Mitch. I'm happy for my squad, man. I think the DQ effect of him spending more time with the defense. I don't know. I'm not around the facility what his responsibilities look like, trying to be the head coach. So him spending more time, it just seems like they're responding and they're moving around with objectives. They're not just running around out of place. They're running around and they're getting to spots. It was cool to see guys, more than one guy making a tackle. Guys was in their spots. There's so much that goes on. I think Belichick, talked about sometimes with guys, they just because you're a good soldier don't mean you're gonna be a good general. And there are things that Joe Witt may be doing that we can't even see with the organizations of certain things that the defense needs And it kind of made me think of the time at Dallas. I know as Commanders fans, we don't want to think about nothing about Dallas, but the thumbprint and the fingerprint can't be ignored. And to see certain things that he was able to do, it reminded me of his time in Dallas. Just they were stingy on the back end. Certain things they were doing. They had well, I don't know if, who was responsibility, but anyway, Wagner getting 55 in the passing window. There's certain things and tendencies that they didn't do. And Von Miller comes on every week saying how this isn't a coaching thing, and it was cool to just see consistently he says that, and to kind of step back and observe and see Cliff calling the game how he called it. And DQ called his game. It's like, it was cool to really see that they're using the roster correctly with the offense. I think they have guys who excel horizontally. Now, having Terry on the field, you're going to have a vertical option that you just can't ignore. However, Debo, I think he's great, and so is Zach Ertz in this time, catching that ball over the shoulder, going to that sideline. And I think, man, if they built in to continue with the play action and some other things, that they could have some success. And they're doing everything I wanted to see during this time. You want to see competitive NFL team win or loss. You want to feel like they deserve to be on the squad. They deserve to be that they spent the time being, preparing. So when you cut on your TV, it's like, okay, that regardless, I saw what I wanted to see. So it's cool to see them. I'm curious, B. Mitch, what you think about this running back room moving forward, because I like them, man. And I think if they could maybe add something there, I like the rotation. It's almost like when they needed a switch, they got to the switch. I think Bill it was good when they put him in. Everybody just seemed like they just was where they were supposed to be. Nobody had to do too much. Everybody was able to play within their ability. And I don't think we've been able to see that this year. Everybody just able to play within scheme and what they're being asked to do. Everybody talk about simplifying things. I know y'all cut me. Simplifying stuff, but I think they was right in the pocket. And overall, I think that's the best they've looked since like the Chiefs game. They gave you a quarter, or half. But this time, I think they gave you a full game.
Yeah.
And it just makes you think if they can have more time to prepare, and those injuries really set them back. But to see them adjust, because that's what good teams and good coaches do, they adjust. So to see them adjust is what I'm really most proud about the team, and I can move forward into the offseason feeling like, man, give them an opportunity to retool, man. They be all right. They be back.
Appreciate you, Elijah. Thanks, buddy.
Appreciate
Good call.
y'all, man.
I like the running back room. I just think that we got to use them more. I don't think 21, 22 carries is enough for the 3 running backs. And I think we don't have to predict when we're going to use them. It seems like first half you come out there with Chris, then you start, I'm going to use Bill in the second. What if Chris if he's cooking, let him keep cooking.
21 carries to the backs versus 50 pass attempts for Mark.
That's what I'm saying.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We're going around the NFL at 1 o'clock. If you're on hold, stay there. B, did you see our boy Nucci had Patti LaBelle on the porch?
Yeah.
Pretty damn cool.
I'm kind of mad Nucci didn't call me because I love Patti LaBelle.
I will pass that along.
I got a chance to meet her when I was in Philly playing, and I love me some Patti.
I love that.
Yes, indeed.
Now, I did want to ask you something. Now, you were down in North Carolina over the weekend, had a pleasant time with the grandkids and all your kids down there.
Yep.
Now, we did Thanksgiving at Lou and Joyce's, had a very nice time.
Did you get in any trouble for all the trash you talked?
I did not. The food was fantastic.
Nobody heard it?
I guess not. Nobody's listening that Wednesday before Thanksgiving, I guess.
I'm gonna have to tell her when I see him what you said.
Joyce was aware, but Joyce, again, I'm not sure she disagrees with my concept anyway. Conceptually, she might agree. We had a
You
nice
talked trash
Thanksgiving.
about her too, though.
No, I didn't.
You did.
I'm
say
smart
something
enough about
Joyce.
that. No, I'm saying it'd be nice if we could start things earlier, and it's not has nothing to do with her. It's her grandchildren. Speaking of her grandchildren, Lauren and I and the girls drove to the beach Friday morning. It was cold up there. Friday was too cold because it was super windy.
Yeah.
Saturday though, the sun was shining, Brian.
Still was cold,
and we were at the beach.
Yeah, y'all were dressed like y'all had the snowball fight.
You know what I do when I'm at the beach? If I see a large body of water, I'm jumping in that thing, just like I did in Lake
You
Erie.
jumped in the water.
Oh yeah, you didn't see the video? I thought for sure you would text me.
Now, if I saw you jump in the water, I would say, dog, you don't think it's 41 degrees?
41 degrees
Hold
outside.
on.
The water was a balmy 50.
You know what, though? You should be in jail for making the kids jump in the water.
They wanted to, dude.
Nah, man, sometimes you got to tell kids don't do something.
They were into it.
Yeah, I see that they didn't let it go above their knees.
Refreshing is how I would describe the water.
50-degree water is not very, very warm, dog.
We might go back down between Christmas and New Year's somewhere in there. You want to come and jump in the water?
No, I'm not doing it.
Why not?
Because I'm not.
You like a cold plunge, a cryo, and all that?
Hey, that's a cold plunge.
That was a cold plunge.
Yeah, but then I get out of a cold plunge and I'm in a warm room. You get out that damn water, you still out the cold.
So I had a good system. I had a towel. The girls, we all had towels ready. You immediately dry off, throw on a hoodie, back to the house, hot shower.
Yeah. How far is the house?
Like a 5-minute walk.
Yeah, that's too far.
Landfill, would you be interested in jumping in the ocean?
Hell no. Are you crazy?
It was great, dude.
Bro, you should get a hot tub, not a 40-degree ocean.
Yeah,
The
JP.
ocean was 50. The weather was 40.
That's not better because you got to get out of the water and then you're wet and you got to run across the beach.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
There
That's
were other
horrible,
people.
JP.
There were other people on the beach looking at us like, "What are they?"
Beaches are windy.
Yeah. There were other people on the beach saying, y'all, these people crazy. And they say, he know he should be in trouble. He should go to jail for making those kids do that.
They wanted to.
No. Like
They were excited.
You got to know when to say, baby, no, not yet. Got to grow.
They didn't even go all the way in.
Oh, I know. They were smart. They got there. They say, "Oh Lord,"
Because they realized it was a
when they
bad
hit the
idea.
water. They said, "Dad's stupid. Let's get the hell out of this water."
Did you see the video, Landfill?
I did, yeah.
Were you impressed?
No.
How was my dad bod looking?
I mean, that's just remarkably dumb.
It's good for you.
Remarkably.
That's how people in Sweden live so long. They jump in cold ass water.
I think it's saunas.
Yeah, you need both. You need hot
You say,
and cold.
who do that?
The Swedes.
They jump in cold water.
I think they do.
That's what you say.
Plus, they got the meatballs.
The meatballs. They eat a lot of fish. They sleep.
Lingonberry.
I don't know what lingonberry is, but apparently that's involved.
You just add up whatever you hear,
Landfill
right?
said lingonberry. Landfill, what is
Landfill tell you
I know
wrong
about
stuff most
dingleberries.
times.
I'm not familiar with lingonberries.
It's a berry, and it's lingon.
What does it taste like?
He don't
I
have
don't
a clue.
know.
It's a plant, apparently.
Yeah. Berries grow on plants.
Tart red berries that grow in northern regions, used in jams, juices, and baked goods. Maybe we need some lingonberries. Kind of.
They eat them with the meatballs.
Do Swedish people jump in cold water? I think they do. And I think people in Sweden live the longest.
They just have nothing to worry about there.
I'm sure
They'll have a lot of stress.
Savannah's telling us it's Norway that does the cold water plunges.
Thank you.
That's not
Savannah.
Sweden.
They're across the sea.
It's still not Swedes.
According to AI, many Swedish people jump in cold water, both as part of their cultural
AI
traditions
lies a lot.
and for
I found out
survival
later.
training.
AI lies a lot.
We got awesome death metal up there.
My man.
Yeah.
I bet.
That's why they jump in the cold plunge.
Sam J, would you have jumped in the ocean this weekend? It felt great.
So my husband and I are leaving for Norway on Saturday, and
go.
we're going to do like a spa there where you jump in the water, the Arctic Ocean. You jump in, and
Jumping
then you
in the
go.
Arctic Ocean.
You jump in the Arctic, and then you go right into a sauna, and you're supposed to plunge like 5 or 6 times over an hour. It's really good for you. So we're going to do it on our trip.
Would you be interested in that on vacation, Brian?
On vacation in a controlled little area, yes. Out in the beach, no.
What is the temperature in the Arctic right now? The Atlantic was 50. The Arctic's got to be 35.
Not looked at what the water temperature is, but it's like 20 degrees there. We're going to like Tromsø, Norway, so it's way up in the Arctic. It's going to be chilly, but it's supposed to be really good for you. So we're going to try it out.
I will say, jumping in the ocean in Delaware, I felt fantastic.
Let me ask you
coming
a
out.
question
I've
now.
worked out coming out of it. You get
Savannah
like
said-
natural
she said
endorphins
she and her husband. Where was Lauren?
Not interested.
Smart woman.
Lauren was not interested.
And this is something that you're in a nice little environment. What you gonna do this? Yeah, not just go outside and jump in the ocean. That's why the other people looking like this dude's crazy as hell.
The Arctic Ocean, now it certainly depends where you jump in, but it looks like
it might be frozen.
The warmest place in the Arctic right now is somewhere called Kirkenes, and it's 6.5 degrees Celsius.
Nah.
So that's about 40 degrees.
It's Tromso, Tromso. Look up what the water temp is there, just for fun.
Tromso water temperature. Okay, let's see. They spell Tromso. The O has one of those lines through it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to. So it looks like 3 to 4 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, in the 30s.
Yeah, so 38 degree water.
Okay,
That's cold, dude.
that's going to be cold.
Do you try to stay in? But I mean, when you get in these cold plunges at the gym, it's 46 degree water. People stay in that 5-7 minutes.
I don't go in cold plunges in the gym, especially at a gym with many people there. We don't know what's going on in that water.
You should jump
That's
in the
why I go
ocean.
to
It's much
cryotherapy.
larger.
Cryotherapy.
The ocean's so large, Brian.
3 minutes.
Well, why don't you go with Savannah and her husband to Tromso?
No, she don't want me there.
I think she'd love
her
that.
husband. Like, I don't want Brian with
Felix,
us.
we would love to have you. You're more than welcome to join.
I'm going to be there in spirit.
Savannah
I will-
and her husband in the sauna,
I was
sweating it out.
See, Savannah, I was at the cryotherapy, and that thing said minus 250. 3 minutes in, out.
So if you're doing that, I don't think you should call me crazy for jumping in the ocean.
Yeah, just going outside, jumping in the ocean. I do mine, like I said, when I walk out of that cryotherapy, it's 70, 72, 74 degrees right there.
We're going around the NFL next.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. The Commanders lost 27-26 on Sunday night when a 2-point conversion pass was knocked down on the last play of overtime. Quarterback Marcus Mariota said that he loved the call and appreciated that Dan Quinn put all of his faith in him. And honestly, it really could be worse. You could be the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers this morning. After completing fewer than 50% of his pass attempts in Sunday's 26-7 loss to the Bills, Aaron Rodgers decided to call out his wide receivers, even implying that some of them have been skipping film sessions. And I don't want to say that this is a trend with Rodgers, but I believe I read that exact same sentence, but swap in the Jets last season. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit M Street Bank to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. It is a misery Monday after a tough loss for the Commanders. Brought to you by Chiniga Mayos.
Thank you, Landfill.
Shout out to the Bellevue family. Shout out to Boatyard Bar and Grill. Me and B just had some crab cakes.
Crab cake in the cup.
Yeah, man. Yo, it's not a terrible way to eat it.
Yeah, it'd be better if
I know you prefer a plate, but we don't have plates here.
bowl.
But crab cake in a cup kind of works.
Hey, crab cake work any kind of way.
I want to get around the NFL. We haven't talked about the actual Thanksgiving Day games, which were excellent. We've had some folks on hold a very, very long time. My man Alex is in Silver Spring. What's up, Alex?
What's up, B. Mitch, JP?
What's up, man?
Great game. I want to give props where it belongs to that line. That line, man, that held. Tunsil was 1-on-1 with Benito, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And Conley, man, training wheels came off. He was holding his own until the last quarter with that touchdown when it was called back.
The hold, yeah.
For holding. But nah, he was he's taking those other steps, and the importance of a backup, a good backup reliance quarterback. You know what I mean? Every Burrow went down, Lamar has gone down. I mean, we can keep going. So the importance of a good backup with the system.
Totally.
And at this point, Mariota's the only one I can't see somebody else. But,
Appreciate
I
the
don't know
call.
what y'all think.
Thanks,
man.
dude.
Appreciate you.
I think, specifically with the line, Connerly, after arguably a slow start, has really kind of showed a ton of progress.
When you don't hear his name called a lot, or his number, which means when you hear offensive lineman number called, I mean he's holding. He's doing something wrong.
I think if you look at the line for next year, that is an area where you'd love to have continuity. Connerly's a part of this thing. Cosme's a part of this thing. Biotish and Tunsil both have years left on their deal, but not real guarantees on there. I think getting a deal done with Tunsil will probably be priority number one when you get to the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
And I would think you'd like to get something done with Biotish as well. I'd be curious to see kind of how that shakes out. But, offensively, I think the line has largely been pretty good. I guess Biotish doesn't have guaranteed money next year, but O-linemen aren't receivers. Like it's a big cap number, so I imagine they try to work something out there.
Yeah.
If you look at Biotish does have a $1.5 million in bonuses and a roster bonus, so that would give him some guaranteed money going into the season. The base salary kind of jumps, but I'll be curious to watch the Biotish thing. Tunsil they'll pay and probably have to do it right away.
Yeah.
Let's go to Zach in Remington. What's up, Zach?
What's going on, boys?
What's up, man?
Where is Remington?
It's like past Gainesville.
Okay.
But before Culpeper, that area is small. It's small.
On 29?
My first time. Yeah, right on 29, right past the move through.
Got you.
Yeah, my first time calling, so if I stumble over my words, man, don't kill me.
You're good.
But
So last night was great, man. I think we looked good even in the loss. And, if we can keep Bobby, if he wants to play another year, I think he's good to keep, even though he's not as fast as people might want. I think his football IQ just does more for us than just speed.
Mm-hmm.
Is the same with Zach? I mean, that drop that Zach had is rare. He usually comes down with that ball. But everyone loves Marcus, and I love Marcus too. But, man, he was overthrowing guys by 10 yards, flying them. I've really never seen him do stuff like that. And one other thing. And then I took Treylon Burke for anytime touchdown with Terry. Treylon was plus 1,200 by himself. I put 25 on it, paid 1,800 at the end of the game.
Damn. Good for you, dude.
Way to go, dog. Way to go.
Good for you.
I was sitting there scrolling down, and they had him for plus 1,200. I was like, oh, I'm taking that all day. I loved him when he came out in the first week or mid-season. He played that one game, had a couple grabs, and he looked real good. And he's been out since. And then I was like, who else are you going to throw to besides your normal Debo and Zach and everything like that? So that's it, guys.
Appreciate it, Zach.
Take care,
Thanks, dude. All right, B, I want to run through the games from over the weekend because Washington played the last game. The first game was Thursday at noon.
Yeah.
Packers go to Detroit.
Basically handle them.
Dude, Green Bay had a pair of fourth down touchdown throws. I thought Jordan Love was excellent. Finished 18 of 30 for 230 with 4 touchdown passes. Josh Jacobs gave him plenty on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Detroit now is 7-5, Brian. And if the playoffs started today, and they don't, but Detroit is the 8th seed, only 7 get in, so that sounds okay. But they are 2 games behind the Niners at 9-4. They're a game behind the Packers, who now have a tiebreaker, having just beat them. Detroit's in some trouble, dude.
Yeah, it could be. And didn't Amon-Ra get hurt or something like that?
Yeah, I think Amon-Ra has a high ankle sprain. White Brian or somebody. See if you can
High
look that
ankle sprain. That's not good.
Goff was pretty good, but the Green Bay defense did a really good job of bottling up Gibbs. Gibbs finished that game 20 for 68. He just could not break any long ones. That is a higher carry count for Gibbs, but Amon-Ra in that game was zeros. 1 target, no catches, no yards. It's going to be interesting what happens in Detroit, and it shows you.
Well, they got the Cowboys, Rams, Steelers, Vikings down the stretch.
They got the Cowboys Thursday night, which should be a pretty damn good game. It also shows you how finite the windows are in pro football.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think this time last year, Detroit looked like they might be a Super Bowl team.
They got the Bears.
So I mean,
Detroit.
Yeah. So second game on Thanksgiving, Cowboys, Chiefs. It was a heck of a ball game. Dallas gets the win. Dallas is legitimately surging right now. They're playing good defense. Dallas right now is 6-5-1. They're 2 games outside of the playoff spot, but the way the Eagles are falling apart, you wonder if that division's in play.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs, with that loss, 6-6, dropped to the 10th spot in the AFC with 5 games remaining.
Who do they have left?
Houston is 7-5. They're not in. The Bills are 8-4 in the 7 seed right now.
Wow.
Now, Houston could get in because the AFC South all of a sudden is way up in the air. The Jags are 8-4, the Colts are 8-4, and the Texans are 7-5.
The Texans defense is outstanding right now.
They play defense the way Dan Quinn talks about wanting his.
Those 2
teams to
pass
play.
rushers, man, they have quarterbacks scared.
Totally.
And offensive tackle saying, damn, again?
All right. Amon-Ra St. Brown, low ankle sprain week to week, but probably won't play against Dallas. That's a week, though, because that's a Thursday to Thursday. That's not a short week for those guys. KC, White Brian, give me odds on KC to make the playoffs. They are now 6-6. That was not an ideal loss for them. Nope. They finished Houston and LA at home, at Tennessee, Denver at home, at the Raiders.
Denver at home, at the Raiders.
At Tennessee, at the Raiders, 2 dubs.
Okay. And which LA?
Honestly, the
Rams or
KC
Chargers?
schedule isn't that bad. They
Rams
have
or Chargers?
Chargers.
Okay.
They have 5 games left. 3 of them are at home, and it's all against the more difficult opponents. So they get them at Arrowhead. And the 2 road trips should be cakewalks. You never know in the NFL, but the Titans and the Raiders, there's worse places to go there.
Mm-hmm.
The Chiefs are plus 106 to make the playoffs.
Still plus money. Wow. Did you get to watch any of that?
Which game?
Cowboys.
Yeah.
CD, Pickens, Dak was really good.
Yeah.
They had the early interception that seemed like it was just going to go. It felt like KC had an opportunity to kind of run away with that thing. And I have a hard time believing it will last, but Dallas has turned into a team that closes well.
Yeah.
That Quentin Williams trade, man.
They can, but it's Quentin Williams. All you want, their offense puts pressure on people.
Totally, absolutely.
I think it's more about Dak and CD and Pickens than it is anything else. Because when you can't crowd the box, then you give the running back chance to run through. And Pickens, man, you throw it to Pickens with 2-3 people on him, he comes down with it.
So the night game, another big statement in the AFC. The Ravens had a chance to really pull ahead in that division. They lose at home to the Bengals. Joe Burrow makes his return. Burrow, you could tell, was rusty, but made the plays when he needed to.
Mm-hmm.
260 with 2 scores. Chase Brown was good on the ground. Samaje Perine was actually gave them some decent snaps on the ground. Jamar Chase was excellent. And as much as you want to credit Cincy for going to Baltimore and winning, the Ravens' offense was just kind of terrible. Lamar barely completed 50% of his passes, had an interception, no touchdown throws.
You can't run the ball on that defense, something wrong.
They ran it okay. I mean,
you got to take advantage of them.
They got away from the run. Henry only had 10 carries. He had 60 yards on 10 carries and a touchdown.
That's 6 carry.
Dog, Lamar was just missing. Like, you know how sometimes we've seen these games where Lamar just isn't accurate? That was one of them. And then defensively, the Ravens have had defensive problems all year, and they sure as hell had them in this game. The Bengals just, every time it seemed like, Baltimore was going to kind of go on their run, Baltimore scored in the 3rd quarter to make it, I think, it was 19-14. So the Ravens scored early in the 3rd quarter to cut the lead, and then Cincy just responded with 3 scores to close the game out. What do you think Harbaugh is thinking up there?
He probably should have been calling the defense.
All right, so that AFC North now, B. Ravens are 6-6. Steelers are 6-6. And that thing yesterday was ugly. Bengals are 4-8.
Joe Burrow came back for a reason, bro.
Why, Brian? Give me AFC North.
Burrow is trying to make this thing work, bro. He's gonna say, listen, and I think Joe would like to change this thing and flip it, and then go back to the same report that asked him, "What are you playing for? Why you come back?" This right here.
So the Bengals close. They're at Buffalo this week. Then they get the Ravens at home. But their final 3, B, Miami, Arizona, Cleveland.
They should win all 3 of those. But
they might be too far back.
We know how this league is.
The Steelers.
They get the Ravens again.
Yeah.
If they beat the Ravens again in Cincinnati, you never know.
Steelers are a wreck. I don't know. That picture of Aaron Rodgers, he looked like a hobo.
Well, he
with his nose
called
broken.
out the team now.
I know.
Yeah.
He's doing his thing.
He's doing it ain't my fault.
Anybody that's surprised at Lane Kiffin, that's on you.
13
That's
million
who Lane is. Anybody surprised at Aaron Rodgers, that's on you.
13
This
million
is
a year.
who he is.
You can say what you want about Kiffin. I would have gone to Baton Rouge too.
I get it.
13 million a year in Baton Rouge. You know what that is?
It's like 100.
That's like
up
making
here.
25 million.
The Steelers have Baltimore this week, then the Dolphins, the Lions, the Browns, and the Ravens. I think Cincy has the most advantageous schedule down the stretch here. I think Baltimore's got the hardest. They go Pittsburgh, Cincy, New England, Green Bay, Pittsburgh. What do you have AFC North odds for me,
Yeah,
Brian?
the Bengals are still plus 900.
Wow.
Steelers are plus 230, and the Ravens are minus 195.
I feel like the value on a Bengals pick is pretty high.
Yeah.
But their defense still just sucks.
Yeah.
Like Baltimore just couldn't move the ball in that game. All right, so that was Thanksgiving. Let's get to Black Friday because I think this was perhaps the most important game, at least in the NFC. The Bears went into Philadelphia when the knock on Chicago was, who have they beaten? They're all narrow wins. It just hasn't been that impressive. And the Bears went into Philadelphia and dominated.
Yeah.
They asserted authority.
I'm gonna tell you what I noticed in that game. When Hurst throws a touchdown or something, a big play to AJ Brown, he does too much. Like to try to make him see, that's how we do it. Like, dude, if you were going to him enough and he wasn't coming at you about stuff, you wouldn't have to go to him like that. I think they have to coddle AJ too much. And to try to get the ball to him all the time screws up the whole flow of that offense.
That offense has no flow.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's what happens when you put your friend in position of stuff.
Totally. And the way the Bears ran the ball in that game, the kid Monungai is a problem. 22 carries for $130, rookie out of USC, I believe, with a touchdown. DeAndre Swift looked great, 18 carries for $125 and a touchdown.
Yeah.
The two running backs averaged 6.5 yards per carry, and they got the rock plenty. They got 40 carries. Remember how Ben Johnson went away
what
from
happened in
the
that game
run?
right there? In that game, they were running the ball effectively, and they kept running it. They didn't say we at our quota.
Right.
They kept running the football.
Caleb was not great, but effective. They won the game. Bears defense showed up. The Bears deserve credit. If the season ended today, and it does not, they would be the 1 seed in the NFC.
Wow.
Getting a bye, all of that. Now, Chicago's got tough games left. You know that schedule's going to be backloaded in the NFC North. Got to give the Bears credit for sure.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we saw this second half collapse from Philly where they lost like 6 out of 7, and then they got knocked out of the playoffs early. Last year, we saw Philly teetering. They bounced back, got red hot, won the Super Bowl. What version of Philly do you think we're closer to seeing? 23 collapse, 24 rolling?
It looks like a collapse to me. Listen, one thing about that area, when things start going bad,
it's loud.
It gets very loud, and they are going to find out what you're about. And I've heard too many people try to act like there's nothing happening up there in Philly. There's something going on in that locker room, bro.
Yeah.
Because you look at their play on the field, it's nothing like it was last year. Nothing like it. So something is going on.
Yeah, it's something is clearly going on. It's just too much of a mess. And I don't know exactly how that works, but that was a big time statement game, I thought, for the Bears. The Bears finish, they're at Green Bay this week. That's a slobber knocker. Then Cleveland at home, Green Bay at home, at the Niners, Detroit to close out the year. That NFC North is really, really open, I would say. You've got the Bears at 9-3, then the Lions at 7-5, and Green Bay sitting 8-3-1. That tie could end up working in Green Bay's favor.
Tie can help you.
All right, well, I'm going to break on time. Or a minute late is on time for me. I'm like the opposite of Coughlin time, I'd say. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We will open the phone lines up a little bit more here. Something I wanted to talk about happened last night. And I got a lot of pushback for this, and I don't agree with the pushback. The game was going into overtime, and a ton of people were leaving. Let's discuss. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with the floppy collars, it's time to step it up with Collars & Co. They give you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. I wear mine to the studio, hit the golf course, or just for a night out with no wrinkles. You don't have to worry about a dry cleaner. You just throw it on and you're ready to roll. My son-in-law saw mine. He wanted some. So you know what? I ordered him a few little things, and he's going to be impressed when he gets them. CollinsandCo.com. And now you can check them out in person. They have a new store open in Congressional Plaza, and it's stocked up with all your favorite holiday shopping needs. Go to CollinsandCo.com. Tell them B. Mitch and Finley sent you.
This sports update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical. The Minnesota Vikings have waived veteran wide receiver Adam Thielen upon request, as he'd like to finish out his career with a contending team. That was per a statement he posted on social media. As for tonight's game, New England Patriots starting center Garrett Bradbury, he's listed as questionable for Monday Night Football against the Giants. Bradbury hasn't missed a game since 2023. And the Jameis Winston experience was a 2-week-long roller coaster, and now it's time to get off the ride. Jackson Dart is ready to make his return. He will start tonight against the Patriots after missing the last 2 games due to a concussion, per NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. When your system's under pressure and about to get sacked, call Foley Mechanical, the pros for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Is this Lemmy? God. Lemmy's just killing me today.
You and I could make a song.
Dude, I don't think I'm going to make a month of this. I got to be honest. I want to discuss something in a manner where I am being respectful of all decisions, and I am not attempting to throw shade towards anyone. I'm asking a question. Okay? Asking a question. Last night, listen, there was a lot of Broncos fans there, but it was a good, active crowd. It was fun. The game being good led to a good crowd, and there was a lot of swings, a lot of, up and back. There were a bunch of dudes at the start of the fourth quarter taking their shirt off, twisting around your head like a helicopter.
Crazy as hell.
It's
cold out there last night, dog.
Dude, there was one guy sitting right in front of the press box that had to be absolutely hammered. He was wearing a Darryl Green throwback, screaming. And then by overtime, we never heard him again. I legit think he lost his voice.
Or was he asleep?
Nah, he was not asleep. Very active. he wanted to coach from the sideline. But here's my question, B.
All right.
And I don't know if this is Metro related. I find it hard to believe it's Metro related based on the volume. I don't begrudge people leaving games early. Like, one, this is America. You're entitled to free will. 2, I often leave games early. I prefer it, in fact. So I'm not knocking you for it. But at the end of regulation, Washington makes that field goal to tie it up. We're going to overtime. There was a mass exodus.
Yeah.
People getting the hell out of there.
Yeah. It was all types of people, though. It was both crowds.
But what I cannot wrap my head around, if you've made it to the end of regulation and it's going to overtime, you got to stay for overtime. If you left with 5 minutes left in the fourth, I get it. If you left at halftime, you just don't want to be out too late. You're going to watch the end at home. I get it. Like I can understand a million different times to leave.
Yeah.
But if you made it to the end of regulation and they just kicked to send it to overtime, how do you then leave? And I'm asking, if you were one of the people,
I'm going to answer.
You can answer.
I just think that the people at that point, some of them are Metro.
What time did Metro
Some of
close?
them just want to get the hell out of there. Because I saw people in suites leaving. And they didn't even have to worry about the cold weather outside. They were leaving too. So
some of the people were probably cold. It was cold.
Yeah, it was cold as hell out there.
Am I
Oxymoron.
crazy? Am I crazy for if you made it to the end of regulation?
I really believe you are, because when you leave most times from places you leave from, if you made it that long, you should may as well just stay.
B, if I make it to the end, as a matter of fact, I think I did that. I took the girls to Maryland versus Nebraska. Shout out to Coach Swope. Got us suite tickets. It was very nice. My guy Todd White is a very nice suite. I think that went to overtime. I know we stayed till the very end.
But I'm just saying, Jay, you leave like all the time. So you might not be the one to ask this question.
But I'm not knocking people that left early. I don't understand making it to the end of regulation and then
but
leaving
that's what I'm saying.
before
So
overtime.
if you're leaving early, it doesn't make a difference when you leave, I think. So you leave at the end of the third, end of the fourth, right when overtime started, just trying to get a jump on the crowd. That's all that is. Because I'm going to tell you, when I left out there last night, normally when I leave, the traffic is still heavy as hell. Even though I do a show and all that, it's still heavy.
It was empty.
Last night, rolled right on out that thing. Nothing was a problem. So I'm kind of happy they left early.
If you left 7 minutes left, 27-20 Denver. I'm sorry, no, that's overtime. If you left when Denver made it 20-14 or something, but like Washington was the only team that scored in the fourth quarter. Bo Nix was god-awful in that fourth quarter. Landfill, am I crazy? If you make it to the end of regulation, should you stay for overtime?
I don't know. It would be different if it was a 1 o'clock game, but because it's a night game, you know, a lot of people
had their kids with them too.
Sure, you got to get the kids to work, to school. You got to go to work, and you know, with the way that traffic can be getting out of there, it's entirely reasonable that it could be, you know, 2.5 hours for a lot of people from the time they get up out of their seats to the time that they're in bed. You know, so I kind of got to say I don't blame them.
I'm still getting notifications about moose knuckle coats, by the way, just so everybody knows that from last week, if you were part of that.
JP, I'm with you on this one, though, man. You got to stay. If you're there that late, you got to stay. In the metal world, we got to think sometimes rock and roll means you're tired the next day, you know? And that's the way it is. If you got
they
an
don't
overtime
live
game,
like you, Chris. You live hard, dog.
you got an overtime game there, you got to see it. You know, if it was like some sort of blowout, I get it. But at that point, it's just, I don't know.
If anybody calls in, take it, Chris, because I'm curious. If people left early, if you left at the end of regulation, if your answer is, I just wanted to get out of there, I was going to listen to the end on the radio, and I wanted to beat the traffic. Okay, I get it. But, like, you know the term pot committed? Like, if you make it 4 freaking quarters and the game's going to overtime, you're pot committed at that point.
Yeah, but if you made it, if you paid your money, your pot has already been committed. You leave when you want to leave.
That person was there? All right, this is Vinny from Philly. Vinny, are you a Commanders fan?
I am.
And you drove in
I'm a
from
season
Philly?
ticket holder. Yeah, I'm a season ticket holder. I come down for a majority of the games.
Okay. So when did you leave last night?
Yeah. I left probably like middle of the fourth. You know, look, I had to drive back to Philly. You know, I was like, oh, being a primetime game is nice. You just kind of throw the game on the background and drive and listen to it, you know, but and I got a 2-year-old at home. So I was like, I got to get home. He's going to wake up at 8 in the morning. So I was like, you know, let me get home and before it's, you know, too late. So, you know, you don't get to sleep in when you got a 2-year-old.
Okay. Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
I found that out in the last 5 days.
Hey, look, if it's a 1 o'clock game or if it's a 4 o'clock game, I stay till the very end, no matter what. But those 8 o'clock ones are tough, man, to get back. You know, but by the time I get back in the door, sometimes it's like, well, the one time I stayed, it was like, I don't know, 3 in the morning. I was like, it's pretty rough to get back that late. So
yeah, that's tough. All
right,
right,
let me just get it. Let me hit the road, get out early. You know?
I appreciate it. Thank you. Again, if you left early, I support you. I just
But
don't understand.
what if he had waited to the end and then he said, well, damn, I got to go out. And he'll be okay.
Well, I've acquired some information, Brian. I don't know. The game started at 8:15. It was slow because of the refs. Metro trains stopped around 12:30. So the last blue line trains out of Largo and Morgan Boulevard were 12:25, 12:28. Last silver lines were 12:35. Gosh, you imagine getting on the silver line at Morgan Boulevard at 12:35 in the morning, taking it to Reston? How long is that train ride? That's got to be an hour.
I wouldn't be able to tell you, bro.
Yeah, and it's a 20-minute.
See, people got reasons,
Metro.
man.
All right, let's our guy Rusty was there last night. Rusty,
What up,
did you
Russ?
stay? What'd you do?
Hey, fellas, what's going on? So, JP, I'm giving you a hard time about your Facebook post, man. Like, the rows, I think, have 16 seats in them, and literally at the end of regulation, there was like 13 of us that ran to the bathroom because we had been holding it the whole fourth quarter. So, Section 110 had a little bit of an exodus because we all had to, including Jackson. You know, he's
See, a lot of people were going to the bathroom. Because when I went,
we had to run to the bathroom and get back for overtime, man.
See, when I went, because I was standing there where we do the show at, and I said, okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Everybody ran to the bathroom. It was lines coming on both sides. Like nobody got one in, one out. Both lines going in at the same time from the exit and the entrance.
Okay.
And that, I think a lot of people wasn't leaving the stadium. They were trying to hurry up and get release and get back.
And just so you guys know, we pulled back in the driveway here in Delaware at about 2:15 last night.
Ooh.
Oh, you beat me home, though.
Well, I got to my house like 2:05.
Yeah, I got home like 2:45. Rusty, you been jumping in the ocean out there in Delaware? It's a brisk 50.
No. I don't do that stuff. I go in the ocean about once a year, man. I'm a swimming pool guy, and they're all closed.
You sound like B.
Yep.
All right, Rusty, appreciate
it.
you.
I'm not trying to be there. I'm not. The ocean is their plate. The sharks
That's
and all
right.
that. I don't want to be out there.
All right. Tailgate Ted said in his section, a lot of people ran to the bathroom at the end of regulation. So maybe that was a bathroom run I was seeing.
Oh, believe me, Jay, when I went to the bathroom, because I'm sitting there going, bro, this thing got to go to overtime. Because it gives you a little break. And when it went to overtime, I took off to the bathroom thinking I was going to beat people. They were waiting already. They were there.
All right, so between the bathroom and the metro, maybe that's why people were leaving.
Yeah.
Because it did seem pretty full, but I also think a lot of people kind of moved down. Like the boys who were right in front of the press box with their shirts off, they weren't there for most of the game. They kind of just showed up late because I think it was open.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, I'm not knocking you if you left late, if you left early. I'm just saying if you make it through 4 quarters, stick around for overtime.
Yeah, if you stick around for overtime, you might be a little frozen in the front. You know what I'm saying? You don't make it to the bathroom, it's cold enough where it freeze up.
Is that a thing? Can it freeze?
Hey, man, you never know, depending on how cold it is. All I know is I'm sitting there like trying to watch this game, and I'm like, because if they finish the game right at that moment, and don't get to overtime, we got to go do a show. And that's another 40-something minutes that you holding.
Right.
When they went to overtime, that was a relief for me. Then I ran to the bathroom. I waited like 15 minutes to get in there.
A lot of oranges became raisins last night, I think.
Boy.
Nobody go anywhere. We got to make some bets. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Hey, it's JP Finley, and you've heard me talk about all the great work Better Services has done at my house. They keep hooking me up. They've taken great care of us. Got the right oven my wife wanted. Whatever you need with your appliances, talk to Better Services. Maybe you just need a tune-up with the holidays coming in. Maybe your dishwasher, your oven's not working exactly right. Call Better Services. Maybe you're thinking about something bigger, a kitchen reno, a bathroom reno, whatever it is, call Better Services. Maybe you just need some handyman work done around the house before your in-laws come over and start judging you. Call Better Services. They've got a brand new showroom in Kensington where they've got all the brands you're looking for and can give you next day or maybe even same day delivery. This is a family-owned company that does a great work. They've done great work for my family. Whatever it is you need, hit them up, betterservices.com. That's BETTAR, betterservices.com. You better get better. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. B, yesterday was Danny Frank's birthday.
Oh, man.
Wish Danny a
I
happy
didn't know
birthday.
that. Happy belated, Danny.
He said he stayed till the end of the game, no traffic, and was home in 30 minutes.
Yep.
So
I got home quick, too. Just, it was late when I was driving there.
Yeah, it was certainly late, man. Got a game tonight. White Brian's New York Giants going to New England to take on the Patriots. Giants are 7.5-point favorites. I did want to make sure I mentioned the Caps are red hot, B.
Yeah.
We've talked about how that Metro division is really bundled up. Caps have won their last 4 games. They are now in a tie. They're now in third in the Metro, only a point behind the Devils, 2 points behind the Hurricanes, won 4 in a row, jumped out of kind of the cellar there, about to go on a West Coast roadie. They are at the Kings tomorrow night, at San Jose Wednesday night, and then back to LA to play the Ducks Friday night. How do you think Joe B and Locker feel about a West Coast roadie to Southern California as the weather gets cold here in Washington?
They are loving it.
I bet they're not upset.
Hey, man, probably sitting outside at a little Italian bistro with some wine, some vino.
Probably a little bit of vino
Yeah,
getting served.
yeah.
Can we do one quick role play? Don't look at me like that, Chris. I'm me, a media member. You're Dan Quinn talking at 3:30.
This morning?
This afternoon.
Oh, this afternoon.
Roughly 90 minutes from now. Call it 100 minutes from now. Hey, Coach, any word on the quarterback situation for Minnesota this weekend?
Well, we got to make sure Jaden go out there and go through hit all the markers. And if he hit those markers, we'll let you know on Friday.
Thanks, Coach. Yeah, I think it's
we got markers that we want him to hit, and if he hits them,
we're not gonna miss one.
What are those markers, Coach? Well, if he hits the markers, we'll know. Did I answer the question?
I don't think we get. I think today he tells us Wednesday, and I think Wednesday he tells us Friday.
That's my dude, man.
You love that.
Hey, listen to me, man. Being a guy that was on that side for those years and now being on this side, if you are asked questions all the time, you understand that, yes, they have a job to do. Then also people have bones to pick. And when you find that the ones that have the bones to pick, you talk 5 minutes and don't answer the question. They won't find out till they get home because most people just tape your stuff anyway and they go back and they listen to it. And when I know I did it on purpose. I know people got home and listened and like, hey, SOB didn't even answer the question.
Yep. DQ on
because you asked me
Friday.
one to try to get me in trouble.
So I wasn't there Friday, I will confess.
Why you didn't go to work Friday, JP?
I was too busy jumping in the ocean. DQ at the end made a joke. He's like, yeah, I'm really proud of myself. I said nothing that entire that entire
Dan.
availability.
There you go, dog.
NFL coaches think they work for the CIA. All right, it's a new week, new us. Let's make some bets, boys.
Heard it here voice. Lord. Gather around.
All right, I'm pretty sure I won last week.
Nope, you saw Brian said I had one. I was 4-0, fool. You forget stuff rather quickly, don't you?
I'm just not sure that's how it happened.
That's how it happened.
All right, we got action tonight.
That was on Wednesday when he said it too, Jay, because we didn't come here Thursday and Friday.
I do have a real one. I'm going to look this up myself because the Lord knows if White Brian gives us the right odds. You see the Panthers beat the Rams yesterday.
Yeah.
I kind of want to bet the Panthers to win the NFC South.
On what? Tonight?
No, like
a real bet.
Yeah.
Well, go on and do that. We just sell fake money now. Come on.
So the Bucks are minus 600. The Panthers are plus 400.
Go on and do it. Do what you gotta do.
Now, the Panthers were a week late for me when I was kind of hoping they would beat the Niners, and they sure didn't. But I don't know, man. They are 7-6. Tampa's 7-5. So I guess the Panthers haven't had a bye week yet. They're about to get their bye. That is late. I guess this is when Washington's had theirs the last couple of years. Washington got kind of an early one this year. For them anyway. Yeah, so the Panthers are off this coming weekend. They close at Saints, Bucks, Seahawks, Bucks. Plus 400 is kind of juicy. All right, make some bets, boys. Chris, you get to pick on behalf of Jeff. What was it, Landfill?
Giants.
Landfill's taking the Giants, Brian. It's a
Okay.
big number.
7?
I think it's
7.5
now.
7.5.
I was going to take Patriots on that, actually.
All right.
I think they're going to kill them.
Chris taking the Pats. White Brian, what do you like tonight?
Darius Slayton touchdown.
What does that pay?
Plus 330.
The Wizards are playing tonight against Milwaukee. That line is closer than I would expect. It's only 9.5. And I think I saw SARS out. Wiz are down a lot of players. That number's a little more interesting than I would expect. No college football tonight. This weekend is college football championship weekend.
Let me take the Hawks. I think it's plus 9.5 Hawks against the Pistons.
Detroit's been good, dude.
But still,
taking
the Hawks.
I'll roll with Landfill. I'm gonna take the Giants. I think Patriots fans have nightmares of Giants uniforms.
I want the Hawks and
There it
I want the Bulls.
Hawks and the Bulls. There you go.
Yeah.
ATL to Chi-Town, baby.
Bulls are 8.5 plus.
Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Joe Theismann for joining us. Thank you to all the callers. Fun day on the show. Tough loss for Washington, but damn, they fought like hell. Grant and Danny are coming your way next. Enjoy the Grant and Danny program. If you made it this far, Heavy Metal Chris owes you a beer.
This sports update is brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Turning our attention from the Commanders' Sunday night loss in overtime to the Broncos now to Monday night. The Patriots have the best record in the NFL and haven't lost in 2 months, and they have just one matchup with one of the worst teams in the league, sitting between them and a 10th consecutive win and their bye week. But it's not going to be without a challenge because they have to do it without rookie left tackle Will Campbell and Jared Wilson, the left guard, both of them out this week. Center Garrett Bradbury also listed as questionable. For the Giants, rookie quarterback Jackson Dart, he is expected to be back after sitting out these past 2 games. And tonight, right here on 106.7 The Fan, you can tune in as the Wizards host the Bucks. Milwaukee has lost 7 of their last 8 and are currently riding a 4-game road skid. 7 p.m. is tip-off right here on The Fan. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put our team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to The Fan. We'll take you all the way up to 6:30 this evening. Jay Gruden's on the show in 1 hour at 3 o'clock to break down the Commanders and the Broncos. And beat reporter Ben Standing stops by after being at the stadium late last night with the latest on injuries and whether or not we'll see Jaden Daniels against the Minnesota Vikings on Sunday. Danny, yesterday, the losing streak did reach 7, but the Commanders played one of the more entertaining games in Week 13 in the NFL, taking the number 1 seed in the AFC as of this moment, the 10-2 Broncos to overtime. They fought hard. They played a much more competitive, entertaining football game. I've got no venom. I liked everything about yesterday. There were some things we can get into that either they didn't do well or some coaching question marks or what have you. But the fact that they're now 6th in the NFL draft order, the fact that they gave the Broncos all they could handle, the fact that the offense with Terry McLaurin back looked way, 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 way better, and they did some really good things that, frankly, almost nobody else has been able to do against the number 1 defense in the league. The fact that the defense has made it 2 much stronger games in a row since Joe Witt lost his play calling duties and Dan Quinn took over. Things are looking up for the Burgundy and Gold as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Terry McLaurin coming back was fun to watch. Just a reminder that, when healthy, when he's right, he can be pretty effective. That was really cool for him. Even on a pitch count, you could still see he was a point of emphasis for this offense. So for me, watching this game, and I recognize I'm different than everybody else. I see something that doesn't make sense to me. I can't let it go. Other people can kind of let it get lost in the sauce and watch and enjoy. Of my checklist of things that I wanted, I got a lot of them. You just mentioned it. Had they won, would have been catastrophic. They'd have pick a 10th or 11th, depends on your math. I'd have to go check the latest up-to-date Tankathon type rankings in terms of opponent win percentage, and then it's an inverse. So you would have been 10th or 11th and going in the wrong direction. There's a couple bad teams made the mistake of winning this past Sunday. But I saw a group that did show some improvement, that fought, as you said. That was probably their best overall football game of the year against a quality opponent. I was pretty impressed with both sides of the ball. They moved the ball. They were better on the ground against Denver than they'd been in months, it felt like. Defensively, they were, again, not great, because I don't think they have great. I don't think they have that gear, but they were pretty good. The things that will frustrate me forever until they're different, the amount of Zach Ertz featuring, 13 targets for an oft-injured veteran on his final year of a deal. Benson can't get a target, played, I think, 10 snaps, 12 snaps, 17% of snaps. They can't feature Jalen Lane. Johnny Newton is sitting there behind a bunch of aging veterans. I'm not asking for crazy stuff, by the way, just more playing time for second-round picks from last year, and maybe an emphasis on that. Maybe it happens as the season goes. But there was a lot of boxes checked yesterday.
Yeah, I think a lot of the things you're asking for, you'll get more of in a few weeks as we get closer to the finish line. We're still about a third of the way left in this race. It's not even December 1st as they're playing that game yesterday, and there are 6 games in a 17-game schedule left. They're not going to completely just flip a switch and punt and start playing all the kids, although I wouldn't mind that. It's just not how the reality of the league works, obviously. We'll spar for the next 5 weeks over whether or not it would have been catastrophic to win the game, because I just disagree with the idea that this team that has not won in 7 games now and in 8 or 9 weeks, whatever it is, technically, that them winning a game, I'll save the word catastrophic for other things, frankly. I don't think it would have been that damaging, because whether they end up picking 5th or 8th or 11th when you don't have a quarterback, and the best thing to do is to trade down, I'm not sure if it's as huge a difference. I think it will be a difference, but it's not as huge a difference maybe as if they were looking for a quarterback and they needed to get as high as possible when they were taking Daniels or May or Williams when they were trying to get up to number 2. But again, we've got 5 weeks to spar over that, and I'm sure we will go round and around. But specific to last night, the product was just so much better. This is what I have been wanting really for many, many weeks. When you play a good football team, look like you belong. And I think the fact that they're getting healthier now is the reason for what we got to see yesterday. Let's talk offense for a moment. Terry McLaurin got 14 targets and 7 catches for 96 yards and a touchdown. And that does not even account for the 30-yard post he ran, taken on contact at the goal line to what would have been tie or win the game early on in OT, when they would come back down the field and score again on a Terry McLaurin slant. So it could have easily been 8 for like 115.
Yeah, just to add a little color to that, he only played 51% of snaps on a pitch count. Understandable, by the way, because last time they just said, okay, go play a full game. He ended up hurt and missed another month and a half. So he basically received a target on 1/3 of the snaps he was in.
Which is pretty amazing.
Which is an astounding amount.
Now, I will say 50% of snaps last night is basically a normal game's worth, because they ran 85 plays, which was the most plays that they have run since 2016 in the London game against the Bengals. Partially because of going to overtime, but really more accurately because they converted 8 third downs, because they went on really long drives. They did it, by the way, in the hardest way possible against the number 1 defense in the NFL. I said before the game, we were talking about this. It's impossible to go on these long 10, 11, 12, 13 play drives against the Broncos. If you have to do that, you will not have any chance. And they did it time and time and time again. It was a really, really incredible offensive plan by Cliff Kingsbury. That worked. I know Mariota threw one egregious interception that everybody will talk about, and you're allowed to. It's one of the 85 plays, and it was a very, very heavily weighted play. It was me after Thanksgiving dinner. Having said that, he low-key cooked otherwise. I mean, he throws for almost 300 yards. He runs for 55 yards against the number 1 defense in the league. But you can just see the difference, Danny, when you have Terry McLaurin out there. What it does for Zach Ertz, suddenly getting more man coverage and then running some of those zone beaters where there's not as much attention paid to him on some of those deep overs where he's crossing the field, getting hit for 21 and 19 yards on a couple of big-time plays. Great throws from Mariota, layered over top of defenders. The game changes a little bit. You get an opportunity to run Deebo Samuel, who is just kind of forgotten, because when you line him out as a receiver and you run him down the field on a go ball, nobody really thinks you're targeting him. And they hit that 38-yarder down to the 1-yard line because they're paying extra attention and bracketing Terry McLaurin, who's been featured throughout the second half. The offense changes. He really is truly a game changer for them. And we've talked off and on about, like, who's the injury that killed them the most outside of Jaden Daniels? And I've mentioned Dietrich Wise, who they're, couldn't set the edge after he was lost. People will bring up Austin Eckler. The answer is obviously Terry McLaurin. You just saw it last night. They're such a different offense, and it gives you some real hope when you get Daniels back, whether that's against the Vikings or the Giants. And more importantly, let's be honest, in 2026, if you have Terry out there and you have a true legitimate threat at wide receiver, this thing's going to look very, very different.
The best way I can explain it is, or the way I thought about it, is bad defenses became very good against Washington. Now, the overall numbers weren't that horrendous, but you could see it was a very pedestrian group. Every inch was fought for. It was nuclear fusion with chopsticks, right? Where they had to negotiate everything. Every window was tighter than all hell. They couldn't run the football against terrible defenses like Chicago or Dallas or any of the others, because there was no threat. There was a threat yesterday. There was absolutely a threat, even with the great Patrick Surtain back there. That kid, by the way, is unbelievably good. My God, what a baller. What a baller he is.
Probably not that close right now. That's cornerback 1.
Yeah, I think that's pretty safe to say. And if there's someone else great, good for him too. That guy's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you could see the difference. I think you said it very well. The even if you weren't going over the top, and they did a couple different times, maybe they fell in love with it to a degree because I think they're running it so well. Maybe there was more things they could have done that weren't taking shots, but they were pretty determined. They had a plan and they stuck to it. I was so impressed with that competitiveness and the ability to rally after the bye week. I know they're pros and they're supposed to be able to do that, but human nature, man. A really good team's coming to town. Your season's lost. You're terrible. Everybody knows you're terrible, and everyone's making fun of you or the punchline. They stayed in that game and kept counterpunching, and there was no rollover in them, which you could easily see happening when a first-place team from the AFC comes to town with that vice-like defense. So it was impressive.
Yeah, I just, it warmed the heart to see them play a good team well. When you played the Denvers a month ago, it was 44-22. Now, it should also be acknowledged, Bo Nix is somewhat limited, watching him in person for the first time yesterday. And I think the Denver offense is a keep-you-in-the-game offense. This is how they've played every single game all year long. They are the first team in the history of the league, by the way, to trail in all 12 of their first 12 games and to have a record where they've won at least 10 times. And they constantly do this in the fourth quarter, where they steal a game from the Giants, where they beat the Colts at the horn, where they beat the Chiefs at the horn. Now they beat Washington in overtime. This is what they do. This is their game. And this is a league with tiny margins where you either make the winning play or you don't. And the team that always does, Denver, is 10-2. And the team that just hasn't in games like Chicago and Miami and this one, Washington, is 3-9. And instead of being 6-6 and a wild card hopeful, your season is now completely over. But credit the Broncos. They always make the winning plays. I think they are well coached. Nick shows up in the big moments when he has to. He was excellent on that 5-play drive in overtime where they go right down the field for 76 yards. They finally get their first huge explosive of the game where they get Evan Ingram working on Bobby Wagner. He does a little whip route, leaves Wagner in his dust, and then runs for 41 yards. But I thought we got our answer to, was this defensive improvement just about Miami, or is there something to this? There's clearly something to this.
There's something to it.
I wouldn't want to be Joe Witt right now because it looks so much better and so much different without him calling the plays. I'm not saying everything's fixed. It's not going to be fixed. They have real problems on defense that you cannot fix until the offseason. They have personnel issues. You don't have linebackers that can run with tight ends. In this league, that's a death sentence. You don't have speed in the second level of your defense. In this league, that is going to make you not very good on that side of the ball. They can't really set edges, something the Broncos, with their run game and their injury to J.K. Dobbins, weren't going to take much advantage of yesterday. Their strengths on defense are few and far between. But now you're just a professional outfit that's not going to be great on defense, which is not a crime, by the way.
Right.
There's a lot of those defenses out there.
If they had this whole year where they were middle of the pack on defense, it's a very different season.
100%.
Even with all the injuries and all the different things on offense that didn't go right.
If you play the game you played yesterday against the Vikings and Max Brosmer or J.J. McCarthy, they score in the teens and you win the game. If you play the game they played either against Miami or Denver yesterday, against the Giants in a couple weeks, you probably turn Jackson Dart over a couple times. The Giants might have 20 points, and you win that football game. That's the difference between yesterday and what became the norm when they were the first team in 23 years to lose by 20 or more points for a month straight.
Yeah, you can go back and look at it. If you played that way against the Falcons, I think you probably win that game. By the way, the Falcons, good heavens. But you go back and look at the Dallas game. If you played that way against Dallas, that's a good offense with good pieces, right? But maybe you're in that game. You got a chance to win it. I don't think you beat Seattle that day. I don't think you beat Detroit that day, the way that they were playing. Kansas City, probably the same deal. You lose a one-score game on the road to a team with savvy and moxie, et cetera. But again, it's a different season. We're talking about a far more competitive product instead of a group that got outscored by almost 100 points over a handful of weeks. You're talking about just a different team, different year. And this is just one of those, bummer, we were that close. Just a couple of breaks didn't go our way. Instead of this was a meltdown. This was the worst-case scenario. Which scenario, Danny? All of them. Every single thing that could have gone wrong did, and not just kind of wrong. It went as wrong as ever been.
Ertz went off 10 for 106 on 13 targets. He was awesome. He had 3 plays, though, where, and this is the most Zach Ertz thing ever, where your athleticism being limited and some of I guess we just say limitations for him, show up where deep down the field. Now, ball hung in the air a little too long, and then Alex Singleton made an amazing play to punch the ball out. It would have been a huge play to set up a field goal in the fourth quarter. By the way, that's Alex Singleton's story. It's an all-timer. This linebacker for the Broncos. This is the same guy, by the way, that played an entire game with a torn ACL last year. 23 days from having a mass removed and testicular cancer. He was on the field flying around last night and made maybe the play of the game defensively for the Broncos against Ertz. Then he has the play back in the end zone where he can't make the catch. He had it didn't end up mattering, but he had a play where he fell just short of the sticks again. So, like, those are those things that people that don't like the Ertz experience, which is kind of a them problem, they're going to focus on those 3 plays. Where I come from, when you have 10 catches for 106 yards as a tight end in the NFL, and the offense kind of goes through you, and your offense scores 26 to almost knock off one of the best defenses in the league, I'm going to tip my cap to you. But he goes for 100. McLaurin goes for 96. Debo, because of the 38-yard play, goes for 64. I like that they got Colson Yankoff involved. He's an athletic guy at the tight end position. That 14-yard catch he made was a pretty nice play. The one thing I'll say about Ertz that I didn't get is they designed this tight end screen to him that was kind of DOA. Pretty obviously. That's just not a play that you should run for Ertz. That's where, if you're running a tight end screen there, just go ahead and put Ben Sinnott out there or give that to Yankoff with his speed. It's kind of what he did at UCLA. This is the guy that lined up at running back some for the Bruins in college. So I didn't really get that usage, but they ran a play on a 1st and 10 to start a drive from under center with 13 personnel, where they went play action, roll out, and hit Terry McLaurin for a 16-yard explosive. Be still my beating heart.
You must have been so excited.
I mean, I just about ripped my shirt off in the press box.
There were 16 targets to tight ends, and Ben Sinnott didn't get one. I can't. Other people can, and they can move on, and they'll be able to talk about it. Or not care, and just talk about everything else. I just can't get over it.
2-3 weeks from now, I'll join you in anger. It's just not the time of the season where I'm going to go crazy about that. I don't like it, but there's a difference between endorsing it, which I'm not doing, or liking it and being angry about it.
Not being able to let it go.
Like, you have an axe to grind, and you've now got this thing that you're obsessing over. I'm just not going to join you there. But in 3 weeks, we'll be in the same place anyway if Ben Sinnott is still not involved.
I think that's fair. Everyone's welcome to join me or not, or yell at me, whatever it is. Again, I'm not saying he needs 13 targets. 1 would be nice. Let's go crazy and get 2. The little tight end screen thing you mentioned, or that rollout with 13 personnel couldn't go to him. Would have been nice. I'd love to see the 2nd round pick play. I know that's novel and crazy for a team that's 3-9, but I digress. But overall,
speaking of 2nd round kit picks, really quickly, I don't want to make like this grandiose comment on this because I have not gone back and watched all 22 on this. But I can't. There were at least 2 or 3 times where I noticed Johnny Newton just getting blown off the ball in the run game last night. Now, a couple of them happened in a drive where he ended up having a really nice pressure as well. But we might be at a point with him where it's kind of helping in the passing game or not helping that much because he's an undersized defensive tackle.
Yep.
There's clearly a reason why they don't play him that much. So this is something to dive in on. But he was the 36th pick in the draft. So I think your point is perfectly reasonable when you're saying, okay, guys, we're 3-9 here. There's 5 games to go. Johnny Newton, Ben Sinnott. There's other guys we could name.
Sure.
Like Brandon Coleman would be one of them.
Yeah, a little bit more Jordan McGee. Turn that fader up. Again, they don't have a ton.
Flashed again last night.
They don't have a ton of young pieces. So I'm not talking about going full, hey, Wizards, call up the G League. They don't have that. There simply aren't players that I'm really that interested in. There's a handful, and those guys don't get opportunities.
Speaking of Brandon Coleman, though, I do want to mention, I thought the O-line was awesome last night.
For sure.
In pass protection.
Yeah.
This is the group that has close to 20 more sacks than any other team in the NFL coming in, and you would not have known it. They had won in the game. Some of it is Mariota's decisiveness, and I do give him credit for this as a veteran quarterback. I think generally he's pretty good at setting protections. The ball comes out pretty fast, and he deserves to be respected for that. But if you look at some of the next-gen stats numbers, and I posted this at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter if you want to go find it, the Broncos got pressure 17% of the time, which was their lowest pressure rate since Week 3, 2023, in that game where they gave up 70 points to the Miami Dolphins. And then if you look at some of the individual matchups, Laramie Tunsil on one of the best pass rushers in the league, Nick Bonito. Now, I think he was wearing a cast, and he complained about it after the game affecting him. But still, 2 pressures on 28 matchups, so Tunsil dominated him. Jonathan Cooper did not get a single pressure in 26 matchups against Josh Connerly, who, despite the hold that took away the McLaurin touchdown, which as a lineman, heavy lies the crown here, this is what happens, everyone will kill you for. But he was really, really good in pass pro. And then Sam Cosmi, 1 pressure on 55 pass blocks against the interior. That's a really, really good interior.
Yeah, they're good at everything.
So you're starting to see this group ascend, come together. This is the plan 5. They got to find a way to keep these guys intact going into next season because it could be a real strength for them.
So to me, one part plan, which was we know when our shots are going to be there, and those are the ones you need to block up, right, to give the receiver time to make a move, etc. The other part is enough of the quick game and it was accessible quick stuff, because it's one thing just to say, throw it quickly. Do you have somewhere to go? Does the read take you there? Does the play design leave something open almost automatically? It did a lot. But to me, it was the way they ran the ball. I did not expect that at all. I did not expect them to be able to run it as effectively, especially on the interior. I mean, they were shoving it on Denver for a decent amount. Again, it wasn't one of those Ravens where, Derrick Henry has 160, some guy you never heard of has 55.
Ahead of the chains, man.
But it was ahead of the chain stuff. It was 4.5, 5.5 yards on first down consistently. And they were really, really good in that regard. Just nothing fancy either. It wasn't like super well designed, great comeback, cutback counter, this, that, and the other. This was, to me, a lot of power football. And they ran it really, really well in that game.
Jay Gruden's going to join the show at 3:00. We'll get his thoughts on why Washington looked so much better on offense in this game. How much of that was a Terry McLaurin factor? But let's do this next. We'll open up the phones at 800-636-1067. Can you feel good about a loss yesterday? Is that the part of the season we're at now, where they've lost 7 in a row and 8 of 9? And rather than coming in here being upset, I'm pretty happy with what I saw. I was entertained. I thought it was a good product. It was one of the more fun games to watch in the NFL this weekend. You played a 10-2 team. And oh, by the way, I know some of you won't agree with this, and that's fine. Because you lost, you moved up to number 6 in the draft order. So wins all over the place in an L as far as I'm concerned. But what say you? 800-636-1067 is the number. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Selling a home can feel overwhelming and unpredictable. Hey, what's up? It's Andy Rouye here, and I want to tell you about my friends and realtors. That's Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They've mastered a system that makes selling your home simple, clear, and successful, even when the market can be a little uncertain. Just ask their client, Katie, who said, and I quote, Reynolds Power Home Team is phenomenal. The team made everything quick and easy. They went above and beyond to support me and made sure I understood every step. They were relentless and sold my home at full asking price within just a week. I can't thank them enough for making the selling process a breeze. End quote. That's the difference. When you work with Reynolds Power Home Team, they combine deep market knowledge, powerful marketing strategies, and a massive database of pre-qualified buyers ready to act. They don't just list homes, they get them sold. And for some reason, if your home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That's their guarantee. Call 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or just visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to the Broncos last night, 27-26 in overtime on a failed 2-point conversion. The Commanders are now 3-9 on the season after they lost their 7th straight game last night. Injuries around the league. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert suffered a fracture in his left hand. He's scheduled to have surgery on that hand today. Said he still expects to be ready to play against the Eagles on Monday Night Football. Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner left the game early with a lower leg injury. He's believed to have avoided a major injury, but still likely to miss a few weeks. It's believed to be a calf strain and not an Achilles tear. NBA action tonight. Wizards taking on the Bucks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement, our brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Snap was good. Wade put it down. Mooney tied the game, and we'll go to overtime.
Mike Tirico on the call. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. So I was at the stadium in the press box, being press box Paulson last night, Danny.
Oh, sure.
But it was brought to my attention by, 900 people that they couldn't say Marcus Mariota's name very well.
My
last
goodness
night.
gracious.
What was going on there?
It sounds like one of those things where, and maybe this happened and I missed it, just the audio of it, but where Tirico or the play-by-play guy would go, and by the way, we talked to him this week, and it's actually Paulson, not Paulson. Like somebody got a memo somewhere to do this. But Collinsworth, and to a degree Tirico, but it's really Collinsworth, was saying the T in Mariota like it was capitalized. Like it was emphasized. It was like the only bold letter in the entire name. For me, Mariota. You're like, why? What? Like one time, okay, he said his name 64 times, and each time, 64 for 64, it was like the T was the most important letter in human history. Bizarre.
Can you feel good about yesterday's loss, even though it's 7 in a row and 8 of 9? Now, I am a believer in not all losses are the same. So when you get absolutely blown out of your own building by the Seahawks and by the Lions, and you have no answers, and if they have 10 drives, they'll score 10 touchdowns because you can't make a tackle, you can't cover anybody. That's very different than when you play the 10-2 Denver Broncos and you take them to the brink. The amount of times this team got off the mat, too. Being that resilient at 3-8 is a tell that you care about your coach, this staff, that you are built with the right stuff. I'm talking about like a new snapper and a new kicker kicking a game-tying field goal to go to overtime at the Horn. I'm talking about how many times over? Like they got to go drive and get a field goal. All right, here's 18 plays, 71 yards to end the game. It's 20-20. Oh, now they went down the field and scored a touchdown in overtime. Now it's over. Oh, Washington goes right down the field. Well, now you got tackled at the 1 and it's 4th and goal, so now it's not going to work out. And then you score. Time and time and time again. And by the way, I don't know because I just haven't been able to listen, haven't heard one word all day, what anyone's saying about this on air. But if there are people out there that are upset that they went for 2, no. Try a new thing to care about this game. They 1,000% should have gone for 2. That was 100% the correct decision by Dan Quinn. Playing to tie that game is useless. Playing to get even in that game and then put your defense back on the field so that a field goal loses you the game anyway would have been a joke. You're at home. You can end it there. You're 3-8, which is the whole point. That is the most obvious 2-point conversion in this charade that's ever been. So I don't know if that's even been a take. I've seen a little bit of it online, but I'll just get ahead of that one real quick.
Yeah, I certainly don't have a problem going for it, especially because you're probably not getting the ball back. In other words, the best you can do there is tie, which isn't a great outcome for you in that moment, and you got a chance to win the game right there. Again, my default in general is to not go for 2. I understand what the analytics are. I hate going for 2 unless I have 0 time. I've mathematically eliminated from doing anything else.
But in that spot, you're going for 2.
In that spot, I think I probably would have because I go, there's about 3 minutes left. I'm not getting the football back, and I'm basically saying, Denver, you have a great chance to go win it.
Well, it's not even, I don't even think you have to worry about what the Broncos would do. You're not playing for a tie. You're either going to win or lose. You're 3-8. This is not a game that's going to make or break your playoff chances. It's as simple as, what would you make of playing this entire game and then just leaving the field with a tie? That makes no sense. So forget the Broncos for a second. There's 3 minutes left and you're probably going to lose. You didn't come here to tie. This thing's ending right here and right now, one way or the other.
I mean, for me, the entire calculus is what gives me the best chance to win, and that is that. Meaning going for it right there. Because again, I do care about how much time's left on the clock, what the Broncos may or may not do. If it's, if there was
I care
8
about
minutes.
that when I'm not 3-8. At 3-8, now it's literally a matter of, we're not playing it. We've already run the most plays we've run since 2016 against the Cincinnati Bengals. We're not going to do this thing all night. Like, we're not going to keep running guys out there and risking more injury. And, in this basic preseason game, essentially, like, you don't tie in the preseason. This is kind of the same deal. Let's go to the phones. 800-636-1067. Jay's in DC on Grant and Danny. Did you feel better watching that really entertaining game last night?
What's up, guys? I appreciate it. Yeah, I think all is right with the world because Derek finally took collard greens. You guys had to make a big deal out of it for some reason, but for all the black people, thank you. He took a terrible trade, but I do think that was an HR violation. I think his boss was out pressuring him to make that
I'm not his boss. We're equals, but I will say it was the worst trade I've ever seen.
It was not a good one.
I've never seen a worse trade in my life. That was bad.
It was really bad. It was really bad. But I'm just going to give him a little bit of props. But yeah, I loved the game yesterday. Like, this is how every game should be. It was perfect. Besides the Ben Sinnott usage, who I'm disappointed in, I'm more excited about Poston Yankoff than him. Like, that was like the perfect game. If we can do that every week, we have really good plays. Everyone gets the ball, and just so happens we are 1 point less than the other team, I'm good to go.
Jay, I think Derek
Appreciate
wants
you,
to
dude.
talk to you, so hang on a second. I will let everybody know that making the rounds last night at the game, the amount of people that had takes and thoughts on the Thanksgiving food draft,
There was a buzz.
warmed my heart. So that's
Mhm.
very good. Many of those people, by the way, many of them told me that Darius made the worst trade in the history of the Thanksgiving Day food draft.
It's why you call, though.
It's why you pick up the phone.
Yep.
You have to make the call. When you think they're going to say no, you've got to just give it a whirl.
You have to ask.
And I didn't remember this, but people were like name-checking trades Ryan's made over the last couple of years that he's now off the hook. But the amount of just absolute, I don't know if Darius's ears were ringing last night, people coming up to me to just kill him at the game. It was a bountiful amount. It was a tough trade for old Darius, but he responded with an okay plate. If you missed any part of the very, very popular Thanksgiving food draft on Grant and Danny, you can grab that podcast wherever you get your audio. Let's go to Sean in Falls Church. What's up, Sean? How are you?
Doing well, guys. Appreciate you taking my call.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, I was definitely on Danny's side here with the pronunciation of the name. It felt very much so Harry Potter, Hermione-esque, where it's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Leviosa.
Leviosa, yes. It was,
Oh, we
it
were
was
doing
Mariota,
a
not Mariota.
WNBC.
Do it just like Amos does. WNBC. That's what it was doing. So bad.
I couldn't get past it. It was every single time they mentioned it was horrible. But feel better about the game. The season still feels a little suspect, but the season felt like the referees last night. They were a little I don't know if they were feeling like Thanksgiving hangover, but they felt a little suspect as well.
Oh my gosh. So look, there were some calls that weren't very good. I just always think any kind of complaining about the referees looks to me like it's childish and ridiculous, and I'm not going to generally waste a lot of time with that. Here's what I will say. The running of the game, the managing of the game by that crew was terrible. Here's how bad it was. They should be on a call with their union or the league or whoever's in charge of dictating refereeing and how things are done on a national spotlight game with the 20-some million people watching, with the country tuned in last night. It wasn't up to the standard. It did not look right. You're saying it's third down when it's clearly second down and the chains are wrong. So now you've got to stop play to do that. There was a very, very, very obvious play that they let go only to then have corrected basically after the next snap, like at the line of scrimmage when the Broncos threw a red flag. I'm trying to remember what the play was late in the game.
Well, so Mariota was down.
That's what it was. Yes.
And
he gets up.
The way he got down was he was tripped.
Yes.
Like the tripping occurred. They couldn't get that, missed that.
They
That
missed that call.
So then, he was clearly down. So it's one of the things I always say in basketball, like the guy jumped up with the ball and it came down, he had the ball, but everyone's hands were in there. Something happened. You can't just let that go. Either a foul or a jump ball or something. So either it's a trip or a sack, and they called neither. And finally, Peyton's got to drop the flag. And they're like, he's down back there, dude. There was contact. Now, don't worry about the kind of contact it was, but he was down back there, and they figured that part out.
Totally. The other thing, though, is that pregame, this was noticeable in house, and I don't know watching at home if you could tell this, but whoever the head referee was, the umpire that was making the announcements, he would turn on the mic mid-play a bunch during the game. So, like, over the press box, we have his mic blaring. So anytime it goes on, you just hear the natural sound and the whistles and the thumping of pads or whatever.
Interesting.
And so it was as if, I don't know, like a pocket dial, but like he would just, like he had his finger on the mic or something and he kept tapping it, but you could hear him yelling just throughout the night. It was as if I was just like, what is this guy's deal? He was having a really, really rough night is what I'm going to say. I thought the entire crew did. And in the national spotlight, someone's got to answer to that today. Not only some missed calls. I know they hated the intentional grounding call on the NBC telecast on Marcus Mariota on the final drive.
Yep.
I actually didn't think that was a bad call, but according to the rules expert, and those guys are wrong as much as they're right a lot of the time, but the rules expert, who should know the rules certainly better than I do, said if you're a receiver outside the numbers and the ball sails over your head, doesn't really matter how far over your head or how far out of bounds, that's now legal. And that's what happened. Terry falls down. He's outside the numbers. Mariota throws it 8,000 miles past him, clearly because he's about to get sacked. And according to the rules expert, it shouldn't have been intentional grounding.
Well, by that same standard, there was a play where I think Mariota threw a ball to sort of the right corner and lane broke the other way. If that's the standard for intentional grounding, then that was
right.
But that was clearly, to me, the miscommunication. He thought he was going right and he went left. I don't know who was right or wrong. That's not important, but there's no receiver in the area. So is that grounding too?
Or at the end of the game when they're throwing into the end zone, he's chucking it through the uprights 50 feet over Terry's head in the back of the end zone. Why is that any different than the one that you called?
Right.
And I'm not saying that should have been called.
I think none of them should have been.
Exactly. So, yeah, I just thought in general, the crew's legislation of the action was terrible. They had very little feel, and all of their meetings went too long. It was rough to watch. Dave in Centerville, you're on Grant and Danny. How'd you feel about the Commanders losing a 7th straight, but taking the Broncos to the brink?
Hey, guys. Appreciate you guys. I think you can feel good about it. I mean, at the end of the day, we improved our draft stock. We're not in the playoffs by any means at this point. And I think you saw a lot of good bright spots from, the team, and we've gone embarrassed so many times on prime time. It's nice to go out there, compete, and look like a healthier version of what we could have been this season.
Totally.
But one thing that I want to specifically point out, one player, he got killed a lot because of the schedule and the players that he faced at the beginning of the season. But Josh Connerly really seems like he's turning into a solid tackle and hopefully something more than that. It was kind of trial by fire to start this season, playing Micah, Max, all the Giants guys. And yesterday against the best defense in the league, top 3 pass rush, I think he had 55 pass snaps and he allowed 1 pressure. He had that hold at the end, but, we ended up scoring anyways. But I think it's really nice to see him because a lot of people, NFL and Commanders fans, were blasting him to begin the season. He's a bust, this and this. He's turned out to be pretty solid since then. So
Here.
Thanks,
I think there's a lot to take away from what was a really good phone call, but most notably, relax a little bit in the early weeks with these young kids playing positions where they're on an island, corner, tackle, what have you. And I don't feel bad about. I actually said after one of the early games, might have been Green Bay, let's sit him down. Give him a couple week reset here with Max Crosby or whoever it was coming to town.
Yeah, it was Crosby the next week.
Play Wiley, and let's let him get him back out there in 2 or 3 weeks. Let's just reboot him a little bit. I still don't think that would have been a bad idea, but at no point did I don't think most of the fan base. I don't know that anybody really worried about him long term. Like if you watch him, the way he moves at his size with his footwork, he's got this baby face. He's very young. I mean, extremely young. This is what it looks like for a tackle that turns into a really good player. And I think they were always very confident. Remember, Cliff wrote the note and put it on Dan's desk.
Yeah, he went full draft day on it.
Make sure you draft this guy. But you're right. He is coming to his own. He's playing a lot better. Still ups and downs. There's no doubt. There's going to be a bad game probably in the next 5. But this is the trajectory that's reasonable to get to a point where you have a really, really good answer over the long haul. John Jansen like right tackle.
Yeah, this is an end of round 1, beginning of round 2 caliber player, which means there's still a little bit of raw clay there, right? The guys that are the top 10 finished products who are going to walk in and be Pro Bowlers from week number 1, yeah, they went in the top 10. The guys that are in this range, it takes a minute, and there's still some faders that have to be turned up, but I think they will be. I really like it.
Jay Gruden at 3, Leonard Skinner tickets at 4. We'll give out some game balls and gassers next on Grant and Danny. Play of the night for the Commanders and the catch of the season for Washington, maybe in the NFL. Treylon Burks, one-handed. One of those suction catches where the ball just stops moving. It's like you pluck it out of the sky as it's going over your head, overthrown. With the hand and the finger, by the way, that was just surgically repaired.
That's the big part of it to me. So it's not quite the Beckham catch in terms of the angle where he leaned straight back behind him and it was going to the ground. But the degree of difficulty is right there because, as you said, a defender's draped on him, pulling him in the opposite direction, and he's using his surgically repaired 20 days ago taped together fingers as he's making that catch. That's one of the greatest catches I've ever seen.
Game ball for that catch for Treylon Burks. Let me get another game ball. Zach Ertz, 10 for 106. Let me get another game ball. Terry McLaurin, how different is this when he's cooking? 7 for 96 and a touchdown. Let me get another game ball. I know it's funny to say this. Take the pick out of the equation for Mariota, which was a bad play. Said he was trying to throw it away. I believe him, but he didn't, and he threw it to a defender in the red zone, which was terrible. But he throws for 294. He runs for 55. He gave him a chance. Give me another game ball. Mikey Sainristil's pretty good when he's playing outside, it seems like. Maybe we should just keep doing more of that. Let's have him play outside and stop trying to make fetch happen inside. Give me one more game ball. I thought Preston Smith had his best game defensively. Lived in the backfield, some pressures, some contact of Bo Nix, who was pretty meh to me. What did you think of Bo Nix in this game?
Solid. Nothing
he made
crazy.
A couple of awesome plays.
Yeah.
But he also just leaves a lot on the field. The pick to Bobby Wagner was terrible.
Was pretty horrendous. Yeah, he moves around so well, and like part of that is the charm. The thing that I love the most is plays that aren't there. Maybe you could have made one before, like you could have delivered the ball on time. Maybe I can't see that necessarily on a given play, but I love watching his athleticism. And I watch him moving around. Some of those throws on the run where it looks like something's dead and then it's not. So they're fine, but nothing world beating.
I don't think this is obviously an A or B game for him, but even still, he's just not on the level from his own draft class. Like it's Jaden Daniels and Drake May head and shoulders above him. I would say he and Caleb Williams are maybe in their own tier behind those guys. Williams is still just misses too many throws. I thought he stunk in their big win with the great running game against the Eagles the other day. And then another tier down is like Penix, and then another tier down is McCarthy. I don't know if I'm forgetting anyone, but that's kind of
that's
how
the
I would
group, yeah.
tier those guys.
Gasser for me. One day. Maybe it's next season, maybe it's never. We'll get timeouts right, Dan Quinn. One day, second quarter, can't figure out the personnel, burn timeout with, 10 minutes and 40 seconds to spare in that second quarter. It's a process thing for me. It's either right or it's incorrect and it's unacceptable, and we continue to have it be unacceptable.
Game balls, gassers on Grant and Danny. You can send us yours at Grant H. Paulson for me. Running game was pretty good. Rodriguez, you mentioned, stayed ahead of the chains. Jeremy McNichols makes plays for them. He's had a very good season, 6 for 30. Mariota. He checked into a run on like a 3rd and long. Might have been a 3rd and 11.
3rd and 13, I think, yeah.
13, that's what it was. And he checks into a run, and then McNichols makes a guy miss at the line of scrimmage, gets 16 to keep a drive going, which was impressive. And Bill didn't get a lot of work. Considering they had 85 plays, he only had 4 carries. But Bill had a jump cut for 12. He'll be on the show tomorrow. That was his best run in weeks. It looked like Bill from September and camp when everybody was really excited. Man, was that good to see. Because whatever that vision thing was we talked about early in the year, where all of a sudden instead of plowing into the pile in front of you for 1 or 2, you just make a cut and you get 12. He did that again. I like their running game overall. And they got their weapons involved in the passing game. It's got to be McLaurin, Ertz, and Debo, and it certainly was. Those guys combined for 22 catches and almost 275 yards.
And Mariota had a great pull on a read option keeper. He is so excellent at that.
He's the best.
He may be the best I've ever seen at it. I mean, there are other guys that were good at it, the pull on the read option or whatever. There's something about the way that he kind of does. He keeps the fake going, but gets his feet ready so he's not flat-footed when he starts running, if that makes any sense, when he's going to keep it. Because you're convinced the running back has it. The defender is diving down the left side of the line of scrimmage. Yes.
He got me on that because McNichols, I think it was, maybe Rodriguez, like plows into the line and gets tackled. I was the cameraman for FS1.
I'm telling you.
Big noon kickoff. I was like watching the running back and I'm like, oh, snap, he's got it.
Whereas other guys, when they do it, you can still have good ball handling and make the fake nice, but you then, okay, now I'm going to start running. There's something about the way that he does it where his feet are set and he's already gone. He's already got 2 or 3 steps and he's much closer to top speed when he whipped around. that left end for, I think it was like 15 yards.
That's my QB2 next year.
There it is.
I'm bringing him back to be Jaden's backup. If Jacoby Brissett isn't willing to have me. If Jacoby's not willing to have me, Marcus will be my QB2 next year. I kid, but I do love Jacoby Brissett. Jay Gruden joins us next on Grant and Danny. Remember, at 4 o'clock, we've got those Leonard Skinner tickets on the Fan.
The Commanders dropped their 7th straight game as they lost to the Broncos last night on Sunday Night Football, 27-26 in overtime. Went for 2, weren't able to convert as Nick Bonito knocked down the pass, and the Commanders fell to 3-9 with the loss last night. Injuries around the league. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert suffered a fracture in his left hand. He's scheduled to have surgery on that fracture today. He said he still expects to be able to play next week on Monday Night Football against the Eagles. Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner had to leave the game early with a lower leg injury, but it's believed that he avoided major injury. It's believed to just be a calf strain, not an Achilles tear, which would mean he's likely to miss a few weeks. In the NBA tonight, Wizards in action taking on the Bucks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off near the game right here on The Fan. College football locally, JMU head coach Bob Chesney expected to become the next UCLA head coach. And in hockey, day off for the Capitals. Today they'll take on the Kings on a West Coast trip tomorrow in LA at 10:30. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
The Grant and Danny radio program is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. We're actually hitting the road with those guys again this weekend for our second and final Commanders road trip of the season. We're going to Minneapolis,
Minnesota.
We wanted to go to Minnesota because it's considered to be one of the best stadiums in the NFL. And we thought we were going to Minneapolis to see, the Vikings vying for a postseason spot, the Commanders maybe trying to clinch a playoff spot, hunting for a division title. Neither of those two things came to fruition. The Vikings are terrible and don't have a quarterback, and Washington is 3-9, has lost 7 in a row. But I still can't wait for the atmosphere, even though they're not very good. That fan base shows up. They're loud. We'll see the Skull chant and all that stuff. And the stadium is supposed to be the 1 seed. So I'm excited.
I'm into the trip. And Juicy Lucy's, my friend. Juicy Lucy's.
There will be Juicy Lucy's for sure. By the way, Friday field trip, we're going to be at Craft House in Reston.
Oh, very nice.
So before we fly out Saturday morning, we're hanging out with you guys on Friday. So Reston, we're coming your way. Show out and show up. We will be kicking it with you ahead of Week 14. Craft House, Reston, from 2 to 6:30, live show on Friday.
It is Jay Gruden time, and on air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford and Chantilly in Fairfax, Sheriff 150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln and Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
Let's talk to Jay Gruden on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jay, I know it was a 7th straight loss, but last night felt a little different. The Commanders battled. They gave the Broncos all they could handle, went to overtime. What'd you think?
Yeah, I thought it was a great game. I thought Marcus played his ass off, and defensively, they did some pretty good things. They stopped the run game, except for a couple hits by Harvey. But they played hard, man. It was what you kind of expect from a Coach Quinn team, a team that won't lay down. They'll not quit. They'll continue to play hard, and came down to the last play. Unfortunately, Benito got up in the air about a 48-inch vertical and knocked the ball down.
The offense to me was what was most impressive in this game, because Denver's defense is as good as there is in this sport. How are they able to move the ball, run the ball most specifically, and maybe take a shot or two down the field? Just looked like a different group against an excellent defense, Jay.
Yeah, I think Marcus did a great job. He utilized all parts of the field. He worked the outside lanes. He worked your crossing routes to Ertz. Terry had a couple nice hits across the middle. Debo got loose late down the sideline. They did a good job going against Riley Moss. Didn't have his best day, so they worked matchups and they worked the holes in the zones. And I think Cliff had a great game calling plays, and Marcus executed quite nicely, I thought.
I'd have to look at a heat map to confirm this, but it felt to me like the middle of the field passing game was way more prevalent than it's been for most of this season. And I wonder why that is. Do you think that's a Terry effect? I mean, a couple of those were 19 and 21 yard kind of deep overs to Ertz and beating zone.
Yeah, I think that and good play design and good patience by Marcus and good accuracy by him, getting it over the linebackers or between the linebackers. Those aren't easy throws. You got to
have some great touch and accuracy and precision. And Marcus did that. And Terry does help out a lot. I'm just telling you, he takes two sometimes. Sertan is a great corner, but they did a good job, just working the holes in the zones.
And they ran it well too, Jay. Specifically, what did you see in the run game from Washington that impressed you?
They did run it well, and I was impressed with the entire operation of the offense. And again, going against people think the number one defense in the league, they actually moved the ball quite easily. It looked like, and down the field, bad pass by Mariotti on the interception early in the game, but for the most part, they were moving people. And Tunsil on the left side of the offensive line were getting some movement, and I think the right side of the line was getting some movement. So they were doing a good job, effective blocking and good vision by the backs. Rodriguez had some good hits, and Merritt only had 4 carries for 20 yards, but they did good. It was a good all-around football game against the number one team in the AFC. They look like the better team.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny, making some sense of what we watched last night. Are you with me that going for 2 in overtime was the obvious and only decision to make?
Well, that's why you defer the kick in overtime, because if the team goes down and scores, you know exactly what you have to do. You got to go down and score, so you have 4 downs to do it, and then you go for 2 if you score a touchdown and win the game and get the hell out of there. That's the whole reasoning behind deferring. So, yeah, I think for sure 100,000% that was the right move to go for 2. If you kick the extra point, then you got to kick off, and if they get in field goal range, they're going to get the ball at the 35-yard line. All they need is about 20 yards to kick a field goal, game's over. So 100% the right call.
So it's interesting because I am with you that I would go second. I would do it Washington did and take the ball so that I have the 4 downs to go score the touchdown if need be. But I have heard, I was just reading up on this week, this logic now where some teams prefer to go first. And the idea is if both teams score or get field goals or something, that there's only time generally for like 3 possessions in a 10-minute overtime. What's your thought on that?
100% wrong. I coached in the Arena League and played in the Arena League for 20 years. We had the same overtime rule, and everybody always deferred. You want to see what the team does first. If you hold them to a field goal, then you can kick field goal for a tie. You don't want to do that if you score. You'll have 4 downs to get it. That's the most important thing. Punting doesn't come into play. So you have an extra down to figure out what you have to do. And if they score a touchdown, then you go down and score and do what Washington did, go for 2 and win the game. So I am on board with what Washington did, and if I were coaching, I would do that every single time. It cost the 49ers the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. They went first, they kicked the field goal, and Chiefs came down, scored a touchdown, game over.
Jay Gruden with us here on G&D. So Joe Witt got, I don't know what you want to call it, demoted, removed his play calling duties, whatever the fancy term is, but he didn't get fired or anything. But he's not calling the defensive plays anymore. Dan Quinn is. They've had 2 games now where, again, I understand they're not playing the 99 Rams or anything, but defensively, they've just looked better in all facets, whether it's tackling, making things a little bit less easy on the opponents, et cetera. What have you seen specifically from this defense, and why do you think it's playing better here these last couple of weeks?
I don't have a reason for that, really. I think the interior guys are playing better. Deron Payne showed up and had a nice game last night. They're getting decent coverage. You think Lattimore being out, they'd struggle on the outside, but they did a good job against the speed of Mims and the speed of Franklin. They didn't really have an impact of the game. Sutton had a nice touchdown on the scramble play, but they're covering pretty good. They're changing up their intent on what they're doing coverage-wise. They're mixing up zone and man very well, confusing the quarterbacks. They're getting just enough heat to make the quarterback uncomfortable. So I think he's done a great job calling plays and changing up his coverages, man, zone, and what type of zones he's playing. So that always is very, very important. And if you do change it up, you got to have a decent 4-man rush. And they got some decent pressure last night. Not great pressure, but good enough pressure to make Bo Nix uncomfortable.
Based on how things have trended, I would think, if you're running the team at the end of the year, you tell them, hey, we're going to have somebody else calling plays next year, right? Like, is there a path to going back to him this offseason to be your play caller defensively?
I think that's up to Coach Quinn, how much he wants on his plate as the head coach and play caller on defense. And I think this is a good test for him. I know he's been a head coach before in Atlanta. I'm not sure if he called defenses in Atlanta, but, it's all coach what he feels comfortable with, or if he has a play caller that he has in mind that's going to be on the streets. And there'll be 7 or 8 coaches are going to be fired this year in the NFL again, so there's going to be some good coordinators available. So if he finds a coordinator that he likes that calls plays, he'll probably do it. Otherwise, I think he'll do it himself again.
How hard is that to both call plays and manage all the logistics of, timeouts and game stuff?
I think defensively, probably not quite as hard as offense. I hate to say that just because I'm an offensive guy, but it's very difficult offensively because in between possessions too, you got to be involved in hey, man, this is what we're seeing. This is the blitz we got. We got to pick it up here. We got to make sure we audible here. Here's where your read should have been. Blah 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 blah. And then there's a game going on. Hey, coach, you want to challenge this play? So it becomes very difficult to really handle your responsibilities as a coordinator and head coach at the same time. Not many people do it, but it's a lot of guys do it and are very, very successful. But it is difficult.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny. With the loss, the Commanders now have the 6th pick in the draft this coming year. If there are some studs staring them in the face, would you be inclined to just, take either a wide receiver or some game-changing defensive presence if that's how you evaluate it? Or do you think because they had the fewest picks of any team last year and they're in line to have the fewest picks again this year in the first 4 rounds, do you think they have to trade back?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it depends on the stud. It really does. I think if there's a lot of drafts, there's only 7 or 8 really, really good players. If there's only 7 or 8 really good players that can have immediate impact on your team, then I keep it. But if it's kind of like a hodgepodge mix, or maybe you're not sure it's a tackle, he's pretty good, or a defensive lineman, then I probably trade back. But if there's a guy I'm in love with, I'm taking him without a doubt.
Jay, a lot of the young guys from last year aren't really getting large roles. Ben Sinnott didn't have a target yesterday, even though they targeted tight ends 16 times. You go through what Johnny Newton's losing snaps to a lot of veterans. I understand he may not be playing that great. And I'm not saying I know football's different than other sports in terms of tanking or whatever, but wouldn't you be able to work those guys in at least a little bit at this point? Or what, don't you think that's what they should be doing to some degree? Like, I'm not saying, again, you give Ben Sinnott Ertz's target share. He got 13 targets. You can't throw 2 of those, a little screen or something, to the guy that you drafted in the 2nd round last year to try to see what you have here down the stretch as you've already, solidified a losing season? Just give me your thoughts there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I just, unless Ben has just been a total disappointment in practice and he's not doing very well catching the ball, running routes, and blocking. You don't want to put your team in harm's way, to try to develop a player who's not playing very good. So he's got to earn his reps, and he's got to earn them in practice. He's got to do a good job in practice, make sure he knows his assignments. And when he's asked to do something on scout teams, make big plays on scout teams to show that, hey, I deserve some more reps. Right now, I think the reasons he's not playing is Zach is playing pretty good, and probably Ben hasn't cracked the door open with his ability to earn some reps. So it goes both ways, but I do think at some point they got to try to get him in there, see what he has. And some guys actually perform better on game day than they do in practice. So you got to see what kind of guy you have in Ben Sinnott. I think, you get him some reps.
Former Washington head coach Jay Gruden here on Grant and Danny. So Shefty came out with a report on Sunday morning, something to the effect of, hey, don't forget Jaden Daniels was limited in practice all week, still hasn't been cleared for contact, not a guarantee he plays against the Vikings. I felt like that was a little bit of a hedge that maybe we don't see him in Minnesota, which we'll get into later in the show. But my question to you as a coach is, if he's cleared for contact like Wednesday this week, is that an okay trajectory for him to play Sunday, or do you want him to have a full practice of being cleared for contact? Because it's not like you're really getting contact in practice anyway. So is there an amount of days clearance where you'd like to have, or could it happen Saturday and he plays Sunday?
I think it could happen whenever it happens, really. The coach's quarterbacks don't get hit in practice anyway. Cleared for contact is just a cool way of saying he's ready to go. So I don't know. I think as long as he's getting some reps in 7-on-7 and some of the team drills, then I think he'll be okay to play. And obviously it depends on how he feels and how he, if he's going to brace up the arm, what he's going to do with his arm. But the way Marcus is playing, maybe they don't rush him back this week. Give him another full week of practice the following week, and then let him finish out. Let him get the major group of reps against the Eagles and Cowboys when they have to play those guys.
Jay, their first drive last night, talking about Washington, 4th and 8 from the Denver 39. That's a 56-yard field goal. I understand that you don't trust your kicker at this point, who you just dropped someone else for and picked up. But isn't this a great time to see if the young man has grown at all, and maybe he could do something right there? And if he doesn't make it, okay, maybe you're aggressive and maybe you lose. I couldn't believe that. And I also couldn't believe the reaction that it seemed people were totally fine with punting in enemy territory from Denver's 39 right there. Talking about that Washington first possession.
Yeah, I think a lot has to do with the confidence they have in the kicker. They just got the kicker. They cut Gay, and they missed the butt. They've had a bad experience with him. They just got this guy off the streets. I know he's kicked in the NFL before. Or maybe he says, you know what, I don't feel really good about this kick. The wind's in my face a little bit. Working with a new holder. We're better off punting here and backing up the Denver Broncos and playing good defense. So a lot goes into that decision. I don't think going for it was the right call. Sometimes punting and trying to back them up Tressway is a very good punter. He's very good at pinning people back inside the 10-yard line. So, I think some of it had to do with the kicker saying, you know what, Coach, I'm not really sure about this one. So let's punt.
Well, it's also his first kick with a new organization. He's missed a bunch of kicks in his career, and it's tying his career high from 57, which he hasn't done in 3 years. I mean, it's not like it was a 49-yard field goal. So I just think, how do you want to start his career? You want to trot him out there from 57 to miss his first kick and kind of now he's chasing it a little bit? I have no interest in that.
For whatever reason, it's always harder. You know, if it was turf, a dome, but that field is hard for kickers for some reason. There's a lot of I'd like somebody to pull up a stat on kickers, 56 to 58-yard field goal attempts in that stadium on that field. I don't think it'd be very high.
Yeah, and on that end of the field, too, which is like opposite where you guys come out of the tunnel in the press box, I guess that would be called like the north level end of the field. It's actually, I would guarantee you, I've seen way more misses on that end of the field than the other one.
That's true. That's a good point. I'm impressed with your knowledge of kicking.
Thank you, Jay. That's why they pay me the not very big
tens
money.
of dollars for that, Jay.
That's why they pay me in single digits. Let's bounce around the league really quickly, Jay, before we let you go. I know you're traveling today. You're at the airport. Want to talk NFC North. I have not thought the Bears were going to hold on to win this division, but not only do they lead the North right now, they lead the conference at 9-3. They're the 1 seed after the Rams loss this weekend. Ben Johnson's cooking with grease here. Do you think Chicago hangs on in the North? They still have the lowest odds of all the teams currently in the playoffs to actually make the playoffs, despite being the 1 seed.
The style that they're playing with, absolutely they can. You know, they're going to play in cold weather in Green Bay or Chicago or whatever it is later in the year. And the physicality that they play with on offense and defense, they absolutely can. Their running game is unbelievable. Their offensive line, they did a great job in the offseason getting the center and the 2 guards that can really dominate the interior part of the line of scrimmage. They beat the hell out of Jalen Carter and the Philadelphia Eagles last week. And if they can continue to dominate the line of scrimmage like that and open up holes for Swift and Malangane, whatever his name is, hell yeah, they can do it. I mean, this is a violent bunch up front. So I've been impressed with Ben Johnson, what he's done. You think of a creativity that he calls plays with, but really it's his ability to stick with the run and run the power running game that really knocks people around and gives the Bears an excellent chance to win the North.
How about this? Lambeau Field Sunday, 4:25. Bears, Packers, 14 degrees expected at Lambeau Field with 10-mile-an-hour winds.
And that's perfect for the way the Bears play. They're not asking Caleb to do a whole lot, man. They're handing the ball off, and they'll do some naked bootlegs and throw a trick play in there every now and then, and they're bludgeoning people, and then they're very opportunistic on defense. Dennis Allen's done a great job with that unit, and they got very good corners, and they got a safety that I think is one of the best safeties in the NFL, and they're very good. They're a good football team, and I think they do hang on to win the North.
Well, Jay, what's going on with the team they just beat, the Eagles? All of a sudden look like the discord is winning. Usually there's a lot of discord and they thrive, and despite of it, now it looks like a couple of years ago where they're kind of falling apart.
Yeah, they got no rhythm on offense. Anything that they're doing, they can't run the ball. They're stuck in second and long, third and long a lot. Saquon's not hitting the home runs, and they're forcing Jalen to throw. And Jalen's not a third down and 6+ quarterback. He's just not. He's more of a first, second down guy, the RPO type guy, the bubble screens. Throw a slant or a go ball to A.J. Brown or Devontae. But asking him to read coverages and pick up blitzes and all that's not his forte. So they have not been put in good situations as far as the stick management is concerned. Their offensive play caller is new. He's struggling. Jalen doesn't look very comfortable. The offense is frustrated, and their offensive line is not the same as last year. They're not moving people like they did. Saquon's not having the year, so they're struggling.
Staying in the division, how many teams right now are better than a Cowboys group that beat the Eagles and Chiefs in a 5-day span?
Well, I said the Cowboys are the best team in football right now, and people killed me. I really think they are. They may not even make the playoffs, but I think right now, the way they're playing offensive football, they're the best. And adding Quinton Williams and Clark on the defensive front totally revamped that defense. And then Overshawn is one of the better linebackers, healthy. He can run sideline to sideline, so it's hard to run inside. Then you try to get outside on the perimeter, and this Overshawn guy's everywhere. So offensively, they're as good as there is in football. So Dak is playing unbelievable. Pickens has emerged as probably a top 2 or 3 receiver in the league, and CD's top 2 or 3. So they got weapons all across the board. I like what Dallas is doing. I like their team, and I wouldn't want to play Dallas if I was anybody in the playoffs. That's for damn sure.
The Ravens had won, 5 straight games coming out of the bye week, but the last 3 or 4 of them, I know it's hard to win in the NFL, Jay, but they didn't quite look particularly good against the Jets and the Browns and a beat up Vikings team. They won those games, you give them credit, but they got exposed yesterday, it feels like, or Thursday rather, against the Bengals. Looked terrible in that game. What's their deal?
Yeah, I don't know. Lamar's not the same right now. I think he might have some health issues with his knee. He's not making people miss. They're not throwing the ball very good. They're having some drops. He's missing some throws that he doesn't normally miss. And they're very similar to Philadelphia. Their offense is just sputtering for whatever reason, despite having pretty damn good players. You know, they still have Derrick Henry. They got Zay Flowers, had 0 catches last week. They're not getting people involved in the offense. There's no big play ability for them. So everything is hard for them on offense right now, and they have to change it. They got to manufacture some big plays somehow to get some juice back in their offense because defensively, I don't think they can hold up.
We've talked to you about the Panthers over the last few weeks and just how not fun they are to play. But how about the win they pulled off against the Rams, 31-28 to get to 7-6? The Rams came in maybe the best, certainly the hottest team in the NFL. They picked off Matt Stafford twice. Bryce Young throws for a couple hundred yards and 3 touchdowns. I don't know if Carolina gets in or not, but the way they run the ball and as opportunistic as they are on the back end defensively, man, that's a team that jumps up on people.
Yeah, and they did it without their best corner. So, yeah, they're an interesting team. They've been hot and cold all year long. I mean, they either beat the best team or they lose by 30. I don't understand this team. They're hard to figure out. Bryce Young is also the same way. He looks great one week and looks like he's never played quarterback before. So, I've been impressed with Carolina and the way they're playing.
Give me a Chargers scouting report. They're 8-4, but I feel like they're off to overlook because of that little losing streak they went on. They're getting a little bit healthier. They look pretty good this weekend.
The Chargers?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it all depends on these tackles. I don't know what the status is of Alton Slater. I don't know if they're coming back or not, but that's going to be a big issue for them. If they get those guys back, then yes, they're contenders for sure. If not, they're not very good up front. So it's tackle dependent for me, but I know Justin Herbert's a hell of a player defensively. Derwin James, they got some guys that can get after the ball, so they'll be in it, but they need the tackles back to be able to run the ball and be able to protect Justin.
Jay Gruden on Grant and Danny hopping around the NFL. The Texans are 7-5. They beat the Colts 20-16. If Denver's not the best defense in the NFL, Houston is. I mean, if you don't get 4 yards on first down, you're cooked against them. Behind the sticks now, 2nd and 3rd. Will Anderson's playing at a level that would be a DPOY winner any other season other than if Myles Garrett, wasn't about to break the sacks record like he's going to. Is Houston going to win the South, do you think, or Jacksonville, Indianapolis still, in your opinion, more likely?
Well, it's going to come down to the wire. I think they all play each other. So I like Houston a lot. I love their defense. I love C.J. Stroud. Nico Collins, the beast. So, yes, I think Houston is the best team in that division right now. Do they have the firepower, and can they hold off Indianapolis and catch Jacksonville? I think they catch Jacksonville, but I don't know about Indianapolis. Indianapolis is struggling right now. Daniel Jones has not looked very good the last 3 or 4 weeks. So if Daniel Jones can get back on track and Jonathan Taylor can get back to his 150, 160-yard games, then Indy will be tough to catch. But if they force Indy to throw, then I think Houston catches them.
Jay, always awesome, brother. We'll talk to you next week.
All right. Thank you, guys.
You got it, man. On air and on the road, Jay Gruden is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, Ted Britt Ford in Chantilly and Fairfax, your F-150 headquarters, Ted Britt Lincoln in Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet in Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. See and shop them all at tedbritt.com.
The Colts have lost 2 in a row and 3 of 4. And Daniel Jones is playing with a broken bone in his leg. I don't know if you saw the video Wednesday of him like limping and barely able to walk at practice. Now they shoot him up with whatever they do, and he ran around and looked normal.
Yeah.
In terms of movement on
But
Sunday.
still, man.
But he's clearly affected. Meanwhile, the Texans have won 4 straight, 5 of 6. Their only loss was to the Broncos at the Horn, which is how everyone loses to Denver. 9 in a row, the longest win streak in football. But they have won against Jacksonville, Tennessee, and then good wins against Buffalo and Indianapolis. They have a season definer coming up with the Chiefs. This is a Sunday night football game, too, I believe.
It is indeed.
Natty TV. So if Kansas City loses, they're essentially eliminated from the playoffs. If the Texans lose, their road for the division gets really, really hard. But a Texans win, and they're very much squarely right in the mix in the AFC South. They still play the Colts again. They've still got the Chargers. That is a tough game, but the Raiders and the Cardinals after the Chiefs. So likely if they can beat Kansas City, they'll be able to run this winning streak to 7 before they finish with LA and Indianapolis. But it's about a championship level defense for them. And they need CJ Stroud to have a strong finish to the year, and they can win that division.
Yeah, team that started 0-3 and at one point was 3-5 not too long ago.
I left them for dead.
Could absolutely be an 11-game winner. There's a very reasonable path, and you're right, it's because of that defense. Their losses none of them are bad. Like there's not one on there where you go, "What's the matter with you?"
Who were their first 3 losses to?
Rams.
Yep.
Week 1, 1-score game, 1-point miracle Tampa Bay comeback and win 20-19.
Yeah.
Jaguars 17-10 early in the season when the Jaguars turned everybody over a million times. Offense was struggling.
They'd like to have that one back.
But that's an 8-4 team
because they turned it over 4 times. But yes, you're right.
At Seattle by a score, and Denver at the Horn. That's how. And those are your 5 losses.
But even still, the way they're playing right now, I would say, we'll say this about a few teams, but nobody's going to want to see them in the playoffs.
They are they're my top. Nobody wants to see this group team.
Like
right
the Broncos statistically are actually the number 1 defense in the league. And
I'll take that group.
The Broncos defense was the best, but they've been caught by the Texans. And there's 3 that are better than everybody else, I think. Houston, Denver, and Seattle. And then everyone else can kind of fight for who's next best in football. I want to talk about the defense for Washington, though, getting better, and Dan Quinn calling plays. We'll do that next on Grant and Danny. FanDuel's the official sports book of 106.7 The Fan. What's up, guys? It's GP. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, Monday Night Football, New England and New York, the Patriots and the Giants. FanDuel's giving all customers a 30% profit boost token. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token on Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for every snap. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to bet the game. That's FanDuel.com/GP. My promo code is GP at FanDuel.com. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Opt-in required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable profit boost token. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This update is sponsored by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. The Commanders dropped their 7th straight game, losing to the Broncos yesterday, 27-26 in overtime. Injuries around the NFL. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert suffered a fracture in his left hand. Scheduled to have surgery on that fracture today, but said he expects to be able to play next week on Monday Night Football against the Eagles. Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner had to leave the game early yesterday with a lower leg injury. It's believed to be a calf strain and not an Achilles tear, so he'll likely miss a few weeks and avoid the major injury, which would end his season. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Bucks tonight at home. 7 o'clock tip-off at Capital One Arena. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal, call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. Visit DoorProAmerica.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
You know, I think the interior guys are playing better. Jerron Payne showed up and had a nice game last night. You know, they're getting decent coverage. You know, you think Lattimore being out, they'd struggle on the outside, but they did a good job against the speed of Mims and the speed of Franklin. They didn't really have an impact of the game. Sutton had a nice touchdown on the scramble play, but they're covering pretty good. They're changing up their intent on what they're doing coverage-wise. They're mixing up zone and man very well, confusing the quarterbacks. They're getting just enough heat to make the quarterback uncomfortable. So I think he's done a great job calling plays and changing up his coverages, man zone, and what type of zones he's playing. So that always is very, very important. And if you do change it up, you got to have a decent 4-man rush. And they got some decent pressure last night. Not great pressure, but good enough pressure to make Bo Nix uncomfortable.
That was Jay Gruden talking about Dan Quinn as the play caller defensively. Over 2 games, Washington's looked way better on that side of the ball than they did when Joe Witt was calling the plays. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. I want to get into that in just a second. As an aside, though, I just saw on the TV here in studio that the Broncos were a topic, having won now 9 straight. All of them come from behind.
Amazing.
I mentioned this earlier in the show, but they've trailed in all 12 games. Now, some of that is like 3-0, 7-0, whatever. But they're the first team in league history to trail in their first 12 games, to have a record of at least 10-2, which is where they are as the current 1 seed before New England has a chance to get to 11-2 tonight against the Giants. I know it doesn't work this way, Danny, where I watched them in person the one time. We've both, and all of us collectively, watched so much football. We've all seen them a lot. Maybe I'll be wrong, but I'm raising my hand here. I don't think Denver's a real Super Bowl contender. I know they're currently a 1 seed, but they don't give off that vibe to me. Like the other of the teams that people think is a paper tiger, and we'll see them tonight against the Giants, the Patriots, they beat bad teams handily a lot. They play bad teams more than anybody. They've had the easiest schedule in the league. I'm giving you that. But they also occasionally blow those teams out and dominate those teams. The Broncos really don't. They have a game. It was against Dallas before Dallas got right, where they won by 20. Otherwise, they've won by 1 point in overtime, a field goal at the gun, a field goal at the gun, a field goal at the gun, 1 point over the Giants in the craziest fourth quarter comeback ever, 2 points over the Jets when they had negative 10 passing yards. Like, dude, this is their last 7 games. I mean, this is insane. The chances of winning each of these games, if you actually do the math,
right,
it's probably like 0.0003%, and they have threaded the needle.
Yeah, the coin tosses come up heads every time for 7 weeks.
I cannot see them in the gauntlet of the playoffs. And maybe you don't have to deal with Mahomes because he doesn't get in. And maybe the Bills are down this year. And maybe the Ravens are down because Lamar's not right or whatever. I get all that. I still cannot see a Bo Nix-led Denver, as good as this defense is, making a Super Bowl run.
I don't either. And maybe it's not fair. Maybe the criteria is too harsh. You know, just these guys aren't necessarily in the cool kids club just yet in terms of, give them the benefit of the doubt. Like everybody as recently as a week or two ago still going, myself included, by the way, Kansas City's getting in and they're going to the AFC title game. I know it doesn't look like it right now, but there's so many deposits in the bank where if Mahomes is awake and walking and Andy Reid's awake and walking, and name that weapon, if it's Kelsey or somebody else, they're going. They'll be fine. They're going to win when it matters. And now maybe that's not true anymore. Maybe we have to update our file. I'm still a little skeptical, even after, it took the Bears being the far better team against Philadelphia, who's coming apart at the seams. But for me to go, you know what? I don't get to make fun of them anymore. This is not a but team. This is not a group that's been outscored or isn't that good. They are right now. Maybe they weren't earlier when they were eking by teams and barely getting away with it and having a terrible defense that somehow was turning people over. But right now, this minute, that's a good team. Denver's good. Don't get me wrong. They're not a Super Bowl contender to me. And maybe it's not fair.
Okay, so here's another way to look at this, though. I'm looking at the Broncos, who are overweight, and saying, you're not in good shape. You're not going to be able to win the in-shape challenge. But then when you look at all the other teams, all the other kids at fat camp, so to speak, in the heavyweights movie, they're all out of shape. So in other words, I'm saying Denver's probably not good enough to win the AFC, that they're currently number 1 seed in. The other teams are New England, easiest schedule in the league. Jacksonville is the 3 seed right now. I don't trust the Jags as far as I could throw them.
No.
I would think Denver beats Jacksonville. It'll be a pick 'em with New England, but they would, in my opinion, they'd turn Trevor Lawrence over 4 times. Baltimore barely beat the Browns. Baltimore barely beat the Jets. Like, they got blown out by a Bengals team that's not going to make the playoffs. They're not right. That's not a good team right now.
They're not good at all.
6-6. They're the 4 seed. The Chargers are the 5 seed. I've been saying until this week, and I still feel this way, there's a chance they fall out of the playoffs altogether. Indianapolis is the 6th seed. Daniel Jones has 1 leg, and they're falling apart. They've lost 2 in a row, 3 of 4. Buffalo struggled big time with Pittsburgh until they didn't, and ended up running all over them late yesterday, but they trailed at halftime to a bad Steelers team who's 6-6. Like, that's the AFC.
Yeah.
So I guess my point is I could just look in a vacuum at the Broncos and be like, oh, you're way out of shape. You're not going to win the fitness challenge. Nobody's in good shape. And it's not like the NFC is that different. I do think the Rams are really good. I think Seattle is really good. The other teams have really good clubs in the bag, but don't always play that way. Green Bay is that team. San Francisco's that team. Chicago's that team. Like, to say, well, the Bears have no chance. The Rams just lost to the Panthers.
Just saw it.
The Eagles are the 3 seed. They're incredibly flawed. It's just a wild year. The Bucs are going to win their division. I now don't think Tampa Bay is that good. They barely survived Arizona. It's been a month since the Bucs look like Baker Mayfield's an MVP candidate.
That's right.
They're super banged up. They might get Mike Evans back. I do love Seattle. 9-3, the best wild card team. They're Super Bowl caliber to me with the Rams. I think those are the 2 best teams in the NFC. But a week ago, before they
it's a pretty topsy-turvy situation is the good summary.
Yeah, but
right?
before they dominated the Lions, you and I are kind of joning on Green Bay last week.
Yep.
Now, San Francisco's 9-4 and play with their food every week. The Lions may not make the playoffs. I agree with Jay. The Cowboys might be, outside of the Rams or the Seahawks, the best team in the NFC right now. I don't even think they get in. So maybe the better question is who's actually really good? I would say the Rams, who just lost to the Panthers, and the Seahawks, who shut out the Vikings and picked off an undrafted free agent debuting quarterback 4 times. Those teams are really good. Who else is really, really good? Denver might be next on that list.
Denver's in there. Yeah, I think begrudgingly I have to say Green Bay, even though they bother me so much. And I just think it's the play style, kind of similar to what we're talking about with Denver. Depends on how if you give them a pass for that or not, where I want Green Bay to just beat the hell out of somebody, right? Like I saw them do early in the season in over 5 days to Detroit and then Washington. But talking about playing with your food, they do that every week, it seems like. It takes a miracle in the fourth quarter to beat the Giants or whatever it is. You lose to Carolina. You look like you can't get right. And you look up and you go, yeah, well, that's part of their style. They're going to keep both teams in the game. They'll out-execute you. Their point differential is nothing remarkable. It's worse, in fact, than the Giants. I mean, the Lions, rather, who have 2 more losses than they do. But here they are 8-3-1. And if they get some home field in the postseason, you excited to go to Green Bay in 2-degree weather with the wind whipping and the home faithful going nuts? So I think you have to put them there. The Eagles have now fallen out of that category to me, based on this. This was one of those, yeah, there's turmoil. So what? They thrive on it because they did last year. Remember, whatever week it was, Nick Sirianni's turning around yelling at Eagles fans, yelling at them. And then they went on and ripped 15 straight wins, whatever the hell it was, went to Super Bowl and were the best team in the NFL by far. I just sort of assumed that they'll get right. Now I'm not so sure. The offense looks broken at this point.
Let's go to Shane in Virginia on Grant and Danny. Shane, what's up, man? Thanks for hanging. How are you?
Hey, Commander Danny, Grant, how was y'all Thanksgiving?
Great, buddy. How about you?
Oh, it was really good.
It was good. I ate too much. You know how it goes.
Yes, I do.
Hey, look, I didn't know we gave trophies for second place. I just don't know. We're out here praising the Commanders. Yeah, they improved. They look better than what they did, but there's still a lot of work on this team. They're going to lose out, and I really do. I don't think they're going to beat anybody on the rest of the schedule. And I do believe if that's the case, this whole Dan Quinn and everybody's gone. Call it what it is. And then we're back to square one next year. I hope it's not the case, but do you actually think if they lose out that Dan Quinn is still going to have a job here? I mean, because look, the Giants has improved. I don't see them beating the Giants. That's the only team that we could think they would beat. But
did you watch the Vikings yesterday?
They could beat minis. Shane.
The Vikings got shut out yesterday, and they're
Appreciate you, dude.
undrafted free agent quarterback threw 4 picks. No, look, I think there's 2 plates to spin. The way of the rhythm of the show is essentially the Monday after a game, we spend the vast majority of our time on the micro looking at that game. And that game for Washington was actually a pretty good performance. It was very solid on defense, and it was excellent on offense, in my opinion, against the best defense in the NFL. They did a lot of things against Denver that, frankly, nobody else has been able to do all season long. 419 yards, second most by a team against them. 85 plays, most by a team against them. Most for Washington since 2016. 8 for 17 on third down, best anybody's done against Denver. 30 first downs, best all year. 143 net rushing, second best all year. 276 net passing, second best all year. So we're looking a lot at this particular performance, and there's a little bit of a moral victory Monday thing happening. But tomorrow, and as the week goes on, we normally we pull back like a helicopter, or the planes, the PJs that our guy Shane flies around on, and we look down at the shapes of the ground and the neighborhoods and see all the little houses. And now at the 10,000-foot view, we get back to talking about, damn, you've lost 7 in a row and 8 of 9, and this thing is in a real bad way in the big picture. But I do think yesterday makes you feel like maybe there could be a quick little renaissance with a softer schedule and more health next year, hopefully. I don't think they lose out, though. I think there's a better chance they beat the Vikings and the Giants right now than that they lose both of those games. Now, fast forward, you want to call in 2 weeks, and they've lost them both, and now they've lost 9 in a row and 10 of 11 with Eagles, Cowboys, Eagles coming up. We can have that discussion. But I'll still tell you this, Danny. If they lose out, I don't think they're firing the guy that got them to the NFC title game in year 1.
Yeah, deposit 1 was worth, I'm just making these units up, plus 10, that would be minus 10, so now you're back at 0.
Exactly.
You don't, it's not a negative balance sheet yet.
But I think that's a good way to put it. Like the NFC Championship game, get out of jail free card has been used.
Yes, that would, you'd have to turn that in at the end of this year.
If you lose out and then start 1-2 next year, people are calling for Dan Quinn's job. Like that's where we are. But there's no chance, in my opinion, with him connected at the hip with Adam Peters, who handpicked him, having gotten to the NFC title game last year, that this year, no matter what happens the rest of the way, results in him being out. I don't buy that. But I also don't think there's any way they lose out. They play like they did yesterday. They beat the Vikings and the Giants, and they probably beat the Eagles in one of those 2 games. Let's get you a double play next. In 16 minutes, we got those Leonard Skinner tickets for you on Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here. Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics. All right, Giants, Patriots tonight. You know the deal. All right, we have a whole slew of injuries to get through, so buckle up. Here's how it sounds. All right, so no Kayvon Thibodeau. He is out for the Giants. Going to be a lot of defensive injuries here. On the offense, Evan Neal, offensive tackles on injured reserve. You have to go down to Malik Neighbors, of course, who's on injured reserve. Cam Scatterboot on injured reserve. There are a lot of injuries for the Giants. On the Patriots side of the ball, all right, there are plenty of injuries to go over as well. Garrett Bradbury, center, is questionable for tonight. Jared Wilson, center, is questionable tonight. Beat up on that offensive line. Linebacker Harold Landry is questionable, and Milton Williams, injured reserve. Antonio Gibson, injured reserve. As I said, a ton of injuries for both teams. beat up this point in the season. That's today's injury report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Football, it's in full swing. And let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbook. So don't wait for that bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets across straights, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing at all. But not a Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's QBs, running backs, receivers, any eligible player prop, Fanatics Sportsbook's fair play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up that parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. Happened to me on Thanksgiving. Star receiver for the Lions goes out very early in the game. My parlay played on. You can also track your performance right there in the Fanatics Sportsbook app, and the payout speed is lightning quick as well. So bet with the book that always has your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER-MD. Visit mdgamblinghelp.org.
Leonard Skinner tickets being given away on the show in 10 minutes at the top of the hour, right at 4 o'clock. We're Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. Remember, we got Ben Standig on the show at 5. Coming up at 6, we'll spin you around the league and get you ready for Monday Night Football as well. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Danny, I know you had a lovely getaway for Thanksgiving.
We certainly did. And if you guys want, we could play the How Much Weight Did Danny game. You want to play a little bit?
Fun game.
You guys want to play?
This is a game we've been known to love on this show. So normally this is based on a vacation. I guess technically this was a vacation.
We left. We slept in beds that weren't ours. We were in Scotland, Maryland. I'd never heard of it either. It is as far down as you can go If you took 2 more steps, you'd be in the water, as they say down there. I say water. They say water.
So is that a Darris water or
There's, or Annie Shore Moreland. Water.
Eastern Shore?
East Shore.
Basically the tip of land.
Yeah. The very edge. Inlet, peninsula, I'm not really sure.
I had to look it up today because you just kept saying Scotland, Maryland. Like
I
know
was
where that
oversaying
is.
it. I admit that.
And I'm like, what is that?
I never heard of it.
And then you said it was near King George, but really it's not anywhere near.
Well, because I feel like it was close to the water, and it like geographically it's probably fairly close. I guess it's not.
If I got on a jet ski and just went 2 hours out toward the bay, I'd run into Scotland.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. So to me,
Pretty
that's close. It's close enough. But it's like, I think even maybe with Fredericksburg, if I had to do some guessing, but it's like you got to go up and around. You got to make a Colts horseshoe from points in Virginia.
I think you're further from Fredericksburg than King George.
I just mean even with as far in terms of going as far south. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say to you?
About an hour and 50.
Yeah.
I guess like in terms
I
of
mean, it's a pain in the biscuits to get there.
latitude, longitude.
That's what I'm looking for.
Maybe there's something to that. Yeah, that's a wild location.
Yeah.
It's basically like between Fredericksburg and Salisbury, Maryland.
There
in
it
a
is.
sense.
It's an adventure because like it's half and half. It's really rich people that bought up huge plots of waterfront or waterfront, if you will.
Water.
With fences and enormous houses. And then there's like one-room shacks
Darius,
with a pier.
Are we saying water correctly? Can you educate us on this, please?
Like if I was thirsty and needed to hydrate, I would drink.
You would drink water.
Oh, he did it correctly.
Mm,
but what would you drink? We would drink water.
We drink water.
What
What
would you drink?
Water.
No. What would you drink?
I believe the word you guys are looking for is water.
Matthew McConaughey, his first major acting role, he was in Dazed and Confused. His last name was Blankerson.
You really think that he's going to know the answer to that?
Blankerson.
So you want to know how much weight did Danny gain?
Wooderson is the
That's the game that we're playing.
Yes.
So Wednesday we had the biggest, most luxurious, incredible, amazing food drop of all time from Great American Restaurants and Stupid Good Barbecue. I don't know if you guys saw the pictures or videos. Go check it out at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram.
It was unreal.
All timer. We packed a bunch of stuff up and took it home as well. So you had that giant feast on Wednesday, Thanksgiving on Thursday.
And keep in mind, we brought leftovers. I
did.
brought them to Scotland, Maryland. So I had those in addition to regular Thanksgiving
Wednesday
leftovers.
night. So Thursday, you have a little bit of that in the morning, then Thanksgiving dinner.
Yep.
What did you do on Friday?
We went for, it was so cold. We went to I can't remember the name of it, like the Patuxent Naval Air Museum, because my oldest was all steamed up to do that. It was actually really, really cool. All the test pilots are there. So like if the Navy's going, hey, we want to test the new X-32 radar detecting blah, blah, blah type plane. That's where they do it from. And we went to the museum that's right there. It was awesome.
Let me be clear. That's amazing. I'm talking about food-wise.
Oh.
We're playing how much weight did Danny gain?
Oh, so I walked around them, and we also went for a walk that night. It's the only physical thing I did. I ate leftovers of both the barbecue and of Thanksgiving.
So it was
over
just
the course of the
Thanksgiving
day.
leftovers.
Yeah.
You didn't go out to eat or anything.
No, didn't need to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saturday, you came home.
Saturday, woke up,
Did
coffee
you stop
shop
on the way home and
coffee
eat somewhere?
shop. Nope, didn't stop. And then had barbecue for lunch.
The Stupid Good.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then what'd you eat yesterday?
So I weighed myself Sunday morning.
Okay.
So that's the end of the qualifier. So Saturday night, I went and met up with some buddies, and I had a chicken burrito and truffle fries and some hummus or some hummus to be more correct. Yeah.
Right. Mario Ta. I'm gonna say you gained 6 pounds.
Oh, good.
Wednesday to Saturday.
It's in for 6 pounds.
Darius,
6
what do you
even?
got him at?
Lock me in for 8.5.
8.5.
8.5 pounds.
Over 4 days. That's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Okay. Ryan?
I'm going to go a little higher. I'm going to go 9.5. 9.5 pounds.
5.
I mean, that's an outrageous amount of
It's
weight.
a lot.
In 4 days.
I'm going to go a little higher than you, GP, 6.8.
6.8. And
Now, I don't want to necessarily put our business out there, Danny.
Sure.
But just, I think it's important to note. So now that we're no longer co-pair Rouye and co-pair Paulson
Right.
for the moment, right?
Mhm.
We're just trying to do our own thing on our own. But there's no, what should I say?
no performance enhancement.
Performance enhancing drugs in our system. So we were taking these shots that prevented us from eating a lot of food. We're not taking those shots anymore.
In theory, they were supposed to prevent that, but I still somehow.
But it's the worst possible time to stop taking the shot.
Yeah,
is
right
the
around
week
now.
before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, if you're doing a graph of when the worst.
And hopefully we're going to be co-pair Paulson and co-pair Rouye again. But for the moment, we don't have those shots in our system.
That's right.
all I'm saying.
Yeah, that's right. It's all fair. Yeah.
Okay. So, Danny Rouye, how much weight did you gain on your mini vacation?
When I departed Wednesday morning, so I left the house, weighed myself Wednesday morning, came in and saw you guys at the barbecue, etc. 310.2, 310.
No, not 310.
Excuse me, 210.2. Good Lord.
I was going to say,
wow.
Whoa, Danny, what the hell happened?
Yeah, I made a lot of decisions you guys don't know about. 210.2. When I returned, 219.6. A difference of 9.4 pounds.
Wow.
From Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, 4 days, and then I woke up the next morning.
So what did you say, Clara? Were you right on the nose there?
Claire's a 9.5. Our boss, by the way, said 9.4. He actually hit it exactly right. So he wins both showcases. Both showcases
That
within
is
$100.
incredible.
9.4 pounds for the disgusting, weight-gaining, carbohydrate-absorbing monster.
But 210 is a good place to be.
I was.
You're living a good life.
I was.
Proud of you, buddy. 9 pounds.
9.4 pounds.
Oof.
Yep.
Well, we'll put in some work this week. Did we do a salad for lunch today?
I had a peanut butter jelly.
We can get that back where it needs
on
to
Hero
be.
Bread. The week workout Wednesday, boys, we're going hard.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I fear what this means for me and Ryan on Wednesday.
It's going to be bad. I'm just throwing it out there for everybody. It's going to be bad.
So you were projecting on Ryan when you were complaining
100%.
about the chips.
Yes, 100%.
Because Danny's like calling out Ryan for having a snack while he's at the job, and I'm like, oh, is this what we're doing now? We're gonna critique people's lunch choices.
He was like, "Fatty, that's your second bag of chips," and I'm like, "It's actually my third."
There's a lot of projection happening there. It
Oh
seems
yeah,
like.
that's one of those things.
Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. That is your double play. Now's the greatest time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Let's give away those Leonard Skinner tickets ahead of the Blitz when we return.
The Commanders dropped their 7th straight game last night, losing to the Broncos in overtime 27-26. Their record is now 3-9. Update on Jaden Daniels today from Dan Quinn. He has still not been cleared for contact. Also, David Blau going to take over as the quarterback's coach for the rest of the season. Tavita Pritchard is going to be leaving to be the next head coach of Stanford. Injuries around the league. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert suffered a left hand fracture. He's scheduled to have surgery on that hand today, but still does expect to play next week on Monday Night Football against the Eagles. Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner avoided a Achilles tear, but is believed to be a calf strain. He's likely to miss a few weeks. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy is symptom-free and should clear concussion protocol and likely to start against Washington next week. Basketball tonight, Wizards and Bucks at 7 o'clock at Capital One Arena. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. College football, JMU head coach Bob Chesney expected to become the next head coach at UCLA. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Pretty cool. We've got Leonard Skinner tickets this week. Jiffy Lube Live is where their show is. Caller 10 at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning a pair. Leonard Skinner and Foreigner Double Trouble Double Vision Tour, Saturday, July 25th. Jiffy Lube Live. Good way to spend a summer night. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events, courtesy of Live Nation.
We are Grant and Danny. We're exclusively sponsored by the law firm of Condori and Morat. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Want to get to the Capitals, who are red hot and good again. The NFL, the Commanders coming up on the Beltway Blitz, but let's start on the hardwood. Our guy, Chase Hughes, Monumental Sports, to do just that on the Blitz. Chase, the Wiz, give us a little state of the union here. They've got the Bucks at home tonight, a 2-16 record for Washington.
Yeah, the Wizards are coming off a pretty disappointing loss to the Indiana Pacers. Right before Thanksgiving, they broke their losing streak. They had lost 14 straight games. They played the Hawks, were pretty good at home, and just beat them pretty easily. But then they couldn't carry that over after Thanksgiving, lost to a lowly Pacers team on the road. And over the past week plus, they've also had the injury bug hit. It was in that Hawks game. Corey Kispert got super hot in the first half, but then broke the tip of his right thumb in the second half. And also Trey Johnson is now out with a hip injury. So they're a bit beaten up right as Milwaukee comes to town. And just as they got a guy named Giannis Antetokounmpo back from injury.
Yeah, give me the story on Trey Johnson here. What can we expect?
So it sounds like he won't be reevaluated until about 3-4 weeks, until after the injury was announced, which was like a week ago. And then they'll go from there. But it's been a lingering thing that he dealt with throughout the summer in the summer league. They shut him down early in the summer league. He was on a minutes restriction. Then he was on sort of a soft minutes restriction to open this season. And then he re-aggravated the injury against the Toronto Raptors in the first night of a back-to-back. So they've shut him down for about a month, and then we'll get an update. But I have seen him around the practice facility, taking shots, in good spirits. It doesn't seem like he's in too much pain. I think they just want to play it safe with this one.
Alex Sarr, is he banged up?
Yeah, he's going to miss tonight's game. Unfortunately, for those who are looking forward to seeing him against Giannis, he's got a minor injury and a adductor strain. I'm not a doctor, so I can't give you a full explanation as to what that is. But he's had sort of these minor things crop up this year. But he's, I think impressed me through his first season plus with how quickly he's bounced back from injuries and, how tough he's been in games when he takes a hard fall. He tends to get right back up and get right back in the lineup. So I don't expect him to be out very long.
Chase, good info, buddy. Thank you for hopping on the Blitz. We appreciate you.
Absolutely. Anytime.
Yeah, be good. Let's keep it moving. Talk hockey. The Red Hot Capitals, I jokingly said, are good again. But how about the schedule lightened up a little bit? Wednesday, we talked about this before we took our Thanksgiving break. And they had 3 coming up. You wanted to try to win before this really tough West Coast trip. They got points in all 3 of those games. They beat the Jets 4-3. They beat the Maple Leafs 4-2. They beat the Islanders 4-1, doubling up their opponents 12-6 in goals. They're rolling. And suddenly, you go from being on the outside looking in the playoffs, bottom 5 in points in the league, the top 8 at one point this weekend in points in the league. Now, you're still a bad road trip out west, Kings, Sharks, Ducks, away from falling right back down in the pack because everybody's all jumbled
Everyone's
up.
crowded, yeah.
But they're repositioned now as a playoff caliber team, and they've got one of the best goal differentials in the Eastern Conference, Danny. At even strength, they've been one of the best teams all season in not only the East, but in the National Hockey League. So they've left some of their problems behind them, and they're doing it without one of their best players, Pierre-Luc Dubois.
Yeah, they're going to need him if they want to have some playoff success. But to me, the guys like Tom Wilson having just an unbelievable career year. Listen, Ovechkin's going to get the headlines, and he should every time he scores another goal. Had one against the Islanders and the netter. That's the new record, and it should be celebrated as such. But Tom Wilson, whisper quiet, putting together like a 35 goal pace, give or take here.
About 47 goal pace.
Is that the pace?
Yeah.
I didn't even do the math on it.
2 more goals yesterday.
How about that? Yeah, leading the team this stage with 15. He has been unbelievably good, kind of picking up the slack. They got one from Protus yesterday, which I think is good. That's a guy that Joe B mentioned when we talked to him. I think it was last week. It was Tuesday or Wednesday. Who's some of the kind of business needs to pick up for a little bit? And that was one of those names. So good to see him pot one.
I'd love to see them find a way out of 6 possible points on the LA swing here, or the California swing, I should call it. Anaheim, LA, San Jose. I'd like to see them get, at least 4, if not 5 points would be really, really nice. Ducks and Kings are tied for the top of the Pacific Division. 2 really good hockey teams. And then you've got the Sharks, not quite as good, but very, very competent.
All decent, yeah.
They have been outscored by 10 goals this year, but do have 27 points, kind of in a similar spot in their standings as where Washington's been in the Metro. But ideally, you beat San Jose. If you get a point in the other 2 games, you come back with 4, maybe 5 points. It would be a big, big deal. But the Caps have gotten right. Very, very good news. Let's talk some football. Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports to do just that. We'll go around the NFL with him. Frank, tonight, Monday Night Football, Patriots, Giants. Feels like a big one for New England. They get a win. They're back to the 1 seed in the AFC. And they've got the Bills and the Ravens coming up out of their bye. So not really a spot where they can let down if they're trying to get a bye in round 1.
No, absolutely. But, as we're figuring out in week 13, nobody's immune to a bad loss. I mean, obviously we saw the Rams, we saw the Eagles, we saw the Lions, we saw the Chiefs, we saw the Ravens, we almost saw the Broncos last night. Everybody's capable of losing. And, it's one of those things where the Giants being on primetime as much as they are is just silly. The NFL just keeps forcing them down our throats year after year. I don't know why they are always on Thursday, Sunday, or Monday Night Football. We don't ask for the Giants as much in primetime, but if you're going to put them on primetime, you're going to get their best effort. Guys still get up for Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football. So the Patriots are clearly the better team, but I can't sit here and say, I think, the Patriots are going to walk to a win, because we just saw over and over this week. And honestly, this entire season, no team is immune to a bad loss or a bad game. It's over and over and over again that it's kind of the theme of the season, that nobody really wants to be great.
I wanted to ask you about that, Frank. You kind of stole my thunder there with your answer. Why is that? What's going on that's different this year? It feels like I'm used to having a few teams that are going to win 14 games, and they're sort of immune to this, but it feels like nobody is.
Yeah, and I mean, part of it is just parity. The margins are so slim in the NFL that, you have again, going back to last night's game, and Nick Bonito doesn't make a heck of a play, or if Marcus Mariota just passes a little bit higher, they win that game. Instead, they lose. So, it's just, you see that a lot because this isn't college football. I mean, you're not going to see 52-0 very often. The margins are so slim. So, but I think this season you're seeing a lot of, variation as far as you're just seeing the quote unquote good teams are not having these coin flips in their way. The Chiefs are a great example. Last year they were 11-12-0 in close games. This year they're 1-6, something like that. So you're just seeing over and over again the Rams losing a close game at Carolina, or these games that I just think it's variance. There's a little bit of variance involved, but also I just don't think any team this year is great. Like when you look at, every team has its flaws. I think the Rams and Seahawks are clearly the best teams in the NFL. It doesn't mean they're unbeatable either. I mean, the Seahawks have lost a couple of home games that they blew late in the game. The Rams losing to the Panthers. That shouldn't happen if you're a great team. But I don't think there's any great team now. Somebody's got to win the Super Bowl. They're not gonna, not gonna cancel the Super Bowl because we have no Super Bowl quality team this year, and somebody might emerge. But yeah, I just think that we lack a great team this season. I don't think we're going to look back on this season and be like, wow, do you remember the 2025 Seahawks? They were unbelievable. It's going to just be one of those seasons where whatever champion we get is going to be flawed, but they'll still hold a parade like they do for everybody else.
Frank, the Commanders play the Vikings coming up on Sunday. They're now 4-8. Everybody in Minnesota was really excited because McCarthy was out, who'd been bad, and they were trying to build Max Brosmer into this like big statue, that they needed to build outside the stadium. All these guys are pinning their tweets. You heard it here first. 4 picks and a shutout loss for Minnesota. If McCarthy's healthy, you go right back to him against Washington, right?
I mean, yeah, you have to, right? Like I there's no reason to see more Max Brosmer, and this is what happens. We get so excited about guys who come in the fourth quarter of preseason games, and oh wow, he threw a couple touchdowns. I'm based in Denver, and Broncos fans have made a cottage industry out of this, making the guys who come in for the fourth quarter be the next savior of the franchise. I mean, we all do it, and Vikings fans did it with Brosmer, and then you saw him against a really good defense in a regular season game when everybody's trying and blitzing and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't see any reason not to go back to McCarthy. You gotta figure out, is he going to get better with more reps? Brosmer might be a nice, solid backup. Along his career, that'd be a nice get for them, as an undrafted free agent. But I don't know that you could look at that and be like, especially after yesterday, and be like, oh yeah, this guy's going to be the answer. Like he's going to be Brock Purdy. Like, nah, probably not. So you kind of figure out what you got with McCarthy, and I think the Vikings are just the example of you can win. I think one of the myths of the NFL is you need an elite quarterback to win. I don't think you do. I think you need a good quarterback. You could not have the worst quarterback play in the NFL, and that's what it is right now. Their passer rating as a team is under 70 right now. Their last team to finish a season with a passer rating under 70 was a 2021 Panthers. Like they're operating at a level at quarterback we don't see that often. It's just miserable, and it's guy after guy after guy. So yeah, but to answer the question, yeah, there's no reason to put Brosmer back out there if McCarthy is ready, because I'd rather just see if you could still salvage anything out of J.J. McCarthy.
Frank, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Appreciate it.
See you, my friend. There he goes. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Our guy, Nick Ackridge, PFF. What's going on with the defense, man? Since Dan Quinn started making the calls, it looks like an NFL defense.
Yeah, it does. And this is kind of what we were hoping for when we made that switch. But yeah, everything they're doing a really good job of, again, not making those kind of glaring mistakes. And I think Quinn's done a good job of not playing as much man coverage, because that was their problem the entire time. They just could not play man coverage, and they kept trying to do it. So they've done a much better job of, just being smarter with playing some zone coverages. I thought Quinn did a really good job of disguising some of the coverages last night, from rotating from a single high to two high and stuff like that. So just been a much more sound defense. It's not great by any means, but it's sound, and it can get the job done.
Yeah, I was just going back and forth with one of our listeners in our YouTube chat who's saying, oh, their defense is, whatever, and Dan Quinn is this. And my point is, it's now an NFL defense. It was not a month ago, right? They're doing normal things. Like, even when they're bad, it's normal bad things. Whereas before, you couldn't cover anyone, you couldn't tackle anyone. Every time Seattle or Detroit got the ball, it was a matter of how many plays did it take to score a touchdown. And I don't care who they're playing, that's not the case anymore. So that's a big improvement.
Yeah, I know, and again, that's exactly what we were kind of hoping for when Dan Quinn took in, and it makes you kind of think of what could have happened if he stepped in a little bit earlier. But it was also some of the players, they just couldn't. They were constantly making kind of some mental mistakes. So over these last few weeks, that's definitely kind of been toned down a little bit. I don't see as many busts out there, and just like you said, in NFL defense.
Defensively, who stood out individually in this game last night?
Yeah, Jordan McGee really popped, and he didn't play as many snaps. There were a lot of snaps. He played 24 of the 70 snaps, and he was our highest graded player, 79.7. Thought he really popped 6 tackles. And he just he's an athletic guy, and he kind of fits that Frankie Luvu role very well, where, he might not be right 100% of the time, but he's going to play with 100% effort every single time. And even if he's wrong, sometimes it works out. So that's kind of the energy that I've been looking for from the linebacker group. And I think that he's been playing really well. So I really kind of like to see that from him.
What do you think of Mariota against Denver? I thought the interception was really bad, but Nick, I thought he gave him a chance against an elite defense. I don't think you can ask for much more.
Yeah, I think he had some, he kind of has had these the last few weeks, just some weird, just head scratching decisions that he's been making. He got away with a few. There was a pick that probably should have ended the game in overtime, but I kind of agree with you. I think overall he's been, just solid. He's been steady. He's operated this offense. I thought Cliff had a really nice game plan to kind of, take care of that Broncos pass rush, get the ball out of his hands quickly, use Mariota's legs. So I think that he's been very solid overall. He's just got to, tone down the unnecessary jumping and the wild interceptions.
What did you make of their ability to run the ball? That was my biggest surprise last night against that really good Denver team. It wasn't as if they were ripping off, Jahmyr Gibbs 80-yarders every other play, but to be able to stay ahead of the chains 4 or 5 yards a pop, I was really impressed there.
Yeah, it's been a slow kind of uptick of it started off really hot and then it kind of wavered a little bit. But I think like you said, the run game has been really good these last few weeks. I think Chris Rodriguez is a huge part of that. I think he's very decisive in with the cuts that he's making. He's straight downhill. He doesn't take a lot of time to hit the hole, and then he forces missed tackles as well. I think Sam Cosmi coming back has been a huge plus. He's kind of slowly gotten his feet back under him. And the last 2 weeks, he's been playing some of the best football of any offensive lineman in the NFL. Sunday, he was our highest rated player, 91.4 overall, and 90.4 in the run game. So he was just moving guys in the run game. It's nice to have that back. Josh Connerly was another one doing a really good job in the run game. But I think it all starts with Chris Rodriguez. I think he's done a really, really good job of, just pressing the hole and just, making quick decisions.
Nick Ackridge of PFF. Nick, as far as Terry McLaurin goes, it was very apparent what he brought to the offense. We saw it in the Kansas City game as well. There's just a gear when he's out there that they don't have otherwise. Speak to that if you would.
Yeah, he was a much, it was really nice to see him again. And last night he was supposed to be on a pitch count, but he actually ended up having the most targets he's had in a game in his career, or tied for the most targets he's had in a game with 14. Yeah, just really good to see. And again, it's finally someone that you can expect to win in man coverage. Even when he's going up against Patrick Surtain, there were still multiple reps that he is, beating the former defensive player of the year. So having that guy that you can count on to go win a rep when you absolutely need it is definitely something they've been missing. It's really nice to have him back. And again, he made some huge clutch catches for him. And yeah, just overall really good to finally see him back.
Nick, thank you as always, my friend. Talk soon.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
That's your Beltway Blitz. I want to talk more about Terry McLaurin and a thought I had while watching him about how this offseason was handled by the team. Let's get to that next on G&D. What's up, guys? It's Grant. My friends over at Virginia's 250th Commemorative Committee want me to say hello on their behalf. I'm the father of 4 presidents, Reagan, Truman, McKinley, and Lincoln. You know that we like to go to many of the historical landmarks in and around the Commonwealth of Virginia. Well, I'm here to tell you that it is time to celebrate 250 years of America. That's what's happening on July 4th. And there's no better time to get in on the fun than in the year ahead right here in Virginia. Home to 8 presidents. We're a drive away from George Washington's birthplace, which we just went to. You can check out my Instagram to see how fun that was at Grant H. Paulson. We're headed to Monticello now soon with Thanksgiving in the rearview mirror just after the holidays to find out how you can celebrate 250 years of America at some of Virginia's most cherished and historic landmarks. To attend celebratory events all year long, go to visit.va250.org. That's visit.va250.org. So we're going to be at Monticello. We'll see you there. If you haven't been out to George Washington's Mount Vernon with all the activations they have going on out there, it's really, really fun. Check it out. Visit.va250.org. America made in Virginia.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders dropped their 7th straight game, losing last night to the Broncos 27-26 in overtime. An update on Jaden Daniels from Dan Quinn today said he still has not been cleared for contact. David Blau also going to take over as quarterbacks coach for the rest of the season as Tavita Pritchard heads out to Palo Alto to become the next Stanford head coach. Injuries around the league. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert suffered a fracture on his left hand. He's scheduled to have surgery on that hand today. He expects to be able to play next week on Monday Night Football against the Eagles. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy is expected to clear concussion protocol and start next week against Washington. NBA tonight, Wizards taking on the Bucks at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can do the game right here on The Fan. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge. Built for now, to defend our future when the mission matters most. DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
It was really nice to see him again. And last night, he was supposed to be on a pitch count, but he actually ended up having the most targets he's had in a game in his career, or tied for the most targets he's had in a game with 14. Yeah, just really good to see. And again, it's finally someone that you can expect to win in man coverage. Even when he's going up against Patrick Surtain, there were still multiple reps that he is, beating the former defensive player of the year. So having that guy that you can count on to go win a rep when you absolutely need it is definitely something they've been missing. It's really nice to have him back. And again, he made some huge clutch catches for him. And just overall really good to finally see him back.
Nick Ackridge on Terry McLaurin's impact. Boy, was he noticeable in fixing this passing game last night. 7 for 96 and a touchdown, and that's not even accounting for a 30-yard score that was called back in overtime. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. We'll get into McLaurin in just a moment. As a reminder, Ben Standig, Substack Standig, covers the Commanders very well. Joins us coming up in a half hour to talk about all the injuries and timetables for return on players, including Jaden Daniels, who is still not cleared for contact. Will we see Jaden Daniels in Minnesota when we hit the road and go out to Minneapolis this weekend as a show? That is the big question. Thanks to Toby for the update. Shout out to him, by the way. Tobes stopped watching Virginia Tech recruiting video long enough to do an update.
We all make sacrifices.
Yes.
To do this show well, hopefully. You know what I mean? And that was his.
He has been bitten by the bug. He was in Blacksburg last week.
Mm-hmm.
Then he was in Charlottesville this week. He's been traveling around with the Hokies. Rumors have it that James Franklin's got him on staff in some capacity. I'm not sure how exactly. There's pictures floating around of those two's very exclusive meeting together where they talked about Toby's new role. So, Toby, I know you've been scouring the internet for video of your new acquired talent in the portal. Hokie Altizer's having himself a week.
It's been a great week. James Franklin is recruiting the state of Virginia well. There have been a couple of flips from Penn State. 4 stars coming to Tech now. There's been some guys that were on the fence about coming to Tech that are now staying in the state of Virginia and going over to Blacksburg. So heck of a start to the recruiting cycle for James Franklin.
I got to say, though, while we're talking about college football in Virginia, the best college football program in the Commonwealth over the last several seasons, the James Madison University Dukes, are losing their head coach, Danny. Very handsome Bob Chesney is going to UCLA to take over the Bruins. So if you're keeping score at home, Kurt Signetti, who just wins Google him, goes to Indiana and has turned that program into a complete juggernaut. That dude's a star. Now Bob Chesney, who I don't know if I mentioned how handsome Bob Chesney is.
He's a very handsome.
You familiar with handsome Bob? He is going to UCLA. He's going to fit in very well out there in the Los Angeles area with his handsomeness. But he leaves. How does JMU get to the ACC so that they can have enough money to keep some of these coaches? There was a time where they were not Division I, and they had no hope at all. Now you're D1 Sun Belt, and they're on the precipice maybe. They need a little help. If Virginia's willing to help them by losing to Duke in the ACC final, there is a fairly decent chance JMU could actually get into the college football playoff, which would be awesome. But you're now losing a second amazing coach for this brilliant program in short order. And this is just what you're going to be in the Sun Belt. It's just a stepping stone. Is there any path to them ever being in the ACC?
Listen, you're above my pay grade. I would have said none of these things are possible. Stanford's an ACC school, so what do I know?
That's a good point.
I mean, this is.
I was watching a Big Ten game between like Oregon and Washington.
Yeah,
a week ago.
I just point and I go, nope, wrong. Everyone's wrong. Try again. I mean, they're the new Miami of Ohio. I mean, in terms of like the head coach factory. Remember, like for 15 years, all of a sudden, like were you on this guy's staff at Miami? Like Sean McVay and John Harbaugh, and there were like 15 different dudes that sort of passed through this otherwise innocuous school, and it was like the only place you could get a head coach from. Apparently, that's what JMU is now. It's a factory, just churning out coaching candidates to go places and be big time.
Well, let's just finish off the college football conversation. I actually had Lane Kiffin on the menu for us next hour, but we could push Terry a few minutes into next segment and just finish this out. This Lane Kiffin saga was must-see television all weekend. For those of you that didn't follow it, Kiffin, who's the head coach at Ole Miss, who's one of the 3 or so best teams in America. I mean, I know what the rankings say, but there are 2 or 3 teams that have as good a chance as they do to win the national championship. And in a fairly unprecedented way, this is not someone leaving JMU, with all due respect to the Dukes, Bob Chesney, to go to UCLA. This is someone leaving one of the best programs currently in America with one of the best chances to win a national championship to go to LSU, because they gave him almost $100 million and they've guaranteed him almost $50 million per year for his recruits. So Lane Kiffin's about to build in free agency in a non-salary cap sport. LSU's about to be the Mets or the Dodgers. They're going to go out there. They're going to do what Texas Tech did with their defense, where they brought in like 9 new starters in the portal. And they're going to have the best players from all over America at every position with Lane Kiffin to try to win the national championship next year. And they're going to drop tens of millions of dollars into the roster. But because it's Lane Kiffin and he's obsessed with the attention and the juice and loves being a star on social media, of course, this became a reality TV show. Every other coach that leaves, it just kind of happens. With him, it was this several-day thing dragged out, Willie or Woney, and look at the plane and where, let's track the number on the wing to see where he's at today. And he eventually takes the job at LSU and then tries to convince the AD at Ole Miss to let him stay and coach Ole Miss in the playoffs so that they can go try to win their national championship. And the AD correctly told him, shove it and get out of here. You're an LSU Tiger now. We don't want you.
The whole system is broken. And I know this is my old man coming down from the shaking my fist to the ocean thing, but the idea that it's even on the table that someone would leave when they're in the national championship picture, right? This isn't you're 6-5 and you're eligible for the Poulan Weed Eater Bowl. They're in the playoff. Ole Miss is, and whether they got a shot to win it all or not, that's not the point. The point is they're in the tournament. Imagine somebody at a college basketball program. Their team's a 4 seed in the Eastern bracket, and they go, yeah, but I got a big step up here I'm going to go coach at Kansas. So before the tournament starts, I'm just going to bounce. I mean, even classless guys like Kevin Willard wait till the team to be eliminated before he ultimately went. You know, right. I mean, it's such a petting zoo.
Well, it's a broken
system,
utterly broken system. There's no doubt. I just want to reiterate though, it's not like they're Miami and like might get into the playoff, and if they do,
they're in.
Because their good is really good. Maybe they could go on a run. It's a top 5 team in America.
Yeah.
Like the odds would say they have the best chances with a couple other clubs to win a national championship. And he's going, hey, I know I've sold you on this for 4 or 5 years in some cases. I know that I was in your living room. I know this is what we've been working for all this time. Good luck to you. Kick rocks. I'm going to be over here. Meanwhile, he's telling all of the offensive assistants reportedly, if you're not on the plane with me tomorrow, you're not going to be on my staff. So he's not just leaving, but according to the reports, he's trying to drag the offensive staff out the door with him before the college football playoff. And clearly, you're going to be taking a ton of the best players from Ole Miss with you, of course, to LSU. Now, for the people that are suggesting he's like a terrible guy, how dare you leave Ole Miss, you lied to the kids or whatever, there's no time that he could leave and go take the job ever that would make sense. I guess if you waited till next year and you have 3 losses or something and you're not in the playoff, then it looks better than right now, if that's the argument. But this is more about the broken system. Is he a bit of a, are you getting bitten by a snake you laid with because Lane Kiffin, who's done this at other places, is your coach? 100%. I'm not crying for Ole Miss by any means. But to me, this is more about the game than the player, if that makes sense.
Yeah, this is a systemic issue. And all the rules are set up in such a goofy way. I can't remember who it was. I apologize. I think it was maybe Stuart Mandel wrote to me, what's the definitive column about it? It may have been someone else. Again, I apologize. But it's the place that he's
I think it was Stuart Little.
Could have been Stuart Little.
The mouse.
Stuart Smalley. Good enough. I'm smart enough and people like me. The new place, the players that might transfer have to wait a certain amount of time until after he gets there. The players that are currently at Ole Miss have 30 days. The portal lines up in a certain way where the only way to start getting recruits is if you go right now this minute. So what you have is an environment where you can no longer see what happens during a season and fire a coach. It's now got to be, well, I need a jump start on the first recruiting window in the transfer portal. So I need to fire a guy after 2 games or 3 games or 4 games. And so then it'll be a race to fire guys first to jump on the new transfer portal, the new recruits. I mean, the calendar part of it is so messed up. It's poorly designed. None of the pieces make any sense, and there's no clarity to it. So this is not, I mean, again, Lane Kiffin is a selfish me first coach. He's, Bobby Petrino 2.0 or any of these other guys that will jump ship at the first sign of trouble and, get their payouts or buyouts and go to the next best situation. You know who you're dealing with. It's not then all of a sudden like the guy took his mask off and it's somebody else like Mission Impossible. That's who this was. So you always knew who you're in business with.
And let me
He
say
is
really
a
quickly,
systemic
too.
product.
I agree. But also, how many coaches are not about themselves or players to an extent for that matter? Like college, NFL, whatever. This is not some altruistic business where, in other words, like Dan Quinn's not in Washington because he wants to, and I shouldn't pick on him. I'm just naming a guy. You can name any guy. But like, you know what? Dan Quinn likes to coach in the NFL. That's why he's coaching in the NFL. And if he was a free agent and someone came along and offered him twice as much money in a better situation, you might go there. Just like you in radio or everyone else in their gig.
Sure,
so
sure.
I'm always trying to remind people of that a little bit too. But this is not defend Lane Kiffin time. He was made on national TV at times this weekend by ESPN into being a victim. He's really struggling with this, guys, and this is really tough on Lane. And I couldn't believe how it was being covered. Like the guy that's about to get the $100 million and the $50 million to use on his players, going from Ole Miss to LSU, leaving all these dudes in the rear view. I just don't have any tears to cry for this guy. You'll have to forgive me, but the whole thing is just a joke right now. And the timing of the portal starting when it does, to your point, you've got to leave right away. Leaving the team that might win the national championship so you can go start recruiting for next year at your next place. Doesn't that just tell you that everything is wrong?
It's completely botched and
that
broken.
The sport isn't in a healthy place?
Yeah. This
By the way,
was
players are doing this all over the place.
Of course.
They're entering the portal before the year ends.
Well, and the reason they did the calendar that way is so guys, about bowl games and to try to keep that precious cash cow going so that guys wouldn't have a chance to opt out or, the different precedents. Again, here's what happened. Everybody put their capes on and crusaded and put their hands on their hips and went, pay the players, pay them. And they never once considered what the repercussions would be. And a lot of you guys don't care. You feel like you did your best job.
So that's the problem, by the way.
And you moved on to the next thing to write your column about.
I promise you that the people that wanted the players paid don't see it like you and I see it.
Right.
Because I remember being at this event where I brought this up and everyone was coming up to me afterwards like, hey, that was really nice of you to talk and answer these questions. I can't believe you don't think the players should be paid. And I said, that's not what I said. NIL, I'm 1,000% cool with, and everyone should be able to make money off their name, image, and likeness. But we are not ready to just have open season transfers and players getting paid. It's going to be worse than it is beneficial. But the people that wanted this think it's closer to good, and they win, so to speak.
Well, again, they also, to me, I could go a long way down a long way, which isn't necessarily part of the discussion. But my point all along was, whatever you guys want is fine. Just know that no one's prepared for it. The NCAA is not, the different conferences are not, the players are not, there's no CBA. With an NFL-type roster, there are around 2,000 players, right? There's an NFLPA, and there's rules that are set up between collective bargained parties, the league and the players. You can never do that with college football. There's too many people. So then you've got different subdivisions and different rules, and everyone's looking to Congress going, please save us with some kind of rule. And they're going, leave me alone. We're not doing any of this crap with you guys. No one knows what the hell to do. It's this chaotic thing. And listen, the games are still on and the games are fun, so no one really is going to care. But it's the worst the product has ever been, in my view.
He's Danny Rouhier. I'm Grant Paulson. Terry McLaurin looked like a star again last night. He fixed some problems for this Commanders offense. Got to make you feel better going into next year. We'll talk about that next.
game decider. Mariota inside McLaurin, touchdown.
It was great to see Terry McLaurin looking like Terry McLaurin again. And frankly, he only played one other game since week 3, and it was the Chiefs game where he had that spectacular touchdown catch, toe tapping in the end zone. And then the play he got hurt on where he had the amazing catch on the sideline contested in the second half as well. So when he has played, as limited as that has been, he's basically been Terry. He just comes back, plays a strong game, and he's been hurt. Got through this one healthy, and hopefully he can finish the season strong. We'll talk to Ben Standig coming up in about 10 minutes about whether or not Jaden Daniels is going to be back to play Minnesota. But you're starting to see the offense take shape here. And this was kind of my point when everyone suggested bringing Daniels back doesn't make sense, or how dare you bring him back to play with, quote, these guys, as if their offense isn't intact right now. They've got an offensive line that just shoved it on the best pass rushing group in the league that did a great job last night. That is coming together. That is the planned starting 5. They've got a receiver room led by McLaurin and Deebo Samuel with Jalen Lane and essentially non-Luke McCaffrey when Noah Brown is likely back against the Vikings, completely intact. They've got all their tight ends available. I know they didn't use Sinnott, but Ertz is playing the best football of his season, coming off 10 for a bill last night. Colson Yankoff's getting involved. John Bates caught passes, was involved last night. Their running back room is completely intact other than Eckler, who got hurt way, way, way back at the beginning of the year. So you're basically going to be down Eckler and Luke McCaffrey from the original plan. Why wouldn't you bring Jaden Daniels back? But I just think seeing McLaurin and the difference he makes is a great reminder of how much different it can look when he's cooking on the outside.
Without a doubt. I mean, that's the threat, right? It's to me, he's not a tremendous deep threat, but he's good enough. Like he's plus in that area to me. Where he's valuable, as far as I'm concerned, it's those in traffic slants. It's some of those comeback routes. It's those kind of intermediate stick moving plus type route tree where I think he's at his best. He could really help. He's never going to be a 100 catch guy. Or he probably shouldn't be in your offense. He's also not a 50 catch, 1,200 yard guy that's averaging 20 per, right? He's not an over the top, Tyreek Hill type figure or whatever. He's somewhere in between. But he's dangerous enough getting over the top. He's dangerous enough in kind of that intermediate area where he can gain traction, run after the catch, etc., that he commands enough respect that the defense has to back off. They have no choice. And that, to me, is all the difference. It wouldn't have mattered if it was Chris Moore instead of him, and you play this great defense. They're not afraid of anything, and they would have attacked the line of scrimmage. I think it would have looked a lot different.
So here's a thought I had while watching the game and watching him last night. Does a game like that shows his impact make you question or wonder why they handled the negotiation the way they did this summer? Is that a fair thing to be thinking about? I have said all along I didn't think the juice was worth the squeeze. Now, if I'm picking a side, I'm on the team side, not the player side. As we find out some of the numbers that everybody was asking for, at least via the reporting that's been done, there's a reason the team won the negotiation and it wasn't close. There's a reason McLaurin eventually had to cave. The team was correct in what they were suggesting. And if you looked at the Courtland Sutton contract, you saw him last night out there for Denver and the season he's having. It's really hard to get money when you're McLaurin's age. So he basically took a 1-year extension. He'll be here through the end of next year. And then probably, honestly, the way things are trending, moves on. But when you watch that game and you see how much they've been derailed this year by not having him, it is an indicator of how important he is to this team and was to this team this year. And for them to risk the relationship, if you want to say the health with all the time missed, but certainly just this idea of you didn't have the secondary options to get cute there, I don't think. You didn't have a backup plan. Did it make you think that at all, or is that a fair thing to bring up today?
It's a very fair thing. It's a great question. It's worth discussion, right? Because everybody that says shut up, move on, because we spent so many days and hours doing that. I think that's grow up. Adults are talking here. I also think there's another perspective to it too, which I'll get to in a second. But it's very fair to act because these are major decision points for a regime that's still only in its infancy, and we are trying to judge balls, strikes, everything in between. What looks good now might not in the future. What looked like a genius pick might not be. What looked like a major swing and a certain thing on a trade might not work out there in the future. That's all we're doing here is trying to evaluate what the hell's going on as everything's so fresh. A great first honeymoon sample was unbelievable, kind of blinded everybody to maybe some mistakes that they made in year one that really came home to roost in year two, and a number of things that didn't go very well. So of course it's a very fair question. My counter to it, though, which is also a question to ask, is he signed a team-friendly deal after months. Like, couldn't you have done that way earlier?
Sure.
And come to work and maybe not ended up as hurt.
But maybe the team-friendly deal a month earlier was way more team-friendly.
Who knows? And again, we don't know. And they're not going to let slip what was offered. And if they did a move where they go, we're going to offer you X today, and it goes down by 10% every day you don't sign, or who knows how they played hardball or not. We only heard some of the leaks, and it came from McLaurin's side pretty much kind of throughout the process. But the fact that it went this way, it certainly wasn't good. It wasn't good for anybody. And it shows you, kind of to your point, it's a very good one, how derailed this thing was and how one player, when there wasn't a good backup plan to fill his role, not other receivers, but that role, they were really left standing or left wanting.
Anybody else have thoughts like that last night about what could have been and whether or not this thing needed to be handled that way as he was balling out? And they just looked so different last night offensively with him getting right. That's the question. We'll also get into a combo with Ben Standig next. Substack Standig. Is Jaden Daniels going to play against Minnesota? He has still not been cleared for contact. Was the Schefter report yesterday, which I read as him kind of hedging that Daniels is probably not going to go against the Vikings. Is that the way Ben understood what Schefter was saying about the limited practices this past week? That's next on The Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook, an official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. The FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who's going to win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is going to give customers a 30% profit boost token for Patriots Giants. That's right, you can get in on the action with a 30% profit boost token for Monday Night Football. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Go to FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP, FanDuel.com/GP to bet the game. That's FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21, present in Virginia, opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, please take it seriously and call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Commanders lost their 7th straight game last night, losing to the Broncos 27-26 in overtime after failing to convert a 2-point conversion as Nick Benito batted the pass down. The Commanders are now 3-9 on the season. Got an update on Jaden Daniels today from Dan Quinn. He still has not been cleared for contact, so it's unclear if he's going to be able to get on the field against the Vikings on Sunday. David Blau is going to take over as the quarterback's coach for the rest of the season as Tavita Pritchard heads out west, become the next head coach at Stanford. Injuries around the league. Chargers quarterback Justin Herbert suffered a fracture in his left hand, is scheduled to have surgery on that hand today, said he still expects to play against the Eagles on Monday Night Football. Colts corner Sauce Gardner is believed to have avoided an Achilles tear and just be a calf strain, so he'll miss a few weeks. Vikings quarterback J.J. McCarthy expected to clear concussion protocol. He should be good to go against Washington next Sunday. In the NBA, Wizards taking on the Bucks tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off near the game right here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Washington for the win. Mariota has it rejected by Benito, and Denver has won 9 in a row.
Mike Tirico meeting the moment last night. Seeing some of the highlight calls he had, he was great. Big moments.
He's just so good, man.
Traylon Burks
He's so
touchdown, McLaurin slant touchdown. He's the best. It's a little bit of a moral victory Monday, I guess, on Grant and Danny. Nobody's happy to have lost 7 in a row or 8 of 9, or that this team's in shambles at this point at 3-9. But they looked a lot better against a really good team, and we have been discussing that throughout the day on The Fan and here on Grant and Danny. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kandori and Murad. They'll help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Saturday morning, we get in the air and we fly to Minnesota as a show. Me, you, and Dad will be making the trip to the Grant and Danny radio program to go hang out in Minnesota with Kandori and Murad and get ready for football with the Vikings. Have you looked up the weather at all in Minnesota yet?
I have not yet. I was just finished with my previous weekend's trip where I was very concerned about the weather. And then if we're going to do a shoot around at my sport court this weekend from the boys basketball team I coach. So I have not looked ahead yet. I was thinking about Tuesday as a day to do that.
It is going to be told, as my son says.
Toad.
It's going to be very told. Let's go to show meteorologist.
Oh, here we go.
Ryan Clary for the weather update on Minneapolis for this weekend. We land on Saturday. We fly back. Do we come back Sunday after the game, or are we coming back after the show Monday? All right, we fly back on Monday. So, Clary, what are we getting ourselves into? How should I pack?
I mean, I don't even know if you're going to... I don't think there's any way that you can prepare for this cold. The high is going to be 19 degrees on Saturday with like 10-mile-per-hour wind gusts, could be up to 20 miles per hour, which, I mean, the feels like temperature will be insane, probably in the negatives at that point. And then on Sunday, it's going to be a high of 15 degrees with a low of 8 degrees. And then on Monday, there's a chance of snow, and it is a high of 24 degrees with a low of 17. Hashtag Terry McLaurin.
Are we going to get snowed in Minnesota? What kind of chance of snow are we talking about on Monday?
Well, it's probably going to be like an inch of snow for them. That's like nothing. So I feel like you should be okay with that airport.
An inch is tiny, by the way. That is hurt.
I mean, that's not totally that's not nothing.
Snow, you could work around that.
It's not nothing.
I think it's a very workable force, but
yes.
I think that right now, the chance of you guys actually getting snowed in, probably kind of limited, but the chance of you being delayed from it, I'd give it a 20% chance.
Ron Rivera would say very
limited.
Very limited. They also deal with an inch or two in Minnesota all the time. They're so used to a little bit of snow that we're getting on that plane and we're getting out of there, sans issues on the runway, hopefully. And then the question is coming into DCA or wherever we're flying back to, where they're not as used to the snow.
That's what it is.
But yeah, do I think that we might get delayed or something? Are we going to be sitting there and Danny's complaining because we're 23 minutes behind?
Yep. Very limited. Got that right, Ron.
I would say that's possible.
I'm going to be complaining. If we get a travel situation, there'll be complaints.
Well, are we going on a trip?
Yes.
then respectfully, you're going to be complaining. It doesn't really matter. Like, everything's going smoothly.
I don't complain for smooth.
You kind of do, though.
No.
A little
Now,
bit.
what you dismiss incorrectly is
Did
complaining.
I say hi to the Uber driver?
Yep.
Complaining.
No.
Did I redo my belt on my pants because it wasn't buttoned enough, close enough, and I didn't go enough loops in because the co-pairs got me looking silly? Yeah. Yep. These are the issues that lead to Danny's day being ruined.
Now, you call these complaints.
Right.
I see foretelling and anticipating potential snags. You live this charmed travel life where you just roll up 2 minutes before the plane departs and just strut right on like nothing ever happens. And I'm basically saying, hey, let's have a little pep in our step. And you're like, that's such a complaint. It's not a complaint. If
Has
you're
Harry
going,
Stamper ever missed his mark?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I think you do.
Well, I don't, because we're
Have
talking
I
about
ever not drilled to 750?
we're talking about getting on an airplane. You're talking about a movie that came out a long time ago.
I actually have missed one flight in my life, and it was in Minnesota at that airport. I'll tell you the story in a minute. But our buddy Ben Standig is waiting on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Benjamin, it was lovely to watch the game with you last night. And because we had some no-shows in row 2 of the press box, me and you were sprawled out with space on either side of us. That was kind of nice.
I only needed my recliner chair, and it would have been, pretty perfect. No offense to a certain somebody that wasn't sitting between us, but yes, I enjoyed the extra leg room.
Who's a certain somebody?
With
What was
all
that?
due respect to Chris Russell, who was under the weather. I don't know if he was on air today or not, or if he was still sick, but he was sick enough that he didn't come to the game last night.
He was on the junks this morning, and a couple times they were like, dude, take a break.
Seriously?
Yeah, they were like, hold on, man. He was like coughing, and then like, he's like, dude, you got to stop for a second. Take some water, take a breath, and then go back to breaking down coverages. Poor guy.
Ben, I want to start with Jaden Daniels' status. So you were just in the Quinn presser. We're going to play it for people in an hour coming up at 6:10. What did he have to say about Jaden Daniels? And as of right now, do you think he plays against the Vikings?
So he said he's not yet cleared for contact and that there wouldn't be a decision made on his status for the game until probably Friday after they go through practice all week. That for a quarterback, they've got different ways to test him for contact versus a traditional player. They got to go put it through some of the paces of like what a quarterback would do, stiff arm, hit the ground, things like that, to test this thing. So we don't know, at least what they're saying is that they don't know yet whether he is good to go. I always think it's sort of weird if you tell me one day he's not cleared and then the next day he's cleared to get hit by a 300-pound lineman. But I guess that's kind of where we're at. Obviously, if they're not going to, you wouldn't think they're going to take any risks with him. But if the doctors and the training staff says, yep, he's good to go, then I would imagine he's in there on Sunday. But, speculating is probably silly. I kind of though feel if he's not yet cleared for contact, what I don't know that means he's going to play. He's going to do practice to a degree, but if he's not the main guy, then Mariota's got to get that work, right? So I don't know that he's going to play this week, but again, they won't make a determination until Friday.
So I know that Adam Schefter, Ben, didn't say anything new when he had his little report yesterday on NFL Countdown Morning, Sunday, whatever they call it. But for people that missed it, he basically came out and said, hey, remember, Jaden Daniels was limited all week. I'm told he still hasn't been cleared for contact, which as of Friday, we knew. And he said, that it's far from a guarantee that he returns against the Vikings or whatever. And I took that as a gigantic hedge from the team, basically, or the agent or whoever's talking to Schefter, as if to kind of just put the word out there. Because the narrative last week was, well, he won't go this week, but next week he probably will be back. Do you agree that that was kind of what was going on there, or do you not buy that?
Well, as we know with the national guys, sometimes they update their broader audience who isn't living and dying by every update on a player like Jaden Daniels. So I kind of took it more like that. I've personally been operating under the opinion that just because they said he would be, he's back at practice to some degree, doesn't mean he's one step away from playing again. So in my head, I always kind of look more at the Giants game than the Vikings game. But obviously, I don't know I haven't seen the X-rays. I don't know his pain tolerance. I don't know what are the final steps for the doctors to determine he's good to go from this dislocated elbow. He's obviously been able to throw in practices since it's his non-throwing arm, so that's positive. But it wouldn't surprise me if he's not able to go this week. But I didn't take too much from the Schefter report, other than he just sort of double clicked on what we all kind of knew rather than throw in something different, which is important because it's saying, hey, this is what's happening, and he sort of, to me, just solidified kind of where my head was at with this.
Strange hypothetical, and Ben standing with us here. So let's say that they thought, and he was cleared, and they thought he was going to be able to go this weekend. But say, again, really weird hypothetical. All of a sudden, Laramie Tunsil is out, Connerly's out, Biotish is out, McLaurin has a setback, Deebo Samuel's heel acts up. Like, if a bunch of the normal protective and / weapons, guys that were going to make this more worthwhile for Daniels down the stretch, can't go this weekend, would that then maybe overrule if he was, closer to not going than going? You follow that? Like, if he was like a 75% go, it's, well, now we can't because he doesn't have those guys. Is there a sliding scale there?
Yeah, I mean, I think in this discussion that we've all been having of should he play, should he not play? To me, I was leaning on, as long as there's enough time, like 3 or 4 weeks, for him to get some momentum going, then I would say play him once cleared. With the caveat, if all the other guys, like you just threw out there, are out, then I have to question, like, what are we doing? Because the whole point here is not just for him to come back, but to come back with the team that they thought they were going to have all along. If he comes back, and let's just say Noah Brown comes back simultaneously, they will basically have their projected starting lineup other than Austin Eckler from the beginning of the year. They just have not been all together because Sam Cosmi wasn't around the beginning of the year. And then obviously Jaden gets knocked out week 2, Noah Brown in week 2 as well. And, we know what's happened since then. So I would like to think that if all those guys were to be out, that they would slow the roll with Jaden, if not even maybe decide to sit him. But, especially the offensive lineman. But yeah, I mean, look, I think he's got to be – the whole point, I think, for all of us is we want to see what this offense would look like with everybody there. So if they're not all there, which, again, I know we're just thinking of a hypothetical, but that I would like to think Jaden wouldn't be. But I think that does to the point of, to me, it's not – it doesn't seem like it seems like there would be some sort of a – like he's not, like, so far cleared that there's nothing to see here. He played, obviously, a bunch of games this year without some of these guys. I would wonder if in that scenario, if it's like, let's wait and see what happens.
To that point, Ben, is there any chance that they're using the he hasn't been cleared thing as just like look, he's practicing and we want to bring him back, but if in 2 weeks he still hasn't been cleared, what do we want us to do? He hasn't been cleared. Could that linger? And is it possibly doesn't play again? Like, is that non-zero?
I mean, that's kind of where my stance was before we heard last week that he was going to participate in practice, at least on a limited basis, was that I'm not assuming just because he didn't get placed on IR in the first place that means he's definitely going to play this year. But at the same, not putting him on IR just gave them more options. And, if it healed up in time, everybody said, hey, no, he's great healer, fast healer, let's go, then they could do it. But, they don't really need the roster spot to a degree. So, I think there's at least some percentage chance that he doesn't play again this year. But obviously, once he got back into practice last week, it feels like we're much closer to him playing at some point here than not.
Ben, here's what I care about more so than production. I want paradigm shifts from Quinn, from Kingsbury, from Daniels himself. I want no more. This is the most hit quarterback in the sport. I want that to end. So whatever has to be called differently, even if he shouldn't be getting into this play because ... Let's look at the proclivities. Let's not look at what should be. Let's look at what is. I need a big paradigm change. I have a tough time relating to the football Cowboys who are like, you can't put him in bubble wrap. It's football. I understand some hits are inevitable, but some aren't. Do we see that? Do we think that's on the table? What would that look like? Talk to me.
Yeah, so I'm kind of with you on this. It's not just for me enough to say, okay, he's cleared physically. I want to know where he's at mentally. If he doesn't quite get that he should not be putting himself in harm's way, and simultaneously that maybe Cliff Kingsbury needs to call certain plays or don't call certain plays to help that as well. I think that's reasonable. Now, this needs to also be not just for the remainder of this season. This needs to be going forward. As good as he may be in certain scenarios, if he's going to get hurt, then it's not it's not worth it. So that to me is something I would want to know. I remember the Chargers game, which was the first time he came back from the original injury this year, and he definitely seemed to be more understanding to give up on some plays, to get down when he had to. And I thought, wow, this is a really good sign. Now, again, the dislocated elbow here was a bit of fluky situation in terms of the injury, but between the play call and him, putting himself in a position where to get hit like that led to where we are. So I'm kind of with you. I don't know if it's more the play calling or his mentality, or maybe they're just going to say, hey, look, there's really nothing we can do. You're going to get hit as a quarterback no matter what. Obviously, his legs are a big part of his game. He's going to be on the move. But, how do you avoid getting hit? And to me, I really do hope that has been part of the conversation with him, with the coaching staff, because 3 injuries this season, and it was a different one last season. So, I'm not remotely saying there's an injury-prone situation, but clearly there has to be some kind of conversation here about his physical status and what do they do to avoid him getting hurt as much as they possibly can.
Ben Standig, Substack Standig, with us here on Grant and Danny. Last Man Standig is the Substack. You should go check it out. Ben, I know the league doesn't always work this way linearly, but did you come away from last night like I did, seeing them get some guys back, including McLaurin, look like a different team, and think like that bodes really well for a bounce back next year, where if they play like they did against Denver, win a couple of these games against lesser teams, you go into the offseason thinking, all right, it's a bit of a roller coaster, but they went really good, really bad. And maybe with a softer schedule and a healthy Daniels, you could be good again and be a playoff team next year. Like that was kind of my takeaway leaving last night.
Well, I think to some degree, yes. And look, I think Terry McLaurin back was a reminder not just of how good he is as a player, but the importance of having him. Zach Ertz apparently told McLaurin at some point last night that he was so glad he was back because the middle of the field was open again for him. And we saw what Zach Ertz did yesterday with 10 catches. And, it changes everything. As we've discussed all year, they don't have a deep threat without him on the field this year based on the roster that they have. So his presence forced the defense to cover all parts of the field. That opens up everything else. And that's huge. The only problem looking at it from a next year perspective is Zach Ertz, Deebo Samuel, they're both free agents. Like, I don't know, are they definitely going to be back? Who knows for sure, right? So are we looking at the same group, or are we looking at new pieces coming in to replace those guys? Will the running back look the same? The offensive line is set. Chris Paul's a free agent, but I think there's a reasonable chance he returned. Even if somehow he didn't, you still have Brandon Coleman. So the offensive line looks set. The quarterback, we know.
Tunsil probably needs an extension, right? Is he a holdout candidate?
I guess that's possible. Please don't mention holdout. I've still got PTSD over the last one. But yes, he's under contract, and we'll see where that goes from a negotiation standpoint. But those parts are in place. John Bates and things like that. But will they have the same receiver room beyond McLaurin? I think other than McLaurin, Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane are the only receivers under contract. So that's the part where it's harder to say, is this group going to look the same? Not to mention, I don't know what the percentage chances are that Cliff Kingsbury were to leave at this stage. I don't know that he's going to. I doubt he's in demand the way he was seemingly last year, but he's obviously a guy that was sought after to get this OC job and has been a head coach already. So is he back? Who knows what's going on there as well. So that's my only thing about next year. When you have the older roster and your core players a lot of them are these older guys who are also free agents, it's harder to project that what you see now is going to reflect what you see next year.
Are Ben Sinnott and Johnny Newton just not very good?
Well, the Ben Sinnott part is just, it's look, knock on wood for Zach Ertz. It's incredible that this guy has not missed a game since he's been here, right? I mean, all these injuries, and yet the guy who arrived here coming off of injuries has been able to maintain not just his status on the field, but he's been, a really good safety valve. It was more than that yesterday. We know he's a red zone threat. So I think that's just really hurt Ben Sinnott's opportunities on the field. Now, maybe there's more to it than that, but I at least give him the pass there. The Johnny Newton part to me is definitely more confusing. Yesterday they have 5 defensive tackles that they play in their rotation. He got the fewest snaps of all 5. It was only 1 less than Goldman and 2 less than Sheldon Day. But that's just like, why is he getting less than them, period? Shouldn't he be the guy who's the main replacement for Kinlaw and Daron Payne? The fact that hasn't happened is, to me, the concern. I get that he's a smaller defensive tackle. He's listed around like 295, and Payne and Kinlaw and Goldman are around 320. So, it's a different type of player, but it's not like he lost weight since the draft. This is, they brought this guy in. He's got some good speed. He's got pass rush ability, but they're not seeing enough yet, I presume, for him to be higher in the rotation. So to me, that is a bit of a concern, knowing that Daron Payne could easily be a cap casualty this offseason, just like John Allen was last year. And the whole point of drafting Johnny Newton was to have a replacement for one or one of these guys. So that part is more concerning to me than the Senate part. But look, all these the last 2 draft classes, other than Jaden Daniels, maybe you want to say Trey Amos, maybe Sanders still now that he's back on the outside. But for the most part, there's a lot more questions than answers right now, and that's where I think we really need to see some of these guys step up down the stretch.
Last man standing is the Substack, the longtime Commanders insider, DC Sports reporter, Ben Standig, with us on the Rude Guest Hotline. Ben, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Hey, if you need to trip Russell so he doesn't show up, the next time we have a home game, just don't hesitate to take him out.
If you thought McLaurin was a game changer last night,
My goodness,
a little extra room for the fellas in row 2.
You guys are stretching out a little bit.
Oh, it was
feeling
nice.
comfortable.
Ben and I mean, we had seats on either side of us.
Oh my God.
Good catching up. All right, if you want to react to any of that, you can. We'll open up the listener lines. Rare opportunity today to get in on the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. I'll tell you the story about the only flight I've ever missed in Minnesota coming back home. In the airport we'll be in just a couple of days. We'll do that when we return. Plus, did that game give you a little more hope for the 2026 season like it did for me? That's the question on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders lost their 7th straight game to the Broncos last night, 27-26 in overtime. They fall to 3-9 on the season. Today, Dan Quinn gave an update on Jaden Daniels, saying he still hasn't been cleared for contact, so unclear if he's going to be able to go in Minnesota. David Blau going to take over as the quarterback's coach for the rest of the season as Tavita Pritchard leaves to become the next head coach at Stanford. Justin Herbert suffered a fracture in his left hand. He's going to have to undergo surgery today. Expects to be able to play against the Eagles on Monday Night Football. J.J. McCarthy's a symptom-free and should clear concussion protocol and should start against Washington on Sunday. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Bucks tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Half a dozen DBs in for Quinn. Nix double punch, and he threw an interception to Bobby Wagner. The veterans got it at the 36-yard line.
Good for Bobby Wagner. Good for the Commanders. That was takeaway number 7 on the season, pick number 6. I don't know what Bo Nix was seeing or doing on that play. That was just gift wrapped under the tree in the
Great
holiday
throw.
season. Just right between the 5 and the 4. For
I mean, he
Bobby
hit Wagner right in stride, too. It was perfect.
It was the easiest interception he'll ever have. But Tirico on the call, NBC, Sunday Night Football last night. Good for NBC, too, because they didn't flex it, and they got themselves a really good game. 27-26 overtime thriller. Maybe the most entertaining game in the NFL this weekend.
Well, it looked early when Denver settled for a field goal. Washington got at the edge of field goal range, admittedly, and punted. I'm sitting there going, I wonder what the network executives are thinking right now. Watching some of these vets go about it.
7-6 at the 2-minute warning in the first half was gross. 13-7 at the half was not good. But then
business picked up
until the final 7 or 8 minutes. There was like one punt for each team. I think there was 4 or 5 drives in a row where each team scored and changed leads over and over again. Where, yeah, in the second half, the game got pretty good. All right, before we hit the phones, we'll talk Commanders looking better against Denver, how it makes you feel going into the stretch run here and eventually the 26th season. But does it, like for me, make you feel like if they get healthier and play this way, that maybe there's a quick bounce back, a renaissance that could be possible next year with Jaden Daniels on the field? But here's my quick story. It is pretty anticlimactic. But the only time I've ever missed a flight, it was one of those, how did this happen? You grow up. You've got to be a grown-up here. I wish there was a better story. So it's November 7th, 2013. I'm in Minnesota for Redskins Vikings. The game was actually pretty good. I don't know if anyone will remember it, but Minnesota on Thursday Night Football beat Washington 34-27. The Redskins were up 24-14 at the half, lost the game, got outscored 20-3 in the second half. It's actually, they were 3-6 going into the game. This was the 2013 season after the 2012 year where Griffin was at quarterback. Alfred Morris ran for 140. Robert Griffin actually threw for 281 and 3 touchdowns without a pick in the game. Pierre Garçon went for 120. Jordan Reed went for 60. My guy Hank Time, Leonard Henderson, 5 catches, 61 yards. Like, it was a fun game. The Vikings had the Caps defenseman John Carlson at tight end, and he had 7 catches for 98 yards. He had a big game. But I bring all this up to say, so I covered that game on Thursday night. I got to fly out the next day on Friday. For some reason, my flight was Friday evening. Now, this was not like these days, Danny, where you and I do the show.
Yeah.
I was on the beat. That was my full-time job for the team, so for the station, rather. And so, I didn't have a show to get back for. So what I would often do is like fly back after I knew I'd have all my work done the next day, afternoon, evening, whatever. So I'm in Minnesota for like a 6 or 7 p.m. flight. I'm eating at a restaurant on my computer, just kind of like looking at stuff, whatever. I realize at some point, like, damn, it's been a long time that I've been sitting here. I've been here for like an hour and a half. And I look down and I see the time, and like my boarding was 45 minutes ago. At no point did I even consider like I got there.
Yeah.
You always joke about, oh, you're so late, you're running to the gate, whatever. I got there probably 3 hours before my flight because I've been in Minnesota all day. I've got nowhere to
You're
go.
ready to go.
It's November. I went to Mall of America. I did the thing. I went to the football game. I'm just ready to fly home to get back to my apartment. It's a November night in Minnesota. And so with like 2 hours and 45 minutes or whatever to spare, I sit down at like a restaurant, sit at the bar, pull out my laptop, and I'm just typing away. Okay, I got an hour and a half. Okay, I got 45 minutes. And then I look back and I'm like, damn, it feels like it's been too long. And I look down and like my flight is left. I mean, it's literally that ridiculous.
Oh.
Where I'm like, shouldn't I have thought about that?
So what do? You go to the gate and say
I go
hi.
to the gate and the plane is gone.
Yeah.
It's not even like hey, we just closed the doors. Like the plane is in the air. And I'm like, you're not going to believe this.
Can I still get on it?
They're like, we called you a bunch because obviously if you check in, they know you're there. Like, yeah, we said your name like over the loud. I'm like, over the loudspeaker?
That's never happened to me before, by the way.
I don't
Someone
think it's
says my
ever-
name. Yeah.
It probably shouldn't. So I said, I didn't hear it. They're like, I said, I was in a restaurant. They're like, yeah, you would have heard it in the hallway right outside. I'm like, no. And so I was like, well, can I get on another flight tonight? They didn't have one. So I had to get a hotel and I had to fly out first thing the following morning. So this was Friday evening. It was a Thursday night football game. So I ended up flying out Saturday morning from Minnesota. That's
That
the only time I've
stinks.
ever missed a flight. And there's not even a reason why I did it.
You just didn't occur to you.
Just was locking in on like my fantasy football moves or whatever I was working on that Friday.
So all sort of similar, but not a flight thing. I had my freshman year English class in high school. I had a free period beforehand, and I would just sit in the hallway for the last 10, 15 minutes of my free period. And inevitably, people that were going to the class would come by me. And that's how I know it was time to go to the class. I would see them every day, at the exact same time. There's no way to miss it. So I'm sitting there, and I realize, I've been sitting here for a while. I haven't seen anybody. And I turn, and I didn't have a watch. I found a clock, and the class had 4 minutes left in it. And I rolled in. The class started at 10, ended at 10:55. I rolled in at 10:51. And it was just like, you'll never believe it. I was outside in the hallway, and I never saw anybody. And the teacher, Dr. Piazza, bless him, was like, that's the single worst. I've been teaching for 37 years. That's the worst excuse I've ever heard. Please go to the principal immediately and explain yourself and then be punished. You idiot.
And it wasn't even an excuse.
It was an excuse. I was there. I was out there and no one came. And he goes, what do you mean no one came? What are you, a toddler at a shopping mall? No one came for you?
So Harry Stamper technically has missed his mark.
And you left your bag one time. That's not even
That
important.
has nothing to do with
That's
anything.
just something that's just, very cavalier
I
about
left
airports.
my bag in a restaurant.
That they wanted you to not be in, by the way.
Oh, they hated me.
They
at
hated
that
you there.
restaurant. Jeff in Leesburg. What's up, Jeff? How are you?
Hey, good. How are you guys?
Good, buddy.
Doing well. How'd you feel about last night? Overtime, 1-point loss to Denver.
Man, hey, I was pumped. I've got two comments. First of all, you guys are heading to Minneapolis. I'm from Minnesota. Just moved
That
here
was
to
a dead
DMV.
give. I could hear it in
we
your
heard
voice.
that,
I
yeah.
was like, oh, you
Could
want to
you?
talk about
Yes.
Juicy Lucy's. You want to talk about Adam
I
Thielen
do.
retiring.
You're just a friendly guy from Minnesota.
Skull.
Hey, I was actually going to ask you guys if you've had a Juicy Lucy before, and I was going to give you recommendations.
I need that.
I love Juicy Lucy's. The first time I ever went to Minnesota, I got them, and my brother and I got obsessed and made them at our house a bunch. But yeah, what do you got? Where should we get our Juicy Lucy's?
Yeah. Hey, yep. Write this down: Matt's Bar or the 5-8 Club.
5-8
Both
Club,
like
I've
close
heard
to
of it.
MSP Airport. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Wait. So what did you just
grab
say
a
about the
Curly
airport?
Furious.
What'd you say
What
about
was
the
that?
airport?
Oh, Matt's Bar and the 5-8 Club are really close to the airport.
Oh, got you. So we could go potentially after landing.
Mm-hmm.
100%. Please visit one of the two. And then just second, I was really excited to see how well the Commanders did last night. I was listening to the show earlier. I think the Commanders should take a running back next April in the first round if they could. Grab like a Jahmyr Gibbs type of player, right? I could just see, a running back with really good pass catching potential and speed, really doing well for this offense. But I hope you guys have an awesome trip. Just wanted to call in and
Thank you,
comment on
Jeff.
that.
Thank you, buddy.
It's very sweet of
Just
you.
Minnesota nice, dude.
Yes, we're getting ready to have some of that Minnesota hospitality. But what a nice guy. Yeah, I would be okay with that. I'll just speak for Danny. He'd hate it. A lot of people would hate the early running back in the draft. If they take a running back at 7, I have no problem with that. If there's a Jahmyr Gibbs, which I'm not sure there is. My guess is Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame's the best running back in the draft. I would think there are possibly some other really highly touted backs like Jonah Coleman from Washington or Jadarian Price or Katron Allen, Notre Dame, Penn State, whatever. But I think Love's probably the only guy right now in the first round mix, but I'm trading back anyway. So ideally, if I get the 6th or 7th pick, I'm moving back to like 20 to 22, and I'll take my running back there or my receiver there, and then I can get my running back in round 2 and load up on weapons. Now you're saying, what about all your defensive players? If I'm doing this in the draft, it's because I spent a lot of money already on the defense. But I do feel a lot better about next year after last night. We'll see if Danny agrees. Hit your thoughts on the phones, 800-636-1067. Also, people are taking issue with a couple Dan Quinn decisions. I want to weigh in on those next on the Fan. So 2 decisions from Dan Quinn that have drawn the ire of some fans since yesterday I want to get into here. The first one that I thought was really bad was when Washington took a knee at the end of the first half. I thought that was a ridiculous decision and sequence when they did that. They had 2 timeouts left, and I understand they only had 16 seconds remaining when they took the knee, but they could have had 23 seconds. If they made the strategy on the sideline, hey, we're going to try to drive here, so let's kneel down in the end zone instead of bringing it out from a yard deep, Deebo Samuel. We'll keep 23 seconds on the clock, 1st and 10 from our own 30 with 2 timeouts. We're a couple of middle-of-the-field digs, whole shot type throws away from field goal range and trying a 52, 53-yarder to end the half. Instead, Deebo brings the ball out because he's not instructed not to. So you get 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line, which is fine. It was a 36-yard return. Now he fumbled, but he recovered his own fumble. So it actually worked out. The field position was great, 35. So you're, again, 1 throw from the plus side of the field, like the 47, 48-yard line of Denver. You're another throw from the 33, 34, and now you're kicking a 51 or 52-yard field goal if it works out. And you've got, again, 2 timeouts. You don't have to worry about the sideline. You have the whole field. I mean, that is an ideal situation. Instead, 16 seconds left. They just take a knee, and they go to the half. On a scale of 1 to 10, of like 10 being loathing it, egregious, outrageous, livid, apoplectic, I'm probably like a 5.5 to 6 on that, but I really dislike that. I thought it was kind of a loser moment.
That was a 7 for me because even if you don't think you're going anywhere, hand it off, right? I mean, the idea that you wouldn't run a play at all just to see what happens is outrageous to me.
With 2 timeouts, especially.
Yeah.
Because you pop one for 17 yards or whatever. Now you're across midfield. There's 9 seconds left, and you have another timeout to try to get into field goal range.
Yeah. Now, if you were good, you throw it a couple times and, call your timeouts and kick a long field goal. But I'll get to the kick a long field goal part of this thing in a second. I guess they felt like they had zero confidence in doing that, which leads to a lot more questions. But I thought that was so losery. And again, we look at the end game decision where it's like, balls to the wall, we're going for it. What do we got to lose? You didn't play like that for a lot of this game, which I found really, really curious.
So then the second decision from Dan Quinn that everybody has been talking about and some took issue with was when they did not kick a field goal from the 39-yard line on a 4th and 7 on their opening drive. So it would have been a 57-yard field goal, or you punt, or I guess you could go for a 4th and long in no man's land. In order, my decisions would have been punt, which they did, go for it, which they didn't, and then 3rd and finally would have been field goal with your brand new kicker, Jake Moody, who's not very good from 50+, kicking his first ever field goal on a freezing night in a tough stadium on the worst side of the stadium to kick into. And now you're starting your career in Washington 0 for 1 at this position where everything's about confidence. And the fan base is now going, oh, you got to be kidding me. Eye roll emoji. They chose not to kick. I was just surprised to see how many people were bothered by that. I got here and you were one of them.
Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Then everyone failed. If that's your answer at kicker, fire the person who said yes to him. If you can't kick that ball and we don't believe in him, then you shouldn't have signed him in the first place.
What's
it's a paradox.
Though? It's not 51.
Sure, kick the ball. It's a great evaluation moment. This is not a protected sacred cow. It's not a quarterback that needs confidence. I don't care about him. If you found something in him, great. If you didn't, you continue to play some football. My order would have been kick it, go for it, and anybody who brought anything else up would have had to go sit in the locker room. You have nothing to lose. You're already lost. The losing is covered. You've lost everything. Nothing matters. Find out if you found a gem in Jake Moody. Oh my God, amazing. If you don't, that's a pretty tough kick to start off with. The guy's already been cut 17 times.
You didn't find a gem in Jake Moody. I could just tell you that.
Well, then it's self-defeating. Then we don't think he can do it. Then why is he here? Even
kicking a 57-yarder is not his game. Now, is he going to be the kicker here next year? I would say the odds are against that. He was the best option maybe that was out there at the moment, and there's some upside here. But, in 2 weeks, maybe you have him kick that 57-yarder. He's made his first 5 field goals or whatever. I just think your first kick in a new organization at this very mental position where the fans immediately get on a guy and they're going to show the graphic that says he's now sub 50% from 50+ in his career. He's 6 of 12, as long as 57, which was his rookie year. He has not attempted a 50-yarder, by the way, all season long, believe it or not. Not one, not with San Francisco, Chicago, or now in this first game with Washington. So it's just not the book on him. So I didn't have any problem with that because I thought you'd be setting him up in a pretty bad spot. Let's go to Eddie in Silver Spring on Grant and Danny. What's up, Eddie? How are you?
Good. How are you, gentlemen?
Good, buddy.
Hey, really appreciate you taking my call. Yeah, I didn't agree with that not running a play on going into half. I mean, at least you try to throw it out and see if we can try to kick a field goal. So I thought that was really poor to answer your question. But, guys, I got a real problem with this whole moral victory thing and rolling starters out there, and guys are paying a crap load of money to go get hurt and possibly, not be here for next year. So I want you guys to speak about a little bit about that because I've been hearing a lot of things. Oh, well, there's no such thing as a moral victory. However, let's go out there and win these meaningless games and not get draft picks. So, guys,
so who are we talking about, though, specifically? If you're talking about Jaden Daniels, it's nothing to do with moral victories. It's that he needs to play to develop, that he hasn't practiced enough, that he hasn't played enough. He's a second-year player who needs